Who exactly is he that he can instill terror in 3 generations of Hokage and send Orochimaru into a state of disarray? During the chaos of the Chunin Exams, Orochimaru summoned 3 deceased individuals, the first 2 being the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, and his brother. However, the third was a mysterious man, one so formidable that even Orochimaru could not control him, Ryunosuke Uzumaki. He effortlessly broke free from the impure world reincarnation, descending to the mortal realm in a state of complete resurrection. With a mere promise of revival, he moved even the hearts of the god of ninjas, as Hashirama Senju was compelled to confront his friend in a battle for life's balance. A confrontation beyond the bounds of time erupted. Chapter 1. Impure World Reincarnation. In the 60th year of Konoha, at the site of the Chunin Exams, what was intended as a display of strength spiraled wildly off course. At the center of the stage, amidst the commotion, a figure cloaked in black robes and adorned with a mask of the Hokage's direct lineage crouched, weaving hand signs to unleash a vast illusion. Illusion technique. Nirvana Sanctuary. In an instant, a flurry of feathers descended upon the arena of the Chunin Exams, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. Soon, the nobility, commoners, and weaker ninjas alike fell into the illusion constructed by the caster. Who would have thought Sunagakure would unilaterally tear apart the peace treaty? Are you attempting to incite war between the 2 great hidden villages, Kazekage? From the rooftop, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, turned to the fourth Kazekage, who held a kunai to his throat. It seems you have grown increasingly complacent with peace in your old age, Hiruzen Sensei. You are. Upon hearing the all-too-familiar voice, Hiruzen's expression darkened, his shock palpable. Orochimaru. Not far from the Hidden Leaf Village, within a nearby forest, a signal was given for action. A group of sand ninjas gathered around a massive summoning circle, unfurling prepared scrolls. As a dense cloud of smoke, a colossal 3-headed serpent emerged, charging directly towards the outer walls of the Hidden Leaf Village. Panic engulfed Konoha as a gaping hole was created by the serpent's assault, engulfing the hearts of civilians and merchants in terror. Some merchants regretted their decision to travel to Konoha for trade, fearing for their lives amidst the chaos. Outside the Chunin exam venue, certain ninjas found themselves at a disadvantage, disoriented and leaderless. In the arena, elite Jonin Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy worked in tandem to fend off the sand and sound ninjas. However, their efforts were hindered by the need to protect those ensnared in the illusion. Shadow, Shuriken, Jutsu. On the rooftop, Hiruzen Tsurutobi clashed fiercely with the fourth Kazekage, no, Orochimaru. As Hiruzen unleashed his techniques, countless shuriken flew toward Orochimaru. Unyielding, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand signs and clapped his hands together, summoning Impure World Reincarnation. In an instant, a massive coffin appeared before him, inscribed with the character 4-1. The first, seeing the astonishment on Hiruzen's face, a wave of exhilaration coursed through Orochimaru. The second, as the first coffin rose, the second quickly followed, marked with the character 4-2. Hiruzen's unease intensified as he realized the implications of the 2 coffins. I must prevent the third. Despite his determination, the third coffin ascended faster than the previous 2. Just as the second coffin stabilized, the third followed suit, and the fourth was already beginning to emerge. Damn it, I must stop the fourth. As Hiruzen completed his hand signs, the fourth coffin, inscribed with 4, was sent back. Is this how it ends? Fine, these 3 will suffice. Hiding behind the coffins, Orochimaru observed Hiruzen's actions through the gaps, feeling a twinge of disappointment as the fourth was returned. Hiruzen, drenched in cold sweat, comprehended the identities of those within the first 2 coffins. Yet it was the third that posed a grave concern. It bore the Uzumaki symbol, the mark of the long-extinct Uzumaki clan. The aura emanating from within was far stronger than that of the known 2. After all, those 2 were the founders of Konoha during the Warring States period. Hiruzen could not fathom who could surpass them. Could it be Mito-sama? But Orochimaru should be aware of Mito's sealing techniques. Does he possess a means to control her? Or is it Kushina? Hiruzen struggled to recall anyone from the fallen land of whirlpools worthy of Orochimaru's summoning. Though their sealing techniques were profound, the Impure World Reincarnation did not work against those skilled in sealing, as it relied on their own techniques to summon them back. Before long, the 3 coffins fell under Orochimaru's control, revealing the identity of the one marked with the Uzumaki symbol. As Hiruzen gazed upon the familiar visage, terror washed over him, and he staggered backward. Orochimaru, you fool. Do you have any idea how terrifying this person is? How dare you awaken him? Do you truly believe you can control him with your meager skills? As Hiruzen's words faded, the three figures within the coffins began to stir. Beyond the four purple flames barrier set by Orochimaru's subordinates, several members of the Umbu, recognizing the third figure's face, broke into a cold sweat. How? How can it be him? The seasoned Umbu, aware of the secrets, dared not utter a word, while the newer or less experienced members looked on in curiosity at their senior's expressions. So it is him. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hitaki, engaged in battle, recognized the figure's face and was drenched in cold sweat. His companion, Might Guy, noticed Kakashi's expression and was filled with curiosity. What is it, Kakashi? Do you know who he is? No, I do not. Guy, let us first work together to eliminate these foes before discussing anything else. Kakashi Hitaki shook his head solemnly, then grasped his kunai and charged forward. Might Guy, observing his friend's demeanor, fell silent as well. However, his curiosity about the person ahead intensified, prompting him to follow suit. Eighth gate of the Lotus. Open. Vortex Ryunosuke. Hiruzen Sarutobi gritted his teeth and called out the name of the figure emerging from the coffin. Vortex Ryunosuke. Who are you? How do you know me? What time is it? Ryunosuke, just awakening from his slumber, was momentarily disoriented and failed to recognize the elderly man before him, whose face was marked by age spots. Ah, is that you, Ryunosuke? It's been ages. A voice filled with excitement came from behind. Turning around, Ryunosuke saw a man clad in red armor, pointing at him with glee. Oh, is that you, Hashirama? It's been too long. Ha ha, indeed. It has been a while. You still look remarkably youthful. By the way, didn't I die? Are you also? Hashirama Senju gazed around curiously, soon recognizing several familiar faces. Oh, Tobarama, you're here too. Reanimation, is it? Brother, we were summoned from the Pure Land. Have you truly advanced the reanimation jutsu to such a level? Impressive work, my junior. Oh, is that the forbidden technique you invented, Tobarama? So, Ryunosuke, you really have passed on, haven't you? Hashirama's expression turned somber as he spoke. Ryunosuke, noticing the pity on Hashirama's face, felt a surge of irritation and retorted coldly. Aren't you also dead? Why single me out? Right, I also died. Ha ha ha. Hashirama, reminded of his own demise, scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Brother? Tobarama Senju, standing nearby, was at a loss for words, shaking his head in disbelief at his elder brother's behavior. While I would love for you three to continue your conversation, my purpose in summoning you was not for idle chit-chat. Orochimaru interjected, keen to halt their lively exchange, uncertain of how long it might continue. He was also intrigued to discover whether the talisman in his hand could indeed control this formidable individual. Chapter 2. The Revived Vortex, Ryunosuke. Who are you? Tobarama Senju turned to Orochimaru, asking with curiosity. Brother, he is the one who summoned us. Honestly, can you not think for yourself? Tobarama turned his head away, exuding a haughty demeanor. I see. Tobarama gazed at Orochimaru, his eyes glimmering with interest. Ryunosuke also shifted his gaze, observing a slender figure with pale skin and purple eyeshadow. Lord First Hokage, Lord Ryunosuke, please forgive me. This is my inept disciple. Hiruzen Sarutobi chimed in, drawing the attention of the trio. Tobarama looked over. Ah, isn't that little monkey? You've aged quite a bit. Yes, Lord First. Serving Konoha has been my lifelong honor. Hiruzen stood upright before Tobarama, resembling a child basking in the praise of an elder. You cannot continue like this. You must give the younger generation opportunities. Are you still in power? Has the fourth Hokage not been decided? No, Lord First, it's because... Enough, monkey. Hiruzen's explanation was abruptly cut off by Tobarama's interruption. Monkey, I ask you what's happening in Konoha now? Before he could finish, Tobarama's voice trailed off as Orochimaru inserted a talisman filled with writing into the back of his head, causing him to stiffen immediately. Oh, so this is how you control us? Tobarama's hand clenched into a fist, striking his palm in realization. Lord First? Hiruzen was rendered speechless by Tobarama's remark, and even the watching Umbu found themselves bewildered. Who would have thought that the renowned First Hokage could possess such a personality in private? All right, Tobarama, stop embarrassing us. Ryunosuke could no longer bear to watch and ordered Tobirama to silence himself. "What is this?" Shouted at, Tobirama fell into a state of despondency, squatting on the ground and drawing circles. "Orochimaru, it seems you have a talent for research. Had you been in our era, perhaps you would have been Tobirama's research assistant. I'm sure he would have been delighted to have you alongside him." Ignoring the sulking Tobirama, Ryunosuke praised Orochimaru. "I am honored to receive Lord Ryunosuke's praise. However, I will still control you, for the sake of my plan." Orochimaru smiled at the compliment, but then produced the control talisman, intending to seize control of Ryunosuke directly. It seems I've been absent for too long, allowing mere kittens and puppies to think they can control me." Ryunosuke scoffed at Orochimaru's actions, channeling the power within him. In a flash of white light, the cracks on Ryunosuke's body vanished, and a vibrant, rich aura of life emanated from him, rendering him indistinguishable from any living person. This is the essence of life, truly magnificent. It has been ages since I breathed so freely. No longer will my life be threatened. Ryunosuke inhaled deeply, relishing the power still within him and the absence of what once was, his mood lifting further. It's impossible. Reanimation merely summons the deceased as they were in life. No ninjutsu exists to resurrect others. "How did you return?" Orochimaru, sensing the robust aura of life radiating from Ryunosuke, was drenched in cold sweat. The reanimation jutsu could still be controlled by the talisman in his hand. This was why he dared to summon Ryunosuke. But who could have foreseen that Ryunosuke could be revived? Now, Orochimaru had lost any means to restrain him. The ninja world had never heard of any ninjutsu capable of resurrecting the dead. The closest was the reanimation jutsu, which called forth the deceased. Even that was considered a profound disrespect and would draw the ire of the entire ninja world. After all, no one wished to face their fallen loved ones as adversaries. "Orochimaru, I see you do not know me well. What's wrong? Didn't the monkey introduce me to you?" Ryunosuke puffed out his chest, smiling at Orochimaru. "Interfering with the unknown comes with a price. Didn't your teacher teach you this?" "Ryunosuke, we are already deceased. We should not exist in this world. What you are doing is wrong. Restore us to our former state." Observing his resurrected friend, Hashirama Senju, who had ceased drawing circles on the ground, he spoke up to intervene. "Hashirama, indeed you and your kin have passed on, yet I am not truly dead. I merely encountered an unforeseen circumstance that necessitated my temporary demise. Otherwise, do you truly believe anyone in this world could vanquish me? Moreover, I yearn to return to the land of whirlpools. Should you desire it, I could also bring you back to life, provided you beseech me. Tell me, do you not wish to revisit the Senju clan?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke stretched languidly, addressing Hashirama with a nonchalant tone, yet his words astonished all present. Rebirth, an aspiration beyond the reach of mortals, was now casually articulated by this man, as though resurrecting someone were as effortless as inhalation. "Is that truly so?" Hashirama exclaimed with excitement, yet he shook his head upon surveying the expressions of those around him. "We have become relics of the past. This world no longer belongs to us. Ryunosuke, I implore you to refrain from such folly. Your actions are gravely disrupting the balance of life. If you persist in this manner, humanity will lose its reverence for existence. As your friend, I must rectify this misguided path." With that, Hashirama assumed a combative stance, his face a mask of seriousness as he regarded his distant friend. "Ah, Hashirama, despite the passage of time, you remain as dull as ever. Had you simply asked, I would have been delighted to oblige, adding yet another chapter to your infamous history. Besides, I am already resurrected. Do you intend to slay me?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke remarked with a bored expression, his hands resting behind his head, his tone laced with disappointment. Meanwhile, others present, their minds racing with calculations on whether they might seek assistance from the figure before them, concealed their ulterior motives, particularly Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy, who had just arrived to witness Ryunosuke's revival. "I would bear the burden of being labeled a murderer of friends, if it meant halting you." Hashirama fixed his serious gaze upon Uzumaki Ryunosuke, the palpable aura of menace causing the previously carefree Ryunosuke to momentarily abandon his jovial demeanor and adopt a more earnest expression. Chapter 3. Shadow Legion. Kakashi Hatake gazed upon the resurrected Uzumaki Ryunosuke within the barrier, his previously tranquil heart now tumultuous, as if stirred by unseen forces. Beside him, Might Guy mirrored his sentiments, his large eyes shimmering with the light of hope, once resigned to the belief that he would be eternally separated from his father. The words of Uzumaki Ryunosuke ignited a flicker of possibility in his heart. The notion of resurrection, a tale woven into the fabric of fairy tales, was unfolding vividly before his very eyes, inevitably giving birth to myriad thoughts. Ryunosuke, I implore you not to transgress the laws of this world. I cannot allow you to engage in such world-altering acts as resurrecting the deceased. I will not permit you to tread the path of folly. With that, Hashirama Senju clapped his hands together and bellowed, would release, tree binding, eternal burial. As Hashirama's hand struck down, a colossal tree materialized from thin air atop the roof, ensnaring Uzumaki Ryunosuke with unwavering grip. TCH, Hashirama, I scarcely know how to respond to you. Ryunosuke, bound in midair, cast a solemn glance at the serious-faced Hashirama, momentarily at a loss for words. Despite his reservations, Ryunosuke summoned his thoughts, and without delay, a shadow began to writhe behind Hashirama, manifesting into a gigantic figure. The Shadow Legion's Troll Ninja. The moment the Troll Ninja appeared, it seized Hashirama from behind, securing him in a tight embrace. As Hashirama was restrained, Ryunosuke commanded another Troll Ninja to rend the wooden bindings created by Hashirama, from which he then leaped forth. So this is the Shadow Ninja that Uzumaki Ryunosuke commands. How utterly fascinating. Orochimaru, positioned behind Tobirama Senju, regarded the Shadow Ninja emerging from Hashirama's shadow with curious eyes. It was said that during the siege of the land of whirlpools by various hidden villages, the presence of these Shadow Ninjas had turned the tide, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory for the attackers. The inhabitants of the land of whirlpools, even those of lesser strength, could summon dozens of Shadow Ninjas, with the quantity scaling with the strength of the summoner. On the battlefield, these ninjas exhibited no fear of pain or death, launching suicidal assaults. The formidable villagers of the land of whirlpools often fought alongside a handful of allies, while the rest dispersed to protect the weaker villagers and children. Under the onslaught of the villagers' powerful sealing techniques and the relentless attacks of the fearless Shadow Ninjas, the hidden villages ultimately paid a heavy price. By Leaf Village Ninja. Of these ninjas, however, pools for the secrets of this ninja art, the hidden villages found nothing. They believed it to be merely a ninjutsu, at best a forbidden technique. Eventually, captured ninjas from the land of whirlpools revealed that these ninjas were left behind by the deceased clan leader, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, to protect them. The villagers had mourned deeply upon witnessing the silent return of their fallen leader, carried back by these masked ninjas. These ninjas were originally of the same era as Ryunosuke and inherited their abilities from their deceased elders, failing to comprehend the magnitude of their leader's power. Possessing immortal and fiercely loyal Shadow Ninjas, though their origins remained unclear, Ryunosuke had assured them that these ninjas would appear at their beck and call to aid them whenever needed. Over time, the villagers ceased to ponder the intricacies of their existence, treating them as unique shadow clones. In the land of whirlpools, an average individual of lesser strength could command over 30 such ninjas, with more powerful ninjas able to summon even greater numbers. The clan leader had seemingly left these Shadow Ninjas behind due to an unavoidable reason to depart from the land of whirlpools, ensuring the protection of his people. As time passed and the land of whirlpools fell into ruin, with Ryunosuke's prolonged absence, this ninjutsu gradually faded from memory, leaving few to recall or understand it. However, today, with Ryunosuke being reincarnated through Orochimaru's Impure world reincarnation, these Shadow Ninjas re-emerged into the realm of the living. Ah, so it is these ninjas. It has been so long since I last faced you that I nearly forgot the fearsome techniques you possess, Hashirama remarked, observing Ryunosuke as he broke free from the wooden restraints. With a sudden surge of chakra, Hashirama unleashed a powerful pressure that temporarily subdued the Troll Ninjas, allowing him to escape their grasp. Aware that today's events were reaching their conclusion, Ryunosuke waved his hand, dismissing the two summoned Troll Ninjas. Ryunosuke, your ninjas grow ever stronger. It seems your own prowess has also increased considerably. Even I found it challenging to break free. Hashirama chuckled, a hint of seriousness returning to his demeanor as he addressed Ryunosuke. Long ago, when we were both young, Hashirama, we clashed in combat. Back then, your strength was modest, and the ninjas you summoned were similarly weak, akin to freshly graduated students from the Ninja Academy. However, as you grew stronger, so too did your Shadow Legion. To the point where a single troll ninja can now restrain me, rendering me unable to utilize my substitution or escape techniques. Hashirama, I advise you to cease your efforts. I have no desire to squander time here. To be frank, I have pressing matters to attend to at home. After sending the troll ninjas back to the Shadow Kingdom, Ryunosuke dusted himself off and spoke with a hint of indifference. Orochimaru, hearing Ryunosuke's words, shifted his gaze from the troll ninja entwined with Hashirama's shadow, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Chapter 4. The Ruined Land of Whirlpools. So that is the reason for your haste. Ryunosuke, your intention to return to the Land of Whirlpools? Alas, it is a pity. The Land of Whirlpools was obliterated long before the Second Shinobi World War, reduced to mere ruins. Boom. As Orochimaru's words echoed, an immense chakra pressure erupted from Ryunosuke, surpassing even that of Hashirama. Under this overwhelming force, even the four purple flames formation, designed by Orochimaru's four ninjas to withstand tailed beast-level attacks, cracked open with a resounding rupture. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others within the barrier struggled against the tremendous pressure, unable to stand upright, with even Hashirama brought to his knees upon the rooftop. The most unfortunate one remained Senju Tobirama, who, under control, failed to take any defensive measures, resulting in the current situation where people have been crushed to powder. Fortunately, his body, being a product of Edo Tensei, is slowly undergoing a process of healing. Seizing the opportunity presented by the destruction of the four purple flames formation, Miniumbu, previously outside the barrier, took the chance to enter and formed a protective circle around Sarutobi Hiruzen. Gradually, as Uzumaki Naruto adjusted his breathing, the immense pressure that had once enveloped the area began to dissipate. Suddenly, there was a flash, and in an instant, Naruto had vanished from where he had stood, with his voice emanating from the position of Orochimaru. I demand you divulge everything you know. If you utter a single falsehood, I will make you experience true suffering beyond death. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, witnessing Orochimaru, who had been kneeling on the ground, now held by the throat in Naruto's grasp, resembling a mere chick. As Naruto tightened his grip, Orochimaru's face began to turn a shade of purple. I cannot use the body switch technique, Orochimaru exclaimed, desperately clutching Naruto's wrist while struggling to channel chakra in a bid to escape. I advise against these futile actions. I am not your pathetic master. Even my subordinates can temporarily restrain Hashirama, rendering him unable to use ninjutsu. Do you truly believe you are stronger than Senju Hashirama? As Naruto tightened his grip further, Orochimaru's tongue slipped out, gasping for air. Sensei, a female ninja clad in fishnet attire observed the scene with concern, while Senju Hashirama, standing nearby, found himself at a loss for words but still voiced his worry. Brother, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from intervening at this moment. Just then, Tobirama's voice chimed in, having been inadvertently freed from control as the overwhelming pressure obliterated the talisman in his mind. Once the pressure receded back into Naruto's being, Tobirama regained his composure, albeit feeling somewhat embarrassed at having been controlled by his junior, which led him to remain silent initially. First, realizing he could not escape Naruto's grip, Orochimaru quickly spoke up, for fresh air, as though the preceding events had been nothing but a surreal dream. Naruto looked down with disdain at the kneeling Orochimaru, coldly commanding, speak. Relate all that you know, but be warned. Maru, glancing at the furious man before him, hastily replied. Approximately 5 years prior to the Second Shinobi World War, the major hidden villages, wary of the Uzumaki nation's sealing techniques, united in an effort to eradicate it. However, due to the formidable strength of the shadow ninjas you provided, the major hidden villages suffered significant casualties before they could subdue the Uzumaki nation. And what of Konoha? What role did it play in this affair? Naruto inquired, noticing Orochimaru's reluctance to mention Konoha. Orochimaru, instinctively glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, continued, Konoha, too, was wary of the Uzumaki's sealing techniques, but did not engage directly. Instead, they merely offered verbal assurances of assistance to the Uzumaki ninjas seeking help. It was only after learning of the shadow ninjas that Konoha intervened to rescue Kushina and confiscate all sealing scrolls from the Uzumaki nation. Naruto, upon hearing Orochimaru's account, cast a cold gaze at the sweating Hiruzen. So, do you, the third Hokage, have anything to defend yourself with? Moreover, Where's Uzumaki Kushina? To this day, I have yet to sense the presence of anyone from the Uzumaki nation. Turning back to Orochimaru, he pressed, "Did you not claim that Konoha rescued Kushina? Why can I not sense her presence? I entrusted every Uzumaki villager to the Shadow Ninja. If they are all dead, then the remaining Shadow Ninjas should fall under Kushina's command. Where is she?" Orochimaru, instinctively licking his lips with his long tongue, smiled and responded. Kushina was indeed rescued and later married the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, on the day of her childbirth, she was attacked by a man with a tiger-striped, single-eyed mask, who identified himself as Uchiha Obito, leading to their tragic demise. "Oh, so you mean to say that after all this time, I have lost every single one of my kin?" Naruto glared menacingly at Orochimaru. "No, Lord Naruto. As far as I know, Konoha still has a young boy named Uzumaki Naruto, who I believe is related to you. When I encountered him previously, he was able to summon several shadow ninjas, though their strength was lacking. Additionally, I have a subordinate named Uzumaki Karui, also one of your kin. She has some of your so-called shadow ninjas with her. I discovered her in the Land of Grass, leading those ninjas in the slaughter of its villagers. She is currently recuperating under my care. If you require, I can arrange for her to be brought to you immediately." Seeing Naruto's wrathful expression, Orochimaru hurriedly clarified, "My death." Away from Orochimaru, fixing an icy gaze upon Hiruzen. "Just a few decades, you have managed to obliterate my clan?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose murderous intent grew more palpable, as the four sound ninjas sustaining the four purple flames formation could no longer bear the pressure and collapsed, causing the barrier to dissipate. As the barrier fell away, Naruto's immense aura surged forth unabated. In an instant, the attacking sand and sound ninjas, along with the defending Konoha forces and Danzo, who had been lurking in the shadows, felt the chilling presence and halted their actions, turning to face Naruto. Boom, 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 in stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Naruto. Within the outer woods of Konoha, a colossal raccoon was engaged in a fierce battle with a gigantic toad. Wind release, vacuum bullets, and water release. Iron cannonball collided as the raccoon and toad exchanged their powerful attacks. In that moment, the combined forces of wind and water erupted like a tempest, scattering in all directions. Wind release at this moment, the raccoon, poised to launch another attack on the toad, seemed to sense something and immediately disregarded the bewildered amphibian before it. Ignoring the excited children around, it dashed towards Konoha. Gaara. Meanwhile, Temari, a ninja from Sunagakure, watched the raccoon flee and, momentarily perplexed, decided to pursue it, driven by concern for her brother, Gaara's safety. What on earth is happening? Naruto Uzumaki pondered, scratching the back of his head as he observed the fleeing raccoon and the following Temari. His small eyes were filled with immense confusion. Suddenly, recalling something, he leaped off the towering toad's head, shouting as he sprinted in a particular direction. "You little rascal, how infuriating. All right, let us go, Gamakichi." Watching Naruto leap down and run off, Gamabunta murmured in mild complaint to a small toad perched on his head, before dispelling the summoning technique and returning to Mount Myaboku. "Hey Naruto, that raccoon just ran towards Konoha. It might be heading back to wreak havoc. We need to hurry and see what is going on." After summoning several shadow ninjas who had accompanied him since childhood to rescue Sakura Haruno from the tree, the impatient ninja dog, Pakin, rushed over to Naruto. We must return at once. But what about Sakura and Sasuke?" Hearing Pakin's words, Naruto felt an urgent desire to dash back, yet upon glancing at his injured companions, he found himself at a loss. "Hey Naruto, you should head back first. I'll wait here for Sakura to regain consciousness, and then I'll follow her back immediately." Just as Naruto was uncertain about his next move, Sasuke Uchiha, who was leaning against a tree, gasped and spoke to him. Seeing the determination in his friend's eyes, Naruto nodded resolutely. "I vow to stop that raccoon and protect Konoha by my forehead protector." He adjusted the forehead protector on his head and gazed seriously at Sasuke. After laying Sakura gently on a branch, he turned and sprinted towards Konoha with Pakin. As Naruto disappeared into the distance, Sasuke could no longer hold on and slumped down onto the tree branch. Meanwhile, within Konoha, as the murderous intent of Uzumaki Ryunosuke enveloped the village, the sand and sound ninjas, sensing the danger, retreated en masse, seizing the opportunity to escape Konoha. The villagers, shrouded in this terrifying aura, were paralyzed with fear. utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The ninjas of Konoha gathered around the Chunin Exams site, unable to advance due to the overwhelming pressure but encircling the area tightly nonetheless. Under such circumstances, various clans of Konoha, along with several elders and Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, appeared on rooftops, all looking gravely at the dark expression of Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke, you must remain calm. Hashirama Senju could no longer bear the tension and stepped forward. Calm. Hashirama. How can I remain calm in the face of such hatred for the destruction of my clan? Don't speak of me. I currently sense not a single member of the Senju clan, which is supposed to share my bloodline, within Konoha. Perhaps you should worry about yourself first. What? How could this be? Upon hearing Ryunosuke's words, Hashirama, who had initially overlooked the gravity of the situation, began to grasp the severity. Logically, even with the integration policy he had initiated, it was impossible for there to be no direct descendants of the Senju clan after just a few decades. Furthermore, even if they had integrated into Konoha, what of Tsunade? She was his beloved granddaughter. Surely she could not have vanished entirely. Monkeys, what is going on? Where is Tsunade? Where have the other Senju clan members gone? Tobirama Senju, too, sensed the seriousness of the situation. In terms of perception, even his elder brother Hashirama could not rival him. Just a slight probe revealed that aside from a few distant relatives with a weak bloodline, there were no direct kin or even those with a somewhat stronger lineage present. Monkeys, what about Shoshin? Besides Tsunade, where is Shoshin? Where are they both? Tobirama, who is Shoshin? Your child? I had no idea you had a child. Whose girl is she? Hashirama inquired curiously about the identity of Shoshin. Shoshin is Tsunade's younger brother, your grandson, not my child. Tobirama retorted in exasperation at his elder brother's obliviousness. Teacher, observing Tobirama's anxious inquiry, the members of Konoha SF appeared equally flustered. Realizing the situation was dire, Tobirama unleashed his chakra, pressing it down upon the four individuals. At this moment, Hashirama raised his own questions. In that case, answer our questions. Monkeys. And you lot. Where is Tsunade? What about that child Shoshin I've yet to meet? And where are the other clan members? I noticed not only the Senju clan, but the Uchiha clan is also absent. What is happening? Answer me. I believe I can provide the first and second Hokage with a perfect explanation regarding these matters. At that moment, Orochimaru, with a sly grin, gazed at Hashirama and Tobirama. As his words fell, the cold sweat began to bead on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, both of whom bowed their heads in silence. Chapter 6. Ryunosuke's Past Life. Hashirama's despair before the story begins. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Ryunosuke, the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan who has traversed worlds. As for my original name, time has passed so long that it has faded from my memory. I can now only be known as Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Originally, I was merely a lackluster worker in the Blue Planet, living an unremarkable life. At the age of 24, an unforeseen incident occurred, and I inexplicably found myself in the world of Naruto, a series I had only briefly encountered in my past life. When I arrived, it was during the tumultuous Sengoku era. Thereafter, I became a member of the Uzumaki clan, the son of Uzumaki Ashina, the young clan leader, and the older brother of Uzumaki Mito. However, I was merely an observer, familiar with the beginnings and key plot points and characters. Yet those events were still decades away from my current timeline. Initially, arriving in this cherished world filled me with excitement, especially upon realizing that Hashirama Senju existed over 20 years before the founding of Konoha in my timeline, which only heightened my exhilaration. As a member of the vast multiverse's transmigrating army, I naturally possessed my own unique advantage, the multiverse exchange system. I merely needed to complete tasks assigned by the system to earn coins for exchanges within it. Tasks could range from mundane chores, such as cleaning, to perilous missions, such as eliminating a particular individual. Though my system is named the Multiverse Exchange System, it only allows exchanges of items from one universe at a time. This means that initially, I would be granted the right to draw from a world, and once I selected it, I could only exchange items from that particular universe. Only after completing all exchanges could I draw from another world, thus defining the essence of the multiverse. I initially found myself in the world of Jackie Chan Adventures, a realm I was thoroughly familiar with, having watched the entire series. After relentless effort, I successfully exchanged for all items associated with this enchanting world. Mastering the powers of the Shadow Clan, the 8 great demons, and the 10 masks. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when my system upgraded and prompted me to select my next world. To my dismay, the advancement task was to eliminate Akatsuki Ishiki, with the penalty for failure being death and the system's departure from the host. Consequently, I was compelled to leave my homeland, the land of whirlpools. Unfortunately, I was unable to complete this task due to its time constraint. Indeed, I was required to accomplish it within 7 days. I had no doubt that the system sought my demise to rid itself of me. Moreover, it not only imposed a time limit but also provided no reminders. As a mere observer, I was only aware of the legendary goddess Akatsuki Kage on the moon, entirely oblivious to the identity of Akatsuki Ishiki. Unsurprisingly, the system succeeded in taking my life, dissipating into a burst of light. Fortunately, upon my demise, the system did not reclaim the powers I had previously exchanged, likely viewing them as easily obtainable as everyday items. Thus, when I was resurrected through Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, I retained the abilities I had long mastered. The credit for escaping the control of Edo Tensei and my resurrection lies with the power of one of the 12 seals, the horse seal. This particular seal was sufficient to resolve the situation, as it regarded the body resurrected through Edo Tensei as an external force. The noble essence of the horse would expel all foreign influences within, enabling my successful revival. Coupled with my inherent immortality and vibrant life force radiating through my being, the joy I possess is ineffable. And now, Orochimaru, you shall elucidate what has transpired. Senju Tobirama coldly inquired of Orochimaru. Yes, my lord second Hokage, Orochimaru replied, excitement glinting in his eyes as he licked his lips. I have been entrusted by Danzo to delve into the secrets of wood release, to better understand how the first Hokage wielded such extraordinary power. Lord Danzo cleverly arranged for many members of the Senju clan to meet their demise during the Second Shinobi World War. The surviving Senju, basking in the glory established by the first Hokage, dutifully charged to the front lines, utterly unaware of the treachery afoot. They believed it was their obligation to sacrifice everything for Konoha, oblivious to the fact that their fates had already been orchestrated long before they stepped onto the battlefield. To investigate whether Hashirama's direct lineage differed from other Senju, members of the root were dispatched to eliminate Shinjutsu using explosive tags. By the time I located Shinjutsu on the battlefield, his innards had been completely ravaged. Now, the Senju clan is left with only Tsunade wandering in solitude. While the fate of the Uchiha clan, as you inquired earlier, was also a result of schemes orchestrated by my master and Danzo. Imagine, a vast clan like the Uchiha was annihilated by a mere 13-year-old named Itachi Uchiha. It is indeed laughable. Consequently, Konoha is now left with but a child named Sasuke Uchiha. With each revelation from Orochimaru, the expressions of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama grew increasingly grim, culminating in an air of chilling indifference once he finished speaking. Hey, Orochimaru, Jiraiya interjected, his worldview shaken by the revelations. You heard correctly, Jiraiya. All of this was meticulously arranged by our beloved Third Hokage and Lord Danzo. Otherwise, how could I have gathered such material for my wood release experiments? ISNT that right, Lord Danzo? Orochimaru's enthusiasm reached a crescendo, culminating in maniacal laughter. Monkey, Danzo, I shall correct my previous errors today, Senju Tobirama declared, forming hand seals, as a tree burst forth from the ceiling, ensnaring him tightly. Big brother, Senju Tobirama shouted at his equally somber sibling, Hashirama, who remained unfazed by the plea. Hey, Orochimaru, release our Edo Tensei, Hashirama said, intervening to restrain Tobirama as he cast a despairing glance at Orochimaru. His eyes filled with disappointment. Ryunosuke, if possible, I hope you refrain from destroying Konoha. Let the rest be. As Orochimaru completed his hand seals, Hashirama's form began to disintegrate. In his final moments, he could not help but express his sorrow to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, his words laden with unutterable poignancy. Immediately after, both Senju brothers faded from existence. Ryunosuke turned to address Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been crouched on the ground for some time, when a tremendous noise erupted from the breach created by the three-headed snake in Konoha. Accompanying the commotion was an exuberant shout. Boss, I haven't seen you in ages. After you left, I missed you so much. Where have you been all these years? They've bullied me while you were gone. Everyone turned to see a gigantic tanuki racing toward them, exclaiming with glee. Wait, are you kidding me? Isn't that the tailed beast from Sunagakure? Some onlookers gazed in disbelief at the rapidly approaching massive figure, their faces etched with fear, apprehensive of an impending attack on Konoha. Chapter 7. The Tailed Beast's Plea. The kin of Uzumaki Naruto, oh, it's Shikaku. What have you done to yourself? Ryunosuke exclaimed, bewildered at the sight of the one-armed Shikaku. Boss, look at me. They've done this to me. Shikaku cried, lifting his severed arm as he wept to Ryunosuke, resembling a child returning home to complain to their parents after being bullied. Boss, you don't know how miserable we've been while you were gone. That guy, Senju Hashirama, ruthlessly captured us and distributed us among the major shinobi villages. I've been trapped in this body, engulfed in darkness. It's truly been a nightmare. You must help me, boss. Shikaku pointed at the small figure sleeping atop his head, his enormous eyes imploring Ryunosuke as he poured out the hardships of the years, eventually breaking down into sobs. The people of Konoha were astounded to witness such a display from Shikaku, the formidable tailed beast, typically a war machine for the major shinobi villages. Now reduced to weeping like a child, even seeking sympathy. All right. How can a tailed beast act like a child? I promise I'll give you a chance to take revenge on Hashirama, Ryunosuke said, feeling overwhelmed by the weeping Shikaku and hastily offering words of comfort. Really? Thank you, boss. As Shoha heard Ryunosuke's words, he abruptly ceased his weeping, his eyes glinting with a cunning light. He was already devising ways to torment Senju Hashirama, and the severed arm he had lamented about was swiftly regenerating under Shoha's influence. Incredible, the tailed beast is also an actor? Observing Shoha, who could weep on command and then stop just as easily, the thoughts of the surrounding ninjas were rich and varied. Sarutobi Hiruzen, for now, I wish to refrain from further discussion regarding your past actions. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? Today, I shall take him away, and from this moment forth, the people of the land of whirlpools shall have no ties with your Konoha. Impossible. Uzumaki Naruto is the village's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. We can never hand him over to you. At this moment, Shimura Danzo opened his one remaining eye, fixing his gaze on Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke tilted his head curiously, and in an instant, a legion of shadowy ninjas emerged from the ground, surrounding Danzo. Danzo Shimura, when did I ever give you the impression that I am easy to negotiate with? What qualifications do you possess? What capabilities? What credentials allow you to speak to me in such a manner? Even Senju Hashirama would not dare address me so. Who do you think you are? Do you believe I am negotiating with you? As Ryunosuke's words echoed, the peculiar shadow ninjas surrounding Danzo began to stir, ready to pounce at Ryunosuke's command, prepared to tear him to shreds. Ryunosuke, do you intend to oppose all of Konoha? Ha! Ha 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 ha! Ryunosuke could not contain his laughter at Danzo's furious outburst. In what state of mind and intelligence did you utter such a statement? I won't delve into other matters, but ask the little monkey kneeling behind you if he dares to speak to me like that. So, you wish for war? Let it come now. As he spoke, an increasing number of shadow ninjas revealed themselves from the darkness, encircling all the Konoha ninjas, with 3 shadow ninjas surrounding each Konoha ninja. Enough, Danzo. Do not speak further. Just as Danzo was about to continue, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly interrupted. If this continues, not only will Danzo lose face, but even I, as Hokage, will be humiliated. Danzo, refrain from speaking too much. Indeed, Danzo, let Hiruzen handle this. You are ill-suited for negotiations. At this moment, Tsurun Koharu and Mido Menju, standing at the back of the crowd, stepped forward to offer their counsel. Humph. Hearing the 3 speak, Danzo was at a loss for words. Negotiation was not his strong suit. He was more adept at exerting force. Yet the individual before him was clearly unyielding. Moreover, his shadow ninjas were no pushovers either. Having come to this realization, Danzo followed the 2 advisors to the back of the crowd, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen to confront Ryunosuke alone. I will agree to your taking Uzumaki Naruto away. But I hope you will, for the sake of the first and second Hokage, not sever friendly relations with Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen moved to the front. Gazing at Ryunosuke, I have already stated my position, and I am not negotiating with you. You need only bring Naruto out. And as for showing respect to Hashirama and Tobirama, if I didn't extend them some measure of respect, would you still be standing here speaking with me? Besides, I see that your teacher is about to act against his own. What qualifications do you have to mention Hashirama and Tobirama? Oh well. Ryunosuke's expression grew increasingly impatient. Sarutobi Hiruzen evidently wanted to retain Naruto within their ranks, and even hoped to pull Ryunosuke into Konoha's fold through Naruto. "Hey, Big Raccoon, don't run away." As the atmosphere grew tense, a shout rang out, and everyone turned to see a boy clad in orange running towards them, accompanied by a ninja hound and a girl wielding an enormous fan. "Hey, Big Raccoon, if you destroy Konoha, I won't let you off," Uzumaki Naruto boldly proclaimed, eyeing the towering figure. "Huh, hey, are you an idiot? Which of your eyes saw me destroying Konoha? I, Shoha?" Shoha attempted to speak to Naruto, but was abruptly interrupted by Ryunosuke. "Kid, you must be Uzumaki Naruto?" Ryunosuke flashed to Naruto's side, ruffling his hair with a smile. "Oh, big brother, who are you? Do you know me?" Naruto asked, curiosity evident in his gaze. "I am Ryunosuke. Are you my father?" Naruto interrupted Ryunosuke, his eyes wide with disbelief. "No, I am not. I am much older than that little brat Sarutobi. How could I possibly be your father? If we trace back, I would be your great-uncle." "Huh, but you look not much older, younger than the pervy sage." "And what is a great-uncle?" Naruto questioned, his face scrunched up in skepticism. "Well, I look young due to certain reasons. As for great-uncle, it is your great-grandmother's brother. But I am the Nine-Tails. The villagers say I have no parents. How could I have a great-uncle?" Naruto looked up at Ryunosuke, seeking answers. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Ryunosuke's expression darkened once more. Without a word, he swiftly seized Naruto by the collar and appeared atop Showa's head, casting a cold glare at the Third Hokage and his entourage. "Could it be that you truly are my great-uncle? Where are you taking me now?" Standing beside Ryunosuke, Naruto tugged at his clothing with small hands, curiosity shining in his eyes. "Naruto, I will explain everything later. For now, let us depart from this despicable place." Ryunosuke gently patted Naruto's head, offering reassurance. Chapter 8. Leaving Konoha, the surprise of Orochimaru. "Hey, that Orochimaru fellow. Are you waiting for me to invite you up there?" As Ryunosuke's words fell, Orochimaru's eyes glittered as he and his subordinates instantly appeared atop Showa's head, standing behind Ryunosuke. How infuriating, if not for the boss. Shoha clearly expressed his displeasure at the throng of individuals standing on his head. Yet considering they were all subordinates of his boss, he chose to remain silent, sulking inwardly. "Where are you taking Gaara?" Unable to contain herself any longer as Ryunosuke's group prepared to leave Konoha, Temari shouted at the top of her lungs. Who is Gaara? Your subordinate?" Ryunosuke inquired, looking at Orochimaru. "Lord Ryunosuke, Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. He is right over there." Orochimaru pointed to a red-haired figure in the distance. Ryunosuke approached to take a look. Gaara was currently in a deep slumber. With a swift motion, he grabbed Gaara, and with a flash of light, Gaara was instantly separated from Shoha. As I gazed upon Gaara, who bore the telltale dark circles under his eyes, a radiant light flashed once more. As the brilliance dissipated, the shadows beneath his eyes gradually vanished, yet he remained ensconced in slumber. With a mere thought, an ordinary shadowy ninja materialized beside me, and upon receiving Gaara with utmost reverence, Uzumaki Naruto pointed towards Temari below, instructing, "Return this individual to her." The shadowy ninja nodded in compliance and leaped into the direction of Temari, cradling Gaara in his arms. Having attended to this matter, Uzumaki Naruto did not cast another glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions. Instead, he departed with his entourage, seated atop Shikaku, leaving without a backward glance. With Naruto's departure, the legion of shadowy ninjas encircling Sarutobi Hiruzen melted into the darkness, vanishing from sight. How infuriating! "Hiruzen, will you allow him to act with such impunity? He brazenly stole the Nine Tails, and you are utterly feeble." Observing the retreating shadowy figures, Hashirama Danzo exhaled deeply before turning to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen, stating, "I have no desire to engage in feudal disputes here. If you have any intentions, I can step aside and let you proceed." Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at the emerging Danzo, retorting sharply, "As for everyone present, immediately assist the villagers and strictly monitor all entrances and exits of Konoha to prevent spies from other nations from disseminating information about our situation. After everything is in order, we can address any questions or concerns. Now, everyone disperse." With Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, the village of Konoha operated like a vast, well-oiled machine. As for the revelations made by Orochimaru earlier, they would have to wait for the Third Hokage's explanation after all matters were settled. Once everything is arranged, "You may convene at the Hokage Tower," Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed several advisors, Donning his Hokage cloak once more, his countenance darkened as he left alone. Hashirama Danzo and his two companions followed closely behind, leaving only Jiraiya atop the roof, now deserted. Orochimaru, is everything you said truly accurate? Jiraiya sat alone on the rooftop until dusk, suddenly recalling something, and swiftly dashed towards the village's outskirts. Within the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed through the crystal ball as Jiraiya sprinted away from the village, his expression devoid of emotion as he inhaled smoke. Jiraiya, I hope you refrain from doing anything foolish. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, shrouded in dim light, appeared even more somber as he gazed at the now empty crystal ball. Hey, great uncle. Where are we headed now? On Shikaku's head, Uzumaki Naruto, basking in the cool breeze, inquired of Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki, who sat beside him. First, we shall seek out the remaining villagers of the land of whirlpools, and thereafter, I shall take you to find your mother. How does that sound? Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki turned his head, smiling as he explained to Naruto. Really? Great uncle, do you know my mother? What kind of person is she? Moreover, what is the land of whirlpools? I have never heard my grandfather mention it. Upon hearing Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki's words, Uzumaki Naruto immediately turned and nestled into his great uncle's embrace. Hearing Naruto's inquiry, Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki's expression momentarily darkened before transforming into a smile as he replied, regrettably, Naruto, I do not know much about your mother either. But time will reveal all. One day, when she is with us, we shall come to know her. As for the land of whirlpools, its villagers are characterized by their crimson hair. While not all red-haired individuals in this world hail from the land of whirlpools, all villagers from there possess red hair. Oh, speaking of which, I still don't know what my mother looks like, but I believe she must be the most beautiful woman in the world. And great uncle, my hair isn't red. Perhaps little Naruto takes after your father. The red hair of the villagers from the land of whirlpools is merely a common indicator. Moreover, our chakra levels are several times, if not dozens of times, higher than that of ordinary individuals. I see. My chakra is indeed much greater than that of Kakashi-sensei. Subsequently, Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki engaged in light conversation, gradually leading Naruto to grasp the corner of Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki's attire as he drifted into slumber. Listening to the gentle sounds of Naruto's breathing beside him, Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki removed his outer garment and draped it over Naruto, softly inquiring of the individual behind him, Orochimaru. How far is your base? Lord Naruto Uzumaki, it is not far now. However, your kin is not at this base. Please stay here for a while. I have already dispatched someone to fetch your relative overnight. In a few days, you shall reunite. Orochimaru promptly replied to Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki's inquiry while making further arrangements. Is that so? I appreciate it. In light of your indirect role in my revival and the assistance you have provided, how about I help restore your fractured soul? Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki turned to face Orochimaru, awaiting his response. What? Are you dissatisfied? Seeing Orochimaru remain silent for an extended period, Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brow slightly, assuming he was displeased with the offer. Of course not, Lord Naruto Uzumaki. I am merely astonished. As far as I know, there seems to be no means to repair a soul in the shinobi world. I have studied extensively, and to think that what is insurmountable for me is but a trivial matter for you. I now feel honored to serve you. Let us not dwell on trivialities. I may also require your assistance in summoning some individuals via Edo Tensei in the future, so do not find it burdensome to exert a bit more effort. Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki placed a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, and as a soft glow enveloped them, Orochimaru suddenly felt an inexplicable comfort fill his heart, his entire being relaxing immensely. To think the effect would be so remarkable, my fractured soul has even been fortified. Thank you, Lord Naruto Uzumaki. Should you have further requests, I shall fulfill them to the best of my ability. Orochimaru, feeling the restoration and enhancement within his soul, was filled with excitement and promptly pledged his allegiance to Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki. Very well, I shall call upon you when the time comes. Uzumaki Naruto Uzumaki returned to sit beside Uzumaki Naruto, reveling in the newfound power bestowed by the sheep talisman and feeling a surge of exhilaration. Chapter 9. Journey to the Rain Village, Legacy of the Land of Whirlpools. Originally, the 12 talismans were only effective on oneself. Not only the 12 talismans, but even the power of the 8 great demonic black chi could only be applied to oneself. Only the 10 great demon masks could be summoned and worn on others' faces to summon the generals of the 10 Shadow Legion. However, no matter how hard Naruto Uzumaki tried, he could not summon them, only utilizing the authority of the Shadow Legion without being able to create the 10 generals. This was why Naruto Uzumaki left the Shadow Legion behind when he departed from the land of whirlpools, yet he never anticipated that despite leaving so many behind, he could not avert the fate of the land of whirlpools being destroyed. Orochimaru, as you mentioned, after the major hidden villages attacked the land of whirlpools, their own strength diminished. Why did Konoha not seize the opportunity to strike against the other hidden villages? Ultimately, what led to the outbreak of the Second Shinobi World War? Naruto Uzumaki pondered, directing his inquiry at Orochimaru, as this matter was perplexing. Originally, Danzo proposed to take advantage of the weakened state of the major shinobi villages to attack them, but the Third Hokage countered, expressing a desire to avoid reigniting war. In the end, this proposal was suppressed by the Third Hokage, granting the major ninja villages a moment of respite. Subsequently, due to the economic disparities among the nations, the militant factions within the ninja villages began to rise. A fierce battle ensued at the Rain Village, culminating in Konoha's ultimate victory. After listening to Orochimaru's words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke let out a cold snort. It was surprising that the esteemed Third Hokage had not perceived the external situation as clearly as someone lurking in the shadows. I had heard that the Third Hokage was chosen by Tobirama, yet it seems Tobirama has truly failed in selecting a worthy successor. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed lacking in comparison to Shimura Danzo regarding external affairs. Once, Konoha was indisputably the foremost among the ninja villages, but now that status is tainted by numerous dubious elements. A few years ago, the Lightning Village had audaciously encroached upon Konoha's borders, yet the Third Hokage chose to endure it. However, when it came to diminishing his own strength, the Third Hokage excelled beyond all others. He could tolerate the bullying from the Lightning Village, but could not bear the Uchiha clan within his own village. Submissive externally, yet striking hard internally. After hearing Orochimaru's evaluation of Sarutobi Hiruzen's recent actions, Ryunosuke suddenly inquired, "I heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest Hokage?" Yes. He boasts of such things. Orochimaru awkwardly nodded, unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. "Do not say that. I have not made any claims. In certain respects, Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed the strongest Hokage." "How so?" "The first and second Hokages far surpass him. How could he be deemed the strongest?" Orochimaru, observing Ryunosuke's silhouette, questioned with curiosity. Currently, Konoha's position was determined by Senju Hashirama, alongside Uchiha Madara. Due to the circumstances of the land of whirlpools, I merely signed a mutual aid agreement with Konoha, unlike Uchiha Madara, who relocated his entire clan. Subsequently, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara named their village and the highest leader. Uchiha Madara suggested, "Since you are adept at wood release, let us name our village Konoha." To which Senju Hashirama replied, "As you excel in fire release, let the highest leader be called Hokage." Thus, the origins of Konoha and the title of Hokage were established. After listening, Orochimaru licked his lips, deep in thought. "I see. The first was proficient in wood release, and the second excelled in water release. Strictly speaking, they cannot be considered the strongest Hokages." After coming to this realization, Orochimaru burst into laughter, thinking to himself, "So, Sarutobi-sensei, your claim of being the strongest Hokage is greatly exaggerated." Watching the exuberant Orochimaru, Ryunosuke couldn't help but smirk. "Sarutobi Hiruzen? Enjoy these few tranquil days while you can. Soon you shall pay for all that you have done." What a lunatic, laughing like that in the late hours. Has the boss knocked some sense out of him? Shikaku, hurrying along, muttered in disbelief at the laughter above, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, prompting him to quicken his pace. "Lord Ryunosuke, Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke." Just as Shikaku accelerated, a voice called out from behind, "Shikaku, wait a moment." As Shikaku steadied himself, the group turned to see a figure with a headband marked with the kanji for oil and white hair running toward them. "Oh, it's Jiraiya. Why are you not in Konoha at this hour?" Orochimaru inquired as he observed the approaching figure. "Lord Ryunosuke, I heard you were searching for the scattered villagers of the land of whirlpools?" Jiraiya, ignoring Orochimaru's sarcastic tone, gasped and looked at Ryunosuke. "Yes, do you have any leads?" Upon hearing Ryunosuke's question, Jiraiya nodded eagerly. After our battle at the Rain Village, I encountered 3 children who lost their parents due to the war. One of them, a red-haired boy named Nagato, I believe is also one of the scattered villagers from the land of whirlpools. As he spoke, Jiraiya cast a glance at Orochimaru, then leaned closer to Ryunosuke and whispered, "That child possesses the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, so I took the time to teach them ninjutsu for a while. We have formed a bond as teacher and student. Moreover, he can summon shadow ninjas akin to those you command. I believe he must be connected to you. I can lead you to them." The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, Ryunosuke recalled them. The true name is the Rinnegan. Originally held by the Sage of Six Paths, but it requires the chakra of his 2 sons, Indra and Ashura, to manifest. How could an ordinary villager from the land of whirlpools possess such extraordinary eyes? Furthermore, Nagato, that name sounds familiar. Have I heard it somewhere before? All right, lead me to them. Ryunosuke nodded at Jiraiya, then turned to Orochimaru. Please take care of Naruto. I will return once I ascertain matters on that side. Without waiting for Orochimaru's consent, he took Jiraiya and leaped down from Shikaku's back. Shikaku, you return with Orochimaru for now. Naruto, please look after things. Once I conclude my business here, I will return promptly. Understood, boss. Rest assured, I will protect that little brat from anyone who dares to bully him. Seeing Shikaku nod, Ryunosuke turned and departed with Jiraiya. As they walked further away, Shikaku remarked, Orochimaru, lead the way. We must reach our destination swiftly, so I can indulge myself. I haven't been out in ages. Observing the excited Shikaku, Orochimaru felt somewhat speechless. Is there truly such a stark difference with and without Uzumaki Ryunosuke? Afterward, he promptly indicated the direction, and Shikaku followed Orochimaru's lead. Chapter 10, Jiraiya's Guilt. Inquiries at the Rain Village. I first encountered those 3 children around the conclusion of the Second War. Initially, I regarded them merely as ordinary war orphans. But after spending time with them, I discovered that one child, with red hair, possessed the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. He could summon a dozen shadow ninjas, which prompted me to stay in the Land of Rain for 3 years to educate them, taking them as my disciples. After 3 years, I left them and returned to Konoha, and it has been several years since I last saw them. Jiraiya followed behind Ryunosuke, recounting the series of events that transpired in the Land of Rain. I grasped the general idea, but I would address the specifics once we located them. Ryunosuke furrowed his brow as Jiraiya mentioned Nagato and the others. Memories from his previous life flickered in his mind. Yet he could not recall more as he delved deeper into his thoughts. How troublesome. Why did my flawed system not enhance my memory? Shouldn't improved memory be a fundamental feature of any system? Ryunosuke lamented, reflecting on his acutely deficient system. The accursed system, day by day, resorts to threatening its own existence to fulfill tasks, lacking even the most basic configurations. Reflecting on it, it seems that there wasn't even a novice gift pack available at the very beginning. Moreover, when it comes to executing those tasks, it is far more ruthless than even the legendary 007. At least 007 would not directly threaten life, while that wretched system makes its intentions unmistakably clear. The more I ponder over that system, the more I find it detestable. I wonder where that system is now. If only I could find it. I would make it pay dearly, even at the cost of my own life. After several days of travel alongside Jiraiya, the two finally reached the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Lord Naruto, from here, we shall enter the Land of Rain. And after a few more days, we will arrive at the Rain Ninja Village, Jiraiya said, panting as he stood on a branch next to the upright figure of Naruto. I understand. You should take a good rest, Naruto replied with a disdainful glance at Jiraiya. If it weren't for Jiraiya, he would have arrived much sooner. A rabbit talisman combined with a chicken talisman would have propelled him there in no time. The problem, however, was that Naruto could not recall the exact location of Nagato from the series, and after so many years, the roads had changed significantly. As Naruto had just been revived, he was unfamiliar with the terrain and thus required Jiraiya's assistance. After all, they were master and apprentice, which made it easier to locate their destination, certainly more convenient than summoning the Shadow Army. Naruto was wary of using the Shadow Army, fearing unnecessary complications, particularly because of the Rinnegan. After such a long time, he could hardly remember its specific abilities. Less trouble was preferable. However, Jiraiya seemed to be in a rather frail condition. At first, Naruto noticed that Jiraiya could hardly endure the rapid pace they were traveling. Yet Naruto distinctly remembered that the rabbit talisman, when applied for acceleration, did not allow the accelerated individual to feel the winds rushing past. He had played with the rabbit talisman alongside his mother, Uzumaki Mido, during his childhood without any issues. Contemplating this, Naruto shot Jiraiya a knowing look. Be honest with me. Have you done something to wrong them? Why are you wasting time on this journey? Jiraiya, feeling embarrassed, scratched the back of his head, suddenly losing his breath from earlier. He had not expected his little secret to be exposed so directly. I only taught them for 3 years and then never sought them out again. They have been fending for themselves ever since. They were so young back then, and I feel increasingly guilty about it. Naruto cast another penetrating glance at Jiraiya before inquiring. Are you certain it is merely guilt and not something else? For the first time, Jiraiya met Naruto's gaze and nodded solemnly. Naruto could not discern anything further and turned to run toward the land of rain, his voice carried by the wind. If guilt alone could resolve issues, then why would there be so many wars in this world? Jiraiya, left standing in place, was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's statement, but quickly regained his composure and hurried to catch up with Naruto. As they approached the Rain Ninja village, the gentle drizzle pattered against their cloaks, and the two strangers stood at the village entrance. Naruto found himself lost in thought, gazing at the distinctly different architectural style compared to other countries. Lord Naruto, we should go inside. Standing here is not conducive to our purpose. Let us see if we can locate the 3 of them and then discuss our next steps. Jiraiya suggested, observing Naruto's distraction. Isn't it possible to seek them out directly? Naruto asked, puzzled. Oh, I mentioned earlier that it has been a long time since I last visited, so we are unaware of their whereabouts, Jiraiya replied, feeling increasingly awkward and guilty as he stared at the village architecture. So, bringing you here makes no substantial difference, does it? Naruto fixed an intense glare on Jiraiya. Well, one cannot say it like that. Ha. Jiraiya chuckled nervously, unsure of how to respond. Humph. Naruto snorted dismissively, turning his gaze away. Just then, a group of shadowy ninjas, their eyes tinged with red, emerged from the darkness. Go and find a person with purple eyes and red hair. Once located, send someone to escort me there, Naruto commanded. And the shadowy ninjas immediately melted back into the shadows, commencing their search throughout the Rain Ninja village. Let us proceed inside and inquire further. Perhaps we can uncover some useful information, Naruto stated, moving forward, with Jiraiya hastily following him. Upon entering the Rain Ninja village, they wandered for a while until they arrived at a bun shop. As the steam wafted from the freshly made buns, Jiraiya pulled out some money to purchase a few. Excuse me, old lady, may I ask you a question? Naruto inquired while the elderly woman prepared their buns. Why, what would this handsome young man like to know? She replied. Naruto pointed to his red hair and asked, have you encountered anyone here with hair like mine? Red hair? That is quite rare. In all my time here, I have yet to meet anyone like that. However, today seems to be an exception. Here are your buns, the old lady said as she handed them a bag filled with buns. Do you know of a ninja who uses paper as a technique? Naruto casually asked while accepting the buns. During a previous conversation with Jiraiya, he had learned about one of his 3 disciples who specialized in paper jutsu. That is a rare skill indeed. In all my years, I have only heard of it once, Naruto mused. However, as soon as he finished his question, the surrounding people fixed their gazes intently upon him and Jiraiya. Pray tell, is this young man seeking anything from our revered angel? The old lady's demeanor shifted, becoming fierce and guarded. Lord Naruto, this situation seems rather precarious, Jiraiya whispered, moving closer to Naruto, concern evident on his face. Naruto, unfazed, pushed Jiraiya aside and continued to address the old lady. We were previously saved by a female ninja who employs paper techniques, and we wish to express our gratitude. We have been searching for quite some time. Do you know where that female ninja might be? I see, but I cannot say where our angel resides. Such matters are beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk like us, the old lady responded, her tone softening once more, and the crowd around them, after casting a final glance, gradually dispersed. As long as we know she is within this ninja village, that suffices. Thank you, old lady, Naruto said, nodding in appreciation before turning to leave with Jiraiya. Lord Ryunosuke, although Amigakure is considerably smaller than Konoha, it is still a hidden village. How long would it take to rely solely on your shadow ninjas? Jiraiya inquired, walking behind the whirlpool. Ryunosuke, bewildered. No need for concern. They have already located him. We shall proceed directly, Ryunosuke replied. What? So soon? Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that only a short time had passed since their arrival in Amigakure. Finding a person in such a vast village, though not akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, felt akin to fishing for a needle in a bathhouse. The shadow ninjas had pinpointed Nagato's location in such a brief span of time. It was truly remarkable. Come here. Why are you standing there in a daze? Ryunosuke questioned, observing Jiraiya lost in thought at the entrance of a dim alleyway. Yes, Lord Ryunosuke, Jiraiya responded, snapping back to reality and hurrying to Ryunosuke's side. Is Nagato in this alley? He peered into the shadowy passage behind Ryunosuke, instinctively feeling that it was too dark. Living in such a place for an extended period would surely drive anyone mad, he mused. Just as Jiraiya was about to voice his thoughts, two shadow ninjas seized his arms, gradually pulling him into the shadows beneath his feet. Lord Ryunosuke, what are they doing? Jiraiya exclaimed, panic rising within him as he turned to Ryunosuke. Why the haste? We are merely proceeding to find them, Ryunosuke replied, slowly sinking into the shadow himself. Seeing Ryunosuke descend calmed Jiraiya's racing heart, albeit momentarily. As Jiraiya fully submerged into the shadow, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Various monstrous beings floated about, their crimson eyes sending shivers down his spine. Welcome to my kingdom, the kingdom of shadows, Ryunosuke declared, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace all that surrounded him. Jiraiya, filled with curiosity, surveyed this dark world. Is this where the shadow ninjas reside? He pondered, captivated by the scene before him. Come along. If you find this place so intriguing, you may consider residing here. But first, let us locate our target. I do not wish to keep my kin waiting. With that, Ryunosuke glided ahead, and with the aid of the two shadow ninjas, Jiraiya followed suit. After a brief while, Jiraiya felt himself being lifted. Gradually, his disheveled white hair emerged from the ground. Who goes there? An indignant voice called from above. Jiraiya looked up to see a girl in a red cloud-patterned black coat, with light blue hair, standing before him. Oh, Conan, it's been quite a while, Jiraiya exclaimed, scrambling to free himself from the ground, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes as he greeted her. Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here, emerging from my shadow? Conan questioned, her curiosity piqued by the unexpected appearance of her long-lost mentor. You must be Conan. Do you know of a child with hair the same color as mine? We are here to find him, Ryunosuke interjected, gesturing to his own crimson locks. Your hair resembles Nagato's. Who are you, and what business do you have with him? Conan asked, eyeing Ryunosuke with suspicion. Conan, I sense an unfamiliar chakra. Is someone approaching? A voice echoed from the cave behind her. Ryunosuke and Jiraiya turned to see a boy with orange hair stepping out of the darkness. Ah, Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you to our domain? Yahiko, or perhaps Nagato, questioned. Intrigue etched on his face. Had Konoha uncovered their plans even before they had commenced? You are Yahiko? How do you possess the Rinnegan? Where's Nagato? Jiraiya demanded, his mind racing with unsettling thoughts as he gazed into Yahiko's eyes. Silence. Ryunosuke interjected, delivering a swift punch to Jiraiya's nape, maintaining an impassive gaze upon Yahiko. I sense no life within you. This body has perished, hasn't it, Nagato? Come forth and face me. Who are you and what do you seek? Nagato's voice resonated through Yahiko, directed toward Ryunosuke. What do you mean Yahiko is dead? How can that be? Jiraiya felt his strength drain, collapsing to the ground in despair at Ryunosuke's revelation. I am Ryunosuke of the Uzumaki clan, the clan's young leader. Now, come forth, Ryunosuke commanded, addressing the lifeless Yahiko with authority. Are you attempting to command a god? Even as the young leader of the Uzumaki clan, you have no right to do so. Universal pull. Nagato bellowed, as Yahiko's hands spread wide, summoning immense gravitational force. A god? You are merely a member of the Uzumaki clan, daring to claim divinity? On what grounds? Your meager control over gravity? Ryunosuke scoffed, extending his hand slightly, unleashing a colossal repulsive force that sent Yahiko crashing against the cave ceiling. Nagato! Conan cried out, alarmed at Yahiko's predicament. Ryunosuke frowned, whispering something to the shadow ninjas, who promptly vanished from sight. After a moment, Nagato emerged from the shadow, appearing frail and emaciated, seated in a wheelchair. Ryunosuke's brow furrowed deeper at the sight. What has happened to you? Why are you in such a state? He inquired, perplexed by Nagato's drastic transformation, reminiscent of a substance abuser in their final throes. Nagato, how did you come to be here? Conan rushed to Nagato's side, positioning herself protectively between him and Ryunosuke. her expression grave. You are Nagato? How have you changed so drastically? Jiraiya marveled at the transformed figure before him, astonished. Conan, stand aside, you cannot obstruct him. I was brought here by those masked ninjas, and I am just as bewildered as you, Ryunosuke said, approaching Nagato. Placing a hand atop his head, a radiant light enveloped his hand, and Nagato's form visibly restored to its former vigor. Rise and take a few steps. Let me assess your condition. I have healed your body, Ryunosuke instructed. What? Jiraiya, Nagato, and Conan gasped in unison, astonished. Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued by the miraculous recovery, while Conan and Nagato, aware of far more, were rendered even more astonished by the display. Nagato, you must try it. Shounen approached Nagato and gently helped him rise from his wheelchair, her voice trembling with excitement. Chapter 12. The Desire for Peace, the Resurrection of Yahiko. With the combined effort of Shounen and Nagato, he finally stood unsteadily. At that moment, Nagato distinctly felt that his legs, injured by Hanzo the Salamander's jutsu, had finally begun to heal. Tears of joy streamed down Shounen's face as she exclaimed, "Wonderful, Nagato! Your legs are finally restored." Observing the intimate bond between the two, Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly spoke to Nagato. For a while, you should focus on your recovery. Gentle walks will aid in the normal restoration of your legs. Additionally, it would be prudent to abstain from intimate relations during this period. Otherwise, your body may still bear complications after such a long illness. Your priority now is to heal. Upon hearing Ryunosuke's words, both Nagato and Shounen were momentarily perplexed. What do you mean? Intimate relations? Shounen questioned, glancing at Ryunosuke, who appeared quite serious. Aren't you two a couple? I thought Nagato's frail appearance was due to his illness and his involvement with you. Ryunosuke's words caused a blush to rise on both Shounen and Nagato's faces. Shounen turned away in anger, while Nagato hurriedly clarified. My condition is due to other reasons. Shounen and I are merely friends, not a couple. While I appreciate your assistance, please do not misunderstand. Oh, I see. I assumed you were in that state due to your relationship, Ryunosuke replied. For a moment, both Nagato and Shounen fell silent. Ryunosuke observed their synchronized expressions and movements, shook his head, and continued, By the way, I came to find you because I'm currently searching for the villagers of the former land of whirlpools. Nagato, it's time to return home. I need your help in rebuilding a new land of whirlpools. Listening to Ryunosuke, Nagato shook his head. I have unfinished business. I promised Yahiko that I would create a peaceful world, and until that goal is realized, I cannot pursue anything else. Jiraiya glanced at Yahiko, still suspended from the cave ceiling, and asked Nagato, what exactly happened between you two? Why has Yahiko ended up like this? Sighing, Jiraiya continued, Nagato, please explain the events of that day. You mean to say that the root organization of Konoha was also present? Ryunosuke inquired coldly. Yes, it was indeed the root ninjas who acted alongside Hanzo the Salamander. Shounen, now fully recovered, retorted vehemently. Indeed, they were audacious. Not only did they obliterate the land of whirlpools, but they also attacked the remnants of our people. Danzo truly has a lot of gall, Ryunosuke exclaimed, his immense chakra stirring up gusts of wind within the cave. Now I finally understand the sentiments of the first and second Hokage, Jiraiya said angrily, striking the cave wall with a fist, causing the entire structure to tremble. What is your plan to achieve world peace? Ryunosuke asked curiously, eager to hear his kin's grand vision. We intend to gather all the tailed beasts and summon the 10 tails, using its formidable power to deter humanity from resorting to violence, Nagato stated earnestly, with Shounen nodding in agreement beside him. That's it? That's your plan? Ryunosuke questioned, bewildered. Yes, we aim to suppress all of humanity with overwhelming strength, allowing them to experience suffering and thereby attain true peace, Nagato asserted, his expression serious, while Shounen vigorously nodded her head in affirmation. Then I must say your idea is utterly preposterous, Ryunosuke replied, disappointment evident as he shook his head. He had expected more profound insights from his kin, only to find this. How can you say that? If a common enemy emerges, they will unite against it. Peace would then be achievable, Shounen retorted angrily, glaring at Ryunosuke. If mere brute force could ensure peace, then Hashirama and Madara would have succeeded long ago. It's absurd to think you, a mere child, could accomplish this, Ryunosuke said, his finger poking Nagato's forehead as he gritted his teeth. What are you doing? Besides, you don't even look older than us. You're the one who is a child. Shounen protested, swatting away Ryunosuke's finger and shouting at him. Humph. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Uzumaki Ryunosuke, the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan from the Warring States period. Ryunosuke declared, hands on his hips. Addressing Nagato and Xiaonan. You're lying. If you survived from the Warring States period, you'd be an ancient relic by now. You look barely 20. Stop deceiving us. Xiaonan scoffed, giving Ryunosuke a sideways glance. I was resurrected through the Edo Tensei technique by Orochimaru. The summoned individuals appear as they did in death, which is why I look like I'm in my 20s. In reality, I am nearing a century old, and you all seem like mere children to me. Nagato said in astonishment. You are the renowned Uzumaki Ryunosuke, famed alongside Hashirama and Madara? Indeed, that is I. Young man, I can assure you that your approach may work for a while, but in the long run, it will amount to nothing. Human power has its limits. Even the sage of 6 paths could not achieve immortality, let alone you. Even if you accomplish your plan, once you perish, the world will descend into chaos again. That is human nature. You cannot suppress it. Ryunosuke stated sternly, gazing intently at Nagato, who remained seated in his wheelchair. Is it impossible for the world to attain peace? Nagato murmured, staring at his hands. Absolutely not. I firmly believe that a day of peace will surely come. Throughout the years, I have traveled to numerous countries and encountered countless people, many of whom yearn for peace and abhor war. I believe that through our efforts, we can discover a path to peace. At that moment, Jiraiya, who had been standing quietly to the side, spoke up to comfort Nagato. Nagato, peace is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires the exploration and practice of those who came before us. If peace could be attained so simply, who would truly cherish the hard-won tranquility? Ryunosuke turned to gaze at the rain-soaked sky outside the cave. Join me, Nagato. Even if we cannot find a means to achieve world peace in the short term, we can first establish a peaceful nation of our own, and then gradually conquer the world, ushering in a new era of peace. Nagato looked at Ryunosuke's outstretched hand, contemplated for a moment, and then firmly grasped it. All right, I will join you in building our own realm of peace. Seeing Nagato's serious demeanor, Ryunosuke ruffled his hair and smiled. Then, as your young clan leader, I shall first assist you in resurrecting your friend. Consider it a privilege I bestow upon you. Both Xiaonan and Nagato stared at Ryunosuke in disbelief. Is that true? Can you really bring Yahiko back to life? Vortex Ryunosuke chuckled softly. Of course, after all, I am my own resurrection. Besides, how could I possibly deceive my junior? Chapter 13. Reunion with an old friend. Kurizetsu having spoken, Vortex Ryunosuke raised one hand, and an immense gravitational force emanated from his palm, instantly pulling Yahiko, who was embedded in the wall, down. Since we have agreed, let us proceed. We must first seek Orochimaru. Nagato, controlling Yahiko, brushed off the dust from his clothes and shook his head at Vortex Ryunosuke. I cannot accompany you just yet. Vortex Ryunosuke frowned, displeased. What? Are you jesting with me? Not at all. As the leader of the Akatsuki, departing silently would cause a significant ruckus. I must first ensure everything is in order before we can leave together, Nagato explained, as 5 figures with Rinnegan emerged from the cave behind him. I see. Then allow me to accompany you to meet your subordinates. I am quite curious about the ilk of this incompetent junior of mine, Vortex Ryunosuke replied, nodding in agreement to Nagato's suggestion. In that case, I would appreciate it if you could employ the method you used to capture me to bring them here. Nagato said from his wheelchair, positioned a step behind Vortex Ryunosuke. What? Are you unable to locate them? How do you usually convene to arrange affairs? Vortex Ryunosuke inquired, intrigued by Nagato's response. We typically conduct meetings using the rings on our fingers, but I believe it would be better for the young master to meet them in person. I have also stationed some masked ninjas with them. I trust the young master can easily retrieve them, Nagato explained. You possess the shadow army as well. You can summon them? Vortex Ryunosuke paused at the cave's entrance, turning to Nagato with a questioning gaze. Raising his hands, 9 distinct shadow ninjas emerged from the ground beneath them. I can summon 3 types of these ninjas, the ordinary ones, the clawed ones, and those with pincers, Nagato elaborated, gesturing towards 3 of the shadow ninjas. I see, so you can summon the Ninja Legion, the Giant Pincer Corps, and the Stab Blade Corps, Vortex Ryunosuke stated, waving his hand to send all but the 3 previously mentioned shadow ninjas back into the shadows. The names of these legions are quite fitting. Not bad. The Ninja Legion is versatile, while the stab blade and giant pincer core are high in offensive power. You have done well. Vortex Ryunosuke nodded, pleased, ruffling Nagato's hair, leaving it in disarray. Nagato! Conan exclaimed, watching Vortex Ryunosuke's playful antics with concern. Surprisingly, Nagato did not seem angered. Instead, he smiled at Vortex Ryunosuke. Thank you for your praise, young master. Jiraiya, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. He wanted to approach and speak, feeling embarrassed for having left so long ago, unaware of the significant events surrounding Yahiko. Yet, not approaching would make him feel like an outsider, which was even more uncomfortable. Fortunately, the tension did not linger for long, as several figures emerged from the shadows, breaking the awkward silence. Is this the Rain Village? How did I end up here? One masked man exclaimed. Is there something important from the leader? These ninjas suddenly brought me back and made off with the 7,000 Rio I had just earned. What is going on? Yes. I was in the midst of finding offerings for Lord Evil God when I was abruptly brought back. The group, recently summoned, expressed their grievances to Yahiko, completely overlooking Nagato and Vortex Ryunosuke, as they had never encountered them before. This person is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha? Perfect. Since I lost that 7,000 Rio, I'll use you to make up for it. The masked figure's eyes gleamed with greed as he gazed at Jiraiya, who stood at the back. Then I shall offer this young man to the evil god. I am certain he will be quite pleased. A man wielding a gigantic scythe declared, rolling up his sleeves. Ready for action. Nagato, your subordinates are lacking. They act as if you do not exist, Vortex Ryunosuke teased, unfazed by Haiden's threat. Are you all plotting rebellion? Conan stepped forward, shouting at the group. It seems, Itachi, considering their demeanor, it may take a while to resolve this. Would you like to sit and rest for a moment? At the back of the group, a shark-faced individual spoke to a man with a scratched Konoha forehead protector beside him. No need, Kisame. I believe it will not take long to conclude, Itachi replied. Shaking his head, his gaze lost in thought as he observed Vortex Ryunosuke's hair. Meanwhile, a massive pitcher plant on the ground stared intently at Vortex Ryunosuke. Please pardon the young master. I shall discipline them, Nagato remarked, feeling a wave of embarrassment at the raucous crowd, his frustration mounting. Very well, allow me to handle this. After all, I must persuade them soon. Without displaying some strength, how will they heed my words? Vortex Ryunosuke waved his hand dismissively and took a few steps forward. Listen well, you worthless fools. I am Vortex Ryunosuke, the young clan leader of the Vortex clan from decades past. I am here to witness the subordinates of my incompetent junior, yet you have profoundly disappointed me. I see nothing in you that suggests you are capable of great deeds. If any of you dare to challenge me, step forward and show me what distinguishes you as rogue ninjas of supposed shadow-level strength. Damn it, how can it be him? The pitcher plant gasped in shock, preparing to burrow into the ground to escape. Humph. Seeing the pitcher plant move, Vortex Ryunosuke assumed it intended to ambush him from below. With a mere thought, he yanked the plant from the ground. Ah, you are not. Staring at the floating pitcher plant, Vortex Ryunosuke felt an inexplicable familiarity. Oh. So it is you, Kurizetsu. It has indeed been a long time. Vortex Ryunosuke remarked, shielding his eyes from the stark contrast of the plant's black and white form. Recognizing the black side, he finally identified his old friend. Damn it, Vortex Ryunosuke, did you not perish long ago? How can you be here? Kurizetsu exclaimed, struggling in midair, fear evident in his voice. Young master, do you know Kurizetsu? Nagato inquired, maneuvering his wheelchair beside Vortex Ryunosuke. Indeed, we are old friends. I remember during the Warring States period, I was pilfering from the Uchiha clan shrine when I caught him secretly altering a stone tablet's inscription. I did not anticipate he could burrow underground, allowing him to escape. I searched for him for quite some time, yet here we are today, Vortex Ryunosuke recounted. As Vortex Ryunosuke narrated his tale, the previously indifferent Itachi could no longer contain himself and turned to Vortex Ryunosuke with a question. You mentioned witnessing him modifying the stone tablet at the Uchiha clan shrine. Do you possess any evidence? Chapter 14, Uchiha Obito and Akatsuki's arrangements. What evidence is required? Believe it or not, it matters not to me. I have nothing to conceal. Vortex Ryunosuke seized Kurizetsu and hurled him into the Shadow Kingdom. Then turned to Uchiha Itachi to explain. Do you think a man of my age is jesting with a mere child like you? Are you aware of what he altered? At that moment, a vortex suddenly appeared beside them, and a figure wearing a tiger-striped mask emerged, addressing Vortex Ryunosuke. Who are you? Why should I answer your questions? Lurking in the shadows? Moreover, with that single eye and tiger mask, you must be the one who murdered Kushina. As he spoke, Vortex Ryunosuke lunged at Uchiha Obito with astonishing speed, catching everyone present off guard. Damn it, I am Uchiha Madara. You dare lay a hand on me, brat. Obito had not heard Ryunosuke's prior introduction nor Kurizetsu's words. Just as Kurizetsu attempted to caution Obito, Ryunosuke intervened, resulting in astonishment among the onlookers. Uchiha Madara and Vortex Ryunosuke hailed from the same era, and according to Ryunosuke, they were rivals. Madara could not possibly fail to recognize him. Thus, one truth remained. Either Vortex Ryunosuke or Uchiha Madara was lying. You claim to be Uchiha Madara? Do you not recognize who I am? Little one. You are quite the pretender. Ryunosuke found amusement in Obito's words, his grip tightening. Damn it! With an enraged outburst from Obito. A wave of spatial disturbance emanated from his eye. Spatial ninjutsu? Ryunosuke was taken aback and swiftly sealed Obito's chakra. As the chakra was sealed, the spatial disturbance Obito had caused vanished without a trace. You bastard, what have you done to me? Oh, are you not Uchiha Madara? How could you not recognize an old friend's technique? Ryunosuke grasped Obito with one hand while reaching for the mask on his face. Come, let me see who you truly are, bastard. As Obito struggled more fiercely, Ryunosuke removed the mask, revealing a youthful visage. You are not Uchiha Madara? What happened to your wild and unruly face? Ryunosuke teased, gazing at the unfamiliar face. Uchiha Obito. As the onlookers recognized the individual in Ryunosuke's grasp, two astonished voices rang out, one from Uchiha Itachi and the other from Jiraiya, standing behind Ryunosuke. What? Do you know him? Ryunosuke inquired, glancing at Jiraiya and then at Itachi. Yes, he was a clan member who perished during the Third Great Ninja War. He was Minato's apprentice. Compared to Itachi's explanation, Jiraiya's words incited greater fury in Ryunosuke. Fixating on the still struggling Obito, Ryunosuke's voice turned icy. So, Kushina was your teacher? You ungrateful little brat. You murdered your own master and mistress? As Ryunosuke's anger escalated, his grip tightened further. Obito's complexion darkened to a deep shade of purple, and just as he appeared on the verge of being crushed, Ryunosuke released him, causing Obito to collapse to the ground, coughing uncontrollably. Ryunosuke cast a cold glance at him. In that case, consider this a greeting gift for Kushina. With that, a colossal figure emerged beneath Obito, pulling him into the Shadow Kingdom. As Obito vanished, Ryunosuke exhaled sharply and addressed the remaining individuals. I initially felt quite amiable and intended to engage with you for a while. However, my mood has soured, and I have decided against participating in your games. If anyone disagrees, step forward. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I shall let you go. Now, who has any objections? Faced with the furious Ryunosuke, the Akatsuki members exchanged glances, remaining silent. Excellent, then you have no objections. You have 2 hours to gather your belongings before accompanying me. Should I discover any attempts at fleeing, rest assured your demise will be most grievous. With that, Ryunosuke vanished in an instant, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Everyone, gather your things. Afterward, adhere to the young clan leader's instructions, Nagato announced. Following his words, the group dispersed in pairs, conversing as they moved. 2 hours swiftly passed. Ryunosuke surveyed the gathered individuals and nodded. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. You have done nothing wrong, and I shall not take my frustrations out on you. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall fulfill whatever I can. Hearing Ryunosuke's words, the crowd exchanged glances. And it was Hayden who first expressed his thoughts. You are the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, right? What do you require us to do next? Ryunosuke regarded Hayden, who appeared anxious under his gaze, before responding. I intend to seek out the remnants of the land of whirlpools and establish a new Uzumaki nation. You are welcome to join this new nation as members. As for your tasks at present, I have yet to devise anything. However, I will arrange matters as needed. Will there be others in your Uzumaki nation who share my faith in the evil deity? Hayden inquired again, to which Ryunosuke promptly replied. As long as you can persuade them, I have no concern for whom you choose to worship. Good, then I have no objections. Satisfied with Ryunosuke's response, Hayden returned to his place in line. If I work in your Uzumaki nation, how much will you pay me each month? Upon Hayden's question, Kakuzu swiftly stepped forward. his small eyes gleaming with the desire for wealth. "So you enjoy money?" Ryunosuke asked, perplexed by Kakuzu's serious demeanor. For a ninja, earning money is a trivial pursuit. Especially for a shadow-level powerhouse, a single S-rank mission can yield several million ryo. "Indeed, it is my passion. If you cannot accommodate this, then I must decline joining your ranks," Kakuzu stated seriously, his gaze fixed on Ryunosuke to ensure he would not act impulsively. "Since you have a penchant for money, why not take charge of the finances of the new Uzumaki nation?" Is that so?" Ryunosuke's suggestion left Kakuzu momentarily bewildered. "What I mean is, given your affinity for wealth, when I establish the Uzumaki nation, the financial responsibilities will fall upon you." As Ryunosuke finished speaking, the gleam in Kakuzu's eyes became so intense it seemed to illuminate the entire cavern. "Very well, Lord Ryunosuke. Please entrust me with the management of all finances. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Do any of you have any requests?" asked Uzumaki Ryunosuke, gazing at the remaining individuals with a slow deliberation. Chapter 15. The appearance of Kaguya, the beaten Uzumaki Naruto. Subsequently, Uzumaki Ryunosuke devoted a considerable amount of time to understanding the needs and aspirations of the Akatsuki members. Under his masterful and harmonious arrangements, the group confidently pledged their allegiance to Ryunosuke, aspiring to establish a peaceful and idyllic new Yuzushio. Among this assembly, Konan and Nagato eagerly awaited Ryunosuke's resurrection of Yahiko, while Deidara and Sasori expressed their desire to pursue their artistic visions. Upon discerning their distinct artistic pursuits, Ryunosuke shared his insights. He initially suggested that Deidara could develop a colorful firework devoid of significant lethality, suitable for festivals and ancestral tributes. Deidara, captivated by Ryunosuke's vivid portrayal of this splendid scene, was swiftly enchanted, readily declaring his loyalty and thumping his chest in affirmation. In contrast to Deidara, Sasori sought eternal artistry through the transformation of humans into puppets. He had even modified himself into a puppet. When Sasori removed his clothing to present himself to Ryunosuke, the latter's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Ryunosuke could not restrain his admiration, expressing his praise as he explored Sasori's form with unabashed enthusiasm. The onlookers, including Sasori, were left in a state of discomfort, while even the previously respectful Jiraiya discreetly shifted behind Nagato, suspecting Ryunosuke of harboring peculiar tendencies. "Remarkable, Sasori. Your ideas are truly extraordinary. You are a genius," Ryunosuke exclaimed, releasing his hands just as Sasori was on the verge of an outburst. He then introduced a concept from his memory, flesh and blood transcending into machinery. He proposed a towering mech controlled by a human operator, enthusiastically recounting various ideas about mechs from his recollections. Sasori, undeterred by Ryunosuke's prior actions, eagerly nodded in agreement to join the cause. Subsequently, Itachi and Kisame proved even easier to persuade. Ryunosuke, empowered by the spiritual energy bestowed upon him by the talisman within, directly countered Itachi's Tsukuyomi and subsequently healed his affliction. As for Kisame, who initially despised the illusory nature of this world, he longed to collaborate with Edo to create a reality of substance. Once everything was settled, the group departed from the Hidden Rain Village, marching towards the Sound Village in the Land of Rice. Unable to endure the slow pace of travel, Ryunosuke utilized his talismans to soar through the sky, swiftly arriving at their destination. Later, an on-duty ninja from the Sound Village recounted the moment when he witnessed a dozen individuals descend from the heavens, initially suspecting they were there to apprehend Orochimaru. Acting on impulse, he charged forward with a kunai, only to be commended by Ryunosuke for his bravery. "Is this truly where Orochimaru is hiding?" Deidara queried, casting a curious glance around as he landed. "Fear not, I have already informed Orochimaru. There will be someone to receive us inside," Ryunosuke assured the group, leading them through a seemingly ominous entrance. Meanwhile, the previously lauded ninja now lay on the ground, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Orochimaru's minions are quite inept. Sleeping on the job in broad daylight, Sasori quipped as they passed the slumbering ninja. "It is excessively dark and damp here," Ryunosuke noted upon entering Orochimaru's underground lair. But understanding that serpents thrive in such environments brought him some solace. Not long after, the group heard loud shouts emanating from ahead. Approaching the source, they discovered a red-haired girl, clad in glasses, relentlessly assaulting a yellow-haired boy with a flurry of punches and kicks. the very sounds that had drawn Ryunosuke's attention. Standing nearby, a boy dressed in Uchiha clan attire crossed his arms, accompanied by several others whom Ryunosuke did not recognize, including a white-haired boy who appeared quite embarrassed. Naruto, what on earth are you doing? Ryunosuke inquired, observing the scene where the fallen Uzumaki Naruto was being mercilessly beaten. The commotion attracted the attention of everyone present. Curious faces turning towards Ryunosuke. "It's Uchiha Itachi," exclaimed the boy in the Uchiha attire, brandishing a kunai and charging at Ryunosuke. With a swift motion, Ryunosuke raised his hand and struck the boy down. Itachi glared with gritted teeth at Ryunosuke. "Sasuke!" the girl who had been attacking Naruto exclaimed, rising from her position atop him and rushing towards the fallen Uchiha. The white-haired boy glanced at the commotion and turned away, while the remaining two stood frozen. One expressionless and the other cowering behind the former, casting fearful glances at Ryunosuke. The girl tenderly rubbed Sasuke's swelling cheek, her eyes burning with fury as she glared at Ryunosuke. "Naruto, what were you up to just now?" Ryunosuke affectionately tousled Naruto's hair, directing his question at the girl. It was Sasuke. He stealthily followed us here, and when I merely chided him, he lunged at me like a madwoman. I truly don't understand him. By the way, where did you disappear to, Uncle Ryunosuke? When I awoke, you were gone. If it weren't for that snake uncle, I would have thought you abandoned me. Naruto explained while brushing off the dust from his clothes. Hearing Naruto's last remark, Ryunosuke knelt to help him clean off the dust. This was unforeseen. It won't happen again. I promise to inform you whenever I go anywhere in the future, alright? Ryunosuke reassured Naruto, who nodded with a smile in response. Yes, I will make sure to follow Uncle Ryunosuke closely from now on. It seems that Lord Ryunosuke has garnered quite a bit from his visit to the Hidden Rain village. Came Orochimaru's voice from behind Uchiha Sasuke, who smiled at the familiar figures trailing Ryunosuke. Chapter 16. The Angry Uzumaki Ryunosuke. The Grass Ninja Village. Yes, it has been quite fruitful. Where is Shikaku? I thought I asked it to keep an eye on Naruto. Ryunosuke inquired, nodding in agreement with Orochimaru's earlier statement. Do you mean the one-tail? It's sunbathing in the mountains. You know I cannot control it. By the way, this young lady is Kagaya, a villager from my Yuzushio, Orochimaru replied. Orochimaru smiled as he explained to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, simultaneously gesturing towards the girl who was massaging Uchiha Sasuke. Is it her? Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded and approached, ruffling Shine's hair, only to be forcefully swatted away. You villain who hurt Sasuke, I don't know you. Shine exclaimed angrily at the grinning Uzumaki Ryunosuke. While Ryunosuke remained unfazed, Uzumaki Naruto beside him appeared displeased. What are you violent girls talking about? What? Who are you calling a violent girl? Shine's temper flared even more, her red hair billowing like octopus tentacles in the air. Observing this familiar scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but swallow hard. This little girl resembles Kushina, especially when she gets angry. Shine's explosive temper even drew admiration from the members of Akatsuki nearby, especially from Kisame, who noted how her fierce demeanor mirrored Ryunosuke's past encounters with him. Enough. We are all family now. This isn't how we should behave, Uzumaki Ryunosuke interjected, attempting to separate the two while offering words of comfort. However, his expression suddenly darkened, and he released his grip on Naruto, pulling up Shine's sleeve. Beneath the fabric, numerous bite marks marred her pristine arms. Ryunosuke's anger surged, his expression darker than Orochimaru's lair. What is this? Naruto, realizing the situation, was equally appalled by the sight of the bite marks on Shine's arms. The onlookers, now curious, turned their gazes towards her arms. This is outrageous. What is going on? Konan could no longer remain silent, her voice filled with anger. After a moment of dazed confusion, Shine quickly regained her composure, retracting her arm from Ryunosuke's hold and pulling her sleeve down to conceal the bite marks. You jerk! How can you just look at a girl's body? Pervert! Shine shouted at Ryunosuke, who remained silent yet pulled her hand back into his own, gripping her tightly. As a flash of light enveloped them, Ryunosuke released his grip. Shine hastily withdrew her arm, rolling up her sleeve to find the bite marks had vanished, revealing flawless skin. How could this be? Shine gazed at her restored arms in astonishment, while those around her looked at Ryunosuke in amazement. Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement. I never expected Lord Ryunosuke could even restore lost vitality. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Unperturbed by the surrounding gazes, Ryunosuke fixed his gaze on Shine and asked, Who did this to you? Cheyenne appeared bewildered, her mind struggling to comprehend. Orochimaru quickly interjected. Cheyenne originally lived in the land of grass, Lord Ryunosuke. If you require, I can guide you there. Ryunosuke glanced at the eager Orochimaru and nodded. All right, then lead us. He took Cheyenne's hand and started moving towards the exit, casting a deep glance at Jiraiya as they passed. I hope by the time we return, you have resolved the issues with the Uchiha brothers. With that, he led Cheyenne and the excited Orochimaru away, leaving the remaining group in stunned silence. Jiraiya was the first to recover, pulling Itachi and Sasuke away. The others, under the direction of Orochimaru's subordinate Kabuto, were shown to their living quarters, leaving Naruto standing alone, dumbfounded. Damn it, Uncle always deceives me, claiming he would inform me of his whereabouts. And now he just abandons me. I will never speak to him again. With that, he stormed out of Orochimaru's lair to seek Shikaku. Meanwhile, Cheyenne, who had just regained her senses, struggled in Ryunosuke's grip. Let go of me. Where are you taking me? She demanded while glancing around. When she realized she was soaring through the sky alongside Orochimaru and Ryunosuke, she clung tightly to him, trembling as she inquired. Are you taking me to seek revenge? Ryunosuke replied without looking back. I will take you to avenge. Upon hearing his words, Cheyenne fell into deep contemplation. That place, which had once been her nightmare, would have kept her imprisoned had she not awakened her power to summon those cloaked ninjas one fateful night. Soon, Ryunosuke brought Cheyenne and Orochimaru above the village of grass, where their presence quickly attracted the attention of the village ninjas. Who are you? What brings you to the village of grass? A burly man approached Ryunosuke, questioning him. Is it them? Ryunosuke disregarded the man's inquiry, focusing instead on the trembling Cheyenne. Captain Inuzuka, that appears to be the rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru. Below, Inuzuka Kuda, irritated by Ryunosuke's indifference, suddenly noticed Orochimaru's presence due to the reminder from a companion. Quickly, inform the Kazekage. Kuda exclaimed as he recognized the situation. Just then, a deep voice resonated beside him. I am already here. The speaker was none other than the leader of the village of grass, Chikawa Dayu. Lord Orochimaru, what brings you to the village of grass? Upon hearing his name called, Orochimaru merely cast a cursory glance and withdrew to the back, deliberately diminishing his presence. Kazekage, that little girl seems to be the child of that woman. With this reminder, Chikawa Dayu finally recognized the familiar figure beside Ryunosuke, a wave of unease washing over him. At that moment, Cheyenne, comforted by Ryunosuke, ceased her trembling and glared fiercely at the familiar faces below. It's them. I will never forget them, even in death, she said through gritted teeth. Ryunosuke nodded in understanding of her words. Then, the time has come for you to seek your vengeance. But I lack the strength, Cheyenne replied, shaking her head in disappointment. Do not fret. I shall grant you the necessary power, provided you awaken the darkness within your heart. Ryunosuke's words whispered like a devil's temptation in Cheyenne's ears. The darkness within, deep inside, she murmured, as a blue mask-like symbol on her neck pulsed with a red glow, while Orochimaru observed everything with an impassive expression. Chapter 17. Turmoil in the Village of Grass, Ignorant Civilians. Since they were the ones who harmed you, why not retaliate? Observing Cheyenne's stupor, Ryunosuke's brow arched, as he continued to prod her reason with subtle provocations. No, of course not. However, Xianglin gazed down at the villagers of the Grass Ninja Village, particularly at those seemingly innocent civilians. She could not bring herself to harden her heart and could only shake her head helplessly. Observing this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned his attention to Orochimaru, who stood behind him. You should first attend to the matters I previously mentioned. This will be concluded shortly. We will come to find you then. Orochimaru glanced at the trembling Xianglin before silently nodding in agreement with Ryunosuke. He then created a shadow clone, instructing it with a few words before it set off into the distance without looking back. Lord Ryunosuke, rest assured, by the time we conclude our task and return, everything there will be prepared. We can directly execute the jutsu then, Orochimaru explained to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, before dutifully taking his place at the back. Well then, Xianglin, have you made your decision? Annihilate this village and let them pay a grievous price for their past misdeeds. As Xianglin reflected on her previous life of suffering, her gaze began to grow resolute, only to waver once more at the last moment. Uzumaki Ryunosuke observed Xianglin's change with keen eyes, but ultimately shook his head in disappointment at her final hesitance. Since you cannot make up your mind, perhaps it is better to give them a chance. Ryunosuke gently placed a hand on Xianglin's shoulder, looking thoughtfully at the grass ninja below. Give them a chance. Xianglin felt utterly perplexed by Ryunosuke's words. To whom should she grant this opportunity? Orochimaru, or the grass ninjas below? But how could they choose the outcome she wished to see? Seeing Xianglin's confusion, Ryunosuke offered her a reassuring smile. He then stepped forward, addressing the villagers of the grass ninja village. All inhabitants of the grass ninja village, listen closely. I am the elder of this child. I have heard of her treatment here, and I am exceedingly angered. I now grant you the opportunity to choose your fate. If anyone reveals the injustices this child has suffered in the grass ninja village, you may speak now. Time is running out. Moreover, anyone who reports will earn a chance to live. If you remain silent, and I discover the truth later, your fate will not merely be destruction of your homes. He pushed Xianglin to the forefront while observing the expressions of the grass ninjas below. Initially bewildered, the villagers' expressions shifted to one of suspicion. Chai Jiangdaong, witnessing this situation, quickly grasped Ryunosuke's intentions and shouted angrily, "If you choose to believe this person who knows nothing of our true circumstances, rather than the villagers who understand you, you will all perish soon. It would be better to fight now. I refuse to believe that so many of us cannot overcome two ninjas and a child. Even if one of us can only land a single blow, we can overwhelm them with numbers. Instead of placing your faith in him, trust in the weapons you hold." As Chai Jiangdaong's impassioned speech reverberated through the village, the villagers were stirred to action, gripping their weapons tightly and fixing their gaze on Ryunosuke and his companions above. Orochimaru, far from worried, found amusement in the unfolding scene. He had only witnessed a glimpse of Ryunosuke's capabilities before, but now he was eager to see the true strength of the young lord from the land of whirlpools during the Warring States period. How tiresome, Ryunosuke thought as he surveyed the hostile crowd below, his brow furrowing. He raised his right hand, concentrating the power of his dragon seal, and unleashed a fireball that struck Chai Jiangdaong. However, it quickly transformed into a wooden figure. Chai Jiangdaong, drenched in cold sweat, stared at Ryunosuke above, realizing that had he not been vigilant, he might have fallen victim to that attack. Orochimaru's excitement grew as he observed Ryunosuke's effortless use of ninjutsu without hand seals. The fire technique he had unleashed possessed at least the power of a B-rank jutsu. Truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the villagers of the grass ninja village, witnessing their beleaguered leader and the effortlessly powerful stranger above, quickly began to discern their hierarchy. In an instant, they cast aside their weapons, pointing fingers at one another to report the misdeeds they knew of regarding Xianglin and her mother. Chaos soon engulfed the grass ninja village, with villagers bickering and fighting amongst themselves. Even before Ryunosuke had made a move, the village descended into disarray, and the number of casualties steadily rose with time. Hey, have you all lost your minds? Is this self-inflicted chaos? Are you giving them an opportunity? Chai Jiangdaong shouted angrily at the tumultuous villagers around him, only to find himself trembling under their accusations. If it weren't for your schemes, that mother and daughter would not have suffered like this, and we wouldn't be facing a life-threatening situation now. Yes, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have ended up like this. As he watched the grass ninja village devolve into chaos, Ryunosuke once again nudged Xianglin to the front. Do you see? These are the innocent civilians you hesitate to harm. Everyone is selfish when their lives are not at stake. They can sing praises of their great leader, but when danger arises from his decisions, they will lash out against him, regardless of any past benefits. Civilians are foolish, blindly following their leaders. Yet they are also incredibly shrewd when danger looms. They will do anything to survive. In such moments, even the ninjas they usually fear will be blamed and held accountable, all in a desperate bid for survival. They will obey even the most absurd commands if it means preserving their lives. In times of crisis, the true nature of people is revealed. Ryunosuke's gaze remained fixed on the chaotic scene below as he spoke to Xianglin, lost in contemplation. Her expression darkened as she observed the turmoil. The color of the pattern on her neck deepened to a crimson hue. Orochimaru, listening to Ryunosuke's words, fell into deep thought, profoundly impacted by his insights. The observations that civilians are foolish and in times of crisis, the true nature of people is revealed lingered in Orochimaru's mind. Particularly the notion that civilians are foolish reminded him of his predecessor, White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki, who had perished at the hands of those very foolish civilians. White Fang, I can't help but feel that your fate was truly unjust, Orochimaru mused with a smile, his tongue flicking out in contemplation. At this moment, Xianglin could no longer bear to witness the villagers of Grass Ninja Village engage in self-destruction. With a solemn expression, she turned to the equally grim-faced Uzumaki Ryunosuke. "May I address you as young clan leader?" Her voice drew Uzumaki Ryunosuke back to reality, prompting him to meet her serious gaze. He nodded in agreement. "Yes. What is it, Xianglin? Do you have something to convey?" "I wish to understand," she continued. "You mentioned that awakening the darkness within my heart would grant me power. What specific action should I undertake?" "I yearn to avenge my mother with my own hands, ensuring that the villagers of Grass Ninja Village pay for their past misdeeds." Xianglin gazed intently at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who felt a surge of joy at her words. "It's quite simple. You need only to reflect on the actions of these individuals while simultaneously calling forth the darkness that resides deep within you. Soon, you shall discover that you possess formidable strength, sufficient to manage most affairs in this small world." Uzumaki Ryunosuke opened his arms wide to the sky, as if embracing the vast azure above, and excitedly explained to Xianglin. "Is that so?" She replied, observing his fervor with calmness. She then extended her hands forward, palms facing the air, and closed her eyes, beginning to summon the darkness within her. Initially, Xianglin felt nothing, but soon, she sensed a presence beckoning her. Her consciousness followed this call, and in an instant, she found herself in a realm shrouded in darkness. Is this the darkness within, as described by the young clan leader? Upon this realization, Xianglin swiftly opened her eyes, following her inner feelings, and shouted, "Arise. My soldiers, bestow upon me your strength, and aid me in annihilating this ignorant ninja village." Witnessing Xianglin's hair rise as if stirred by an unseen wind, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt an exhilarating thrill. He spread his arms even wider than before, exclaiming with fervor, "Reveal yourselves. Soldiers of the Shadow Kingdom, fight for your new queen. Offer your hearts to your new queen and battle for her. From this day forth, Xianglin shall be your new queen." As his words echoed, throngs of shadow soldiers surged forth from the shadows, heeding Xianglin's command to engage the villagers of Grass Ninja Village, who were already embroiled in chaos. The arrival of the shadow soldiers plunged the already tumultuous village into further disarray, filled with terrified screams and the desperate cries of those facing death. Uzumaki Ryunosuke closed his eyes in ecstasy, his hands waving through the air as if conducting a symphony of brutality. Embodying the role of a noble maestro orchestrating a merciless slaughter, appearing almost like a madman. The cries of the Grass Ninja villagers danced in the air, resembling demons from the depths of hell. Orochimaru observed the entranced Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the bizarrely transformed Xianglin, feeling at a loss for how to proceed, lamenting silently to himself. "I should have left a shadow clone here. I was tempted by the thrill and stayed myself." Xianglin was lowered to the ground by a soldier of the Night Bat Brigade. Her peculiar appearance startled onlookers. Her once bright, beautiful eyes now glowed with an eerie crimson hue, devoid of whites and pupils, while her skin had taken on a strange shade of pale black. At that moment, Chaijiang Daong, engaged in combat with several Blade Brigade members, spotted Xianglin nearby and urgently called to his fellow villagers, "Quick! If we eliminate that strange girl, these bizarre entities will cease to emerge, and we shall find our burden lightened." Hearing Chaijiang Daong's command, 3 or 4 elite ninjas from Grass Ninja Village swiftly drew near, channeling their energy towards Xianglin, who was surrounded by the Night Bat's shadow soldiers. "Die!" shouted the foremost Grass Ninja, his excitement palpable. At such a proximity, the strange entities behind them would be powerless to intervene. Suddenly, the Grass Ninja elite trembled and collapsed to the ground, falling heavily as inertia dragged him across the gravel-strewn path, leaving a bloody trail. Yet, he uttered not a sound, and the other elite ninjas instantly sensed something amiss, retreating hastily. "Humph! What foul creature have you unleashed upon Judah?" shouted one of the surviving elite ninjas, Mizunai Yuta, as he steadied himself, gripping his kunai tightly, revealing his inner turmoil. "Yuta, remain calm. Our priority is to neutralize her first, and then we can address Judah," urged his companion, attempting to temper Yuta's growing agitation. At that moment, a chilling wail echoed from behind. Several Grass Ninjas turned to see Chaijiang Daong's left hand severed by a strange armored ninja wielding a katana. Overwhelmed by pain, Chaijiang Daong clutched the wound with his right hand. "Damn it, Lord Kazekage." The unease among the elite ninjas intensified, But they suppressed their fears and pressed forward toward Xianglin, their hands flying through hand seals. In mere seconds, they unleashed their jutsu. Earth release, earth flow river. Water release, water chaos waves. Fire release, great fireball technique. A multitude of jutsu surged toward Xianglin almost simultaneously, but she was undeterred. She leaped onto the back of the night bat, gripping its shoulders while directing it skyward, causing the grass ninja's techniques to miss their target and strike the ground instead. Damn it! How are we supposed to attack her at that height? Mizunai Yuta raged impotently as he was soon surrounded by shadow soldiers. From her perch on the night bat, Xianglin surveyed the struggling grass ninjas below and issued her final command. At the fastest speed, destroy this wretched village. She then soared towards Uzumaki Ryunosuke, the trio and the night bat hovering silently above the blazing grass ninja village. In contrast to the impending doom of the village, Orochimaru was most intrigued by Xianglin's bizarre transformation. Within his perception, although Xianglin's physical prowess was not formidable, her mental strength had grown immensely. Given her current mental fortitude, conventional genjutsu would prove ineffective. Chapter 19. The hatred between brothers. The helpless Jiraiya. As time passed, the once mighty grass ninja village lay in ruins, littered with the remnants of its inhabitants. The ground was strewn with corpses, bearing witness to the brutality suffered here. Uzumaki Ryunosuke and his companions descended to the earth, observing their surroundings with cold detachment. As a person from the Warring States era, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was no stranger to such scenes. Orochimaru himself had endured the trials of 2 great ninja wars, thus finding the current circumstances rather mundane. The only regret he harbored was that Uzumaki Ryunosuke had not left him a few live subjects for experimentation. As for the remaining Corinne, she was still enveloped in her eerie, dark skin, and given that everything transpiring was under her command, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. Then, Lord Ryunosuke, shall we return directly? Orochimaru inquired tentatively, his gaze fixed intently upon Corinne. The intensity of Orochimaru's stare left Corinne feeling somewhat awkward, prompting her to retract the power of the mark that Ryunosuke had inscribed upon her neck. Instantly, her dark skin began to recede, and in less than a moment, she reverted to her original fair complexion. Is this the power granted by Lord Ryunosuke? It appears less impressive than my heavenly curse mark, does it not? I wonder if Lord Ryunosuke might allow me to study the essence of this power. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with delight at Corinne's restored form, yearning to secure her upon the dissection table for an in-depth exploration of the powers within her. However, considering Corinne's familial ties to Ryunosuke, capturing her outright would undoubtedly provoke Ryunosuke's wrath, thus it was prudent to inquire first. Do not dwell on that. It is not a product of chakra. It merely serves as a medium, a conduit through which power is borrowed from the Shadow Kingdom. You intend to study that realm later, do you not? It would be best to investigate that directly. As they entered the heart of the hidden grass village, Ryunosuke spoke to Orochimaru without turning his head. Upon arriving at the center of the village, he surveyed the surroundings and nodded slightly. Since all is well, let us depart. I eagerly anticipate the events to unfold. With that, Ryunosuke levitated Orochimaru and Corinne before swiftly propelling himself towards Orochimaru's base in the land of rice with the rabbit symbol technique. Meanwhile, on another front, under Uchiha Itachi's vivid descriptions and Jiraiya's detailed explanations, Uchiha Sasuke finally comprehended the true cause of the fateful massacre night. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Sasuke could no longer contain himself, collapsing to the ground in anguish, cradling his head as he wept. I will destroy Konoha. Sasuke's eyes widened, his blood-red Sharingan spinning rapidly, on the brink of evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke, you mustn't. Itachi, witnessing his brother's descent into madness, stepped forward, locking his Mangekyo Sharingan gaze upon Sasuke. Konoha annihilated our clan, and you wish to absolve them? Itachi, what is your mindset? Sasuke retorted, his own Sharingan fixed on Itachi, fury radiating from him as he hurled a kunai. With a mere shift of his body, Itachi evaded the projectile, calmly observing Sasuke as he crouched and rapidly formed hand seals. Chidori. Lightning danced across Sasuke's left hand, emitting a thunderous roar. He lunged towards Itachi, only to have his wrist seized and then sent crashing into the wall. Jiraiya, witnessing this scene, shook his head in dismay. This boy, surely not in his right mind, dared to confront Itachi with such meager strength? Observing the escalating tension, he hurriedly approached, hoisting Sasuke over his shoulder and making for the exit. Let me go? Itachi, I will not forgive you. Sasuke struggled, his eyes fixed on the unmoving Itachi, hurling insults. Indeed, do not let him escape. We are merely retreating temporarily. We shall return to settle the score once we are rested. Jiraiya replied dismissively, disregarding the writhing Sasuke. Damn it, Itachi. After entrusting Sasuke's care to Orochimaru's subordinate, Kabuto, Jiraiya wandered through Orochimaru's base, pondering deeply. Master, what kind of abomination is this? As Jiraiya aimlessly roamed, he soon heard the exuberant voice of Uzumaki Naruto nearby. Hey, Shikaku, don't you think what my great-uncle did was wrong? He just said he would take me anywhere. Then turned his back and disappeared with that violent woman and that perverted uncle. Hey, Shikaku, say something. Why are you ignoring me? Seeing Naruto bouncing around before the one-tail, Jiraiya felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Why, oh why, did the offspring of Minato and Kushina possess such a personality? Whose traits did they inherit? As Jiraiya scratched the back of his head in contemplation, Shikaku merely cast a fleeting glance at him before resuming its silence, internally repeating, "This is the descendant of the boss. I must not strike. If I do, I shall face dire consequences. I must remain calm." Hey, Naruto. Observing Shikaku's discomfort, Jiraiya found the situation amusing. Although he suspected Uzumaki Ryunosuke's influence was at play, the ability to vex a tailed beast merely through conversation was indeed unique. Ah, Ero-senin. It's you. Naruto exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Jiraiya approaching. Hey, Ero-senin, come teach me some techniques. I want to astonish my great-uncle. With a smile, Jiraiya closed the distance and swiftly delivered a punch to Naruto's head. You brat. How many times must I tell you? I am the Sage of Toads, not some perverted sage. Naruto, nursing his newly acquired bump, glared at Jiraiya indignantly. Damn it, I will tell my great-uncle that the perverted sage bullied me. Just wait. As he turned to leave, Jiraiya, realizing Naruto's intent to report the incident to Ryunosuke, quickly grasped Naruto's arm and spoke with feigned politeness. Shikaku, basking in the sun nearby, observed the comical duo with a sense of satisfaction, particularly relishing Naruto's plight. Chapter 20. Impure World Reincarnation. The resurrection of Kushina and Yahiko. While Jiraiya was still trying to coax Naruto, Ryunosuke had already returned to the base with Kirin and the others. Orochimaru, you should proceed. Once everything is prepared, send someone to fetch me. I shall take a rest now. Please find me a suitable room. Orochimaru nodded, pressing a familiar spot on the wall. An acquaintance materialized before him, standing quietly, awaiting instructions. Kabuto, please escort Lord Ryunosuke and Miss Kirin to the prepared resting quarters. Afterward, join me in preparing the necessary items. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto nodded in acknowledgement, then gestured towards the interior of the base. Lord Ryunosuke, Miss Kirin, please follow me. Your designated rooms are this way. Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded and walked towards the base, with Kaguya closely trailing behind him and Yakushi Kabuto leading the way. By the way, what about Uzumaki Naruto? Ryunosuke inquired as he recalled something while walking. Master Naruto, I remember he stormed off towards the back mountain in anger after you, Miss Kaguya, and Lord Orochimaru left. He is likely seeking Lord Shikaku, Kabuto replied. Ryunosuke nodded. After all, Shikaku resided in the back mountain, so there was little need to worry for Naruto's safety. Frankly speaking, aside from beings like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who defied humanity, there existed no entity capable of single-handedly confronting a tailed beast. Moreover, if trouble arose, Shikaku would not simply stand by. This is your resting room, Lord Ryunosuke, and Miss Kaguya's room is right next door, as you are aware. Kabuto announced as Ryunosuke peered into the room, which was immaculate and well-lit, overall quite pleasant. Very well, please return to me once Lord Orochimaru has prepared everything. Ryunosuke instructed as he pushed the door open. Kaguya had already retreated to her room. After such an eventful day, she needed rest. Kabuto nodded in acknowledgement and departed. After closing the door, Ryunosuke fell onto the bed without undressing, quickly succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, within the shadows, pairs of crimson eyes vigilantly monitored their surroundings to avert any unforeseen events. This was a habitual action Ryunosuke adopted during field operations, deploying a legion of shadow ninjas to form a complete surveillance perimeter around him, leaving no corner unguarded against potential ambushes. As time elapsed, while Ryunosuke peacefully slept, a small black snake, measuring merely a few inches, stealthily slithered through the ventilation window. Just as it approached him, it was abruptly pierced through by a blade. Lifeless in an instant, These shadow ninjas are truly formidable. Even in slumber, they remain on guard. How astute. In the laboratory, Orochimaru sensed something amiss and paused momentarily, yet continued his tasks as if nothing had happened. Time, when one is asleep, tends to fly by, as if accelerated. By the time Ryunosuke awoke, it was already the following morning, and he dismissed the shadow ninjas that had kept watch throughout the night. Stretching comfortably, he felt rejuvenated after finally getting a proper night's rest after his unceasing endeavors since being reincarnated from the Edo Tensei. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside. Lord Ryunosuke, Lord Orochimaru has prepared everything. Everyone else is here. We are merely waiting for you. Kabuto's polite voice called from beyond the door. Ryunosuke promptly responded, "All right. I will tidy up and join you shortly." A few minutes later, Ryunosuke emerged from his room, donned in fresh attire. Kabuto resumed his role as the guide as they walked a short distance until they arrived at a gathering of individuals. Among them were a puzzled Naruto, an expectant Nagato and Konan, a scowling Sasuke Uchiha, and a host of both significant and less significant characters. "Lord Ryunosuke, I am ready. May we commence?" Orochimaru stepped forward, addressing Ryunosuke. "Yes, let us begin. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. Today's focus is not on us," Ryunosuke affirmed with a nod. Orochimaru, upon receiving the cue, turned around and began to perform the jutsu amidst the varied expressions of the gathered crowd. Summoning jutsu, Edo Tensei. As the technique was executed, two coffins slowly ascended from the ground. Boom. The lids of the coffins slammed down, stirring up clouds of dust. "Where am I?" The first to awaken was Yahiko. A look of bewilderment plastered on his face as he examined his unfamiliar surroundings. "Yahiko!" Familiar voices called from behind, prompting Yahiko to turn around. Two familiar figures emerged, their appearances overlapping with memories. "Konan, Nagato." The trio embraced joyfully, while the awakened Kushina Uzumaki looked on in confusion, recognizing Orochimaru. Kushina was uncertain until a familiar voice called from behind. "Hey, Kushina. Long time no see. Jiraiya?" Kushina gazed at the familiar figure, her confusion deepening. "Wait. Have you and Orochimaru also perished?" Jiraiya's initial elation was swiftly dashed by Kushina's uncertain inquiry, but fortunately, Orochimaru stepped forward to clarify. "So, we were resurrected through your Edo Tensei, Lord Orochimaru?" Yahiko, having exchanged pleasantries with Konan and Nagato, exclaimed with delight. "Thank goodness. I initially feared something had happened to you too," he continued. In contrast to Yahiko's joy, Kushina, kneeling and affectionately rubbing Naruto's face, appeared even more ecstatic. "Oh dear, Naruto. Why have you grown so short? Haven't you been eating properly? Didn't I ask the Third Hokage to take good care of you? Are you being disobedient?" Naruto, overwhelmed with emotion as he listened to Kushina's affectionate scolding, found tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's guilt deepened as he reflected on how he had once believed the Third Hokage would care for this hero's son, only for it to turn out like this. "Alas, my dear teacher, how have you changed so?" Jiraiya gazed upward at the darkened sky, suddenly feeling an immense weariness. Chapter 21. The Survivors of the Land of Whirlpools. Kushina makes her entrance. "You must be Kushina. Indeed, just as Naruto described, you are quite the beauty." Ryunosuke approached Kushina, scrutinizing her. Captivated by the voice, Kushina looked up, momentarily stunned by the sight of a handsome man with red hair smiling at her. Seizing the moment while Kushina was entranced, Naruto darted behind Ryunosuke, peeking out to stealthily observe his mother. "Naruto, what are you doing? Haven't you always wanted to meet your mother? Why are you hiding behind me now?" Ryunosuke gently stroked Naruto's head, encouraging him. Naruto remained silent, clutching Ryunosuke's clothing with a firm grip, unwilling to let go. "Hey, who are you? What are your intentions with Naruto?" Kushina exclaimed, glaring at Ryunosuke, her long red hair billowing as if caught in a windstorm, resembling a vibrant crimson octopus. "I am Uzumaki Ryunosuke, originally from the land of the whirlpools. Surely you are familiar with this name." Uzumaki Ryunosuke gazed calmly at Uzumaki Kushina, who was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his name. How could she not know this name? It was one she had heard since childhood, often recounted by the villagers of the now extinct land of the whirlpools, and by the lovingly caring Mito grandmother during her time in Konoha. Uzumaki Kushina could hardly fathom that one day the very subject of the name she had heard so often would stand before her, appearing nearly the same age as she was in life. "I know you, the former young clan leader," she said. her flowing hair cascading down as she reverted to the demeanor of a devoted wife and mother, much to the astonishment of the younger generation around her who were unfamiliar with her past. Without further ado, Uzumaki Longi approached and placed his hands on the shoulders of Yahiko and Uzumaki Kushina. In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped them. The marks of the Edo Tensei on both Yahiko and Uzumaki Kushina were swept away by an unseen gust of wind. Thus, they were officially resurrected. What extraordinary power this is! Orochimaru observed the unfolding spectacle, and despite being mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by this miraculous scene. The others who had never witnessed such a phenomenon were rendered speechless in their astonishment. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, standing at the edge, watched Uzumaki Longi with a calm demeanor, his thoughts swirling as his resolve grew increasingly firm. Similarly, Yakushi Kabuto, also lingering at the periphery, contemplated the effortless resurrection of the two, his head bowed, obscured by his glasses. Now, I shall have Jiraiya explain the ensuing matters to you. I believe he is more trustworthy than I, someone less familiar to you. Kabuto, please escort me to rest, Uzumaki Longi said, clapping his hands to regain the attention of the astonished crowd. He then addressed Yahiko, Uzumaki Kushina, and the contemplative Yakushi Kabuto. Lord Uzumaki Longi, please follow me this way, Kabuto responded, swiftly concealing his earlier thoughts. He donned a facade of amiability and silently guided Uzumaki Longi as the atmosphere returned to its previous lively state. Yahiko, accompanied by Konan and Nagato, greeted Jiraiya, while Uzumaki Kushina leapt onto Naruto, embracing him tightly and expressing her long-held regrets. Amidst the bustling scene, Yakushi Kabuto and Uzumaki Longi remained silent, their footsteps echoing rhythmically along the long corridor. Soon, Kabuto brought Uzumaki Longi back to the door of the earlier room. Lord Uzumaki Longi, this is where I shall leave you. Should you require anything, simply call for me, Kabuto said with a forced smile before turning to depart. Uzumaki Longi remained silent, observing Kabuto's retreating figure. He could sense the palpable change in Kabuto after witnessing the resurrection of Yahiko and Uzumaki Kushina, yet he chose not to inquire further. Not driven by an insatiable curiosity, Uzumaki Longi opted to feign ignorance. He had also distinctly felt the gaze of someone watching him after the resurrection, a sensation that irritated him greatly. Additionally, his once mighty chakra had suddenly diminished to near depletion. These two factors compelled Uzumaki Longi to return to his room, where he intended to investigate the source of the scrutiny and the whereabouts of his chakra. After locking the door, Uzumaki Longi summoned a legion of shadowy figures to guard the dim corners of the room. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, clearing his mind to wholeheartedly extract his chakra. While the origin of the intrusive gaze remained elusive, he resolved to first explore the cause of his chakra's disappearance. Meanwhile, the previously vibrant gathering fell into an eerie silence once more. Uzumaki Kushina held Naruto's hand, the stillness palpable, while Yahiko sulked, arms crossed, casting glances at Nagato and Konan. That accursed Third Hokage. How dare he treat my little Naruto this way? He has seized so much wealth from me and Minato. My poor Naruto, forced to subsist on expired food and instant noodles, while those wretched villagers dare to bully him. This is intolerable. Ultimately, it was Uzumaki Kushina who shattered the silence, her previously fallen hair once again billowing with a newfound ferocity. This time, a series of massive iron chains erupted from her back, intertwining with her hair as they danced wildly in the air. In a dim, waterlogged chamber resembling a sewer, a massive orange fox lay within a similarly grand prison, quietly absorbing the happenings outside. Humph, I never expected that little Kushina would still have such a temper. When will the boss finally release me? That wretched Shikaku has been rampaging outside for days. If it weren't for the boss, I would have broken free and fought him myself. How infuriating. As his ire grew with each passing thought, the fox abruptly turned its head back to the prison, its 9 enormous tails thrashing furiously. Chapter 22. The Fury of Yahiko. The disbandment of Akatsuki. Yahiko and Konan exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond to Yahiko's seething anger, while Nagato felt awkwardly out of place, unable to find a suitable posture. The members of Akatsuki, who had witnessed this scene, were astonished to see the typically aloof and proud Konan, along with the powerful and elusive Nagato, being overshadowed by someone who appeared to possess only the strength of a Chunin. Particularly, the youngest member, Deidara, found the spectacle so amusing that he could hardly contain his laughter, vigorously nudging the shoulder of the nearby Sasori, leading to yet another artistic debate between them. Enough, Deidara. If you don't cease your noise, I will stuff your mouth with paper. Konan could no longer endure the commotion, her voice rising in anger towards Deidara, who was embroiled in a quarrel with Sasori. Konan, you've become increasingly violent, threatening others now. Yahiko's frustration escalated at Konan's remark, unleashing a torrent of reproach upon her, while also chastising Nagato for failing to look after Konan, lamenting how she had transformed from a gentle and caring figure to this. Hey Kakuzu, since we're all idling, why not accompany me to find some offerings for the evil god? Haiden suggested, bored, as he observed Kakuzu counting money nearby. All right, let's complete the task assigned at the exchange, Kakuzu replied, momentarily pausing his counting before nodding, stuffing the money into his bag, and turning to leave. So Itachi, what shall we do next? As Kisame observed the departing immortal duo, Haiden and Kakuzu, alongside the bickering artistic pair, Sasori and Deidara, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. He turned to his companion, Itachi Uchiha, and inquired about his intentions. Itachi, Mr. Ryunosuke called for me earlier, and I must visit him shortly, Itachi replied nonchalantly, prompting Kisame to ponder deeply. The mention of Ryunosuke evoked memories of his previous encounter in the Rain Village, where the adept vortex Ryunosuke had unceremoniously pinned him to the ground. The recollection of that painful experience lingered, leaving Kisame reluctant to spend time with the man. Nevertheless, with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to accompany Itachi to seek Ryunosuke's counsel. Since arriving here, Kisame had found himself unproductively idle, and he feared that prolonged inactivity would dull his reflexes. Once their plans were settled, Kisame and Itachi departed from the scene. Noticing the sudden quietude, Sasori and Deidara ceased their quarrel, and Deidara realized that he had been strangling a puppet the entire time. He had previously marveled at Sasori's resilience, noting that his grip had not caused any breathing difficulties. The thought now filled him with embarrassment. Surely, no one had witnessed the renowned explosive artist Deidara attempting to suffocate a mere puppet. Deidara cautiously surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find no one had noticed his folly, and exhaled softly. Deidara, why have you stopped? A teasing voice called from behind. Struggling. Deidara turned to see a white-haired youth, similar to Kisame, flashing a grin at him. Damn it. Ao Ijiri Suigetsu. If you dare speak of today's events, I will not let this go. Deidara shouted furiously, while Sasori simply turned and walked away. Since arriving here, Deidara's intellect seemed to wane, prompting Sasori to distance himself, fearing it would hinder his own development of the mecha that Ryunosuke had mentioned. Oh, how frightening. Truly the great Deidara, who nearly suffocated a puppet. Ao Ijiri Suigetsu danced about, mocking Deidara. As Deidara watched the antics of Suigetsu, he clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash a jutsu. Just as he was about to proceed, he felt a sudden halt, as if something was restraining him. Turning his gaze, he noticed one of Sasori's hands manipulating chakra strings to control him. Hey, Sasori, what are you doing? Let me go? I need to explode him for mocking me. Hey, Sasori, are you listening? Before long, Deidara was dragged away by Sasori, shouting madly as he was led, yet he never considered breaking free from the slender chakra strings. As the group dwindled, only a few remained. After Itachi's departure, Sasuke Uchiha headed straight for the training room, followed closely by Karen. Suigetsu, finding Deidara's predicament dull, departed with Yugo. Orochimaru, having collected his data, slipped away unnoticed. Now, only Kushina Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki chatted as they made their way to Naruto's room, while Yahiko energetically lectured Konan and Nagato. Jiraiya, caught in indecision over whom to accompany, sighed quietly at the noisy trio and ventured out for a drink. Meanwhile, at Ryunosuke's location, Orochimaru, having documented the experimental data of Kushina and Yahiko, hurriedly approached Ryunosuke, intrigued by the enigmatic Shadow Kingdom previously mentioned by Ryunosuke. Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued. For a researcher, nothing ignited interest like the unknown. Lord Ryunosuke, may I enter? Orochimaru respectfully stood at the door, gently tapping. Behind him was Kabuto, carrying some experimental equipment. Orochimaru, come in. Ryunosuke's voice echoed from within, prompting Orochimaru to eagerly push the door open. Lord Ryunosuke, may I explore and study your Shadow Kingdom? Orochimaru exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, reflecting the curiosity of a researcher eager to uncover the mysteries of the unknown. Ryunosuke, observing Orochimaru's enthusiasm, stood and grasped both his and Kabuto's hands. "Do not resist. I shall take you inside." In an instant, a black, liquid-like substance enveloped the ground beneath them, gradually consuming the three. At that moment, both Orochimaru and Kabuto became even more exhilarated. Soon, they found themselves within the realm of the Shadow Kingdom. Orochimaru and Kabuto gazed around in wonder, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Is this truly the so-called Shadow Kingdom? It is indeed shrouded in darkness. Orochimaru exclaimed joyfully, floating about with unrestrained delight, exploring every corner as if he were a child discovering a new world. This is incredible. I have not felt this exhilarated in ages. Kabuto, quickly take out the instruments. We must collect some samples for experimentation. After indulging in the sights, Orochimaru urged Kabuto to retrieve the prepared equipment and commence their sampling. As the two busied themselves, Ryunosuke suddenly recalled the Uchiha Obito he had confined in the Shadow Kingdom. With Kushina now resurrected, it was time to inform her and determine how she wished to handle the traitorous fool. "Hey, Orochimaru, once you have collected your samples, simply summon the Shadow Soldiers, and they shall escort you out. They can also assist you from time to time." Ryunosuke, accompanied by several ordinary shadow ninjas, approached Orochimaru and interrupted his material gathering to provide the introduction. "Very well, Lord Ryunosuke, but could you please move your foot? You are standing on the material I need to collect." Orochimaru, without looking up, replied dismissively while gently nudging Ryunosuke's leg to signal him to step aside. With a bemused expression, Ryunosuke shifted to the side and cast a lingering glance at Orochimaru before departing the Shadow Kingdom. Then, what happened next? How did you and Dad fare? Naruto lay in bed, his eyes wide with curiosity as he questioned his beloved mother, Kushina Uzumaki, about events from their past. "Well, your father, with his Rasengan in one hand and Flying Thunder God in the other, made quite a name for himself on the battlefield, known as the Yellow Flash. Due to his formidable strength, every village issued notices that encountering the Yellow Flash meant immediate mission abandonment without penalty," Kushina recounted animatedly, as if she had herself been a fierce warrior on the battlefield. Her passionate narration left Naruto in awe, eliciting gasps and admiration from him. This has gradually diminished the estrangement between the mother and son, who had never met before. "It appears that your relationship is quite harmonious. I had thought that, given Naruto's previous demeanor, it would take 2 or 3 days for your bond to improve." Hearing a familiar voice, Uzumaki Naruto rushed into the embrace of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, expressing his gratitude with a choked voice. "So it was the young clan leader. I truly appreciate your assistance with this matter. Although I am unaware of the price you paid, I believe the cost of reviving a person is not insignificant. My gratitude is beyond words." Uzumaki Kushina stood obediently, and anyone unaware might mistake her for a well-behaved girl from a good family. "It's nothing. After all, we are of the same clan. Moreover, I promised this little one that if I were to break my word, I would no longer possess the capability to lead our clan." Uzumaki Ryunosuke nonchalantly waved his hand and turned to Uzumaki Kushina. "When I recovered Nagato in the Rain Village, I encountered the one responsible for the deaths of you and Naruto's father. He is now imprisoned in the Kingdom of Shadows, and I believe it is best for our family to resolve this matter ourselves. Thus, I intend to hand him over to you. I would like to know how you plan to address this." "The culprit? You mean Uchiha Obito?" Uzumaki Kushina recalled the painful memories and spoke with fierce determination. "I want to kill him. Where is the Kingdom of Shadows? Take me there now. I want him to see the consequences of his actions." Uzumaki Ryunosuke communicated with the Kingdom of Shadows and pulled Uchiha Obito, who had been discarded in a corner, into view. At first, Uzumaki Kushina appeared furious as she looked at the man collapsed on the ground. However, once she recognized his face, she fell into a state of shock. "Uchiha Obito?" Uzumaki Kushina murmured, shaking her head in disbelief. No. Obito died during the Third Shinobi World War. How could this be Obito?" Unable to accept the reality before her, Uzumaki Kushina seized Uchiha Obito by the collar and yanked him up from the ground, gritting her teeth as she demanded, "You are not Obito. Who are you really? Why are you impersonating him? Why did you frame him? Why? As she questioned him, she continued to shake Uchiha Obito, but eventually, she paused, leaning gently against his chest and weeping. Obito was so bright and so willing to help others. He was the hero of the Third War. We were all so heartbroken. And if you are alive, Why haven't you returned to the village? Do you know how much we suffered? I had hoped that when Naruto was born, I could entrust him to you and Rin to help raise him, so that he could learn the virtues of kindness from you. Why did this happen, Uchiha Obito? Speak. Why? Uzumaki Ryunosuke, witnessing Uzumaki Kushina's heartbreaking tears, quickly stepped in to separate her from Uchiha Obito. Throughout this, Uchiha Obito remained silent, standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina struggled violently in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's embrace, shouting uncontrollably. Seeing his mother in such distress left Uzumaki Naruto at a loss. He could only hold on to Uzumaki Kushina's hand tightly. As he felt her stop struggling in his embrace, Uzumaki Ryunosuke loosened his grip, causing Uzumaki Kushina to collapse to the ground. In an instant, she appeared as helpless as a child, clutching Uzumaki Naruto and sobbing uncontrollably. Uzumaki Ryunosuke approached the bewildered Uchiha Obito and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The immense pain coursed through Uchiha Obito's body, causing him to curl up on the ground like a boiled shrimp. I do not know your past, nor can I pass judgment upon you. However, no matter how I contemplate it, a person who betrays their teacher and clan cannot be deemed virtuous, regardless of their intentions. Hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, Uchiha Obito, despite the pain, lifted his gaze to meet Uzumaki Ryunosuke's steady stare. A voice filled with resentment escaped Uchiha Obito's lips. Do you think I wanted this? Do you think I did not wish to return? When I was pinned beneath that boulder, do you think I was not afraid? But what could I do? In the end, I had no choice but to entrust my eyes to Kakashi and urged him to leave. But what did he do? I clearly told him to protect Rin, yet what did Kakashi do? And the Yellow Flash, known for his speed, always arrived too late in crucial moments. Just a step too slow. At this moment, Uchiha Obito lay helplessly on the ground, weeping like a child lost in the night, unable to find their way home. Chapter 24. The Beast Unleashed, the Nine Tails, and the One Tail on the battlefield. Completely entrusting one's hopes to others is an incredibly foolish act. Observing Uchiha Obito kneeling and weeping, Uzumaki Ryunosuke furrowed his brow as he regarded him. In that instant, Uzumaki Ryunosuke found it impossible to evaluate this individual. To say he is good, he betrayed his teacher and clan without a second thought. To claim he is bad, he dared to oppose the entire shinobi world for the sake of his own obsession. You scoundrel! You dare to bully my mother. I will make you pay. Seeing his mother weeping in his arms, the last thread of rationality in Uzumaki Naruto's mind felt as if it had been severed. A crimson, bubble-like chakra enveloped his body, and even his cerulean eyes turned red. His hair bristled, and ears and a tail formed from the red chakra appeared on his head and back. He glared fiercely at Uchiha Obito on the ground, his hands sprouting sharp claws, resembling a beast poised to hunt. Ha! Look, conflict cannot be eradicated. This world is rife with sin and fury, a false reality. Only the Moon Eye plan can bring true peace. Uchiha Obito laughed maniacally as he beheld the tailed beast transformation of Uzumaki Naruto. What are you laughing at? Uzumaki Naruto roared, lunging swiftly towards Uchiha Obito. Hatred filled his eyes as the Nine Tails gradually overtook his reason. Stop, Naruto! Feeling the sudden absence of her son in her arms, Uzumaki Kushina shouted desperately. Although Uchiha Obito had killed her and Minato, she still did not wish for her child to bear this burden. Uzumaki Ryunosuke swiftly intervened, catching Uzumaki Naruto midair. As Naruto struggled against his grasp, Uzumaki Ryunosuke decided. It seems Kushina has yet to determine how to handle you, so you will remain in the Kingdom of Shadows for now. Ultimately, Uzumaki Ryunosuke resolved to return Uchiha Obito to the Kingdom of Shadows, as he had previously promised to leave the matter in Uzumaki Kushina's hands. Having lived in this world for so long, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had never before encountered someone like Uchiha Obito, even during the Warring States period. When countless individuals faced death and the destruction of their families, none had succumbed to despair as this child had. As Uchiha Obito stood enveloped in shadows, Uzumaki Ryunosuke pondered ceaselessly. Could it be that this child's connection to the Uchiha clan was the cause? Yet, when Uchiha Madara's brother, Uchiha Izuna, was slain by Senju Tobirama, Madara did not exhibit such a monumental reaction, threatening to annihilate the world. What if it were Hashirama who had perished instead? As Ryunosuke held Uzumaki Naruto aloft, his thoughts drifted further into the realm of the peculiar. Young master, could you please set Naruto down? I wish to reinforce the seal of the Nine Tails, implored Uzumaki Kushina, wiping away her tears and extending her hand toward Ryunosuke. This simple request jolted Ryunosuke back to reality. My apologies. I was lost in thought. Instinctively, he began to hand Naruto to Kushina, but suddenly reconsidered and withdrew his outstretched hand. To an ordinary person, the Nine-Tails was indeed a formidable weapon of war. However, for them, it was somewhat akin to a double-edged sword. Perhaps it would be prudent to extract the Nine-Tails from Naruto at this juncture. Ryunosuke glanced at Kushina, who was momentarily taken aback by his actions. It was more of a notification than a request. Without awaiting their consent, he proceeded on his own. Hey, young master, wait. Kushina quickly regained her composure and rushed after Ryunosuke, who was making his way outside while still holding Naruto. Upon reaching a sunlit area, Ryunosuke observed the serene Shikaku basking in the warmth and, without hesitation, began to prepare for action. What are you planning to do? Shikaku asked, bewildered. As he gazed at the bound Naruto, was it possible that this boy had committed some grave offense? Had Ryunosuke lost favor with him? It must be that the foolish Kurama had brought this upon himself. Ryunosuke cast a bemused glance at the self-righteous Shikaku while Kushina, wringing her hands anxiously, was drenched in perspiration. He returned his gaze to Shikaku, who looked as confused as ever, and placed his hand upon Naruto. A radiant light enveloped them, causing the chakra of the Nine-Tails around Naruto to vanish, replaced by a colossal figure materializing next to Shikaku. This sudden transformation startled Shikaku, prompting him to instantly evolve into a more aggressive state. Kurama, I truly commend your presence. It appears you've quite the reputation, he remarked, only to be met with a swift and forceful slap from Kurama, who had just emerged. In an instant, the surrounding area fell into a profound silence. The sight of the two-tailed beasts, Shikaku and Kurama, exchanging pleasantries regarding their respective elder relatives, left Kushina momentarily dumbfounded. Was this truly the fearsome war machine they spoke of? Had they known Kurama's true disposition, would they have acted differently? Observing the two-tailed beasts engage in banter, Ryunosuke felt a sense of exasperation. He turned to lift the unconscious Naruto from the ground, and, with Kushina in tow, departed without a backward glance, leaving Kurama and Shikaku to continue their curious exchanges. Is it truly wise to leave them to their own devices? Kushina queried as they made their way back, still apprehensive. After all, they were tailed beasts, and should they escape, it would spell disaster for the entire ninja world. Ryunosuke did not answer her directly, but rather posed another question. Do you know who was the first to tame the nine-tailed beasts? Could it be you? Kushina ventured, though her skepticism was palpable. You are correct in your doubts. For it was the legendary sage of six paths who first subdued them, Ryunosuke replied without looking back, prompting Kushina to feel overwhelmed with disbelief. Is this some sort of jest? She asked incredulously. Not at all, he replied, raising his gaze to the sunlight filtering through the leaves above, creating a tapestry of beauty. However, I am the second. What? Kushina responded, her incredulity deepening. I repeat, I am the second person to have tamed the nine-tailed beasts. The sage of six paths was the first, as he was their creator. I, through my own strength, subdued them one by one. Thus, you need not worry, for there is no place more suitable for the tailed beasts than by my side. At least I do not have to confine them. Handing Naruto over to Kushina, Ryunosuke strolled leisurely back, hands clasped behind his back. As she watched him retreat into the distance, Kushina felt a sense of astonishment. Yet, as she sensed the residual power from the two-tailed beasts battling behind her, she found herself compelled to believe. Lord Ryunosuke, what transpired in the back mountain? Jiraiya inquired upon returning to Orochimaru's base, flanked by the Akatsuki members, all drawn to Ryunosuke's presence, particularly Jiraiya, whose worry was palpable. Nothing of great consequence. Merely the aftermath of a skirmish between the Nine-Tails and Shikaku. It is nothing to concern yourselves with. You may disperse. With Ryunosuke's words, those unaware of the situation departed. All that remained were Jiraiya and the members of the Akatsuki. Lord Ryunosuke, please do not deceive me. Why did the Nine-Tails engage Shikaku? What of Naruto and Kushina? Are they unharmed? At that moment, two familiar figures appeared at the entrance, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Kushina, Naruto, what are you both doing here? If the Nine-Tails is battling Shikaku in the back mountain, then who is that? Jiraiya was at a loss, until a realization struck him. Indeed, Kushina responded calmly, casting a gentle glance at the slumbering Naruto in her arms. It is merely a conflict between Shikaku and the Nine-Tails. The presence of a Jinchuriki is no longer relevant. Kushina's words plunged everyone present into profound shock. It was common knowledge that a tailed beast's departure from its Jinchuriki would result in the latter's demise. Yet today, Ryunosuke shattered this convention once more. From the initial resurrection to the current separation of tailed beasts from their Jinchuriki without consequence. Such feats were beyond the realm of ordinary capability, perhaps even rivaling the Sage of Six Paths himself. Jiraiya stood agape, murmuring to himself in disbelief. "Young master, will separating the tailed beast have any repercussions for you? Is there any loss that you might be unaware of or have overlooked?" At this moment, Nagato's voice of concern echoed in the ears of the crowd, causing a heaviness to settle in the hearts of most. Only Kisame suddenly displayed a bright smile, unable to suppress the curve of his lips. "There is no loss at all, you worry too much. This ability excludes all external forces that do not belong to oneself, including wounds, illnesses, and a myriad of other external factors. Hence, evident powers such as tailed beasts and Edo Tensei, which clearly do not belong to oneself, will be directly excluded. Thus, the losses you are apprehensive about do not exist. Therefore, Kisame, there is no need for such exuberance." Upon hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, Kisame's smile abruptly stiffened in midair, gradually transforming back into his original sullen demeanor. "So, if there is nothing amiss, everyone should disperse. Although there is no loss to me personally, your constant presence around me makes me feel like a monkey on display, so please refrain from those curious gazes. I now wish to rest." After saying this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke ignored the expressions and mental shifts of others, striding directly past the crowd towards his room. Uzumaki Kushina followed closely behind, cradling Uzumaki Naruto as they made their way to their own quarters. The remaining individuals exchanged glances before scattering like birds and beasts. Some, like Haiden and Deidara, rushed towards the battlefield between the Nine Tails and One Tail, while Yahiko and his companions returned to their room to deepen their bonds. The rest also busied themselves with their own affairs. Jiraiya, standing in place, contemplated whether to check on Naruto's condition, as what Uzumaki Ryunosuke had mentioned was indeed intriguing. After all, his dear friend and his infatuation, Tsunade, were both significantly troubled by hemophobia. If Uzumaki Ryunosuke's ability truly can eliminate external forces, then Tsunade's phobia should be curable. Hence, Jiraiya resolved to first assess Naruto's situation before seeking Uzumaki Ryunosuke's assistance, perhaps even asking him to revive Tsunade's brother, Nawaki. As for that Kato-dan, let him continue to rot, competing with me for Tsunade's affection. He stands no chance. Jiraiya's mind raced with thoughts, culminating in a loud laugh that startled those passing by. Who would have thought that the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, along with Tsunade, both had their afflictions? Orochimaru must be feeling quite troubled. The subordinates of Orochimaru, passing by, silently lamented their master's plight, only to be ignited by the memory of the time when Konoha expelled Orochimaru, filling them with fury. It's all that damned Konoha's fault. All because of that cursed Third Hokage. Otherwise, how could Orochimaru have ended up like this? I must assist Orochimaru. Destroy Konoha. After solidifying their resolve, these subordinates brimmed with fighting spirit. Even their strides became bold and imposing, exuding confidence. Jiraiya, coming back to his senses on his way to Naruto's room, observed these fervent subordinates and nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't anticipated that while Orochimaru himself was unimpressive, his subordinates still exhibited a commendable spirit, half of what I once had as the Sage of the Toads. Ignoring the self-absorbed Jiraiya, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, confined in his room, was enveloped in contemplation. What could be the reason for this? According to conventional wisdom, the horse talisman should not consume chakra. Yet when I revived Yahiko and Kushina, my chakra was indeed completely drained, and the sensation of being washed was unmistakable. However, when expelling Kurama from Naruto's body, I felt no depletion of chakra, nor did I experience the sensation of being observed. What could be amiss? Chapter 26. Konoha's Reaction, Princess Tsunade. While Uzumaki Ryunosuke pondered his own issues, news of the destruction of the entire grass ninja village by him, Orochimaru, and a young girl had spread throughout the ninja world over time, leaving everyone in astonishment. Konoha. Hokage building. Hiruzen, look at the mess you've caused. It hasn't been long since your prized disciple joined forces with Uzumaki Ryunosuke to annihilate another ninja village. At this rate, won't Konoha be next? Danzo slammed his cane against the ground, sending a resounding echo throughout the room. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remained silent in his seat, casually puffing on his pipe. Observing Hiruzen's demeanor, both Tsunade and Mito Menju could no longer remain silent, urging him to speak. Hiruzen, you ought to address this. What should we do now? With the Nine Tails taken by Uzumaki Ryunosuke, if word gets out to the other ninja villages, it would spell disaster for Konoha. Indeed, we must retrieve the Nine Tails at the very least. As for the Jinchuriki, we can easily find someone loyal to us within the village to take their place. We cannot remain this passive. Listening to his two old friends, Danzo recalled how Hiruzen had obstructed his attempts to control Uzumaki Naruto, and suddenly, he felt emboldened. I warned you, Hiruzen. I told you to hand over the Jinchuriki to me, and I would ensure their complete loyalty to Konoha. You refused to listen, insisting on your own ideals to brainwash the Jinchuriki. And now look, your brainwashing has failed. And both the host and the Nine Tails have been taken away by that accursed Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Let us see how you plan to handle this. Hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, gently placing his pipe on the table. Since you all are so eager to target Uzumaki Ryunosuke, believing him to be easy to deal with, then very well. As the third Hokage, I hereby command you to retrieve the Nine Tails at any cost and eliminate Uzumaki Ryunosuke. You may handle it as you see fit. After saying this, Hiruzen suddenly felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his heart, and his entire being felt considerably lighter. While Hiruzen felt relieved, his two companions were left dumbfounded. Tsunade and Mito Menju, accustomed to wielding authority in the Hokage building, now faced the prospect of confronting a formidable enemy, one who could contend with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara. Who would volunteer for such a reckless task? Yet, there was one fool present, Danzo. Hearing Hiruzen's concession, Danzo felt an indescribable excitement surging within him, as if fearing Hiruzen would change his mind. He hastily made his way to the base of the root organization, moving with such speed that the wind seemed to carry him away, leaving the other two with a single phrase. Very well, once I bring back the Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails will be entrusted to my root members to select a new host. Watching Danzo hastily exit the Hokage building, Tsunade and Mito were left in stunned silence. Is Danzo truly a fool? Where does he find such courage? This is madness. Tsunade quickly regained her composure, shouting at Hiruzen, Hiruzen, stop Danzo. Do you truly wish to provoke Uzumaki Ryunosuke? Mito nodded in agreement with her. However, after taking a couple of puffs from his cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke leisurely. What concern is it of mine if Shimura Danzo is seeking trouble with Uzumaki Naruto? Furthermore, do you believe that if we refrain from provoking him, he will not come after us? Ever since the first Hokage's disappointment, many in the Umbu have gradually withdrawn. Some are even contemplating defection to join Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha is practically a shadow of its former self. As for me, I am merely biding my time, waiting for Uzumaki Naruto to come and kill me. When have you ever seen me so unhurried? After finishing his statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen indulged in another couple of puffs from his cigarette. Meanwhile, Torian Koharu and Mito Kazumi stood frozen in place, their resolve waning as they gazed at the aged figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, how could we, mere mortals, stand against one who has battled the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, wielding such extraordinary power? Coming to this realization, Torian Koharu and Mito Kazumi silently departed from the Hokage office. In the time that followed, the two resolved to save her life, for time was fleeting. They would seize the day as best as they could. In stark contrast to the despondent trio, Shimura Danzo, back at the root, remained fervent and began orchestrating a plan to recapture the Nine Tails. If the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to eliminate Uzumaki Naruto on the spot. Observing the bustling activity of Root, Danzo felt a sense of satisfaction as he caressed his right hand, moving up to his right eye. The presence of the eye reassured him, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Uzumaki Naruto, just wait. I will make you my most capable subordinate. When the time comes, the entire shinobi world will be no match for me, and I shall fulfill the first Hokage's unaccomplished aspirations. As Danzo prepared for war in Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto, under Jiraiya's relentless tutelage, embarked on a journey with Uzumaki Kushina and others to locate the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Tsunade, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. A figure synonymous with gambling, a legendary philanthropist in the shinobi world, and a formidable ally to the Shinigami. On the short streets of the Land of Fire, Tsunade suddenly let out a tremendous sneeze. Damn it, Jiraiya must be cursing me. After rubbing her itchy nose, she returned her attention to the dealer before her, who was holding a cup full of dice, fervently chanting, small, small, small. Surrounding Tsunade, a group of eager gamblers fixated on the cup, silently wishing, big, big, big. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived as the dealer unveiled the cup. 5, 5, 6. It's a big win. The dealer's announcement created a stark contrast between the furious Tsunade and the jubilant gamblers. A girl holding a pink piglet anxiously gazed at Tsunade, who was determined to continue gambling. Tsunade-sama, if you keep betting, we'll end up sleeping on the streets again, Kato Shizun whispered, her piglet nodding in agreement. Hey, hey. Hearing the piglet's squeaky voice, Shizun placed it near Tsunade's ear. Tsunade-sama, even Tun-Tun says it can't bear to watch anymore. In response to the pleas from her companions, Tsunade sighed, resting her chin on her hand and lazily waving them off. I know, Shizun. I'll save enough for lodging and food. Just let me gamble in peace for a moment. Seeing Tsunade in such a disheartened state, both Shizun and the piglet could only sigh in resignation. Meanwhile, everything unfolding was keenly observed by Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya, and Uzumaki Kushina, along with the oblivious Naruto, who was eager to see the action. Mom, what are you watching? I want to see too. Struggling to see over the crowd, Naruto attempted to stand on his tiptoes, but upon noticing the indifferent trio, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Humph, as if I can't get taller. With a series of hand seals, Naruto performed the transformation technique, and in an instant, a figure identical to Jiraiya appeared beside him. What the heck? It's just a bunch of people gambling. What is so exciting about that? As he finally discerned the scene before him, Naruto felt utterly bored and wrinkled his nose in disdain. Are you sure she is the granddaughter of Hashirama? Uzumaki Ryujin gazed skeptically at Tsunade, who continued to lose. They had been standing there for quite some time, and not once had Tsunade emerged victorious, let alone before their arrival. The reason the four had managed to find Tsunade so swiftly was due to the intelligence from Orochimaru's subordinates. Upon learning that Tsunade had recently been sighted in the Land of Fire, Uzumaki Ryujin led his companions directly there, with a strategy that capitalized on the crowd. They quickly located Tsunade amidst the gambling frenzy. Ah, don't let her appearance fool you. That is indeed Tsunade. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched the back of his head, while Ryujin nodded in agreement. With such a cursed fate to lose every gamble, I dare say only Hashirama possesses such luck in the entire shinobi world. As Ryujin conversed with Jiraiya, Tsunade lost yet another substantial sum. Unable to wait any longer, Ryujin pushed through the crowd, seizing the collar of Tsunade's outfit. Disregarding the protests of onlookers and the disheartened gamblers as he made his way out of the casino, Jiraiya, caught off guard, was unable to intervene as the group exited the venue where Tsunade had been laboring tirelessly. Ryujin strode confidently down the street, hoisting Tsunade as if she were a mere child. Standing at a height of 163 meters, Tsunade appeared diminutive next to Ryujin, who towered over her at over 190 meters. Creating a nearly 30-centimeter difference that made her seem like a helpless chick in his grip. Caught in a daze, Tsunade flailed her limbs in the air, but as the laughter of onlookers surrounded her, she suddenly regained her wits. With a sudden burst of strength, she swung a punch towards Ryujin's face, but he effortlessly caught her fist in his hand. Feeling even more embarrassed, Tsunade failed to notice Jiraiya, Shizun, and Kushina trailing behind. However, Shizun spotted Jiraiya as she rushed out, and with a nod from him, she obediently followed behind, watching as her Tsunade-sama was carried away. After finding a nearby forest, Ryujin casually tossed Tsunade to the ground and picked up a slender stick with a grim expression as he approached her. Wait a moment. What do you intend to do? Tsunade exclaimed, just as she got to her feet. Before her stood a man whose strength rivaled her own. Though the reason for his abrupt extraction from the casino remained a mystery, the situation felt increasingly amiss, especially as she noted the striking red hair that adorned his head. This distinctive trait was characteristic solely of the long-extinct villagers of the Whirlpool country, which led Tsunade to harbor a growing suspicion. Could it be that a remnant of the Whirlpool country sought vengeance for her failure to aid them in their time of need? With her thoughts clarified, Tsunade's confidence surged. Rising to her feet, she fixed her stern gaze upon Uzumaki Ryunosuke and declared, "Although I do not know your name, it is unjust for you to seek revenge upon me. I was not responsible for the destruction of your homeland. You should direct your ire towards the lightning and earth shinobi villages, as they were the true architects of that calamity. Moreover, my grandmother is Uzumaki Mido, the daughter of the former lord of the whirlpool country. Perhaps I am even your elder. How dare you, a mere child, lay hands on your superior? Her fury escalated, culminating in a shout that echoed far and wide. Nevertheless, Uzumaki Ryunosuke remained impassive, brandishing a wooden stick as he approached Tsunade, summoning a formidable troll ninja from the shadows. He ensnared Tsunade between his arm and waist, rendering her immobile. The moment she was captured, Tsunade felt her chakra stifled, stripping her of the superhuman strength she had always prided herself on, leaving her to thrash helplessly. Restrict her legs as well, Ryunosuke commanded, and the troll ninja obeyed, seizing both of Tsunade's flailing legs. Beholding the now completely subdued Tsunade, Ryunosuke swung the wooden stick with force, landing a blow upon her rear. Tsunade, who had been struggling, was momentarily stunned by the sudden pain. Unfazed, Ryunosuke continued to strike, berating her as he did so. Of all things to learn, you chose gambling, to squander wealth, to disgrace your family. You dare to claim kinship with me? Each reprimand was punctuated by a strike, and Tsunade, recovering from her initial shock, began to twist her body in an attempt to evade his blows. Yet, Ryunosuke's skill proved superior, and soon her cries of pain filled the air, alarming Jiraiya, Shizen, and Uzumaki Kushina, who watched in horror. As Tsunade cried out in distress while hurling insults at Ryunosuke, Shizen glanced down at the frightened Naruto, whose eyes sparkled with a newfound determination. In that moment, she silently resolved to act. This spontaneous decision would later play a significant role in Naruto's determination to remove Kushina's life support. Chapter 28. The Unexpected Relative. Tsunade's great-uncle seeing Ryunosuke's relentless assault on Tsunade. Jiraiya could no longer stand idly by. He rushed forward to grasp Ryunosuke's descending hand, exclaiming, "Enough! Lord Ryunosuke, if this continues, Tsunade will not endure much longer. Let this be a lesson. After all, she does not even know who you are. It is only natural that misunderstandings arise." Shizen, cradling Tun-Tun, approached to persuade him as well. "My lord, I implore you to spare Lady Tsunade." As Ryunosuke regarded Jiraiya and the anxious Shizen, he suppressed his fury. Pointing his stick at Shizen, he commanded, "You, go and tend to her wounds. Bring that irresponsible junior to me. I wish to inquire what the Senju family has taught her to produce such a descendant." Upon hearing Ryunosuke's words, Shizen hastily set down Tun-Tun, desperately attempting to rescue Tsunade from the troll ninja's grasp. However, she soon realized, to her dismay, that her current strength was insufficient to budge the towering figure. Reluctantly, she turned to Ryunosuke for assistance. "That red-haired gentleman, might it be possible for you to release Lady Tsunade? Only then can I treat her injuries." Shizen, glancing apprehensively at the man gripping the stick and glaring at her, felt fear creep in. After all, she had traveled alongside Tsunade in the ninja world for so long. This was the first time she had witnessed her mentor in such a humiliating predicament. Previously, wherever Tsunade went, she was revered as a distinguished guest, or at the very least, treated with respect by her peers. However, today, she had been unceremoniously dragged from a casino before the eyes of gamblers. Shizen could already envision the mockery that awaited Tsunade upon her next visit to such establishments. Isn't that the Tsunade who was unceremoniously yanked from the casino? How utterly disgraceful. The thought filled Shizen with despair, leading her to conclude that perhaps the world would be better off in darkness, devoid of sunshine. "Enough. Stand aside. I shall handle this," Ryunosuke declared, his expression impassive as he approached Tsunade. The latter, filled with rage, fixed Ryunosuke with a murderous glare. Wishing nothing more than to send this despicable man to meet the Sage of Six Paths instinctively, Shizen stepped in front of Tsunade, trembling uncontrollably yet maintaining a resolute gaze. Shizen stepped back. "Lord Ryunosuke has declared there will be no further punishment. This is a family matter. You need not meddle." Jiraiya, observing Shizen's protective stance, felt a surge of admiration, but swiftly utilized a body flicker technique to whisk her back to safety. While he admired her bravery, he was unwilling to allow such folly to endanger their own. As for Tsunade, it was said that the affairs of the Senju and Uzumaki were best left to those within the family. Besides, given that Ryunosuke had the power to resurrect the deceased, the notion of him killing Tsunade was utterly unfathomable. Approaching Tsunade, Ryunosuke waved his hand, and in an instant, her injured backside returned to its original state. the pain dissipating entirely. Feeling the peculiar sensation, Tsunade curiously inquired, "Who are you? Why have you brought me here? What is your connection to Jiraiya?" Ryunosuke gazed down at her, his expression inscrutable, and replied, "First, I am Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Second, as I stated, this was merely a lesson from an elder to a junior. Third, I have no ties to Jiraiya. If anything, it is you with whom I share a connection." Upon hearing this introduction, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. The name Uzumaki Ryunosuke, spoken of by her grandmother for most of her life, was not one she could easily forget. Anger flared within her anew. For in the tales recounted by her grandmother, Ryunosuke was heralded as a hero of the Uzumaki clan. His influence within the Uzumaki clan is undeniably comparable, if not superior, to that of his grandfather, Hashirama Senju, in Konoha. The fervent trust and unwavering faith that the entire Uzumaki clan places in Uzumaki Naruto far exceed that of the entire village of Konoha in their belief in Hashirama Senju. This very fact incensed Tsunade even more than the humiliation she felt, causing the diamond-shaped pattern atop her head to manifest prominently on her skin. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Tsunade's body, nearly overwhelming even the giant ninja. Witnessing Tsunade's fury, Uzumaki Naruto mentally commanded the giant ninja to release his grip on her. Freed from control, Tsunade charged at Uzumaki Naruto like a wild horse unbridled. Tensho. With a furious roar, Tsunade stomped fiercely on the ground near Uzumaki Naruto, causing the earth to crack extensively beneath her. Utilizing this tremendous force, she soared into the air, aiming a kick directly at Uzumaki Naruto. Boom! Uzumaki Naruto, seeing Tsunade's powerful attack hurtling toward him, did not evade. Instead, he boldly stepped forward, blocking her downward strike with nothing but his fist. What? Tsunade gasped in shock. She could hardly fathom the magnitude of her own strength combined with the momentum of her aerial assault, yet she was certain of its potency. After all, no one had ever withstood her strike before. Not even the average person could bear her usual strength, let alone this ferocious onslaught. Child, your abilities may not be vast, but your temper certainly is. Observing Uzumaki Naruto's playful demeanor despite the confrontation, Tsunade felt an inexplicable frustration welling up within her. Survive this encounter, and then we shall converse. Tsunade forcefully stepped on Uzumaki Naruto's fist, attempting to leverage the momentum to retreat. However, Uzumaki Naruto would not allow her to escape so easily. He transformed his fist into a palm, firmly grasping her ankle. With a violent motion, he slammed her down, sending a massive cloud of dust soaring into the air, obscuring both their figures. Tsunade-sama. In a state of worry, Shizune rushed towards the dust cloud without a second thought. Jiraiya and Kushina Uzumaki hurriedly followed, sharing her concern for Tsunade's safety. Even though they knew there was little danger, they could not bear to witness Tsunade continue to engage in battle, as it was she who would suffer the consequences, while Uzumaki Naruto, capable of revival, would remain unscathed. Chapter 29. Reunion with an old friend, the disheartened Uzumaki Naruto. Cough. Cough, damn it. Why is this kid so strong? As Shizune and Jiraiya entered the dust cloud, they found Tsunade sprawled on the ground, perplexedly gazing at Uzumaki Naruto, who remained unruffled. To her astonishment, she noticed that the swirling dust did not settle upon Uzumaki Naruto at all, as if an invisible barrier surrounded him, repelling the debris. Tsunade-sama. Shizune rushed to assist the disheveled Tsunade, helping her to her feet. Hey Tsunade, are you alright? Jiraiya inquired with concern, revealing that despite his usual carefree demeanor, he was reliable in critical moments. Jiraiya, you were here too? Tsunade asked, a hint of awkwardness creeping into her voice as she recognized her long-lost friend. Not just Shizune and I. Kushina and Naruto have been here all along, Jiraiya replied, stepping aside to reveal the worried expressions of Kushina Uzumaki and the eagerly curious Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade found it hard to accept the sight of those she believed to be long gone. Who could fathom the emotion of seeing someone presumed dead suddenly appear before them? Tsunade was now engulfed in a whirlwind of joy, sorrow, excitement, and disbelief, all culminating in a profound skepticism. Impossible. This must be an illusion. This is all a deception. Shizune, Jiraiya, Kushina, Naruto. Most importantly, you must be a falsehood too. As she retreated, Tsunade shook her head in disbelief, her face a mask of incredulity. She then directed an enraged shout at Uzumaki Naruto. Quickly, she formed hand seals, channeling chakra within her body, only to realize that she was not ensnared in an illusion. If she was indeed free from such trickery, it meant that everything before her was genuine. Jiraiya was real, Shizune was real, and the approaching Kushina Uzumaki was real. Could it be that the one claiming to be Uzumaki Naruto was also genuine? Overwhelmed, Tsunade collapsed onto the ground. Shizune and Kushina attempted to lift her, but Tsunade felt as limp as a rag doll, unresponsive to their efforts. Hey, pervy sage, is this the Tsunade you mentioned, over 50 years old? She looks no older than 20. Naruto exclaimed quietly to Jiraiya, observing the struggle to lift Tsunade. Jiraiya merely chuckled and scratched the back of his head, choosing not to explain to Naruto. However, his concern for Tsunade's expression deepened. Damn it, could it be that Lord Naruto's impact was too much for her? I've only witnessed her in such a state twice before. Seeing Tsunade in such despair, Uzumaki Naruto prepared to approach her. But she suddenly yanked her arm away from Shizune and grabbed Kushina. Startled, Kushina instinctively recoiled, yet Tsunade's grip was firm, rendering her motionless. Without hesitation, Tsunade began inspecting Kushina, touching and examining her. This action incited Naruto's anger, and he raised his fist, ready to charge at Tsunade. But Jiraiya swiftly caught him by the collar, leaving Naruto to bounce in place. Hey, pervy sage, what are you doing? Can't you see she's bullying my mom? Why are you stopping me? Naruto protested, struggling against Jiraiya's hold. Don't worry, Naruto. If there's anyone in this world who wouldn't harm Kushina, it would be Tsunade, aside from Lord Naruto, Jiraiya reassured him. Naruto, puzzled by Jiraiya's words, ceased his struggle and gazed at him with narrowed eyes, curious. Pervy sage. Why is that? Because, technically speaking, Tsunade is still Kushina's sister. She is your aunt. Upon hearing this revelation, Naruto was taken aback. Realizing that he had relatives he never knew existed, all powerful figures in the ninja world, yet they had left him to fend for himself in Konoha without ever visiting. Moreover, even during festive seasons, there was not a single word of concern. Were it not for the words of Uncle, Naruto Uzumaki glanced at the standing Uzumaki Ryunosuke, and, taking advantage of Jiraiya's momentary distraction, he suddenly exerted force and turned, running towards Uzumaki Ryunosuke, leaping into his embrace. What is the matter, Naruto? Feeling something amiss in Naruto's demeanor, Uzumaki Ryunosuke gently stroked the boy's back and asked softly, Uncle, why is it that they are all my relatives? Yet none of them ever came to see me before. I always thought I was an orphan, but then I discovered I have a father's master, Jiraiya, and my mother's sister, Tsunade. Yet I never knew them. I am, after all, the child of the fourth Hokage. However, Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage, is surrounded by people who care for him, while I am treated as the village's pariah, the nine-tailed fox, with villagers wishing to do me harm. Why is there such a stark contrast, despite our similar backgrounds? Listening to Naruto's ramblings in his arms, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was somewhat taken aback. When he had initially brought Naruto out of Konoha, he had already inquired about his situation. At that time, Naruto had left an impression of being an earnest and kind-hearted individual, dreaming of becoming strong to protect Konoha and become Hokage. Uzumaki Ryunosuke had thought Naruto a bit naive and had not given it much thought. However, now this kind-hearted boy was showing signs of change. He had grown somewhat cynical, filled with complaints about the world, and harbored a certain hostility, traits that were absent in the former Naruto, who would quickly bounce back from any setbacks. Now, Naruto was becoming difficult for Uzumaki Ryunosuke to comprehend. It was as if the child had matured, embodying the sentiments expressed by others about growing up. For the vast majority of people, learning to complain and harboring a sense of hostility towards the world is often seen as a sign of growth. But for Naruto, this was indeed the case, as he had begun to contemplate the rights and wrongs of situations, discerning who genuinely cared for him and who merely offered superficial concern. This transformation would greatly affect his interactions and behavior, shifting from his previous disposition of selfless giving, without considering how others treated him, naively believing that kindness would be reciprocated. Chapter 30, a long-awaited reunion with sisters, Tsunade and Kushina Naruto. It is good to think critically. I believe this matter should be left for you to resolve yourself. Ponder why they were indifferent to you at first. However, I must tell you that in this world, no one will truly care for you, including me and your mother. We do not love you with our whole hearts. At times, we may overlook your feelings, and in more severe instances, even neglect your existence. Upon hearing this, Naruto looked up at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who wore a smile, still somewhat confused. So, does that mean uncle and mother do not like me? Is it because I am a fox demon? But hasn't that fox been released already? Uzumaki Ryunosuke pondered for a moment and gently stroked Naruto's head. What I refer to as genuine love is rather narrow. Sometimes, we fail to truly care for ourselves. This kind of love exists only in imagination. In reality, it is challenging, if not impossible, to find. The truth is, it often does not exist at all. Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words deepened Naruto's confusion, prompting him to question the essence of life itself. I don't understand, uncle, what do you mean? Uzumaki Ryunosuke pulled Naruto from his embrace, wrapping his arms around Naruto's shoulders and gazing into his curious, sky-blue eyes. True love means being wholly devoted to another person to the extent that one loses their capacity for judgment, accepting whatever that person says without question. However, such scenarios can become quite peculiar. In daily life, we would describe those individuals as if they were under a genjutsu, acting solely according to the desires of the one they love. Yet, ordinary people do not behave this way, for we have other concerns beyond the ones we cherish. For instance, aside from you, I also care about the remaining people of the whirlpool country, which may make you feel that my affection for you is insufficient or that I am neglecting you. Similarly, your mother, while caring for you, also attends to her husband, your father. This too contributes to your feeling of inadequate care. There are countless such instances. Jiraiya, for example, while concerned about you, is also preoccupied with the pursuit of world peace, which he prioritizes above your needs, leaving you to feel his attention is lacking. Tsunade, likewise, has individuals and matters of greater importance to her than you, resulting in diminished concern for you. This series of circumstances illustrates that no one will truly care for you because, in their hearts, there are people or matters they hold in higher regard. Naruto felt he grasped the concept, though not entirely, yet he nodded earnestly. Uzumaki Ryunosuke, observing Naruto's reaction, gently patted his shoulder in encouragement. If you still have uncertainties, seek your own answers. Some truths are only truly understood through personal experience, leading to different insights and realizations. Keep striving, young one. Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words resonated with Naruto, who vigorously nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, as Uzumaki Ryunosuke conversed with Naruto, Tsunade was engaged in a lively discussion with Uzumaki Kushina. Tsunade delightedly pinched Kushina's skin, examining her closely, treating her as a mere puppet to manipulate. Sister Tsunade, what are you doing? Uzumaki Kushina, unable to tolerate Tsunade's antics, exclaimed in irritation. Tsunade, undeterred by Kushina's annoyance, scrutinized her intently before excitedly questioning. Kushina, is it true that you have truly returned? This isn't a result of the Impure world reincarnation technique by great-grandfather, is it? Uzumaki Kushina, exasperated, could only respond earnestly. Yes, Sister Tsunade, I have truly been revived by the young clan leader. See, I am perfectly fine. With that, Uzumaki Kushina spun around to demonstrate her vitality, showcasing her current state. Seeing the lively Uzumaki Kushina before her, Tsunade finally chose to believe, embracing Kushina tightly. Tears streaming down her face as she cried like a child, overwhelmed by the moment. Oh my, I have witnessed something truly extraordinary. From behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke, a familiar voice emerged. He instinctively turned to see Orochimaru and Kabuto emerging from the shadows. Lord Ryunosuke, your shadow realm is truly remarkable. As Orochimaru observed Uzumaki Naruto with utmost respect, he addressed him with deference. To be candid, Orochimaru had conducted a cursory examination of the shadow realm, which resembled a tangible world yet was devoid of chakra. Even the creatures within this shadow kingdom lacked the essence of chakra. Nevertheless, they possessed remarkable powers. It was precisely these extraordinary abilities that incessantly captivated Orochimaru, the foremost scientist of the human realm. After gathering samples and learning that Uzumaki Naruto, accompanied by Kushina and Jiraiya, was venturing forth to locate Tsunade, he attempted to traverse the shadow realm to reach Naruto. Orochimaru found it even more astonishing that he felt as if he had just infiltrated the shadow realm. Yet shortly thereafter, he found himself back in the land of fire, having traversed the distance that once took considerable time while riding Shikaku. How marvelous it was! He would soon need to prepare the materials for the Edo Tensei concerning Tsunade's brother. There was a matter he wished to have her observe, and he hoped they could both attend, as he believed their collaboration would yield different discoveries. Uzumaki Naruto greeted Orochimaru while once again preparing to resurrect others. This revelation astounded Orochimaru, for it had not been long since he had revived Kushina and that youth named Yahiko. If this continued, the entire shinobi world would be devoid of the deceased. Nonetheless, Orochimaru instructed Kabuto to make the necessary preparations and inquired, "May I ask what you intend for us to research, Lord Naruto? This information would allow me to prepare adequately and avoid any delays." Upon hearing Orochimaru's question, Uzumaki Naruto recounted the consequences of reviving Kushina and Yahiko. This piqued Orochimaru's interest, and he excitedly licked his lips. It appeared that while reviving himself incurred no chakra expenditure, resurrecting others did. Such a cost seemed relatively insignificant compared to the act of bringing the deceased back to life. In contrast, the gaze that even Lord Naruto had not detected, one that was shrouded in secrecy, warranted further investigation. Who could possess such formidable power? As Orochimaru pondered this, he prepared to return and meticulously arrange the scene for the revival of Shinsuke. This time, it was not merely a revival. The subsequent experiments were paramount. Orochimaru perceived this as a test bestowed upon him by Uzumaki Naruto, and he felt compelled to ensure absolute precision. Chapter 31. Weeping Tsunade, Jiraiya's secret. All right, Sister Tsunade. It's all over now. I am perfectly fine. Kushina exuded a maternal glow, soothing Tsunade as if she were comforting a crying child. Lord Naruto, may I discuss a matter with you? At that moment, Jiraiya stealthily approached Uzumaki Naruto, whispering awkwardly in his ear while the others were distracted. What is it, Jiraiya? Uzumaki Naruto inquired, intrigued by Jiraiya's unusual demeanor. He had never seen Jiraiya appear so flustered, especially when he had previously resurrected his disciple, Yahiko. This is a personal request of mine. To be honest, I have never asked for such a thing unless in pursuit of creative inspiration, Jiraiya stammered, fidgeting nervously. Speak up. If you don't, I assure you, even if you beg, I shall not assist you, Uzumaki Naruto retorted, irritation evident in his voice. Jiraiya, taken aback by Naruto's anger, began to sweat profusely. He waved his hands in a haphazard attempt to divert the attention of Kushina and the others while casting furtive glances at Tsunade. Once assured that no one noticed his actions, he exhaled deeply and turned to Uzumaki Naruto, speaking softly. Lord Naruto, please keep your voice down. I merely wish to request that you refrain from reviving Dankato. Dankato? Who is that? Uzumaki Naruto was perplexed, having never heard of this individual. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched the back of his head, his laughter betraying his embarrassment before he became serious. Lord Naruto, Dankato was once Tsunade's lover, but he perished during the Second Shinobi World War, just like Tsunade's brother, Shinsuke. I noticed you conversing with Orochimaru, and I presumed you intended to have him prepare the Edo Tensei materials for Shinsuke. However, I fear that upon witnessing Shinsuke's revival, Tsunade might wish for Dan to be resurrected as well, which is why I have come to implore you. Uzumaki Naruto regarded Jiraiya with a mixture of confusion and intrigue, yet his serious demeanor prompted him to disclose his intentions. Firstly, the decision of whom I revive is entirely my own, not dictated by anyone else's desires. Secondly, reviving Shinsuke serves as a favor to Hashirama and is necessitated by certain matters requiring the expertise of Tsunade, the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world, and Orochimaru's research. Thirdly, do you harbor any unspoken intentions? Or is your request merely an attempt to secure a place in Tsunade's heart that Dan once occupied? Faced with Uzumaki Naruto's pointed remarks, Jiraiya felt an impulse to imprint the soles of his sandals upon Naruto's face. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he could not contend with Naruto's strength, and thus he surrendered, divulging everything he knew. I initially stumbled upon this information by chance and had intended to keep it to myself for a lifetime. However, with the emergence of your ability to revive others, certain secrets may inevitably come to light, such as those concerning Naruto. I would appreciate it if you could keep this matter from others, especially Tsunade. Uzumaki Naruto, feeling exasperated by Jiraiya's lamentations, swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Jiraiya's face. Jiraiya, caught off guard, was sent flying, landing directly before Tsunade and Kushina. Jiraiya? What on earth are you doing? Tsunade wiped her tears as she looked down at Jiraiya. Kushina, equally curious, observed the bright red imprint left on Jiraiya's face by Uzumaki Naruto's hand. Well, Jiraiya stammered, meeting the inquisitive gazes of Tsunade and Kushina, feeling utterly embarrassed. Just moments ago, he had been discussing matters concerning Tsunade, and now, unexpectedly, he found himself at the center of attention before them. Now that Tsunade is here, speak plainly. Should you continue to evade the issue, next time, it won't be a mere slap that sends you flying. As Jiraiya found himself ensnared by the piercing gazes of the two women, Uzumaki Naruto slowly marched into this uniquely charged atmosphere. My affairs? Uzumaki Naruto's question jolted Tsunade back to reality, filling her with curiosity. Hey Jiraiya. With a swift motion, a resounding slap landed on Jiraiya's face, sending him hurtling through the air, landing right before Tsunade and Kushina Uzumaki. Jiraiya? What on earth are you doing? Tsunade exclaimed, hastily wiping the tears from her face as she gazed down at him. Kushina, equally curious, noted the bright red handprint left on Jiraiya's cheek by the forceful strike of Ryunosuke Uzumaki. About that, Jiraiya stammered, meeting the inquisitive gazes of Tsunade and Kushina, feeling increasingly embarrassed. Just moments ago, he had been discussing matters concerning Tsunade, and now, unexpectedly, he found himself thrust before the very individuals he was talking about. All right, since Tsunade is here, let us address this matter directly. If you continue to beat around the bush, next time, it won't just be a mere slap that sends you flying. As Jiraiya found himself ensnared by the intense scrutiny of the two women, Ryunosuke Uzumaki strode deliberately into this peculiar battlefield. My affairs? Ryunosuke's inquiry snapped Tsunade back to reality, igniting her curiosity further. Hey Jiraiya, what is this matter concerning me that you are hiding? Tsunade's fury flared as she effortlessly lifted Jiraiya from the ground, her formidable presence overwhelming him. This matter Jiraiya attempted to protest, but Tsunade was relentless, landing a punch squarely on his head. Spit it out. I want to hear what you, Jiraiya, have to say about me, particularly if it's something you wish to keep from me. Jiraiya glanced helplessly at the stoic Ryunosuke, the furious Tsunade, and the curious Kushina and her bewildered child, Shizune, who was holding a stuffed animal, utterly perplexed by the unfolding drama. Well, this incident came to my attention quite by chance while I was perusing Danzo's archives. To be honest, I didn't pay much heed at the time, but upon reflection, I found the revelations about our teachers rather. Yet as he spoke, Jiraiya's words trailed off, his spirit visibly waning. Tsunade, known for her short temper, was eager to uncover any information pertaining to herself, wishing to understand the entire context. However, Jiraiya's reluctance only served to erode her already thin patience. I won't tolerate your hesitance. Unleash your strength. Tsunade growled, her teeth clenched, as she prepared to strike Jiraiya once more, her fist hovering ominously above him. Startled by Tsunade's overwhelming ferocity, Naruto Uzumaki cowered behind Kushina, peering out to witness Jiraiya's plight, his thoughts filled with discontent. Perverted sage. Just say what you need to say. This indecisiveness does not befit one of your stature. The impact of Tsunade's blow rejuvenated Jiraiya, who hastily waved his hands in a bid for mercy. Wait, I'll explain. Tsunade, please, just give me a moment. Chapter 32, Jiraiya's Hesitance. Tsunade's fury as Tsunade prepared to continue her assault on him, Jiraiya found himself in a state of panic. He begged for her mercy, yet Tsunade, though still simmering with rage, hesitated, torn between her desire to punish him and the realization that doing so might prolong his recovery. Thus, she found herself in a precarious position, her fist poised in midair, indecisively suspended. Seeing this, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, recalling that typically, Tsunade would cease her attacks at this juncture. Just as he was about to speak, Ryunosuke interjected, Tsunade, continue your assault. Even if the Grim Reaper were to arrive today, nothing would deter me from discovering what keeps a man's lips sealed so tightly. Jiraiya, now recalling Ryunosuke's earlier words, felt a chill run down his spine. He had been so focused on Tsunade that he had overlooked the presence of a man even fiercer than she. The thought of Ryunosuke's last remark sent him scrambling backward, desperately attempting to escape. Upon hearing Ryunosuke's words, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by the way he addressed her. It had been nearly 50 years since anyone had referred to her in such a manner. However, she quickly acclimated, as Kushina had already briefed her on the details, diminishing her initial resistance. After all, according to lineage, Ryunosuke was her grandmother's brother, making him her granduncle. Then, a wave of joy washed over her as she remembered that, according to Kushina's description, her granduncle possessed the ability to resurrect others, alleviating any fear of fatal repercussions from their confrontation. Moreover, he was renowned for his exceptionally advanced medical ninjutsu, a skill Tsunade had personally experienced, the ability to instantly relieve pain and heal injuries surpassing even the highest medical techniques available in the current ninja world. At present, Tsunade pondered whether Ryunosuke's medical ninjutsu bore any detrimental effects, similar to her own creation, the 100 healing technique, which unfortunately shortens the user's lifespan. Ryunosuke, the medical ninjutsu you wield, surely it must have some limitations? Perhaps even side effects? Before Tsunade could finish her inquiry, Ryunosuke swiftly struck her atop her head. What did you just call me? Tsunade froze, confronting Ryunosuke's dispassionate yet intimidating gaze, reminiscent of the fear she felt as a child when caught misbehaving by her grandmother. Granduncle? She finally stammered, her previously confident voice reduced to a mere whisper under the weight of his scrutiny. Such techniques pose no harm to me. They are simply ordinary ninjutsu, Ryunosuke replied, his tone resolute. Hearing Tsunade's meek acknowledgement, Ryunosuke nodded in satisfaction, signaling that she could proceed. At his cue, Tsunade promptly seized the still trying to escape Jiraiya, unleashing her pent-up frustration towards him as she vented about Ryunosuke's earlier bullying. The forest soon echoed with Jiraiya's anguished cries. The commotion drew the attention of gamblers from the nearby streets, who began to spread tales of a man-eating demon in the forest, recounting the nightmarish screams of those purportedly devoured. This mundane tale persisted for years, embellished by patrons boasting in taverns. Returning to the present, as Tsunade unleashed her fury upon Jiraiya, Ryunosuke approached Kushina, who was protectively shielding Naruto. Ryunosuke felt a sense of exasperation. After all, he was a ninja. How long would she continue to guard him? However, to his surprise, Kushina firmly rebutted his remark. As the imposing figure of Uzumaki Ryunosuke departed, his silhouette indelibly etched itself into the eyes of Uzumaki Kushina. In that fleeting moment, she felt the long-lost warmth of familial affection emanating from him, which overwhelmed her and brought forth a torrent of tears. Mom, what's wrong? Uzumaki Naruto observed his weeping mother, rendered momentarily paralyzed, unsure of how to comfort her. No matter how eloquent the words he had practiced or how perfectly he had memorized comforting phrases from books, when faced with the real situation, he found himself at a complete loss. Moreover, at merely 12 years of age, and having been shunned by others due to the influence of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, Naruto was left without guidance. After a moment's reflection, he hesitantly embraced the sobbing Kushina, offering gentle reassurance. Enough now, Tsunade, Ryunosuke interjected, observing Jiraiya, who had ceased his struggles. Once Tsunade stepped back, Ryunosuke approached to assess the situation. Goodness, Jiraiya was a sight to behold, thoroughly beaten and disheveled, his teeth scattered about, and his condition resembling that of a deflated balloon. Ryunosuke had no doubt that had he arrived even a moment later, Jiraiya would have been on the verge of the afterlife. Chapter 33, Ryunosuke's Healing Ninjutsu. Danzo and Kato Danwu, Wu Jiraiya, now resembling a battered pig, crawled towards Ryunosuke, tears streaming down his face while attempting to articulate something through his swollen lips. To an outsider, it would appear as though a group of ruffians was mercilessly assaulting a frail elder. Seeing Jiraiya's pitiful struggles, Ryunosuke shook his head in disbelief, waving his hand to unleash a flash of green light. Instantly, Jiraiya was restored to his former self. Incredible! Is this truly your healing ninjutsu, uncle? Tsunade marveled at Jiraiya's rapid recovery. Meanwhile, Shizun approached, her face brimming with astonishment. This is astonishing. It far surpasses Lady Tsunade's healing techniques. Bang! Tsunade, upon hearing Shizun's remark, retaliated with a swift punch to her head, rendering her unconscious in an instant, much to the bemusement of the pig she had been cradling. All right, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should you utter another disparaging word, you shall meet the reanimation jutsu, Jiraiya. Ignoring the commotion between Tsunade and Shizun, Ryunosuke turned to the now examining Jiraiya and spoke with gravity. Jiraiya, hearing this, waved his hands urgently, attempting to halt Tsunade's impending assault. I swear, I'll tell you everything. This time, I will reveal all that I know. With Tsunade momentarily pacified, Jiraiya exhaled deeply. It was during my time at the Root's archives that I inadvertently discovered a secret mission assigned by Danzo to Kato Dan. Wait, are you saying that old Coot Danzo assigned a mission to Dan? Tsunade interrupted incredulously, clearly skeptical of Jiraiya's claims. In response, Jiraiya nodded solemnly, affirming the truth of his words. That's impossible. Dan would never. Enough, Tsunade. Let Jiraiya continue. I am eager to hear what these vermin have plotted, her with a firm interjection. Tsunade, filled with pent-up frustration, resembled a pufferfish, visibly agitated. Out of curiosity about what mission Danzo could have assigned Kato Dan, I discreetly opened the file when no one was watching. Close relationship with the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade, ideally in a romantic capacity. Furthermore, incapacitated her entirely to prevent her from becoming the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya's typically carefree tone now resonated with a chilling gravity, akin to the icy bloodline limit of the hidden mist village, sending a shiver down Tsunade's spine. Impossible. Jiraiya, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to die? Enraged by her friend's slander against her past lover, Tsunade's aura intensified. Her delicate fists clenched tightly as if ready to explode at any moment. Observing Tsunade's fury, Jiraiya, having known her since childhood, no reason to deceive you. Especially in front of so many witnesses. Besides, wouldn't it be foolish of me to fabricate such a lie? You can verify this in Danzo's root archives. Why would I bother to mislead you in front of Lord Ryunosuke? As Jiraiya nimbly dodged Tsunade's attacks from the treetop, he sought an opening to explain. I refuse to believe it. Uncle would never be that kind of person. Shizune, too, was engulfed in fury. How could she allow her most esteemed uncle to be unjustly maligned? Casting aside the pig she held, she brandished her chakra scalpel and charged at Jiraiya. With Shizune joining the fray, Jiraiya found himself increasingly beleaguered. After narrowly evading several of their attacks, he seized the opportunity to position himself behind Ryunosuke. Using him as a shield, Ryunosuke regarded the two furious women, one wielding formidable strength and the other brandishing a chakra scalpel, and felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Uncle, I respect you as Mito's brother. However, I must implore you to step aside. I require an explanation from Jiraiya regarding today's events. Indeed, I will not permit anyone to tarnish my uncle's name, even if it is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade and Shizune declared in unison, their expressions fierce and resolute. Rebellion. Ryunosuke unleashed a surge of chakra from within, and in an instant, the forest was enveloped in an immense pressure. Tsunade and Shizune felt as though they were but leaves caught in a raging river, helplessly adrift in the turbulent sea of chakra. Fortunately, Ryunosuke's display of chakra pressure did not persist for long. As he retracted his chakra, the assembled crowd felt as though they had just emerged from the depths of a river, drenched and gasping for breath. Tsunade and Shizune, in particular, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, having momentarily forgotten to breathe under Ryunosuke's overwhelming force. They narrowly escaped suffocation. Observing the feeble Tsunade and Shizune, Kushina Uzumaki hurriedly stepped forward to support Tsunade, while entrusting Shizune to Naruto Uzumaki for assistance. With the aid of others, Tsunade and Shizune managed to steady themselves on the ground, yet their gazes remained fixed on Jiraiya, who stood behind Ryunosuke Uzumaki, both wearing expressions of unwavering determination. You both just declared your intention to seek an explanation. Hence, I must inquire what precisely you wish to clarify, and from whom? Ryunosuke gazed at the two with exasperation, embodying the disappointment of a mentor witnessing the follies of his pupils. Tsunade and Shizune, still simmering with anger, were momentarily taken aback by Ryunosuke's sudden inquiry. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, and lowered their previously raised heads. Jiraiya, seeing their reaction, felt reassured enough to step out from behind Ryunosuke, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Chapter 34. Tsunade enters the Kingdom of Shadows. The resurrection of Shosuke faced with a dilemma. Their capacity for discerning right from wrong swiftly evaporated. Their minds became singularly focused on creating trouble for others. What kind of explanation was that? Watching the two being lectured by Ryunosuke, Jiraiya fanned the flames of their dispute. Indeed, I merely sought to share my insights with you. Yet you both attacked me without rhyme or reason. How disheartening. Ryunosuke, unable to suppress himself, retaliated by delivering a punch to Jiraiya, silencing him and leaving him crouched on the ground, weeping. I do not know how Hashirama, Mito, or your parents raised you, but gambling, violence, and an inability to analyze situations are profoundly troubling traits. You have so many flaws, Tsunade. You are over 50 years old. How can you still be so immature? Ryunosuke regarded Tsunade, who seemed to wish to bury herself in the ground like an ostrich, and began to lecture her, embodying the frustrated demeanor of a father disappointed in his child's lack of achievement. Jiraiya had mentioned seeing a file at the root, but regardless of its authenticity, it had nothing to do with him. If you wish to seek answers, should you not inquire directly with the individual or confront Danzo? What can Jiraiya accomplish? This is a futile endeavor. Kushina Uzumaki stood aside, holding Naruto, observing as Ryunosuke scolded the three. She felt a sense of helplessness, sighing and shaking her head. Kushina pondered why, just 12 years after the passing of her husband, Minato Namikaze, the once mighty Sannin had diminished to this state. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Her bright eyes sparkled with mischief as she fixated on Ryunosuke's imposing figure. Speaking of resurrection, Minato still lingered with the Shinigami. It seemed imperative to devise a way to have her uncle resurrect Minato, in hopes that their family could reunite. While contemplating, Kushina affectionately tousled Naruto's hair. Feeling the gesture, Naruto looked up curiously, only to find his mother grinning at him with a mischievous smile. This nearly startled Naruto into a frenzy. Had he not known her to be his mother, he might have suspected her to be an ominous stranger. Lord Ryunosuke, everything is prepared and ready to commence at your command. Just as Ryunosuke continued his lecture, Orochimaru emerged from Jiraiya's shadow, startling Jiraiya, who had been gazing at his own shadow, and causing Tsunade and Shizune to jump in surprise. Orochimaru, why did you emerge from Jiraiya's shadow? Is this a newly developed technique from the Nara clan? Tsunade had never found Orochimaru more appealing than he appeared now, his heroic and statuesque form captivating. Jiraiya and Shizune shared similar sentiments, with Jiraiya nearly moved to tears. Everything is ready. Then let us proceed without delay. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. I have hardly had a moment's respite these past few days. With that, Ryunosuke beckoned to Kushina and her son. Then, before the terrified gazes of Tsunade and Shizune, he swiftly dragged them into the kingdom of shadows. Had it not been for the calm demeanor of those around him, Tsunade might have exploded in protest. Upon entering the kingdom of shadows, Tsunade and Shizune curiously surveyed their surroundings. The landscape was awash with eerie blacks and reds, with bizarre creatures occasionally swimming through this peculiar realm. Though startled by the sights, Tsunade and Shizune feigned nonchalance, adjusting their attire to appear unaffected. Despite the increasingly peculiar stares from those nearby, particularly Jiraiya, whose gaze resembled that of someone observing a strange animal, further unsettling them. Idiot! What are you staring at? Jiraiya? Do you wish to perish? Tsunade, known for her fiery temperament, snapped at Jiraiya, who had made her uncomfortable. To everyone's surprise, Shizune joined in, reprimanding Jiraiya alongside Tsunade. Previously, Shizune would not have dared to speak so openly in Jiraiya's presence. Yet after the incident involving Kato Dan, her respect for Jiraiya had plummeted, granting her the audacity to chastise him directly. Enough. We have no time for idle chatter. Follow me. Ryunosuke turned back to the astonished group and floated away. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya and Shizune before closely trailing behind Ryunosuke, leaving Jiraiya standing alone. Wait for me. Have some compassion. After exiting the Kingdom of Shadows, the group arrived at the same location where Yahiko and Kushina had been revived last time. Unlike the previous simplicity, this time, the expansive area was systematically filled with various research instruments, necessitated by Ryunosuke's studies. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Ryunosuke, everything is ready. Observing the figures emerging from the ground, Kabuto Yakushi set down the instrument he had been calibrating, respectfully addressing Ryunosuke. Excellent, Kabuto. Please retrieve Kato Dan's cells. We require them for this endeavor. On the return journey, Ryunosuke had already instructed Orochimaru on this matter. Thus, upon arrival, Orochimaru immediately tasked Kabuto with fetching the cells he had previously collected. Upon hearing Orochimaru's command, Kabuto silently made his way to the laboratory filled with numerous cells, all the while contemplating his earlier intentions. However, since he had never voiced this request to Ryunosuke, he could not guarantee that Ryunosuke would assist him. Though he contemplated it, Yakushi Kabuto, upon acquiring the cells of Kato Dan, could not resist retrieving and storing the cells of his most cherished person, Yakushi Nono. As he walked the arduous journey back, he felt it was the most difficult, yet paradoxically the briefest path he had ever traversed. Before he could formulate a plea for Uzumaki Ryunosuke to assist him in reviving Yakushi Nono, he found himself back at the designated experimental site. Chapter 35, Reviving Rope Tree. The surprising Tsunade Orochimaru-sama. Here are the cells of Kado-dan. Yakushi Kabuto stealthily concealed the container, holding Yakushi Nono's cells behind him, and presented the cells of Kado-dan required by Orochimaru. Very well, let us commence. Kabuto. Ryunosuke-sama has high hopes for us. Orochimaru accepted the container from Kabuto, oblivious to the peculiar expression on his face, and turned to continue his preparations. Understood, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto lowered his head, refraining from gazing at the busy Orochimaru. A mysterious gleam flickered in his eyes beneath his round spectacles. As long as I continue to serve Ryunosuke-sama, I believe one day my wish will be fulfilled. While contemplating this, Kabuto assisted Orochimaru in the final adjustments of the apparatus. Everything is ready, Ryunosuke-sama. I believe we can begin. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was about to step forward when Tsunade suddenly grasped his arm with urgency. Uncle, you haven't told me what experiment you are about to conduct with Orochimaru. Observing the anxious expression on Tsunade's face, Ryunosuke straightened up. Did I not mention? I intend to revive your brother. My brother? You mean Rope Tree? But reviving the deceased. Tsunade was visibly startled by Ryunosuke's intentions and instinctively sought to halt the impending actions of Ryunosuke and Orochimaru. Yet, the thought of soon reuniting with her brother, who perished during the Second Shinobi World War, left her in turmoil. Preventing Ryunosuke and Orochimaru from proceeding stemmed from her reluctance to disturb her brother's peace. Yet the desire to see him again compelled her to allow it. Moreover, the prospect of reuniting with both Rope Tree and Kado-dan had long been Tsunade's fixation, as evidenced by her psychological affliction, hemophobia, stemming from the loss of these two during the war. Rest assured, reviving Rope Tree is not a mere resurrection. I also require you and Orochimaru to observe the peculiar phenomena that arise in my body during the revival process. Ryunosuke gently patted Tsunade's hand, offering reassurance while articulating his request. He was eager to discern this matter swiftly, as he did not wish to face the possibility of sudden demise due to the depletion of his chakra in the future. Is that the reason? Very well. I shall give it my utmost effort. After contemplating Ryunosuke's request, Tsunade nodded resolutely. She approached Orochimaru's apparatus, preparing to gather data on Ryunosuke's revival process alongside Yakushi Kabuto. As for why it is Yakushi Kabuto performing the Edo Tensei and not Orochimaru, it is because Orochimaru will be the one to execute it. Alright. After explaining the function of the apparatus, Yakushi Kabuto stood behind it, signaling a thumbs up to Ryunosuke and Orochimaru. Upon receiving the signal, Orochimaru promptly initiated the Edo Tensei technique. The bandits captured by Orochimaru's subordinate, the Sound Four, writhed in agony, ensnared by a swarm of paper-like substances from which rope trees form emerged. As Tsunade beheld the familiar silhouette standing in the center of the arena, tears threatened to spill, yet she brushed them away. For the ensuing events were of utmost importance. There could be no room for carelessness. Ryunosuke-sama, it is your turn. Following the completion of Edo Tensei, Orochimaru swiftly utilized a body flicker technique to return to Yakushi Kabuto's side, calling out to Ryunosuke while casting furtive glances at the prepared apparatus. Ryunosuke nodded, turning to Rope Tree, who was bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. With a swift body flicker technique, he appeared behind Rope Tree, placing a hand on his shoulder. Who? Rope Tree, initially oblivious to the unfolding situation, was startled by Ryunosuke's sudden touch and instinctively prepared to use a substitution technique to evade. However, upon forming hand seals, Rope Tree realized he could not utilize any of the chakra within him. Despite possessing immense chakra, it was utterly inaccessible, a situation he had never encountered before. What on earth? Just as Rope Tree was about to inquire further, a blinding green light erupted from his shoulder, stunning him and leaving his words caught in his throat. As the piercing green light gradually dissipated, Rope Tree discovered he could once again harness his chakra, albeit not to the same extent as before. It was now comparable to his living state. In that moment of clarity, he recognized the anomaly within himself. His current state was eerily reminiscent of his former life. No, it was virtually identical. Seizing the opportunity while his captor was momentarily distracted, Rope Tree rapidly formed hand signs and lunged forward. Water style, water chaos wave. As Rope Tree completed his hand seals, a torrent of water surged forth, aimed at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, attempting to wash him away. Is this all the strength you possess? And you dare to enter the battlefield? Ryunosuke tilted his head, perplexed by Rope Tree's capabilities. To Ryunosuke, this child's display of ninjutsu did not suggest he had the strength to engage in battle. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen had orchestrated this? Feeling dismissed by Ryunosuke's nonchalance towards his attack, Rope Tree was engulfed by a feeling of being overlooked. You bastard! How dare you underestimate me? Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Before Rope Tree could complete his seals, he was struck on the head, a surge of pain radiating from the impact, causing him to crouch down, cradling his head in anguish. Long time no see, Rope Tree. A voice that was all too familiar reached Rope Tree's ears, freezing him mid-cry. Turning to look, he saw 3 familiar figures standing before him. Boss, teacher, sister, have you all died too? The sight of these well-known faces elicited a profound sense of nostalgia from Rope Tree. Hey, what are you saying? Are you wishing for our death? Tsunade delivered a firm punch to Rope Tree's head, prompting Jiraiya and Orochimaru to lower their heads in response to this rather reckless display. Is it not fitting to say that it is Shoju? Gazed Orochimaru thoughtfully at Shoju, who lay on the ground after being struck by Tsunade. Chapter 36. The Limitations of Edo Tensei. Orochimaru's explanation. Welcome back, Shoju. After landing a punch on Shoju, Tsunade, who had been holding back her emotions, could no longer contain herself and embraced Shoju, weeping. This enigmatic display left Shoju momentarily perplexed as he stood rigidly in her embrace. Observing the harmonious atmosphere among the four, Trude felt a keen curiosity about the outcome. Moreover, Ryunosuke distinctly sensed that the gaze that had been scrutinizing him was no longer present, yet his chakra was still being siphoned away. Though not as much as during the initial revival of Yahiko and Uzumaki Kushina, he still felt a slight drain. Lord Ryunosuke, we currently possess only a single set of data. Thus, we cannot discern much yet. I require a comparative analysis with data from someone else who has been revived but is not identical to you, so I can ascertain where the issue lies. Are you not aware? You just instructed me to arrange for Kato-dan's cells, so are we to revive Kato-dan next? Upon witnessing Orochimaru's misunderstanding, Ryunosuke silently shook his head. He then recounted in detail the events that had transpired in the forest, to which Orochimaru nodded in apparent agreement. Is that so? Back then, I would occasionally seek out Danzo, as he would provide me with laboratories for my research. It was there that I inadvertently overheard several conversations between Danzo and Kato-dan, which piqued my curiosity. I never imagined it would lead to this. So, who is it that you intend to revive next, Lord Ryunosuke? I initially assumed you aimed to revive Kato-dan and made no other preparations. Even while reviving Shoju, I was marveling at your kindness towards Tsunade. And now it appears otherwise. Ryunosuke, hearing Orochimaru's words, shook his head in exasperation. Initially, he had thought one revival would suffice and had not anticipated the need for 2. Orochimaru's misunderstanding had left the 2 standing there in a daze without further plans. Why not revive Mito instead? It has been quite some time since I last saw her, and I never had the chance to bid her farewell properly due to that wretched system. With this thought, Ryunosuke resolutely nodded and addressed Orochimaru, who was lost in thought. Watching Shoju, Tsunade, and Jiraiya conversing nearby. Do you have Mito's cells? Let us revive her. However, to Ryunosuke's dismay, Orochimaru shook his head regretfully and, with a shrug, replied, My Lord Ryunosuke, you overestimate my capabilities. I would not dare seek Lady Mito's cells, for I am acutely aware of my own limitations in sealing techniques. I do not believe I could control Lady Mito, renowned as the master of sealing. Ryunosuke found Orochimaru's flattery of Uzumaki Mito peculiar. It felt as though he was being insulted without concrete evidence. Are you implying that I am inferior to Mito? Do you believe my sealing techniques as Mito's brother are less proficient than hers? Ryunosuke's sudden outburst left Orochimaru visibly awkward. Of course not. It is merely that I have perused numerous documents regarding you, only to find references to your ability to summon dark ninjas, who, through their sheer numbers, could stand alongside Hashirama and Madara. The records depict you as someone with limited personal strength, lacking expertise in the Uzumaki sealing techniques, yet commanding a host of dark ninjas. This is why I felt confident in summoning you. Otherwise, who would dare disturb you once they knew of your true power? Are not all like Lady Mito, aware of your might, yet too apprehensive to summon you? Ryunosuke's expression darkened further with Orochimaru's explanation. Who could clarify the origins of such misleading documents? Limited personal strength? Lacking sealing techniques? Merely a summoner of shadow armies? Ryunosuke was tempted to toss the author of those documents into the realm of shadows to experience firsthand its warmth and hospitality, and then question him about his strength. Let us set aside my matters for the moment. So, you cannot control Mido, yet you claim you can control Hashirama and Tobirama? Have you tested this previously? Who bestowed upon you such audacity to summon them directly in Konoha? What if you fail to control them? How would you manage the aftermath? Orochimaru's prior actions in summoning Hashirama and Tobirama during Edo Tensei were fraught with inconsistencies. If you claim to have summoned all others and found you could not control Uzumaki Mido, I can understand. However, to summon Hashirama and Tobirama without any prior tests? Is it not reckless to tempt fate for the thrill of it? Well, Orochimaru awkwardly scratched the back of his head, momentarily at a loss for an explanation. The Edo Tensei technique developed by the second Hokage was not as it is now. The technique I employ has been modified by me. Furthermore, the abilities of those revived are inherently limited by the materials used for their summoning, which is why Hashirama and Tobirama cannot exhibit their full strength. This is why I dare to control them. However, at its core, the method of control still relies on that small talisman inscribed with sealing techniques. I have no desire to summon someone with top-tier sealing prowess, which is precisely why I have refrained from seeking Lady Mido. Listening to Orochimaru's explanation, Ryunosuke could only nod helplessly. Yet, the ensuing dilemma left him troubled. To uncover the truth regarding his own condition, he required additional data. However, Ryunosuke was reluctant to revive anyone inconsequential. As Ryunosuke pondered, Uzumaki Kushina and her son, Uzumaki Naruto, fortuitously emerged from a nearby path, hand in hand and deep in conversation. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ryunosuke. How about reviving Naruto's father? I presume you have the cells of that brat, Minato Namikaze? As Orochimaru contemplated this suggestion, Ryunosuke swiftly appeared beside him, eagerly stating his idea. Just as Ryunosuke felt the matter was feasible, Orochimaru shook his head regretfully once more, responding with resignation. I attempted to summon Minato during my assault on Konoha, but I was unable to do so. It may be due to the Reaper sealing technique he employed, which claimed his soul, rendering him unsummonable. Upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Ryunosuke felt exasperated. Why was it that every avenue he explored to uncover the truth about himself was met with insurmountable obstacles? Chapter 37. The Excited Kabuto, the Revived Yakushi no. Lord Ryunosuke. What about using this? Just as Ryunosuke found himself at an impasse, Kabuto tentatively spoke up. In a fleeting moment, Yakushi Kabuto felt a pang of regret. Damn, have I been too deliberate? Though the thoughts swirling in his mind remained unknown, his voice drew the attention of both Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Orochimaru. Kabuto stood there, bewildered, clutching a well-preserved container holding cells from an unknown source. Whose cells are you holding, Kabuto? They don't seem to belong to me, Orochimaru remarked, immediately recognizing that the cells in Kabuto's possession were not from his own collection. This only deepened Orochimaru's suspicions. He did not wish for an unworthy individual to be revived to confront Uzumaki Ryunosuke. These are the cells of the director, Kabuto replied after a brief silence. He was prepared for the possibility of rejection from Ryunosuke, yet a sliver of hope lingered in his heart, compelling him to step forward in that moment. Ah, I see, Orochimaru exclaimed, realizing upon hearing the mention of the director that the cells belonged to none other than Yakushi no, the esteemed director of the Konoha orphanage and the best spy of the Root organization, known in the ninja world as a wandering oracle. What is the matter, Orochimaru? Do you recognize who it is? Ryunosuke inquired, intrigued by Orochimaru's knowing expression. Orochimaru promptly elucidated, Lord Ryunosuke. The cells in Kabuto's hands belong to a spy who was formerly under Danzo's command, the director of the Konoha orphanage. Kabuto himself was raised in that orphanage. Orochimaru's final words served as a reminder to Ryunosuke of Kabuto's ulterior motives. However, Ryunosuke paid little heed to Kabuto's intentions. Instead, he was more concerned with the implications of the spy's identity mentioned by Orochimaru. Does that mean the owner of these cells might possess knowledge of some of Danzo's unsavory dealings? Ryunosuke's question caught Orochimaru off guard. He had not anticipated that Ryunosuke would focus on this aspect. Orochimaru had expected Ryunosuke to be angered by Kabuto's apparent selfishness, yet he was surprised that Ryunosuke did not even inquire further. Logically, yes, Orochimaru replied, dismissing any concern since Ryunosuke was unconcerned. Well then, let us proceed. This could indeed prove beneficial for our forthcoming endeavors. Upon receiving Orochimaru's response, Ryunosuke nodded in satisfaction and called for Kabuto and Tsunade, who were still engaged in conversation, to prepare to record the data. Tsunade, eager to assist, promptly teleported behind the apparatus with Shoju, her younger cousin, who was still grappling with the surreal nature of the situation. Shoju stood beside Jiraiya, observing the busy preparations of the unfamiliar young man and his sister, feeling a profound sense of unreality. His gaze shifted back to Ryunosuke and his mentor, Orochimaru, who occupied the vast open space, his curiosity fixated on Ryunosuke. After all, his sister had previously explained that the man before him was Ryunosuke, the uncle who had been mentioned by his grandmother, Uzumaki Mizuho, and who had resurrected him. All right, Lord Orochimaru. As Shoju's thoughts wandered, Kabuto's excited voice broke through, pulling him back to reality. He was soon confronted with an unforgettable sight. Edo Tensei. Orochimaru executed the same technique, summoning Yakushi Nanoyu. As she materialized, Orochimaru swiftly returned to the apparatus, taking over Kabuto's position. Yakushi Nanoyu appeared bewildered, staring at the man before her, struggling to comprehend the situation. She distinctly remembered dying at Kabuto's hands under Danzo's orders. Why was she here now? Ryunosuke gave Orochimaru an approving gesture before stepping forward to place a hand on Yakushi Nanoyu's shoulder. Instinctively, she attempted to shake off his touch, but before she could act, the radiant green light emanating from his hand compelled her to shut her eyes. When she opened them again, the unfamiliar man had been replaced by a familiar figure. Kabuto? Nanoyu asked, incredulous as she looked at him. At the sound of her familiar voice, Kabuto could no longer contain himself and dove into her embrace. Welcome back, Director. Feeling the trembling body in her arms, Nanoyu momentarily set aside her confusion, gently patting Kabuto's quaking back in a motherly manner, offering soft words of comfort. Enough of this. Have the data been compiled? Ryunosuke's voice abruptly pulled everyone from their reverie, coldly demanding the data from Orochimaru and Tsunade. TCH, Uncle, really? You have no sense of the moment, do you? Tsunade murmured indignantly, annoyed at Ryunosuke for disrupting her moment of empathy. Yet, those surrounding her, all renowned figures in the ninja world, with the exception of Shoju, heard her muttering quite clearly. Ryunosuke cast a glance at Tsunade, disregarding her, and continued to observe the fluctuating numbers on the instrument before Orochimaru. Truly a miracle. Suddenly, Orochimaru exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone present. What's the matter, Orochimaru? Have you made a discovery? Ryunosuke inquired eagerly, noticing Orochimaru's excitement. Indeed, Lord Ryunosuke. Your physique is extraordinarily peculiar, a veritable miracle. Stop with the riddles, Orochimaru. Speak plainly. Tsunade interjected, unable to tolerate Orochimaru's drawn-out speech. Her own curiosity about Ryunosuke's body piqued. From the comparison of these two sets of data, it is evident that when Lord Ryunosuke revives others, he utilizes his own life energy. Orochimaru's statement elicited gasps from those around him, particularly from Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade, both of whom, as top medical ninjas and members of the Uzumaki clan blessed with immense vitality, understood the grave implications of using one's own life energy. And then, Tsunade, whose temper was already volatile, grew increasingly impatient, pressing Orochimaru for further clarification. Next, I will explain why Lord Ryunosuke's body is indeed a miracle. According to our observations, after utilizing the resurrection technique, the life energy expended is remarkably replenished the instant the technique ceases. In other words, Lord Ryunosuke can revive others without harming his own body. Rather, it is a miracle that incurs no cost. This phenomenon arises because our chakra is a blend of life energy and spiritual energy, which explains why Lord Ryunosuke feels his chakra being drawn upon. Furthermore, depending on the strength of the resurrected individuals, Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke would have varying degrees of chakra extracted from him, which explains why he was drained when resurrecting Kushina and the boy named Yahiko. However, this phenomenon was absent during the revival of Shosuke and the pharmacist Nono. Additionally, regarding Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke's earlier mention of feeling prying eyes, I sincerely apologize for not gathering any useful data on the matter. Under Orochimaru's explanation, the expressions of the crowd transitioned from initial shock to a state of numbness, to the extent that they regarded Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke as if he were a peculiar curiosity. Meanwhile, Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke himself gradually began to comprehend the unfolding events through Orochimaru's elucidation. They could not provide explanations, but Uzumaki Ryunosuke could interpret the situation himself. The chakra, or rather life energy, that was extracted when Uzumaki Ryunosuke resurrected others was replenished by the canine talisman, compensating for the missing life energy. After all, the ability of the dog is to grant eternal youth and immortality. In this world, no force capable of killing living beings can extinguish those marked by the dog talisman. Uzumaki Ryunosuke recalled that when he first acquired this dog talisman, its powers were only applicable to himself. Now, astonishingly, the dog talisman, similar to the sheep talisman, could heal others through Uzumaki Ryunosuke as a vessel, indicating a remarkable transformation in the talismans he bore. What troubles you, Lord Ryunosuke? Have you had an epiphany? Orochimaru inquired, intrigued by Uzumaki Ryunosuke's contemplative demeanor. After all, such an ability to instantly restore one's own depleted life energy and maintain optimal physical condition was precisely what Orochimaru had long sought. No, it's nothing. Once the experiment had concluded, Uzumaki Ryunosuke intended to shift the conversation, preparing to resolve matters concerning Tsunade. Is that so? How fascinating, Lord Ryunosuke. What other surprises do you hold for me? Observing Uzumaki Ryunosuke engaging in conversation with Tsunade after diverting the topic, Orochimaru felt an inexplicable thrill, sensing that this man might offer him a future unlike any other. As the preparation for the reanimation was straightforward, requiring only the summoning of the individual without extensive data collection, Orochimaru and Uzumaki Ryunosuke proceeded to directly reanimate Dan Kato. However, Tsunade and Shizune, harboring doubts about the situation, chose to disguise themselves as Danzo's subordinates and followed closely behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Amidst a flash of white light enveloping Uzumaki Ryunosuke's form, he vanished, replaced by a man strikingly similar in demeanor and appearance to Hashirama Danzo. Impressive. I never anticipated Uncle's transformation technique could reach such heights. The chakra emanating from his body mirrors Danzo himself. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would have believed it was truly Danzo, Tsunade exclaimed, incessantly prodding and poking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who grew increasingly exasperated, his expression darkening. Tsunade, you are being excessively forward. As the esteemed princess of the slug in the shinobi world, I expect a measure of decorum from you. The voice of Hashirama Danzo emanated from Uzumaki Ryunosuke's lips, startling Tsunade, who had been entirely focused on him. Not only Tsunade, but everyone present who recognized Danzo was similarly taken aback. How uncanny. Were it not for the knowledge that Hashirama Danzo could not possibly be here, we might have been deceived by Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Enough, Orochimaru. Let us commence. As for the two of you, ensure your disguises are intact and remain behind me, Uzumaki Ryunosuke commanded, closing his eyes and standing in silence, mirroring Danzo's demeanor. After exchanging glances, Tsunade and Shizune donned masks resembling Danzo's root operatives, shrouding themselves in loose garments as they awaited the ensuing events. As for why they did not use transformation techniques, Tsunade feared that fluctuations in chakra might alert Kato, considering Jiraiya's warnings about the nefarious plans Kato had conspired with Danzo. Minimizing complications was paramount. Reanimation. With the three prepared, Orochimaru initiated the reanimation of Dan Kato. Following a familiar struggle, Kato's figure materialized at the center of the arena, evoking excitement in both Tsunade and Shizune upon seeing the familiar face. Are you Lord Danzo? Kato, regaining consciousness, scanned his surroundings before fixing his gaze upon the individuals before him, uncertain of how long he had been deceased or what events had transpired during that time. However, he resolved to exercise caution. Long time no see, Dan. I must apologize for the troubles caused to Tsunade. You have provided me with an excellent opportunity. The Senju clan is now effectively on the brink of extinction. Uzumaki Ryunosuke slightly opened his eyes, addressing Kato in Danzo's tone. Upon hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's voice, Kato instinctively retorted, I'm sorry, but I do not comprehend what you are saying. Uzumaki Ryunosuke disregarded his response and continued, following this war, Tsunade has developed hemophobia due to your and Shosuke's demise. She can no longer return to the battlefield, nor can she even fulfill her duties as a doctor. All of this is thanks to you, Dan. I knew I could count on you. However, it is also unfortunate that your demise was unnecessary. I had told you that all I needed was for Tsunade, or rather the Senju clan, to relinquish their hopes of the Hokage position. While your death ultimately facilitated the outcome, it also cost me a valuable ally, Dan. I had high hopes for you, believing you would continue to serve my interests. Yet you resorted to such drastic measures. Listening to Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, Kato found himself lost in thought, realizing the extent to which that woman would go for him, while simultaneously choosing to place his trust in the man before him. It is my duty, Lord Danzo. It is an honor to serve you, Kato replied, lowering his head slightly toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Chapter 39, Tsunade's Sorrow. Kato's explanation. Uzumaki Ryunosuke regarded Kato, who stood before him with utmost reverence, momentarily rendered speechless. In truth, what exists in this world is not an absolute sense of right or wrong. Rather, it all hinges upon the relation to one's own interests. You might argue that Kato was wrong, yet he acted to fulfill the mission entrusted to him by Hashirama Danzo. Conversely, you might assert that he was not wrong, yet he still endeavored to accomplish the task set forth by Danzo. Suddenly, Uzumaki Ryunosuke comprehended that the root of all errors lay with Hashirama Danzo himself. As he grasped this, he quietly advanced his own plans within. Standing still like a statue, Uzumaki Ryunosuke remained lost in thought, and as time passed, the previously discordant atmosphere in the space turned increasingly awkward. Lord Danzo. Ultimately, Kato Datsu could no longer contain his impatience and was the first to shatter the uncomfortable silence. His voice pulled Uzumaki Ryunosuke from the depths of contemplation, yet Ryunosuke remained silent, standing there with an unwavering gaze fixed upon Kato Datsu. Is there something on my face, Lord Danzo? Kato Datsu felt a chill run down his spine under the scrutinizing stare of Ryunosuke. Rumors had it that Lord Danzo harbored certain peculiarities. Could it be that my summons was related to this? Not even the dead are spared. The more he pondered, the more dread consumed him. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, sensing no one was paying attention, and seized the opportunity to stealthily retreat a few steps toward the exit. Though Ryunosuke did not visually track Kato Datsu, his senses remained firmly attuned to him. Upon noticing Kato Datsu's movements, Ryunosuke found himself perplexed. Had he discovered something? No. The combination of the monkey seal and transformation techniques could not be so rudimentary. Might it be due to the spirit transformation technique? However, from what he had observed previously, that technique seemed rather mundane. Could it have been enhanced over the years? Realizing this, Ryunosuke dared not underestimate the situation. After all, he had been dead for over 60 years. As Orochimaru had mentioned, the ninjutsu invented by Senju Tobarama decades ago had been refined, making it only natural for contemporary techniques to differ from those of the Warring States period. I have finished my inquiries, and you are all aware of the circumstances. The rest is in your hands. With this thought firmly established, Ryunosuke stepped aside, allowing Tsunade and Shizune, who had been standing behind him, to take their places. The two, still reeling from the shocking news, were jolted back to reality by Ryunosuke's voice. They hastily removed their voluminous cloaks and the masks obscuring their faces, fixing their intense gazes upon Kato Datsu, who appeared startled by the unfolding scene. Tsunade, Kato Datsu, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of the two, collapsed to the ground. Just moments ago, he had discussed a conspiracy with Danzo, only to find the very subject of that conspiracy present before him, caught red-handed. I was so heartbroken over your death that I developed a phobia of blood. Do you know how devastating such a condition is for a medical ninja? Tsunade effortlessly lifted the seated Kato Datsu, while Shizune stood nearby, her expression shifting rapidly. You are not Lord Danzo. Who are you truly? Kato Datsu, being shaken by Tsunade, seized the opportunity to direct his gaze at the silent Ryunosuke. Are you speaking of me? Ryunosuke turned to face Kato Datsu, who was being jostled about by Tsunade, and in a flash of white light, revealed his true form. I am Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Tsunade's granduncle. I believe with these 2 points alone, I am justified in interrogating you. Impossible. Ryunosuke is from the Warring States period. How could he appear here, looking so youthful? Kato Datsu erupted, tearing himself free from Tsunade's grasp and lunging forward to seize Ryunosuke's collar, his eyes ablaze with fury. You are a fraud. You merely seek to gain Tsunade's trust. I saw through your ruse long ago. My previous actions were merely a performance. Did you think I would easily trust someone who appeared before me? One must concede that those capable of deceiving Tsunade are not to be trifled with. In this desperate moment, Kato Datsu's mind raced, formulating a plausible explanation. Tsunade, do not fall for his trickery. Ryunosuke has been dead for decades. How could he suddenly appear? What is more, after all these years, how would he even recognize you? Kato Datsu smiled triumphantly, as if he had grasped the threads of Ryunosuke's deception. I see it now. He is merely someone who acquired Ryunosuke's training methods and abilities from an unknown source, and knowing your family's connection to Ryunosuke. He seeks to ingratiate himself with you to gain entry into Konoha. Child, your petty schemes have been thoroughly unraveled. What further excuses do you have? Ryunosuke retorted scornfully. Enough. Tsunade shouted through tears at the ailing Kato Datsu, her anger palpable, while Shizune mirrored her fury. She could scarcely comprehend how her esteemed uncle could be associated with such a person. The recollection of having once idolized him as a role model filled her with revulsion. Datsu, your words are too extreme. At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina and her son, Jiraiya, Shoru, Orochimaru, and the likes emerged from the shadows. Their expressions laden with disapproval as they scrutinized Kato Datsu. This is intolerable. Facing the growing crowd, Kato Datsu felt an involuntary retreat, his body betraying him as he recoiled. Had he not been a reanimated corpse devoid of sweat, he would surely have been drenched in perspiration. I initially doubted Jiraiya's claims, but now I realize how gravely mistaken I was. I cannot believe I wallowed in despair for someone like you. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly and advanced a few steps, her eyes ablaze with fury as if they could incinerate Kato Datsu. Wait, Tsunade. I was merely playing a part. Surely, you understand that I would not conspire with Lord Danzo against you, right? To do so while risking my life seems entirely unreasonable. He continued, besides, I merely spoke out of ignorance regarding Lord Ryunosuke. Someone as magnanimous as him would not hold it against a mere junior. I just awakened and have yet to grasp the situation. I was merely concerned for your safety, Tsunade, fearing you might be deceived. Chapter 40. Despair of Kato Datsu. The assault on the route. Observing the unfolding situation, Kato Datsu's mind raced once more. With just a few sentences, he transformed the accusation of conspiring with Hashirama Danzo to harm Tsunade into a misunderstanding born of ignorance regarding Ryunosuke. The latter's transgression was evidently far less severe than the former. Moreover, he cleverly utilized the notion that a lord would not admonish a junior unaware of the circumstances to silence Ryunosuke. This string of reasoning left not only Tsunade and Ryunosuke questioning, but even Jiraiya began to doubt whether he had been led astray by Danzo. Hey Jiraiya, what is going on here? You need to clarify this for me. What exactly did you see concerning Danzo? Tsunade's inquiry provided Kato Datsu with a critical piece of information regarding the exposure of his dealings with Danzo. This revelation offered a momentary solace to his wildly racing heart, as he believed that as long as he was not caught red-handed, there remained room for maneuvering. I accidentally stumbled upon a report while gathering intelligence at Danzo's route. It mentioned both your name and Datsu's, and my curiosity led me to open it, which is how I discovered this matter. Jiraiya's words provided Kato Dan with a pretext for explanation, simultaneously prompting him to extend a cordial greeting to all of Hashirama Danzo's female relatives across generations in his mind. How foolish Hashirama Danzo is, recording such vital matters on scrolls, utterly unconcerned about being discovered. One would think he could exercise a modicum of caution. I am truly exasperated by this old rascal. Ah, Lord Jiraiya, have you not fallen prey to Danzo's deceit? How could there possibly be scrolls in Danzo's possession documenting our conspiracy against Lady Tsunade? If such evidence existed, would not Lord Danzo have hidden it away? Why did it fortuitously come to your attention? Although Lord Danzo is the leader of the route, he is not the Hokage. And the act of scheming against the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, would undoubtedly have repercussions for the third Hokage. Surely, even the third Hokage would not condone such actions. Kato Dan's voice instilled a profound sense of uncertainty within Jiraiya. Kato Dan's remarks plunged Jiraiya into a deep crisis of doubt, and Tsunade, witnessing his state, gratuitously discovered while Jiraiya was present. Scrolls that were not sealed. It is known that every document within the Umbu is encrypted, let alone in the clandestine realm of Root. Their actions should remain concealed. The existence of a scroll detailing the scheming against the granddaughter of the first Hokage should not even be conceivable, much less discoverable. Boom. Just as everyone was deep in thought, a tremendous tremor resonated from above. Although the occurrence was sudden, the attendees were seasoned warriors. With the exception of Shoujo and Uzumaki Naruto, the two, appearing of similar age, clasped each other in fright, incessantly questioning the cause of the commotion. While Uzumaki Kushina enveloped them in her embrace, steadfastly gazing at the impassive Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Lord Orochimaru, we are in trouble. Shimura Danzo has come for us. At that moment, a bloodied sound ninja, clutching his severed arm, appeared at the entrance, bearing news unknown to the gathered crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression shifted, especially Kato Dan, who yearned to eliminate the traitorous Shimura Danzo. After all, he had painstakingly extricated himself from suspicion, and now the very culprit had presented himself at their doorstep, leaving him at a loss for tears. Let us ascend and see what our Lord Danzo is up to, Uzumaki Ryunosuke declared, leading the way. As he passed the entrance, he extended a hand, and the bloodied sound ninja was instantly restored to health, though his severed limb remained unattached. This minor detail was inconsequential to Orochimaru, who could reattach it later. Thank you, my lord, the sound ninja exclaimed, elated by the miraculous recovery he had just experienced, having narrowly escaped death moments prior, only to be healed with a mere touch. Upon reaching the upper level, they beheld a fierce confrontation between members of Akatsuki and Shimura Danzo's subordinates. The tremor earlier caused by Deidara, who was exuberantly showcasing his art. Behold my technique. C2 Dragon, Deidara proclaimed, standing atop a massive dragon fashioned from explosive clay, directing it to unleash bombs upon Danzo's men below. The ground before Orochimaru's base was reduced to chaos, prompting Uzumaki Ryunosuke to pat Orochimaru on the shoulder. Have him clean this up afterward. He is now a disciple of the Tsukikage, after all. Surely, he can manage a modicum of earth-release jutsu. Shimura Danzo. As the battle ensued, an irate Konin confronted the hiding Danzo, who was spectating from the rear. Oh, it is you three children from back then, he remarked. Ninjutsu, paper shuriken technique. Konin, desiring not to engage in excessive banter with Danzo, launched into her paper-based secret arts. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo, true to his lineage as a disciple of Hashirama Senju, unleashed a formidable wind technique. Despite Konin's best efforts to evade, the wind grazed her arm, inflicting severe injury. Konin! Seeing her wounded, Yahiko and Nagato could no longer restrain themselves and unleashed their most potent jutsu, clearing the area of the reckless leaf ninjas. Damn it! Why are these leaf ninjas so reckless, disregarding their own lives? Nagato, while striving to protect Yahiko, found himself in a difficult position, as his usual puppets were diminished due to Yahiko's resurrection, preventing him from maximizing their potential. Watching from a distance, Jiraiya felt a surge of fury at Konin's injury, nearly breaking free from the embrace of Uzumaki Naruto and Shoujo had he not been restrained. As the clamor of battle intensified, a host of elusive figures, including Uchiha Sasuke and Karin, emerged from their training. Unable to contain himself upon witnessing Danzo clashing with Konin, Sasuke grasped his kunai and charged forward. Sasuke, upon seeing his best friend advance, the once timid Uzumaki Naruto, who had been clinging to Jiraiya, suddenly found courage, employing the shadow clone technique to follow Sasuke into the fray. Naruto, Sasuke, observing her son and her best friend's son rushing into battle, Uzumaki Kushina followed closely, executing sealing techniques with fluidity, rendering her opponents incapacitated with mere touches. Initially, Kushina commanded attention, but soon, the root ninjas refrained from close combat, resorting to long-range attacks against her. Damn it! Kushina manipulated her chakra chains, dispersing the incoming ninjutsu. However, this meant that while she evaded their attacks, she could not simply disregard them to reach Naruto and Sasuke. Rasengan, fire release, great fireball technique. Concurrently, Naruto and Sasuke plunged into the battlefield, where they were targeted by root ninjas, as Danzo had previously instructed them to seize the opportunity to capture both the Jinchuriki and remnants of the Uchiha clan. Consequently, not only were Naruto and Sasuke pursued, but Itachi Uchiha also remained a focal point of attention from Root, for had they not noticed his brother had entered the fray, the situation would have been dire. These ninjas are formidable. After another futile attack, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha stood back to back, both panting heavily. Sasuke, also out of breath, used his Sharingan to scrutinize the ninjas surrounding them, feeling deep regret for his earlier reckless actions. Heart-to-heart technique. Among the ninjas encircling Naruto and Sasuke, a figure clad in orange stealthily positioned himself at the rear, seizing the opportunity when the two were distracted to unleash his secret technique. instantly immobilizing Naruto. Clang! Sasuke sensed an attack approaching from behind and instinctively defended himself. Initially, he assumed that Naruto had been silently defeated by another foe and was preparing to mock him. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was Naruto who was attacking him. "Hey Naruto, what are you doing?" After blocking Naruto's initial assault, Sasuke leveraged the force to retreat a significant distance, warily observing Naruto and the surrounding root ninjas. Is that the technique of the Yamanaka clan? Upon activating his Sharingan, Sasuke discerned the chakra emanating from Naruto that did not belong to him, recalling the girl from the Yamanaka clan in their class. "TCH, you really are useless, Naruto," Sasuke muttered, tightening his grip on his kunai and charging at Naruto. "Lord Ruji, do we really not need to intervene?" Jiraiya anxiously watched the unfolding battle. That guy, Naruto, must be under the control of that Yamanaka genius, Fu. Had it not been for Ruji's earlier admonition to refrain from entering the fray, Jiraiya would have already rushed in. A fledgling under protection will never learn to soar. Neither of us can watch over them forever. Ruji understood the harsh realities of the ninja world all too well. Having chosen their paths, they must persevere, even if it meant crawling through the ordeal. Ruji was fully aware that Naruto had fallen under the Yamanaka clan's control. Yet he recognized that this chaotic battle was an opportune moment for these young ninjas, who had only recently graduated from the academy, to witness a glimpse of the true nature of the ninja world. "Karen, go assist them. Let me see how well you command the Shadow Core." Although his words were stern, Ruji harbored no desire for the younger generation to suffer severe harm. He turned to Karen, who stood beside him, anxiously watching Sasuke. "Understood." Upon hearing Ruji's command, Karen nodded resolutely, dashing forward while summoning the ninjas of the Shadow Core. "Sasuke, are you alright?" Protected by the ninjas of the Shadow Core, Karen successfully reached Sasuke's side, her concern evident as she noted the lingering injuries on him. She extended her arm, urging, "Quick, bite me. These wounds will heal swiftly." Sasuke instinctively glanced at Ruji's position, recalling how Ruji once sought vengeance due to Karen being covered in bite marks. Furthermore, due to Ruji's close association with Orochimaru and Karen's open demeanor, Sasuke was aware of the devastation that befell the grass village. "Do not worry about the clan's heir. This is my choice, and he will not blame you. Bite," Karen insisted, presenting her arm once more. After a moment's contemplation, Sasuke bit down firmly on Karen's arm. As Karen treated Sasuke's wounds, the ninjas of the Shadow Core charged towards Danzo Shimura's route. Though both sides were fearless, the diverse abilities of the Shadow Core, along with their capacity to meld into shadows, swiftly diminished the numbers of Danzo's root ninjas. "Damn it! Is this the power of Ruji's ninjas? If only I could obtain such strength." Danzo grimaced as he watched his subordinates dwindling rapidly, his resentment towards Ruji and longing for the power of the Shadow Core growing exponentially. "Are you still distracted on the battlefield, Danzo?" Konan, observing Danzo's momentary lapse, launched her papered jutsu towards him, promptly redirecting his focus. "Damn Akatsuki." Danzo recognized the familiar figure in front of him as the leader of Root. He had collaborated with members of Akatsuki before, yet he never anticipated that the leader was a member of the Uzumaki clan. Upon receiving this shocking revelation, he felt a sense of paralysis, but now, leading his subordinates into the land of rice, he had no choice but to press on. "No. If I do not resolve this, should Ruji intervene, it will truly be disastrous," Danzo thought urgently, unleashing a gust of wind to repel Konan before calling out to Fu and Yonu from the Shadow Core engaged in combat. "Fu, Yonu, buy me some time. You entertain them for now." As soon as Danzo issued his command, Fu and Yonu appeared before him, their eyes fixed on Konan, who floated in the air. Meanwhile, after Karen completed her healing of Sasuke, he advanced towards Danzo, shielded by Karen and numerous ninjas of the Shadow Core. Chapter 42, Danzo's Hidden Card, the Uchiha Sharingan. Cough. So that was the sensation of being controlled. It feels quite unpleasant. At that moment, Naruto, having awakened after Fu dispelled his technique, lay on the ground, observing Danzo surrounded by a group of individuals, and quickly rose to join Sasuke's side. "I really am too weak. It seems that after this ordeal, I must earnestly learn the Uzumaki clan's techniques from my mother." Although Naruto had been thoroughly taken care of by the root ninjas, he couldn't help but recall how formidable his mother had appeared earlier. "Indeed, you are exceedingly weak, Naruto. At this rate, you are unworthy of joining this battle," Sasuke remarked, habitually criticizing the figure beside him. However, To his surprise, Naruto did not retort but nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, once everything is over. I will learn ninjutsu with my mother." "Your mother?" Sasuke suddenly envisioned a gentle silhouette, reminiscent of a serene mountain spring, but marred by the tragic fate of the person before him, who fell on that crimson night. As these thoughts surfaced, Sasuke's anger surged, and his Sharingan began to shift. "Now, it is my battle with Danzo. No one is permitted to interfere." Sasuke glared at Danzo with his three-tomo Sharingan, his voice chillingly cold. "That little brat." Konan, observing the bloodlust emanating from Sasuke, though unsure of the source of his courage, felt compelled to offer him a chance. After all, it seemed evident that without deploying her ultimate technique, she would struggle to resolve the situation with Danzo. However, that particular move requires time to set up. Xiaonan felt it was the perfect opportunity to arrange it, as once Uchiha Sasuke was defeated, she could execute that move to take the life of Shimura Danzo. "Come on, don't lose too disgracefully, Sasuke." Uzumaki Naruto nodded in agreement, then turned to Yamashiro Kaze, who had just been controlling him, and formed hand seals to perform the multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, the area became overcrowded with numerous Uzumaki Narutos, who stared at the dazed Yamashiro Kaze. "Hey, this has to be a joke. The amount of chakra is more than that of Kisame." The members of the Akatsuki organization, called back by Uzumaki Ryuji to gather together, looked on in astonishment at Uzumaki Naruto, marveling at his chakra. Just kidding. My Naruto is the strongest." Uzumaki Kushina, hearing the praises around her, stood proudly beside Uzumaki Ryuji, her expression radiating a sense of "look at my precious child." However, Tsunade's voice swiftly shattered Kushina's pride. "Indeed, aside from being a bit lacking in strength, everything else is rather impressive." Uzumaki Kushina, noticing Tsunade's provocative gaze, transformed into a furious red octopus. Her hair flailed about like octopus tentacles, and even her eyes turned whiter than the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. "Ah yes, I wonder who it is." Still pretending to be youthful at over 50 years old, Tsunade had initially worn a cheerful expression, enjoying the spectacle, but upon hearing Kushina's words, her smile vanished. Her delicate brows knitted together, and a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. "Say that again, I dare you." Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina stood there, exchanging electric glares, neither willing to back down. Is this what the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the wife of the fourth Hokage look like? Kirigakure's Suigetsu, hiding behind Jugo, felt as though he might dissolve into a puddle from the overwhelming aura emanating from the two women. "Tsunade, Kushina, enough already. After all, Naruto and the others are still fighting. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Jiraiya cautiously stepped forward to diffuse the escalating tension, but was met with a united front from the two women. "Shut up, you chatterbox." Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade shouted in unison at Jiraiya, causing him to stumble back in fright. "You too, enough." Seeing the situation escalate further, Uzumaki Ryuji spoke calmly without turning his gaze from the battlefield. Yet, this simple statement transformed the previously fierce rivals into affectionate sisters. What a pair of bullies, picking on the weak, Jiraiya thought, observing the two women feigning smiles. Unsure of how to respond, though three younger generations faced Danzo and his two capable subordinates, he felt no worry due to Uzumaki Ryuji's presence. Amidst the clamor surrounding him, Orochimaru felt no trace of the battlefield's tension. However, upon seeing Uzumaki Ryuji standing at the forefront, his heart gradually settled into calmness. In stark contrast to the commotion behind, the pressure on the trio of young ones and a beautiful woman in front was considerable. After all, they had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, and the trio were still genin. Thus, facing Danzo, Yamashiro Kaze, and Oil Girl Toryun, a shadow-level ninja, and two elite jonin, they were all on high alert. "Toryun, each take one," Yamashiro Kaze declared before charging at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Meanwhile, Oil Girl Toryun, hearing Kaze's words, charged toward Konan and Karen. Uzumaki Naruto relied on a multitude of shadow clones alongside Rasengan, while Uchiha Sasuke occasionally unleashed Chidori and other jutsu in a war of attrition, managing to keep Yamashiro Kaze at bay. As for Konan and Karen, they soared above, utilizing the Nightbat core and their paper techniques to toy with Oil Girl Toryun. As time passed, Toryun was nearing tears. These two women were utterly unreasonable. It was one thing to be unable to reach them in the air, but another to be besieged by a horde of Uzumaki Ryuji's shadowy ninja, while the other attacked with jutsu reminiscent of the Uchiha remnants nearby. Torian felt that if this continued, she might not be killed but would surely be worn down by the two. Just then, Hashirama Danzo finally unwrapped the binding seal from his right hand. As the bandages fell away, an arm appeared that was wider than Karen's. "Are you kidding me? His entire right hand is covered in Sharingan," Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief, while Uzumaki Kushina felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of Danzo's hand. "Ugh, how disgusting. Those eyes are still moving. Ah, it's looking over here." Finally, Hashirama Danzo proudly presented his right hand before the group, the eyes on his arm gazing intently at Uzumaki Ryuji and the others. Aside from Orochimaru, who displayed interest, and Uchiha Itachi, who frowned, everyone else, including Uzumaki Ryuji, felt a wave of nausea. Chapter 43, The Constrained Duo, Ryuji's Trial. Observing the multitude of spinning Sharingan on Danzo's right arm, Uchiha Sasuke felt a wave of revulsion. Is this the true reason your Konoha higher-ups incited Itachi to slaughter the Uchiha clan? For the power of the Uchiha? Uchiha Sasuke, with his own three-tomo Sharingan activated, glared at the composed Danzo, his heart ablaze with uncontainable anger. Humph! Rather than allowing your Uchiha clan to continue possessing such malevolent power that threatens Konoha, I would rather have it all handed to me to transform into a force that protects Konoha. Danzo's words not only provoked Uchiha Sasuke on the battlefield, but also startled Uchiha Itachi, who stood at the back of the group, causing him to snap his eyes open and vanish in an instant. "You bastard, I will kill you." Uchiha Sasuke glared at Danzo, whose bandaged head was wrinkled and grotesque, feeling increasingly nauseated. As he activated Orochimaru's curse mark, he charged forward, only to be thrown back by the equally determined Uchiha Itachi. "Bastard, Uchiha Itachi." Watching Itachi take the initiative to attack Danzo, Uchiha Sasuke grit his teeth and struggled to rise. Itachi's previous attack had left him in agony, but he persevered through the pain and pressed onward toward Danzo. "Humph, remnants of the Uchiha clan? I should have listened to Hiruzen's advice back then and eliminated you and that brat." Uchiha Itachi unleashed a great fireball technique toward Danzo, followed closely by Uchiha Sasuke, who released a smaller fireball. However, both were easily evaded by Danzo, who, after stabilizing himself, taunted both Itachi and Sasuke. What a racket! In stark contrast to Uchiha Sasuke's loud shouts, Uchiha Itachi remained silent, though the aura of murderous intent surrounding him grew ever more palpable. Observing the fierce battle unfolding before him, the spectators behind seemed rather indifferent. Apart from the concern for Uzumaki Kushina, the attention of Uzumaki Ryunosuke was most captivated. "Oh, how tedious. No one can appreciate my artistry," Deidara lamented, resting his head in his hands, casting a glance at the battlefield to offer his critique. "Well, Conan and that red-haired girl are only mediocre in strength. They can fly, yet their ninjutsu lacks any artistic flair, unlike my own, which combines flight with the most exquisite form of art. The seemingly dull-witted youth had an abundance of chakra, enough to create numerous shadow clones without apparent fatigue. Indeed, those bearing the Uzumaki name are peculiar. As for the Uchiha brothers, Itachi's prowess was acceptable, though his younger sibling appeared rather weak, clearly not on the same level. Hey! Haiden and Kakazu emerged from the nearby forest, and Haiden, oblivious to the situation, dragging him back to the ground, indifferent to Haiden's protests, and obediently took his place at the rear of the group. As the weight of gazes dissipated from him, Kato had noted that aside from Itachi and Conan, the combatants were all youngsters. With Haiden pulled back, Ryunosuke's focus returned to the battlefield. He realized that the training was rather lackluster. None of the participants displayed formidable abilities, though. As for Cheyenne, she could summon a shadow army of Jonin-level strength, avoiding direct confrontation. Ryunosuke understood that if it came to a head-on clash with the oil woman, few present would stand a chance against her. It wasn't that the oil woman was exceptionally strong. Rather, her secret techniques were exceedingly strange. Ryunosuke had previously been unaware of within the oil clan's arsenal. If one were to claim that such techniques belonged solely to the oil woman, Ryunosuke would outright dismiss it. But the notion that someone appearing merely a teenager could create techniques potent enough to obliterate the entire shinobi world was rather alarming. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto and Yamashiro Aoi found themselves in a stalemate, Naruto relied on his numerous shadow clones to play hide-and-seek with Aoi. One lacked the strength to inflict significant damage, while the other struggled to discern the original among the clones, resulting in a deadlock. All right, return now. I have seen your capabilities. It is time to conclude this farce. Ryunosuke stepped forward, his resonant voice echoing throughout the forest. Upon hearing his command, Chien and Naruto hastily returned to Ryunosuke's side, while Itachi, Sasuke, and Konan remained fixated on Danzo. Lord Danzo, with the constraints lifted, Aoi and the oil woman swiftly returned to Danzo's side, keeping a vigilant watch on the Uchiha brothers. Seeing this, Danzo let out a sigh of relief. With Ryunosuke standing there, he dared not unleash his full strength against Itachi and Sasuke. He evaded their assaults, not wanting to finish off the Uchiha brothers only to be easily dealt with by Ryunosuke afterward. However, with Aoi and the oil woman's assistance, Danzo seized the opportunity to recover the chakra he had just expended. He was not oblivious to Ryunosuke's booming voice. It was impossible for him to have missed it. In Danzo's view, the ensuing battle would be devoid of suspense, as long as he could exploit Ryunosuke's momentary distraction to invoke the Uchiha's Shusui's powers and the strongest Genjutsu, Kodo Umatsukami. He could compel Ryunosuke to become his subordinate. With that, not only could he aspire to become the fifth Hokage, but he could also wield control over the entire shinobi world. The more Danzo pondered, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly anticipating the sight of Ryunosuke kneeling at his feet, submitting in allegiance. Chapter 44. The Perverse Danzo. Grand Art. Ryunosuke tilted his head, observing the malevolent grin of Danzo not far away, acutely aware that the old man was concocting something sinister. Ryunosuke shuddered, taken aback by the realization that at nearly a century old, he was being plotted against by a younger man in his 50s or 60s. Truly, this world had grown increasingly bizarre. Itachi, take your brother and leave. Also, instruct Lord Ryunosuke and the others to maintain their distance. I am about to make Danzo pay for his past transgressions against us. Itachi, casting a serious glance at the airborne Konan, nodded and swiftly retreated with Sasuke, closing the distance to Ryunosuke before releasing his hold on Sasuke. Lord Ryunosuke, Konan requests that we keep our distance, Itachi stated, his tone devoid of emotion, as still as a stagnant pool of water. Ryunosuke nodded in acknowledgement, but showed no inclination to move. Observing this, the others remained steadfastly behind him. Anyone who had ventured into the Shadow Kingdom understood that no matter how far one fled, another dimension offered no safety, rendering the act of escape futile. Once their resolve solidified, they became engrossed in watching how Konan would confront Danzo, who possessed numerous Sharingan. How foolish of you to believe you can oppose me with merely one person. Danzo scoffed, slightly opening his left eye, regarding the soaring Konan with disdain, completely underestimating her. In Danzo's estimation, although the paper manipulation technique was singular, it was a mere prelude to greater opportunities. With that thought, Danzo fully opened his eye, scrutinizing Konan's form with satisfaction. Yes, although this paper manipulation technique is unique, once I capture her and breed her with other bloodlines, I shall possess a multitude of paper manipulation users or other new secret technique wielders. The more Danzo contemplated, the more his excitement grew. He had initially set out to eliminate Ryunosuke, but had unwittingly stumbled upon such valuable gains: the paper manipulation technique, the Rinnegan, and most importantly, Ryunosuke himself. Wind, restrain her. As long as she remains alive, it shall suffice. As the adept ninja Konoha began to unleash her jutsu, Shimura Danzo bellowed at Yamashiro Kazekage, unwilling to allow this seemingly insignificant female ninja to squander his precious time. Just as Kazekage was about to invoke his own technique, the earth suddenly split apart, revealing a sea of explosive tags igniting around them. Wait, explosive tags? Danzo gazed in disbelief at his surroundings, realizing they were engulfed in a vast ocean of these deadly symbols, stretching endlessly before his eyes. Damn it! I never anticipated you would resort to such tactics from the outset. Danzo roared in fury towards Konoha while simultaneously employing the special secret art of the Uchiha clan he had acquired. He glanced at Yamashiro Kazekage and Oil Girl Taki, shaking his head in resignation. He had no idea if he would survive this onslaught, let alone the fate of Kazekage and Taki, who lacked any life-saving jutsu. In combat, it is customary for a ninja to flee when they realize they cannot win, but where could they escape to in this situation? Everything around them had transformed into explosive tags. The ground, the trees, the stones. There was no place to find refuge. Danzo, perish! Konoha screamed. Fully aware of the strange look Danzo had cast upon her moments ago, she knew all too well what he was contemplating. After all, he had conspired with Hanzo the Salamander to eliminate Yahiko, and now he dared to turn his malice towards her. Truly, 1,000 deaths for Danzo would not suffice. As Konoha's furious cry echoed, an endless series of explosive tags detonated, engulfing the arena in flames, smoke, and the cacophony of massive explosions. Incredible. Splendid. Truly a miracle. This is the art of explosions. Konoha, you are truly magnificent. Deidara, like the others, perched at the edge of the Kingdom of Shadows, craning his neck to witness the unending explosions in the distance. However, unlike the shock displayed by the others, Deidara was filled with an exhilaration beyond compare. He never anticipated the usually delicate Konoha would possess such extraordinary artistry. He felt as though he might faint from sheer joy. Yet, while Deidara teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the nearby Kakuzu succumbed to the explosive chaos, cycling through a state of unconsciousness and awakening repeatedly. Finally, upon regaining consciousness once more, a wretched Kakuzu could not contain his despair. My money! His anguished cry, filled with resentment, fury, and an inexorable killing intent, pierced through the ongoing explosions, a lament so tragic it stirred the hearts of all who heard it. The depth of his hatred surpassed that of the spirits of those who had met a tragic end. After enduring over 10 minutes of relentless explosions, the last explosive tag finally detonated, plunging the world into an eerie silence. The onlookers emerged from the Kingdom of Shadows, gazing at the ravaged landscape in astonishment. Konoha. Nagato and Yahiko were the first to notice Konoha, who had collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Her Akatsuki attire was tattered, exposing large swathes of her pale skin to the open air. Yahiko, seeing this, swiftly removed his own garment to drape it over her, assisting her back into the fold of their group. Kushina, witnessing the scene, covered Naruto's eyes while angrily shouting for all the boys to turn away. Initially, some, led by Hozuki Sujetsu, remained indifferent, but under the threat of Tsunade's fist embedding Jiraiya into the ground, everyone quickly turned their backs. Tsunade, why did you hit me? Jiraiya lamented, his face swollen like that of a pig, yet he received only a dismissive response from Tsunade. She is your student. What will happen if she is exposed? But I didn't look. I turned away immediately. I know, but not everyone else did, so they must understand the consequences of their actions. Faced with Tsunade's unreasonable stance, Jiraiya felt tears welling up in his eyes. Was this not an unfounded calamity? He glared at the group of teenagers before him, already plotting how to torment them in retaliation. As the smoke finally began to dissipate, to everyone's surprise, a familiar figure emerged alongside the vanishing mist. Chapter 45, Izanagi. The ambush of the otherworldly deity, is this a joke? He survived? Kushina gasped, astonished at the sight of Shimura Danzo, who had somehow withstood the prolonged explosions. Despite being battered and bruised, his survival was nothing short of miraculous. Ah, I see. A family secret technique, Itachi Uchiha noted, observing Danzo's right hand, which moments before had been adorned with numerous Sharingan, now rendered blind. This realization led Itachi to connect the dots regarding his own secret art. Izanagi, a technique that transforms death into a dream, albeit at the cost of permanently blinding the user's Sharingan. An Uchiha can typically use it only twice in a lifetime, barring unforeseen circumstances. However, for Danzo, possessing a plethora of Sharingan, such a sacrifice was trivial. Only Danzo could employ the Uchiha clan's secret art merely for self-preservation. Watching the panting Danzo, who had narrowly escaped death, Uzumaki Ryunosuke stepped forward. He lowered himself to gaze into Danzo's aged visage, at a loss for words, ultimately managing a faint remark. I never imagined that Tobirama would educate you in this manner. Danzo struggled to lift his head, silently channeling the last remnants of chakra within his body to his obscured right eye. Ryunosuke, do you know who initially obstructed the ninja sent to aid the land of whirlpools? Danzo spoke calmly, aware that the opportunity to control Ryunosuke with Kotoeme Tsukumi was fleeting. He understood that a person of great ambition must exercise patience, intending to lower Ryunosuke's guard before striking decisively. What do you wish to say? Seeing Ryunosuke dutifully lean in closer to inquire, Danzo seized the moment to abruptly raise his head. Kotoeme Tsukumi. In an instant, Ryunosuke was ensnared by Danzo's Sharingan. As he stared blankly at the expressionless Ryunosuke, Danzo could no longer contain his laughter. As the onlookers began to question Danzo's sanity, Itachi's panicked voice broke through. Damn it! That S sure sway SI. Danzo has undoubtedly ensnared Ryunosuke. Though the crowd was unaware of Shursui Uchiha's abilities, they sensed the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Itachi's alarmed demeanor. Now, with Ryunosuke under my control, I am invincible throughout the ninja world. G Village Tuanzo laughed with immeasurable joy, the kind that comes from decades of toil finally bearing fruit, rendering him completely oblivious to the changes in Uzumaki Ryunosuke. The onlookers, upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's introduction to Uchiha Shursui's abilities, also displayed expressions of astonishment. Damn, to be unwittingly controlled by the one casting the jutsu. Acting entirely according to the will of the caster? Tsunade glared at the joyfully laughing G Village Tuanzo and the standing Uzumaki Ryunosuke beside him, gritting her teeth. Humph. Then all it takes is to eliminate the caster. Without waiting for others to react, Tsunade charged forward. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, upon witnessing this, silently followed in her wake. Humph. You still dare to defy me? How naive of you. Ryunosuke, intercept them. G Village Tuanzo commanded Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who was beside him. As he observed the three charging towards him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke opened his arms and pressed against the air, causing numerous shadowy figures to emerge from the ground. G Village Tuanzo glanced over, noting the variety of shadowy figures surrounding them, effectively trapping him and Uzumaki Ryunosuke inescapably. Splendid. A powerful being with such strength has now become my subordinate. Watching the multitude of shadowy figures rush towards Orochimaru and the others, G Village Tuanzo couldn't help but laugh heartily again. Unbeknownst to anyone, a peculiar little entity, no larger than a thumb, appeared at G Village Tuanzo's feet. As it lay on the ground and inhaled sharply, G Village Tuanzo's shadow was instantly engulfed by the strange being. The once laughing G Village Tuanzo collapsed to the ground. Yet his smile remained unabated. Simultaneously, the shadowy figures attacking Orochimaru and the others vanished into thin air, leaving the three, who were prepared for battle, in a state of bewilderment. Even Uchiha Itachi, standing behind, was engulfed in confusion, observing Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who remained standing there, utterly perplexed. Tsunade, uninterested in the commotion, dashed to Uzumaki Ryunosuke's side, placing her hands on his forearms and shaking him vigorously. Hey, Uncle Grandpa, are you okay? Uncle Grandpa? Seeing Tsunade persistently shaking him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke raised his hand and pressed it against Tsunade's head, halting her movements. Are you all right, Uncle Grandpa? Tsunade gazed at Uzumaki Ryunosuke with delight, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya remained on high alert. Who knows if this is a trick by G Village Tuanzo, making them believe Uzumaki Ryunosuke has escaped his control, only to strike when they let their guard down? Humph, to control me, he would need another 30,000 years of training, Uzumaki Ryunosuke stated calmly. Then, disregarding the cautious looks from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, commanded them to carry G Village Tuanzo and follow him back to the base. After a moment of contemplation, the bewildered Orochimaru and Jiraiya ultimately complied with Uzumaki Ryunosuke's directive, lifting G Village Tuanzo and following closely behind him. Lord Ryunosuke, how did you break free from Tuanzo's control? Along the way, Uchiha Itachi still sought clarity on the matter and approached Uzumaki Ryunosuke to inquire. After a deep glance at Uchiha Itachi, Uzumaki Ryunosuke halted, thrusting his hand forcefully into his own body. This vigorous gesture startled everyone present, but then Uzumaki Ryunosuke produced a stone engraved with a sheep motif from within himself, further piquing their curiosity. The sheep talisman, one of my abilities, allows the user to detach their soul from their physical form, leaving them appearing as if in slumber. However, for me, beyond its basic function, it enhances my mental fortitude, making my spiritual power exceed that of all present combined, and it continually augments my mental strength. In other words, to control me, one must possess greater mental power. Otherwise, all illusions are meaningless to me, as they hold no effect. Chapter 46. War with Konoha. The Uzumaki clan's hall, so that's the reason Lord Ryunosuke was able to break free from my Tsukuyumi? Uchiha Itachi murmured to himself, watching Uzumaki Ryunosuke as he returned the sheep talisman to his body. The others also displayed expressions of sudden understanding, their gazes toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke growing increasingly peculiar. After all, who would have thought that a person could harbor a stone within their body, a stone that bestows such formidable power? However, while others were captivated by the unique strength of the sheep talisman, Uzumaki Naruto was busily exploring Uzumaki Ryunosuke's form. Uzumaki Ryunosuke, bewildered by Naruto's antics, found it strange for a child to unabashedly rummage about his body. Just as Uzumaki Ryunosuke noticed Naruto about to touch a sensitive area, he swiftly grasped Naruto's mischievous hand. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke inquired with a frown, only to find Uzumaki Naruto looking up innocently at him. "Great uncle, where did you put that stone from earlier? Did you really pull it out of your body?" Hearing Naruto's trivial question, Uzumaki Ryunosuke coldly nodded, tossing it to Uzumaki Kushina, which slightly restored his expression. "So, what does Lord Ryunosuke intend to do next?" After Uzumaki Naruto's antics were curtailed, Orochimaru stepped forward to ask, as it was time to discuss future plans. After all, the necessary individuals had been located, and tasks were completed, leading to Uzumaki Ryunosuke's forthcoming arrangements. Next, Uzumaki Ryunosuke thoughtfully supported his chin with one hand, then replied, "Nagato, first ensure your 6 paths of pain are complete. Then lead the Akatsuki members along with Orochimaru's sound ninjas to encircle the entire Konoha. I will have Konan accompany you, and if numbers are insufficient, call upon her for assistance." Upon hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke address him first, Nagato, who had been seated in a wheelchair, rose and nodded in acknowledgement of his orders. The Akatsuki members following Nagato, upon hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's plan, realized he was about to take action against Konoha, and each one eagerly prepared for battle, particularly Deidara, who boasted about showcasing his art to everyone in Konoha. As for Orochimaru, he stated, "Let us first visit the land of whirlpools. I need to retrieve something I left there before the operation begins." Subsequently, Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned to the excited Orochimaru, providing him with instructions. Unbeknownst to them, upon hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's intention to visit the former site of the land of whirlpools, Uzumaki Kushina made it clear that she too wished to accompany him. After yielding to Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Ryunosuke could only nod in agreement. Subsequently, he refrained from further comments, instructing those with arrangements to proceed with their tasks. Nagato and the others had decided to set off in 3 days, which would be dedicated to crafting the Deva path for Nagato. Once this was concluded, as Ryunosuke prepared to depart, he was halted by Tsunade grasping his arm. With a puzzled expression, Ryunosuke looked at Tsunade, who promptly explained, "Uncle, all of you are leaving. But what about us who remain? What is our purpose moving forward?" Ryunosuke straightened up, addressing the serious Tsunade and the other solemn faces behind her. "The current situation is clear to everyone. My next plan is to take action against Konoha. However, Tsunade, as the granddaughter of Hashirama, the first Hokage, you must consider that our objective this time involves those currently in Konoha, led by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. One is your grandfather, and the other your mentor. I believe you would not wish to complicate matters." To Ryunosuke's surprise, Tsunade's resolve only strengthened upon hearing his words. "Uncle, you have stated that I am the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. It is my duty to protect Konoha. Previously, I had chosen to leave the village, burdened by my gratitude towards my teacher, naively believing he would safeguard the village indefinitely. Yet, times have changed. I now understand that Hiruzen Sarutobi's commitment to Konoha has waned, and he no longer possesses the unwavering resolve to protect it as he once did. Furthermore, his actions have rendered him no longer my teacher. The bond we shared ended the moment he consented to sending the entire Senju clan to the battlefield to perish alongside Danzo's schemes, as well as during the abduction of my clan members for experiments with wood release. Moreover, our mission to Konoha is not to destroy it. Our primary objective is to rescue the innocent souls still under Hiruzen's control who are continuously persecuted by him. Only afterward will we confront those who staunchly support him. In other words, we are going to liberate Konoha, and as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, how could I not be present at such a critical juncture?" Seeing Tsunade's unwavering determination, Ryunosuke acquiesced to her request and made arrangements for those who remained. Tsunade and Shizen followed closely behind Nagato, who, along with Konan, encircled Konoha. Tsunade led the way, with Jiraiya following to persuade Konoha's residents. Although Ryunosuke understood that as long as Hiruzen maintained his virtuous image, such efforts would have limited impact, he consented to this request from both Tsunade and Jiraiya. Simultaneously, as they approached Konoha, Jiraiya and Shizune were tasked with overseeing Shimura Danzo and Kato Dan. Ryunosuke explained to everyone that their fainting was entirely due to the presence of the Shadow Eater. Witnessing the diminutive figure standing in Ryunosuke's palm, the onlookers found it increasingly hard to believe. The Shadow Eater sensed their disdain and leaped from Ryunosuke's hand, voraciously devouring the shadows of Orochimaru's subordinates. Before their very eyes, the once tiny creature grew to half their height after consuming the shadows. Those whose shadows had been devoured collapsed, unresponsive to calls or even the prick of a kunai. Feeling the disbelief emanating from the crowd, the Shadow Eater grinned widely, revealing its sharp teeth. However, its moment of pride was short-lived as, under Ryunosuke's command, it regurgitated all the shadows it had consumed. Soon after, the previously unconscious sound ninjas began to stir as they regained their shadows. Orochimaru, witnessing this miraculous scene, felt a surge of curiosity and approached Ryunosuke, requesting a Shadow Eater for further study. Chapter 47. Divided Paths and the Strange Noodle Shop. The young Shadow Eater had never encountered such a scene. Surrounded by a throng of individuals who scrutinized it closely, lifting it into the air. Initially delighted, the Shadow Eater soon wore a discontented expression, which only fueled the excitement of its onlookers. Unable to endure the attention any longer, the Shadow Eater seized an opportunity to leap back into the realm of shadows, where it was greeted by familiar surroundings. Sighing with relief, it set off to find its comrades. Observing the Shadow Eater vanish into the shadows, the previously animated crowd fell into a collective disappointment. Noticing their distraction from the impending battle, Ryunosuke clapped his hands to regain their attention. All right, enough of the play. We have many tasks ahead. Everyone should attend to their duties. And don't be disheartened, Kakuzu. Once we seize Konoha, I will permit you to collect the corpses of the fallen ninjas for profit, and you will have control over the financial resources once we enter Konoha. So, what is there to lament? As Ryunosuke called to the group, he noticed Kakuzu, still brooding over his previous loss of funds to explosive tags, and addressed him. Upon hearing the promising news, Kakuzu instantly cast aside his sorrow, a smile replacing it as he eagerly prepared to review the extensive list of bounties to ensure he remembered every valuable target in Konoha. With all matters arranged, Ryunosuke returned to his chamber, exhausted. No sooner had he reclined than he swiftly drifted into slumber. After all, since being resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, he had only managed to sleep 3 times. Despite the life force provided by the talisman, the sensation of prolonged wakefulness was quite taxing, as Orochimaru needed to summon his subordinates from various bases across the ninja world. Everyone rested for 3 days. After this period, Tsunade and Jiraiya led a substantial force of sound ninjas directly toward Konoha, with even the One Tail and Nine Tails following closely behind. During these 3 days, Nagato, alongside Sasori, crafted a perfect replica of the Deva path in Yahiko's likeness, restoring everyone's strength to its peak, and they set off towards Konoha with unwavering confidence. Once Tsunade and the others departed, the bustling base became eerily quiet, leaving only Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Naruto, and Orochimaru behind. After glancing at the departing figures, Ryunosuke turned to the remaining 3 and said, "They have left. Now it is our turn. Let us go." With that, he effortlessly lifted the 3 of them, soaring towards the ruins of the land of whirlpools. Half an hour later, the quartet, who had been in the land of rice, found themselves standing upon the soil of the former Yuzushiogakure. As soon as he came to a halt, Uzumaki Naruto collapsed onto the ground, violently retching as if he might expel his very stomach. Although Orochimaru and Uzumaki Kushina did not fare as poorly as Naruto, they too struggled to cope with the rapid movement they had just experienced. After all, the swiftness of Uzumaki Ryunosuke's motion relied on the high-speed capabilities of the rabbit talisman, rather than the instantaneous spatial techniques of ninjutsu, which marked a significant distinction between the two. Paying no heed to the 3 sprawled on the ground, Uzumaki Ryunosuke wandered alone across the desolate land, occasionally spotting the bleached bones of what might have been members of the Uzumaki clan beneath crumbling ruins. Witnessing this somber sight, Ryunosuke's mind drifted back to the uncertain days of the Warring States period, where he could almost hear the heartfelt cries of respect from his clan members echoing in his ears, the calls of the young clan leader resonating as if they were yesterday. Yet, who could have anticipated that in just a few short decades, 3 such powerful clans would be all but extinguished? Walking helplessly through the village of Uzumaki, Ryunosuke was followed closely by Kushina, who held Naruto's hand while occasionally recounting tales of her homeland. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had already ventured off alone in search of the Uzumaki clan's Nemonokai. Soon enough, Ryunosuke arrived at the front of a dilapidated house. The sight of the severely damaged structure weighed heavily upon his heart. "Mother, what is so special about that house? Why does great uncle seem lost in thought as he gazes at it?" Naruto inquired, puzzled by Ryunosuke's demeanor. After a careful glance, Kushina replied, "That house appears to have belonged to your great uncle. I believe he is reminiscing, for upon awakening, he found that all his family members had long since perished. I think anyone in such a situation would feel profound sorrow." After standing in front of the house for a moment, Ryunosuke led Kushina and Naruto towards the former Nemonokai. Upon arriving, he noticed Orochimaru surrounded by a group of shadowy soldiers who intermittently launched attacks upon him. Orochimaru, in the midst of the onslaught, was in a dire state. His garments tattered and torn. "Lord Ryunosuke, please assist me." Taking advantage of a moment's respite, Orochimaru spotted Ryunosuke and rolled away from an attacking shadow warrior. Urgently calling for help, Ryunosuke glanced at the beleaguered Orochimaru, then with a wave of his hand, the attacking soldiers suddenly froze in their tracks, merging into the ground and vanishing from sight. "How did you end up here alone?" Orochimaru gasped for breath, reflecting on his current predicament. Since the reanimation of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, his life had been a whirlwind of chaos, excitement, and surprise, a far cry from the formidable presence he once commanded as one of the legendary Sannin. The cold and calculating Orochimaru. "I apologize, Lord Ryunosuke. I initially intended only to observe, but I never anticipated being surrounded upon my arrival. Moreover, it seems the strength of the shadow soldiers here is considerably greater than before." After lying on the ground for a minute or two, Orochimaru stood and brushed off the dust, explaining to Ryunosuke, "Given that this is the stronghold of the Uzumaki clan, it would be unwise not to have protective measures in place. Besides, do you believe I could compete with the likes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara with such a meager force?" Ryunosuke shot a disapproving glance at Orochimaru before stepping forward and forcefully pushing open the long-sealed doors of the Uzumaki Nemonokai. Chapter 48. The 10 Demon Generals. The releasable corpse sealing as Ryunosuke pushed open the long-sealed doors. Sunlight streamed into the Nemonokai, illuminating the familiar surroundings. Ignoring the many death masks adorning the walls of the first-floor hall, he ascended to the second floor. Following closely behind, Kushina led Naruto and Orochimaru into the Nemonokai, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the numerous death masks, before hastily catching up to Ryunosuke on the second floor. The second floor contained fewer masks, only 8, but unlike the white death masks below, these were vibrant and colorful. "Great uncle, are these the masks you were searching for? What purpose do they serve?" Kushina inquired curiously, unsure why such effort was exerted to retrieve these masks. Ryunosuke glanced at Kushina and then reached into the shadows on the wall, retrieving 2 masks. "You will soon understand why," he replied. After placing one of the masks onto the wall, the 9 masks that had previously hung there began to shimmer with a white light, while cracks unexpectedly appeared on their surfaces. "Great uncle, what is happening? Why are they suddenly cracking?" Kushina exclaimed in disbelief, fearing that if the masks were to shatter, their journey would have been in vain. In stark contrast to Kushina's confusion, Orochimaru regarded the increasingly fractured masks with mounting alertness. Initially, he had perceived the masks as ordinary, curious about their function. However, after witnessing Ryunosuke hang the 9th mask, he sensed a powerful aura emanating from them, which intensified as the cracks widened. Crack, crack, crack. Under the gaze of the 4, the 9 masks shattered into countless fragments. As the shards fell, 9 towering figures emerged from the debris, their faces resembling the masks that had just disintegrated. "Welcome back, Master." The 9 demon generals, upon recognizing the figures before them, knelt respectfully on the ground amidst the astonished expressions of Kushina and the others. Ryunosuke ignored the kneeling figures, loosening his grip on the red mask in his left hand. To his surprise, the mask began to rotate slowly, drawing in strange, dark energy that converged upon it, giving rise to a crimson figure. "I have returned at last. Thank you for your summons, Master." An ancient voice resonated from the red figure, and upon recognizing who stood before him, Tala also knelt respectfully. "Welcome back, my loyal generals." Ryunosuke exclaimed with palpable excitement, his tone brimming with joy as he gazed at the 10 figures kneeling before him. "Great uncle, who are they?" Kushina cautiously approached Ryunosuke. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded the imposing figures. Orochimaru was filled with curiosity. Having lived for so long in the ninja world, he had never encountered such peculiar individuals. Moreover, he had just heard Uzumaki Ryunosuke refer to these 10 individuals as generals, a title not befitting a ninja. Uzumaki Ryunosuke glanced at the frightened Kushina and Naruto, as well as the intrigued figures kneeling before him, and spoke. "As you are aware, I have the ability to summon the soldiers of the Shadow Legion, and since they are soldiers, they must have generals to lead them. And these 10 are indeed the generals commanding the Shadow Legion." He gestured towards the 10 individuals kneeling before them, leaving both Orochimaru and Kushina in utter astonishment. As for Naruto, he struggled to comprehend the implications of Ryunosuke's words. He merely found the 10 kneeling before his great-uncle to be quite intimidating. "This is General Manny, General Raisu, General Nika, General Razo, General Bart, General Samo, General Ika, General Minta, General Kabo, and finally, General Terra." Uzumaki Ryunosuke introduced each of the 10 generals of the Shadow Legion to the 3, providing a brief overview of the soldiers each could summon, thus granting them a clearer understanding of these peculiar generals. Uzumaki Ryunosuke called them all to attention, and witnessing the profound respect shown by the 10, his previously anxious heart finally found solace. After all, the initial control over these 10 masked figures had relied on the system's power, and now that the system was gone, Ryunosuke was uncertain whether he still held authority over them. What was more, Terra had originally been the leader of the Shadow Legion, the sovereign of the Shadow Kingdom. Now, Ryunosuke effectively occupied Terra's former position, amplifying his concerns. However, it seemed the outcome was favorable. It appeared that the system had merely erased his life without reclaiming any of the abilities he had exchanged for. "Now that my matters are settled, let us attend to Kushina's affairs. As for you, return to the Shadow Kingdom for now. I shall summon you when needed." Upon finishing his statement, the 10 generals exchanged glances before bowing respectfully to Uzumaki Ryunosuke and retreating into the Shadow Kingdom. "My affairs? It seems I have nothing to attend to." Ryunosuke's words left Kushina momentarily taken aback. After pondering, she realized she indeed had no pressing matters, and thus looked at Ryunosuke with a puzzled expression. Little did she know, Ryunosuke offered no explanation. Instead, he descended the stairs and approached a wall adorned with white masks on the first floor. After removing one of the masks, he began to form hand seals. Release of the Impure World Reincarnation. Upon completing the incantation, a figure emerged before the 4, clad in white, with white hair and a pair of red horns, holding a short blade. "Is this the Shinigami?" Orochimaru whispered, gazing at the ethereal white figure. Under the watchful eyes of the 4, the Shinigami drew its blade and slashed open its abdomen, releasing a sphere of blue light. Just as the Shinigami was about to seize Ryunosuke's soul, he clapped his hands, causing the Shinigami to instantly vanish, leaving the others in stunned silence. Ryunosuke then calmly approached and collected all the Shinigami masks within the Nami Sanctuary into the realm of the Shadow Kingdom. After completing his task, he walked over to Orochimaru with an expression of tranquility. Chapter 49. The Resurrection of Minato Namikaze. A family reunited. Orochimaru stood dumbfounded before the astonishing scene that had unfolded. Utterly shocked, he never anticipated that the Uzumaki clan possessed a technique capable of releasing the Impure World Reincarnation without incurring any cost. For it was once stated that this technique was unbreakable. Although it had been said that the Impure World Reincarnation could not be undone, Orochimaru had researched the matter thoroughly. To free a soul absorbed by the Shinigami, one had to exchange their own soul, a foolish act no one in the ninja world would undertake, rendering the technique effectively unsolvable. Yet today, in this very moment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's actions blatantly shattered the myth surrounding the Impure World Reincarnation. He had demonstrated that the Uzumaki clan possessed means to control the Shinigami's powers. Meanwhile, Orochimaru glanced at Kushina beside him, equally taken aback by the revelation. So, even Kushina was unaware of this. Ryunosuke turned to the blue orb floating in the air and beckoned to Orochimaru. "Did you bring the individuals and cells I asked you to?" Orochimaru suddenly recalled that it had been the day after Hashirama Danzo attacked his base when Ryunosuke had sought him out early in the morning, instructing him to bring a sacrificial offering for the Impure World Reincarnation along with Minato Namikaze's cells. "Ah, So this is the soul of the fourth Hokage? With newfound intrigue, Orochimaru scrutinized the blue orb. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kushina immediately understood Ryunosuke's intentions and looked at him with gratitude. All right, let us not waste time. We must head to Konoha shortly. Ryunosuke interrupted Orochimaru's desire to study Minato's soul further, urging him to act swiftly. Understood, Lord Ryunosuke. You are indeed impatient. With his previous plans thwarted, Orochimaru cast aside his hesitation and summoned the sacrificial offering and Minato's cells from the Ryu cave. I am about to begin. As Orochimaru released the seal on the container holding Minato's cells, he addressed Kushina. Impure world reincarnation. With the descent of Orochimaru's right hand, a face marred with cracks emerged. Struggling to manifest, Kushina, recognizing the familiar figure, was overwhelmed with emotion and tears streamed down her face as she bent toward the puzzled Naruto. Naruto, this is your father. The great hero of Konoha. Hearing his mother's words, Naruto began to scrutinize the yellow-haired young man before him, realizing the striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage's likeness he had once drawn. He then felt foolish for having doubted. After all, the visage carved into Hokage rock was indeed modeled after the Hokage's own face. My turn, Ryunosuke declared, observing Minato, who had fully materialized from the impure world reincarnation. Before Minato could gather his thoughts, Ryunosuke placed a hand on his chest. Instantly, a familiar green light enveloped them, and Minato Namikaze stood before them, alive and well. Orochimaru and Kushina. Minato surveyed the green light surrounding him, then turned to see the two familiar faces. For a moment, uncertainty flickered in his eyes as he spoke with confusion. Minato. Upon hearing his beloved call his name, Kushina could no longer contain herself. Without hesitation, she released her grip on Naruto and threw herself into the embrace of Minato Namikaze. Kushina, is it truly you? Minato felt the warmth of her presence and could hardly believe it. He recalled how both he and Kushina had been pierced by the claws of the Nine Tails. Furthermore, he had performed the dead demon consuming seal. Yet now, how could they both stand here unharmed? Could it be due to Orochimaru's influence? And what was that green light emanating from him just moments ago? Truly, as the fourth Hokage of Konoha, his thoughts were far from ordinary. An avalanche of questions filled his mind in an instant. Minato, here's what happened. Kushina quickly regained her composure and began to explain to Minato. Upon hearing her words, Minato first felt astonishment, followed by disbelief, culminating in a surge of uncontainable anger. How could this be? Why would the third Hokage do such a thing? Wasn't it agreed that the will of fire would guide us? Am I the only one making sacrifices here? Minato knelt on the ground, holding the bewildered Naruto, his inner fury raging uncontrollably. Soon, an orange chakra enveloped Minato's body. Kurama, stop! As Minato was on the brink of being overtaken by Kurama, Ryunosuke Uzumaki shouted loudly. At the sound of his voice, the orange chakra that had been consuming Minato instantly receded. Boss, how did he end up here? In a shadowy space reminiscent of a dark sewer, the Ninetales was perplexed by the voice that had just called out to him. Thank you, senior. You must be the uncle Kushina spoke of. Minato sighed in relief as he regained control over his body. He then stood up and bowed respectfully to Ryunosuke as a gesture of gratitude. All is well. Shortly, I will release the Ninetales, and you need not worry about its chakra affecting you anymore. Hearing Ryunosuke's words filled the Ninetales with immense joy, yet Minato remained deeply concerned. But Kurama, Minato began to voice his concerns, but Kushina swiftly covered his mouth, assenting with a nod despite his confused gaze. Ryunosuke nodded and proceeded to walk outside, with Orochimaru hastily following suit. After all, the reunion of this family of three rendered his presence as an outsider quite awkward. Orochimaru believed that rather than remaining there as a mere bystander, it would be better to quietly follow Ryunosuke, as he would occasionally conjure surprising events that would broaden Orochimaru's horizons. Upon reaching the entrance of the Namin Hall, Ryunosuke first summoned back the shadow troops that had been stationed there before finding a spot to sit and wait for the family trio to emerge. Standing behind Ryunosuke, Orochimaru gazed at the young man who appeared even younger than Minato, and a wave of reflections washed over him. Initially, he had merely sought to employ Ryunosuke, but unexpectedly, he found himself digging a grave for his own ambitions, to the extent that he now felt like a mere tool for the reanimation jutsu. Chapter 50, The Advance of Tsunade, The Response of Konoha. Before long, Minato emerged from the Namin Hall with the other two, respectfully standing before Ryunosuke. Observing Ryunosuke, who was resting with his eyes closed, Minato addressed him with reverence. Senior. As soon as Minato uttered the word, Ryunosuke opened his eyes, looking at the somewhat delicate Minato. He asked coldly, I assume you are aware of what transpired and what our next course of action should be. Kushina has informed you, has she not? Minato, sensing the chill in Ryunosuke's voice, nodded gravely. To be honest, Minato had never anticipated that after his demise, Konoha, or rather the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would treat his child in such a manner. What are your intentions? Will you return to report? Continue your loyalty to Hiruzen Sarutobi's Konoha? Or will you join us in establishing a new Konoha? Ryunosuke's gaze fixed intensely on Minato, as if to say that any inclination to inform Hiruzen would result in Minato's demise once more. Since the Third Hokage, Minato glanced at Kushina and Naruto beside him, exuding an aura of fierce determination as he gritted his teeth. Since the Third Hokage has treated us this way, there is only one answer. I pledge my loyalty to you. When you become the new Hokage, I hope you will lead us correctly along the path of the will of fire. Minato's declaration left everyone present in shock, as no one had anticipated that the boy known as the Little Sun would emanate such fierce hostility, particularly towards Konoha. No. I believe you are mistaken. My intentions in attacking Konoha stem from Hiruzen's inaction during the destruction of the Whirlpool country, not for the sake of any Hokage or the will of fire, Ryunosuke interjected, his hand dismissing Minato's assertion. His words startled Minato. Not for the Hokage. For the first time, Minato scrutinized the young man before him, who appeared only slightly older in appearance, yet was actually far older than Konoha itself. Based on his previous conversation with Kushina in the Namin Hall, it was evident that Ryunosuke possessed formidable strength. Initially, Minato had assumed that Ryunosuke harbored ambitions for the Hokage position, but he was taken aback to find that Ryunosuke had no such aspirations. After all, Minato did not believe Ryunosuke had any reason to deceive him. Though he was known as the Yellow Flash in the ninja world, such titles held no significance against Ryunosuke. According to Kushina, the dark-clad ninjas surrounding her were merely soldiers under Ryunosuke's command. With those undying soldiers, Konoha, let alone the entire ninja world, would hardly stand a chance against Ryunosuke. Thus, while your goals do not include the Hokage position, my answer remains unchanged. I will hold Hiruzen accountable, but I hope you will refrain from harming the citizens of Konoha. Upon hearing Minato's response, Ryunosuke smiled enigmatically. Rest assured, as the young clan leader of the Whirlpool country, I would never harm defenseless civilians. After all, there are others who will take action. At Ryunosuke's initial words, Minato felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, the latter part of Ryunosuke's statement caused Minato's heart to leap into his throat once more. Just as Minato was about to seek clarification, he saw Ryunosuke plunge into the shadows, followed closely by Kushina, who took Minato and Naruto down with him. As for Orochimaru, he now closely follows Uzumaki Ryunosuke without the slightest hint of carelessness. Long before Uzumaki Ryunosuke descended into the Kingdom of Shadows, Orochimaru had already trailed behind him. When Namikaze Minato initially entered the Kingdom of Shadows, he was momentarily startled by the sight before him. However, his concern for the villagers of Konoha soon consumed his curious heart. After pondering for a while, he could not conceive of who might threaten the common folk of Konoha, leading him to adopt a cautious approach. Just as Uzumaki Ryunosuke's group was making their way toward Konoha, the news of Tsunade leading a contingent of ninjas along with two-tailed beasts towards the village reached Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seated in the Hokage Tower smoking. After all, Tsunade and her group had no intention of concealing their movements. Marching with two-tailed beasts through the ninja world was a clear signal that something was amiss. Hiruzen, Tsunade's actions are a blatant betrayal of Konoha. You must contemplate what course of action to take. Within the Hokage Tower, the anger and worry on the face of Nara Shikaku as he gazed at the perpetually smoking Sarutobi Hiruzen was palpable. Tsunade, after all, was Hiruzen's disciple, and Shikaku hoped fervently that this matter would not escalate. Indeed, no one in the ninja world would be foolish enough to oppose two-tailed beasts. Konoha had already suffered the loss of the fourth Hokage during the Nine-Tails incident. Without someone as selfless as the fourth, the potential losses for Konoha were incalculable, and the thought of losing their lives only heightened their fears. Hiruzen, as Hokage, you must devise a strategy. Moreover, where has Danzo gone today? He should have arrived by now. The two advisors, akin to merchants in a bustling market, continued to argue, further irritating Hiruzen's already frayed nerves. Upon hearing the news of Tsunade, accompanied by two-tailed beasts and a group of ninjas heading towards Konoha, Hiruzen realized that his old friend Shimura Danzo was in peril. It was highly probable that he had already fallen victim to the two-tailed beasts. The mere thought of losing such a valuable ally made Hiruzen sigh deeply. Enough. This is the Hokage Tower. You two are making a ruckus. Finally, unable to endure their incessant bickering, Hiruzen interrupted their inquiries. The moment he spoke, the previously loud duo fell silent. Prepare yourselves, we may not fare well this time. As he uttered these words, Hiruzen appeared to age several decades in an instant, slumping into the Hokage's seat and continuing to smoke. After hearing Hiruzen's words, the two advisors ceased their quarrel, resembling wilted eggplants as they silently exited the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen, slumped in his chair, watched the departing duo, reaching towards a hidden compartment beneath his desk. After glancing at its contents, he settled back into his seat, gazing at the slowly descending sunset, murmuring to himself, Tsunade, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, I shall not find peace, nor shall you. Chapter 51. The Reunion of Master and Disciple. Cursed fox demon in times of anxiety, time slips away unnoticed. As the ninjas of Konoha remained on edge, Tsunade finally arrived at the village with a contingent of ninjas and two-tailed beasts. Unlike the excitement that once accompanied sightings of the legendary Sannin, the ninjas of Konoha felt no desire to encounter them under such dire circumstances. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had his blemishes, he was nonetheless the longest-serving Hokage in Konoha's history, and his leadership abilities were beyond reproach. Hiruzen, flanked by Konoha's ninjas, stood guard at the village gates, warily observing Tsunade and Jiraiya as they approached, along with a young man in a wheelchair with red hair following closely behind. Could this be the youth from the Uzumaki clan, said to possess the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? If he were from Konoha. Hiruzen's gaze turned to Nagato, deepening his resentment toward Jiraiya. After all, he could not have been unaware that Jiraiya had chosen to remain in the Land of Rain to teach 3 orphans from foreign villages after the Second Great Ninja War. Hiruzen distinctly remembered a heated argument with Danzo over this matter. Initially, Hiruzen believed Jiraiya was merely mentoring 3 ordinary war orphans in the Land of Rain, hoping to establish an alliance with Hanzo the Salamander through this act. Little did he know that Jiraiya's disciples were anything but ordinary. Tsunade, Jiraiya, what do you intend to do? Looking at his 2 former students before him, Hiruzen instinctively inquired. What began as a habitual question was met with an unexpected response from Tsunade. Third Hokage, I once believed you to be a stalwart of Konoha, and I do not expect you to emulate my grandfather or great-grandfather. However, I never anticipated that you and Danzo would so selfishly dismantle the legacy my grandfather built. My clan, the Uchiha, and the family of the 4th Hokage have all become mere pawns in your political game to secure your position. You, who were once my great-grandfather's disciple, once embodied the spirit of selfless dedication to Konoha. Yet at some point, you have changed, becoming foreign, indifferent, and cowardly. Due to these failings, the village my grandfather established as the most formidable in the ninja world has now devolved into one that can only survive through negotiation and compromise. Today, I demand to know, Third Hokage, what are your true intentions? Tsunade's barrage of words not only caught Hiruzen off guard, but also left the Konoha ninjas behind him uncertain, glancing at one another before turning their gazes back to Hiruzen, hoping he would provide a satisfactory explanation. Alas, Tsunade, being Hokage is not as simple as you believe. I too wish to avoid dragging Konoha back into the flames of war, which is why I had no choice but to negotiate with other ninja villages. But why would you reignite a senseless conflict that could be resolved through dialogue? Hiruzen felt the weight of their stares behind him, and now he had no choice but to speak. After dedicating his entire life to Konoha, Hiruzen did not wish to plunge into an abyss of ruin due to a few words from Tsunade. Upon hearing Hiruzen's response, the Konoha ninjas behind him began to praise him, for humans are inherently creatures of blind imitation. When those around them applaud, they too join in the chorus. Soon, the ninjas behind Hiruzen were vocally commending his contributions. Tsunade, having never experienced the world of politics, was bewildered, and as she witnessed the Konoha ninjas defending and praising Hiruzen, her heart plummeted. Observing Tsunade's expression, Hiruzen seized the moment to exhale a long breath unnoticed. Listening to the praises from the ninjas behind him, Hiruzen felt justified in the decisions he had made regarding the arrangements within the ninja community. In truth, a careful observation would reveal that it was primarily members of the Sarutobi clan who had first spoken out. The others merely followed suit without independent thought. Tsunade and Jiraiya observed the fervent ninjas of Konoha before them, both astonished to discover that beneath the village's lustrous and thriving facade lay a populace utterly brainwashed. Stripped of their subjective consciousness, they were easily swayed in their thoughts. Is it possible that the village I have cherished all along is such a lamentable entity? This realization plunged not only Tsunade, but also Jiraiya into an abyss of self-doubt. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing the leaders Tsunade and Jiraiya succumbing to their own words, felt an unexpected thrill. Just as he prepared to counsel them against reckless actions, Vortex Ryunosuke emerged from Tsunade's shadow, catching Sarutobi off guard. This individual was far from easily manipulated like Tsunade and Jiraiya. After all, he hailed from the Warring States period. And Sarutobi understood that the day's events would not conclude simply. In stark contrast to Sarutobi's vigilance, Nara Shikamaru, representing one of the clans of Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka, was captivated by Ryunosuke's demeanor. Particularly, Nara Shikamaru and his father, Nara Shikaku, regarded Ryunosuke as one might gaze upon a woman stripped of her garments. With Ryunosuke's arrival, all participants in the operation against Konoha had assembled. The sudden appearance of 3 additional figures alongside Ryunosuke sent ripples of shock through the ranks of Konoha's ninjas. "Isn't that the 4th Hokage?" exclaimed one ninja. "Indeed, it is the 4th. But why is he with them?" Another remarked, pointing out the presence of the 9 tails. The ninja who spoke was met with disdainful glares from his clan members. Oh, just a mere Chunin, ignorant of the truth. How forgivable, they thought. The Chunin felt awkward under their scrutiny, scratching his head in confusion, recalling how the 9 tails had been referred to in the village. Why was everyone acting so strangely today? Soon, the news of the 4th Hokage's appearance spread among those who were not permitted to attend but had clandestinely arrived to observe. Once the authenticity of the news was confirmed, a throng of Konoha villagers rushed out to welcome the return of their esteemed 4th. Chapter 52, Foolish Villagers. Cursed 9 tails, damn it. Hadn't we already arranged for the villagers to evacuate? Why are there still people coming out? The consequences of the villagers' emergence were all too evident. And Sarutobi felt the stirrings of unrest behind him, his expression darkening. Unlike Sarutobi, who fretted over the villagers' arrival, Ryunosuke was inquiring about Tsunade's strategy. Upon learning that Tsunade and Jiraiya had been utterly demoralized by Sarutobi's words, he could not help but poke Tsunade on the forehead with his finger. Did you truly think you could outmaneuver an old fox who has spent most of his life entrenched in political machinations? I told you that merely handing out money would not suffice, but you wouldn't believe me. Has your intellect been siphoned away by those 2 useless appendages? While Ryunosuke's poke bore no physical pain, his words cut deeply into Tsunade's heart. Yet, they served to awaken her, prompting her to reflect on her earlier folly. It dawned upon her that she had rambled on to Sarutobi, yet her words had proven less impactful than his single utterance. Not only had she inspired the ninjas behind her, but she had also undermined her own and Jiraiya's confidence. More critically, the target of this aggression was the village established by her grandfather, and Tsunade knew that sheer force would not suffice. Sarutobi was well aware of this. And thus he had triumphed without a battle. As guilt consumed Tsunade, her head drooped almost to the ground. Observing her like a frightened ostrich, Ryunosuke let out an exasperated snort and took command of the situation. "Lord Ryunosuke, I believe it unnecessary to escalate matters so dramatically. We could simply sit down with the 3rd and negotiate to minimize losses," suggested Namikaze Minato, who had earlier fervently pledged loyalty to his former leader, only to hesitate in the presence of old comrades and the village he had once vowed to protect. Ryunosuke studied Minato intently, indifferent to his sentiments, and replied, "I know not what political tactics you have gleaned from the 3rd, but here, I require no politics. Only the strong may speak. Once war commences, it cannot be halted on a whim. Do you think we are merely playing house?" A colossal, ominous black hole materialized beneath Ryunosuke's feet, and from this chasm, the 10 great demon generals emerged amidst the terrified gazes of all present. What in the world are those? Sarutobi and every ninja in Konoha witnessed the spectacle with dread. The sight of those armored warriors with their peculiar skin sent chills down their spines. "Is this the objective of the day? It has been far too long since we have had a proper ruckus," said Terra, one of the generals in a devilish dual voice. As the other 9 eagerly echoed his sentiment, they awaited only Ryunosuke's command to charge forth with the Shadow Army. Why does the 4th Hokage stand with the villains? One villager questioned. Perhaps he is negotiating with them, much like the 3rd did, another speculated. Look, that cursed Nine-Tails is still by the 4th's side. We should have eliminated him at the outset, another villager lamented. Indeed, the villagers of Konoha, overjoyed at the return of their beloved 4th, were oblivious to the underlying tensions. Though all present were not deaf, every conversation was clearly audible. Sarutobi, still reeling from Ryunosuke's summoned subordinates, was jolted back to reality upon hearing the villagers' discussions. His heart sank as he turned to Minato and Kushina, both of whom bore gravely solemn expressions. Sarutobi realized that the consequences of his earlier leniency towards Hashirama Danzo's actions had returned to haunt him. In the wake of the villagers' exchanges, Minato, who had previously tried to reason with Ryunosuke, fell silent, tightly gripping Naruto's hand, his face a mask of turmoil. Now, Minato resembled Jiraiya from moments before, his worldview shattered. Unable to comprehend how the village he had fought so fiercely to protect had devolved into such chaos. Behind Sarutobi, those aware of the bond between Minato and Naruto were drenched in cold sweat, while Haruno Sakura looked at her instructor, Hatake Kakashi, who wore an expression of confusion. She had seen Kakashi in various states, disheveled, vigilant, and nonchalant, but she had never witnessed him trembling in fear as he was today. As the situation escalated in severity, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to speak, attempting to persuade Uzumaki Naruto by recalling his initial aspirations. Grandfather, I no longer wish to become Hokage. Rather than protecting these foolish villagers who have harmed me, perhaps it would be better for them to face annihilation. Uzumaki Naruto gazed intently at Sarutobi, his crimson eyes sending a shiver down the elder's spine. Cough, cough. Hiruzen, this is the consequence of your earlier weakness. If you had handed him over to me sooner, the Nine-Tails would have been under our complete control by now. At that moment, Hashirama Danzo emerged to assert his presence, pointing at the Nine-Tails, who had been idly watching the spectacle. The creature, bewildered by the sudden attention, cast a malevolent glare at Danzo. Ha ha ha, you foul fox. It seems you are now looked down upon by others. That old man actually intends to control you. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Shikaku seized the opportunity to taunt the Nine-Tails, further igniting the fury of the already irate beast. Shut your foul mouth, you foolish raccoon. If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. That accursed bandage-wearer. I will make him pay. Just as the Nine-Tails prepared to charge forth, Uzumaki Longjin intervened, blocking the enraged creature. What's the matter, boss? You wouldn't want to stop me, would you? The Nine-Tails retorted with a scowl, though still referring to Uzumaki Longjin as boss, his tone lacking the usual amiability. I recall that you can discern the good from the wicked, can't you? Longjin inquired, shaking his head. Yes, that's correct, but what of it? The Nine-Tails hesitated, puzzled by Longjin's sudden question. Then, I entrust you with leading Naruto to Konoha to unleash chaos, dealing with those who harbor malice towards him. Upon receiving a clear answer from the Nine-Tails, Longjin nodded, signaling that he could now proceed. Is that so? It would be far more entertaining to obliterate everything completely. Although he expressed such sentiments, a grin of delight remained plastered across the Nine-Tails' face upon receiving Longjin's approval. During his prior imprisonment, the Nine-Tails had dreamt of destroying the village established by Senju Hashirama, who had captured him, and now that dream was on the verge of realization. Come on, little brat. This wretched village shall be our stage. The Nine-Tails gestured for Naruto to join him, and once Naruto stood atop his head, he leapt into the heart of Konoha. Subsequently, the Nine-Tails, through his senses, began to inform Naruto of those who bore ill will towards him and those who did not. As Naruto commanded the shadow soldiers to eliminate the malevolent individuals while demolishing their homes, the sound of destruction reverberated throughout Konoha, accompanied by the terrified screams of its inhabitants. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further with each scream he heard, and finally, after steeling his resolve, he stepped forward. Enough, Uzumaki Longjin. The actions against Naruto are the doing of us higher-ups. Do not harm the villagers of Konoha any further. They have been misled by us and are innocent. If you have grievances, direct them towards us. I beg you please spare them. In his final plea, Sarutobi knelt, tears streaming down his face as he earnestly beseeched Longjin. Witnessing the once respected leader of Konoha debase himself in such a manner stirred a sense of pity in those who had previously supported him, including Jiraiya, who felt compelled to plead for Longjin's mercy on behalf of the villagers. However, Jiraiya was acutely aware that he lacked the standing to address Longjin at this moment, plunging the area around Konoha's gates into an eerie silence. Do you think that begging will be of any use? At that moment, Uzumaki Longjin slowly approached Sarutobi, eventually standing before him, gazing down at the elderly man whose face was marred by age spots, his tone soft, as if recounting a sorrowful tale. Suddenly, Longjin's tone shifted dramatically from gentle to impassioned. If pleading were effective, would there be any wars in this world? Would tragedies still exist? They merely kneel, begging, praying, and hoping, appealing to those who come to attack, insult, humiliate, and seek to take their lives. Spare me. I have done no wrong. I implore you. And yet, can they truly attain forgiveness, absolution, and genuine mercy? As he spoke, Longjin crouched down to match Sarutobi's gaze, wrapping an arm around his shoulder as if they were old friends. He pointed to the individuals who had stood behind him moments ago, addressing each in turn. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, this couple you are familiar with. They sacrificed everything for what you call the will of fire, including their lives. And what was the outcome? Their wealth ceased. Their children living in want, all while enduring the scorn, oppression, and violence from the very villagers they sought to protect. Next, Longjin's finger fell upon Tsunade, whose fists were clenched tightly. Tsunade, I believe she is still your disciple, the granddaughter of Hashirama. Yet, what did she receive in return? The deaths of her entire clan. Her brother perishing on the battlefield, and in a most absurd manner, by an explosive tag. I must ask you, even during the Warring States period, no one was killed by explosive tags. How is it that under your watch, such a fate befell him? The most ludicrous part is that he was blown apart to the point of losing his organs. Tell me, how does one achieve such a feat? Longjin's words struck Sarutobi like a hammer upon his heart, recalling the days he had conspired with Shimura Danzo in the Hokage building. These are my actions, he stammered, unable to articulate further. Longjin patted Sarutobi's shoulder once more to draw his attention, before abruptly pointing to the person Sarutobi most wished to avoid mentioning, Hatake Kakashi. Do you see him? I have heard that his father was driven to death for failing to complete a mission while saving others. Longjin's expression bore a playful malice as he regarded Sarutobi, who now appeared pale, his hands gripping the earth tightly, leaving distinct marks in the soil. Enough. All of this is my doing alone. It has nothing to do with Hiruzen. No matter how much you pressure him, it remains false. Just as Sarutobi was about to erupt, Shimura Danzo trembled as he stepped forward, taking upon himself all the blame for the transgressions Longjin had mentioned. Seeing Danzo stand up for him, Sarutobi felt an indescribable warmth in his heart. Yet, Danzo soon regretted his decision. As he had grown accustomed to taking the fall for Sarutobi, he instinctively began to shoulder the blame once more. As the earnest and loud declaration of Might Guy echoed through the air, an eerie silence suddenly engulfed the scene. Following this, a cacophony of insults erupted from the side of Konoha, while even Minato Namikaze found himself at a loss for words regarding Guy's audacious maneuver. Logically speaking, Guy's actions could be deemed a betrayal in the face of battle, a transgression that would warrant execution without remorse. However, upon witnessing Kakashi Hataki's plight and recalling the incident involving Tsukumo Hatake, Minato and his companions were rendered speechless. On the Konoha side, emboldened by Guy's precedent alongside Kakashi, many ninjas who were privy to the truth and could no longer tolerate the situation began to flock to the ranks of Naruto Uzumaki. Consequently, the previously marginal disparity in strength between the two factions was now drastically widened by the defection of Konoha's ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed closely and noted that most of those who had joined Naruto's side were members of Konoha's prominent clans. To his dismay, some clan leaders had also betrayed their village, such as the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, and those from the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans. After counting, Hiruzen realized that apart from a few minor families, only his own clan and the Shimura clan remained steadfast. As the disparity became evident, the remaining Konoha ninjas began to waver towards Naruto's side. Just as some ninjas were making their way to join Naruto, the leader of the Shimura clan, Danzo Shimura, under a discreet signal from his subordinate, unleashed his jutsu against the retreating ninjas. What are you doing, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed instinctively at the sight of Konoha ninjas struck by the wind-based attack. To his astonishment, after executing the attack, Danzo stood in silence, prompting him to step forward. It was I who commanded this attack. Danzo stated ominously, his expression dark. Hiruzen, upon hearing this, fell into a state of shock. What have you done, Danzo? They are villagers of Konoha. Humph. Once they chose to align with Naruto Uzumaki, they ceased to be villagers of Konoha. Danzo's words quelled Hiruzen's fury, leaving him dumbfounded as he gazed at the fallen ninjas, rendered mute by the gravity of the situation. Enough. Let us bring this to an end swiftly. I am weary of it all. Naruto Uzumaki's voice broke the silence, his impatience palpable. Had it not been for his desire to grant Naruto the opportunity for personal retribution, this affair would have concluded long ago, and he would not be standing here amidst the clamor of two factions. Go, Naruto, follow these generals and destroy Konoha, Naruto's mentor urged, patting him on the shoulder. With a stoic expression, Naruto advanced, his demeanor starkly different from the warmth typically associated with Ashura's chakra. The seal placed by Naruto's mentor had overshadowed Ashura's influence, diminishing its effect to an unprecedented low. Anger surged within Naruto as he recalled the villagers' insults directed at his long-lost parents. To him, it was inconceivable to disregard personal grievances, yet to witness the disrespect towards his cherished parents was intolerable. Thus, under the gaze of all, Naruto marched forth, accompanied by 10 imposing figures with an unsettling appearance. As he drew closer to Konoha, the entrance to the Kingdom of Shadows beneath his feet expanded ominously. Finally, he halted within mere steps of Hiruzen, who gazed upon this familiar yet unfamiliar figure, regret swelling within him. Naruto Hiruzen prepared to speak, yet Danzo swiftly intervened, lunging forward with a kunai in hand. Die, you wretched brat. Danzo's calm exterior belied the thrill he felt at the prospect of Naruto's demise. The onlookers gasped in shock. And just as Minato began to teleport to Naruto's side, a horned figure seized Danzo's hand, preventing his strike. Hey, what do you intend to do to our young master? Minta lifted Danzo effortlessly, mocking him before tossing him aside, sending him crashing to the ground. At that moment, a crimson figure named Terra stepped forward, gazing down at Naruto. Let us witness the darkness within you and determine if you are worthy of being our young master. Naruto met Terra's gaze, then resolutely approached Hiruzen. Arise, my soldiers, he roared, and in an instant, a throng of shadowy soldiers emerged from the ground, trees, walls, and even the great gates of Konoha, surrounding the villagers inescapably. The sheer number of shadow soldiers left everyone in the vicinity astounded. Previously, during a respite at Orochimaru's base, Kushina Uzumaki had inquired about the shadow soldiers, noting that her summoned troops were significantly fewer than those summoned by Karen. She received an explanation from Naruto's mentor, who explained that the number of shadow soldiers summoned correlates with the darkness within the summoner's heart. The more profound the darkness, the greater the number of soldiers. Upon receiving this insight, Kushina radiated maternal warmth, embracing Karen, knowing that she could summon numerous shadow soldiers. Unbeknownst to Kushina, Karen's heart had been darkened by her experiences. Subsequently, she accepted Karen as her daughter, leading to Karen inheriting the Uzumaki surname, now known as Karen Uzumaki. Being older than Naruto, she effectively became Naruto's unexpected sister. This revelation had previously been shared with Minato, who now comprehended that he had a daughter in addition to his son. To his astonishment, Naruto's heart had transformed into such a chasm of darkness. Karen, possessing the unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan, recognized the warmth within Naruto's chakra. Yet the current circumstances starkly illustrated the depths of his inner turmoil. Memories of bullying, ostracism, and derogatory remarks surged forth, fueling Naruto's summons of the shadow soldiers. Soon, the shadows were not only at the gates of Konoha, but were manifesting throughout the entirety of the village. Haha. I never anticipated our young master harbored such profound darkness within. This is truly magnificent. I, General Ika, hereby acknowledge him. The blue-skinned General Ika laughed boisterously, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he beheld Naruto continuing to summon shadow soldiers. It seems he is indeed worthy of our loyalty, though his strength appears lacking. He must train diligently once this is all over. Subsequently, an explanation was provided by Uzumaki Ryunosuke, revealing that the number of soldiers summoned by the Shadow Legion is intrinsically linked to the darkness within the summoner's heart. The more profound the darkness, the greater the number of summoned soldiers. Upon receiving this revelation, Uzumaki Kushina radiated a nurturing maternal glow, embracing Uzumaki Karen. For she understood that Karen possessed the ability to summon numerous Shadow Legion soldiers. However, Kushina remained unaware of the turbulent experiences that had plunged Karen into such depths of darkness. Thus, she embraced Karen as her own daughter. And Karen subsequently inherited the Uzumaki surname, now known as Uzumaki Karen. Given that Karen was older than Naruto, this meant that Naruto unexpectedly gained an older sister. This matter had already been conveyed to Namake's Minato during the meeting at the Nara clan. So Minato was now aware that he had a daughter in addition to his son. Unexpectedly, Naruto's heart had grown so dark. Uzumaki Karen, possessing the unique Kagaya Byakugan of the Uzumaki clan, recognized the warmth of Naruto's chakra. Yet, the current circumstances silently testified to the profound darkness enveloping his heart. Memories of being bullied, ostracized, and insulted flooded his mind, transforming into the very motivation that fueled Naruto's summoning of the Shadow Legion. Soon, the figures of the Shadow Legion were not only visible at the gates of Konoha, but throughout the entire village. Ha! I never anticipated that the young master's heart contained such darkness. It is truly magnificent. I, General Ika, acknowledge him. The azure-hued General Ika observed Naruto, who continued to summon the Shadow Legion, laughing exuberantly, his eyes brimming with excitement. It seemed he was indeed worthy of our allegiance. However, his own strength appeared insufficient, indicating that he would need to undergo rigorous training once all was concluded. Tara nodded in agreement, yet upon witnessing Naruto's somewhat frail physique, she shook her head in discontent. Naruto, cease your foolishness. Do you not aspire to become Hokage? One who cannot protect the villagers of Konoha cannot hope to become Hokage. As the situation escalated, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to implore Naruto, invoking Naruto's original aspirations to persuade him. Grandfather, I no longer wish to become Hokage. Rather than protect these foolish villagers who have harmed me, it would be preferable for them to face destruction. Naruto's scarlet eyes fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen, sending shivers down the latter's spine. Cough. Hiruzen, this is the consequence of your earlier weakness. Had you entrusted him to me sooner, the Nine Tails would have been completely under our control. At this moment, Shimura Danzo emerged to assert his presence, pointing at the Nine Tails, who was bewildered by the sudden mention, casting a disdainful glare at Danzo. Yahaha, you've been looked down upon, you foul fox. That old man actually intends to control you. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Shikaku seized the opportunity to mock the Nine Tails, further igniting the latter's ire. Shut your foul mouth, you foolish raccoon. If you remain silent, no one will take you for a mute. Damned bandage-wearing fool, I shall make him pay. The Nine Tails was poised to charge forward when Uzumaki Ryunosuke intervened, restraining the furious beast. What's the matter, old friend? You wouldn't dare to stop me, would you? Although the Nine Tails still referred to Ryunosuke as old friend, the tone was less than amiable. I recall you can discern between good and evil, can't you? Ryunosuke inquired, shaking his head. Yes, that is indeed the case. But what of it? The Nine Tails hesitated, unsure of the purpose behind Ryunosuke's sudden question. Then you shall lead Naruto to Konoha and create a ruckus, dealing with all those who harbor ill intentions towards him. After receiving a satisfactory answer from the Nine Tails, Ryunosuke nodded, signaling that he could proceed. In that case, it would be better to completely obliterate everything. How dull. Despite voicing such sentiments, the Nine Tails could not suppress his glee upon receiving Ryunosuke's approval. During his prior sealing, the Nine Tails had dreamt of destroying the village established by Senju Hashirama, who had imprisoned him. Now, that dream was on the verge of fruition. Come on, little brat. This damned village shall be our stage. The Nine Tails beckoned to Naruto, and once Naruto steadied himself atop the beast's head, they leaped into Konoha. The Nine Tails began to convey to Naruto who among the villagers bore malice, while simultaneously directing the Shadow Legion soldiers to eliminate these malevolent individuals and destroy their homes. The sounds of destruction echoed throughout the village, accompanied by the cries of Konoha's citizens. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further as he heard the screams, and after making a resolute decision, he stepped forward. Enough, Uzumaki Ryunosuke. The actions against Naruto stem from us, the higher-ups. Spare the villagers of Konoha. They have been misled by us and are innocent. If you have grievances, direct them towards us. I beg you, I implore you, spare them. In his final plea, Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he begged Ryunosuke. Witnessing the once mighty leader of Konoha prostrate himself in utter humiliation stirred sympathy among those who had previously supported Hiruzen, especially Jiraiya. who found it difficult to bear seeing Hiruzen sacrifice his dignity for the villagers. Jiraiya contemplated pleading with Ryunosuke, the area near Konoha's gates, into an eerie silence. Days to meet the face of the aged man. First, if pleading had any efficacy, mercy from those who come to condemn, insult, humiliate, and seek to take their lives. Spare me. I have committed no wrong, I beg of you. And thus, do they receive forgiveness, absolution, and true respite? As he spoke, Ryunosuke crouched down to align his gaze with Sarutobi Hiruzen's, then embraced Hiruzen's shoulders, behaving as though they were old friends. Enough. This is all the doing of this old man alone. It has nothing to do with Sarutobi. No matter how much you press him, it is all a facade. Just as Sarutobi was on the verge of exploding, Shimura Danzo trembled as he stepped forward, taking all the blame mentioned earlier by Uzumaki Ryunosuke upon himself. Observing Danzo, who stood up for him at that moment, Sarutobi felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. In truth, Danzo began to regret his decision immediately after stepping forward, as he had grown accustomed to taking the fall for Sarutobi over the years. Now, faced with the murderous intent emanating from the surrounding ninjas, Danzo was filled with remorse. Chapter 56. The final struggle, Sarutobi's last card. What are you planning to do? In the current situation, even if Danzo was the so-called leader of the route, it mattered little. Nearly all the ninjas of Konoha were fixated on him with murderous intent. This scene reminded Uzumaki Ryunosuke of hyenas, who, under the cover of night, seek prey with their glowing green eyes, fearless even in the face of lions. Although Danzo could not be compared to a lion, the ninjas of Konoha at that moment were undoubtedly akin to a pack of competent hyenas. Damn it! Just as Danzo was about to speak, the Nine Tails descended once more from the heavens, interrupting him. It's done, boss. The Nine Tails sneered at Sarutobi and Danzo, radiating a malevolent chakra characteristic of tailed beasts. Even Uzumaki Naruto, standing atop the Nine Tails, exuded an aura of ferocity, completely shedding his previous clumsy demeanor. What? The Nine Tails' words clearly startled Sarutobi. He had never anticipated that. In such a brief moment, the Nine Tails and Naruto would have already wreaked havoc upon Konoha. Gazing at the Konoha ninjas standing behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Sarutobi's already aged appearance seemed even more pronounced, as if much of his vitality had been drained away in an instant. Hey, old man. You are the third Hokage personally appointed by the second. How can you allow an outsider to extinguish your fighting spirit? At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma, who had remained silent, clenched his kunai and spoke up. His intervention caused the trio of Ino-Shikacho behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke to grow increasingly anxious. Asuma-sensei. Yamanaka Ino looked at her instructor with concern, while Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji shared the same worried expression. Enough, Asuma. This is sufficient. Just as Asuma was preparing to make a stand, Sarutobi intervened, his voice a timely restraint. The once vibrant Third Hokage now appeared despondent, resembling an elderly man on the brink of the grave. Enough. My guilt is already established. While I have committed many wrongs, I do not wish for the internal strife of Konoha to provide an opportunity for other ninja villages to invade. Sarutobi slowly rose, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, as if he might extinguish at any moment. Uzumaki Ryunosuke, I know I have wronged your clan, and I bear undeniable responsibility for all present. However, the Nine Tails has nearly devastated the villagers. I implore you to spare them and place all the blame upon me. With pleading eyes, Sarutobi gazed at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who lowered his head to regard the elderly man once more. Ultimately, in the face of Sarutobi's despairing gaze, Ryunosuke slowly shook his head. Why? Why is this so? They were merely misled by us. Why do you persist in this? Uzumaki Ryunosuke inquired. You hail from the Warring States period. Could it be that all from that time are so cold-blooded? I believe you are mistaken, monkey. Whether to spare them is not for me to decide. Ordinarily, I hold no grudge against you, only a grievance towards the Uzumaki clan for their neglect. Therefore, the deaths of your Konoha elite, or their survival, can be settled easily. However, this is no longer my concern. Uzumaki Ryunosuke pointed toward the throng behind him, indicating that Sarutobi should observe. The two factions stood silently, listening to the dialogue between Ryunosuke and Sarutobi, transforming the situation into a negotiation between their leaders. Uzumaki Ryunosuke detested resolving matters through mere words. He typically preferred direct confrontation. Yet, as his followers increased, he gradually recognized that fighting often bore little benefit for either himself or his subordinates. At times, Ryunosuke lamented how reality could transform a person in every conceivable way. Sarutobi was acutely aware of the present circumstances, and his intent in speaking to Uzumaki Ryunosuke was to hope that he might advocate for the villagers' clemency. Even if grievances persisted against them later, they could not disregard Ryunosuke's face when taking action. However, to Sarutobi's astonishment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly shifted the responsibility to the people behind him. Faced with Ryunosuke's unwavering stance, Sarutobi was left with no choice but to employ his final recourse. Impure world reincarnation. Sarutobi leapt back, seizing 3 members of the Shimura clan to perform the jutsu. Damn it, Sarutobi, what are you doing? Danzo, witnessing Sarutobi's actions against his own clansmen, was clearly taken aback, and he began to shout in protest. The Shimura clan members were equally stunned. Unable to comprehend why the Hokage would suddenly target his own kin, momentarily frozen in place. Clearly, Sarutobi ignored Danzo's shouts, and as the hand seals were completed, the bodies of the 3 Shimura clan members began to undergo a transformation. In an instant, the original 3 vanished, replaced by Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Uzumaki Mido. Who dare summon us at this hour? Senju Tobarama was the first to react, scanning the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon Sarutobi. Damn monkey! Senju Tobarama bellowed angrily, taking a step forward to confront Sarutobi, only to be intercepted by Senju Hashirama. Tobarama, control your emotions. Hashirama admonished his brother, his chakra surging as he spoke. Astonishing all present. Tobarama, why do you remain so impulsive? Hashirama, you too. Everyone, restrain your chakra. Uzumaki Mido, observing the embarrassing display of her brothers, struck both of their heads with her fists. Faced with Mido's ire, Hashirama complied and reined in his chakra, while even the obstinate Tobarama halted, though his eyes remained fixed on Sarutobi. Monkey, why have you summoned us? Mido inquired, weariness evident in her voice as she looked at Sarutobi. I sincerely apologize for intruding upon the 3 esteemed individuals. My intention was not to solicit their assistance. Rather, I merely wished for them to offer counsel to Lord Ryunosuke. Chapter 57. The Abandoned Sarutobi Hizashi. Reunion of Siblings. The cells of Uzumaki Mido were secretly left behind by Sarutobi Hizashi, intended for a day when Konoha might face an impending catastrophe, allowing these 3 distinguished figures to avert disaster. However, due to previous events, Sarutobi Hizashi was acutely aware that he had incurred the ire of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Thus, this trump card had effectively become obsolete. Nevertheless, he believed that should it come to the protection of Konoha, they would still intervene. Counsel? Who do you wish us to advise? Uzumaki Mido inquired, somewhat perplexed. She did not believe that Shimura Danzo and the others needed to summon themselves, along with Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, for such a task. Just then, a familiar voice reached her ears from behind. Grandmother. Mido. Turning around, Mido saw Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina joyfully rushing towards her. She opened her arms to embrace the 2, her heart swelling with joy upon witnessing her grown granddaughters. Ah, little Tsunade, have you grown so much? Senju Hashirama, delighted to see the once small girl now blossomed into a young woman, reached out to pat Tsunade's hair. In contrast to the joyful reunion of his family, Senju Tobarama remained coldly fixated on Sarutobi Hizashi, his demeanor now imbued with an unmistakable aura of hostility. Sensei, Sarutobi Hizashi began. But Senju Tobarama swiftly raised a hand to halt him. I am no longer your teacher. I have no disciples who would bring ruin to their clan. Speak of Konoha's matters, and I shall assist, but from this day forth, you are no longer my students. Tobarama's words unmistakably chilled Hizashi's heart. Yet he conveyed the current situation to Tobarama, refraining from further speech, well aware of his standing. Senju Tobarama cast a deep gaze at Sarutobi Hizashi before striding directly towards Uzumaki Ryunosuke, uttering words that would evoke regret within Hizashi. Ryunosuke, pursue your course. I shall not hinder you. Confused, Uzumaki Ryunosuke looked at Tobarama, questioning, how do you presume you can prevent me? Tobarama's expression darkened at Ryunosuke's retort. In full view of all present, he resolutely dispelled the Edo Tensei, dissipating into nothingness. After all this time, he still has a fiery temper, Ryunosuke scoffed, proceeding to command Terra to eliminate all opposing forces present. Under Terra's leadership, a cadre of shadow ninjas surged forth to assault the opposing ninjas and civilians. Simultaneously, Ryunosuke turned to the worried children, advising, "If you wish to save anyone, you must act swiftly. My soldiers will not pause until their task is complete." Upon hearing Ryunosuke's words, the anxious children rushed towards their guiding jonin, emerging as the shadow ninjas struck. "Ryunosuke, you cannot do this. The civilians are innocent." The magnitude of the onslaught naturally drew Senju Hashirama's attention, who now regarded Ryunosuke with evident anger. Yet, Ryunosuke remained unfazed, dismissively gesturing to Hashirama. "Hashirama, you must understand that during an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent." Ryunosuke's implication was clear, leaving Hashirama at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only stand by, watching the ninjas clash with the demon generals and the civilians of Konoha desperately seek refuge. "Lord Hashirama, why do you merely observe?" Sarutobi Hisashi yelled as he unleashed ninjutsu against Terra. "Lord Hashirama, do you not care for the villagers of Konoha? You are the first Hokage." Finally, as Hisashi uttered those last words, Terra struck him down. Just as Terra prepared to finish Hisashi, Ryunosuke interjected, "Everyone, fall back." Upon hearing Ryunosuke's command, the previously relentless shadow ninjas halted their assault in an instant and vanished into the earth. One must pay for their transgressions when that time comes. Even the price of life is warranted. Ryunosuke's words echoed like a devil's whisper in the ears of the villagers who had survived under the shadow ninjas. He then raised one hand, conjuring a massive fireball that shot toward the villagers. A tremendous cloud of dust erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar as the dust settled. All that remained where the gates of Konoha once stood was a vast crater. The people who had been there now entirely vanished. "You vile demon! You prey upon defenseless civilians. What prowess is this?" Sarutobi Hisashi cried out from the ground, stunned that the outcome remained unchanged even after summoning the first Hokage for aid. "I have never claimed to possess any power. Moreover, slaughtering civilians is precisely what you do in times of war, is it not?" Sarutobi Hisashi surrendered, lying on the ground like a lifeless corpse, ultimately succumbing to Ryunosuke's laser. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, Narashikaku, and Mito's husband had already been swiftly eliminated by Ika and his comrades. Thus, the majority of Konoha's civilians and several of its highest leaders had been utterly erased from existence. Senju Hashirama, witnessing the devastation before him, felt an overwhelming sorrow. He had initially aspired to create a village free from the scourge of war, yet, only a few decades later, it had devolved into this. In the gaze of all present, Hashirama, too, dispelled the Edo Tensei. "Well, the matter is concluded. The subsequent affairs are in your hands." Ryunosuke turned to the individuals standing behind him, who began repairs and restoration of Konoha under the guidance of Minato Namikaze. Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade bid farewell to Uzumaki Mito, understanding that the forthcoming dialogue was for siblings alone. "You should not have done this. I am aware of the matters concerning the Uzumaki clan." After organizing the situation, Ryunosuke approached Uzumaki Mito. She gazed at her eternally youthful brother, tears of excitement streaming down her face as she reproached him. Such deeds must be undertaken by someone, especially since they have harmed little Tsunade. Ryunosuke embraced his long-lost sister, tenderly stroking her back. In an iridescent glow of green light, Uzumaki Mito was truly revived. "What is this?" Feeling the transformation within her, Uzumaki Mito struggled to believe, yet ultimately remained silent, gazing at the smiling Ryunosuke. "Come, Mito. You wouldn't want your brother to remain alone in this world, would you? Kushina has given you a great-grandson. Do you not wish to see him?" At last, persuaded by Ryunosuke's words, Uzumaki Mito took her first steps back toward Konoha. Chapter 58. After the battle, the reconstruction of Konoha. Lord Ryunosuke. As they entered the village of Konoha, the ninjas engaged in repairing the village paused their work, gazing at Uzumaki Ryunosuke with a mixture of reverence and awe. While sharing a light-hearted moment with Uzumaki Mito, Ryunosuke heard someone call his name. Upon realizing it was merely an ordinary Konoha ninja, he casually waved his hand, signaling them to disregard his presence. As they made their way toward the Hokage building, Ryunosuke, accompanied by Mito, surveyed the remaining villagers while listening to Mito recount the events that transpired after his death. He was taken aback to learn of the significant rift that had developed between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. It seemed Madara remained as radical as ever. Hearing Mito mention how Madara had captured the Nine Tails to confront Hashirama, Ryunosuke couldn't help but express his astonishment. During the late Warring States period, Ryunosuke had observed that although both men shared a common goal, their methods were starkly different. Hashirama was overly idealistic, while Madara was excessively aggressive. Neither could persuade the other. To his surprise, the two who had once been as close as brothers ultimately became bitter enemies. Truly, the world remained a stage rife with drama. As Mito's story drew to a close, Ryunosuke and Mito arrived at the door of the Hokage conference room. Gazing at the unremarkable door before him, had it not been for Mito guiding him, meeting chamber. Upon pushing the door open, a sudden hush fell over the room. Everyone rose to their feet, respectfully regarding Ryunosuke and Mito. Ryunosuke. It was suggested that the Hokage position be offered to him, but he had previously expressed disinterest in such a role while at the Uzumaki residence. However, not offering it would be equally awkward, considering Ryunosuke was a respected elder from the Warring States period and the uncle of Uzumaki Kushina. Minato found himself in a most uncomfortable predicament, more so than anyone else present. Relax, I'm merely here for a visit. There's no need for such formality. I am not a fearsome beast. Though Ryunosuke spoke with a smile, the atmosphere remained tense. Indeed, he was no fearsome beast, yet he was far more intimidating than one. Minato, I have already made arrangements at Konoha Hospital. And just then, Tsunade barged into the Hokage conference room, her entrance startling Ryunosuke and Mito. Uncle Grandma. The moment Tsunade transformed into a meek kitten, the room erupted in suppressed laughter. Who would have thought that the once unruly Tsunade could display such vulnerability? Little Tsunade, Mito remarked, observing the grown young woman who still carried an air of recklessness, leaving her momentarily speechless. Now, we are here to discuss Konoha's future. Not to indulge in casual conversation, we can address family matters at home. As Tsunade fidgeted with her nails, Ryunosuke interjected, gently tugging at Mito's sleeve to remind her of the occasion. Being Senju Hashirama's wife, Mito quickly regained her composure, presenting herself as a serene and graceful lady. Now, let us engage in a discussion. I wish to understand your plans for the future. Ryunosuke subtly glanced at Mito before turning to address the gathered individuals in the room. Lord Ryunosuke. We intend to first restore the buildings in Konoha that were damaged during this recent conflict with the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato began, hesitating as he recalled that Ryunosuke had dispatched Hiruzen with a mere glare. He then opted to refer to him as Sarutobi, yet struggled to find the right address for his elder. Let us just refer to him as the Third Hokage, despite his faults. He dedicated his life to Konoha and deserves some respect. Ryunosuke interjected, affirming Hiruzen's standing in Konoha. Very well, Lord Ryunosuke. We plan to restore the damaged structures and make arrangements for the Konoha ninjas who perished alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen during the battle. After that, we will address the estate of the Shimura clan and the remaining matters concerning the Sarutobi clan. For now, these are our immediate priorities. Thereafter, we can proceed with our previous development plans without excessive alterations. As Minato outlined the plans, Ryunosuke nodded in agreement, acknowledging his competence as the fourth Hokage. Additionally, there are some Konoha ninjas who initially sided with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but were later persuaded to join our camp by their disciples, including the Jonin and the instructors of Konoha Ninja Academy. They are currently in a state of despondency. Furthermore, the arrangements for Lord Orochimaru and other non-Konoha ninjas are still pending, as are the Nine Tails and One Tail currently stationed in the Forest of Death. Just as Ryunosuke was about to nod and leave everything to Minato, he mentioned three matters that posed a challenge. After all, these ninjas were loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the outsiders would not heed the orders of a Konoha Hokage. They had always followed Ryunosuke's commands. As for the tailed beasts, that was an even more delicate situation. Regarding those loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen, gather them together, and I shall counsel them once. If they remain loyal after my counsel, then they may continue to serve Hiruzen in the afterlife. As for the tailed beasts, I will handle them. Do not concern yourself. As for the arrangements for those ninjas from outside villages that I brought, I will address them after I have counseled the Konoha ninjas. However, I have already made commitments regarding the Akatsuki members, so you may proceed with the arrangements I have proposed. Once Ryunosuke concluded, he departed the Hokage building with Mito, having noted that his earlier observations were incomplete. Now, he wished to see the remaining civilians of Konoha. Chapter 59, Sibling Conversations. The suppressed Ryunosuke, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, and Mito strolled once more along the paths of Konoha, observing the ninjas diligently working on repairs. Mito couldn't help but sigh, then turned her gaze to her brother, Ryunosuke. Brother, can we truly trust those outsiders you brought? I recently overheard Shao Gang mention that those individuals are all rogue ninjas of the shadow level, hailing from different villages. Uzumaki Ryunosuke gazed at the concerned Uzumaki Mito and, with a smile, affectionately ruffled her hair. Do not underestimate your elder brother. I am indeed the strongest. A mere group of shadow-level rogue ninjas? Even Hashirama cannot contend with me now, let alone them. Uzumaki Mito, feigning annoyance, swatted away the hand that had tousled her hair and playfully chided. Stop messing with my hair. I am, after all, a mature adult, and you cannot keep using your childhood antics to fool me. You may be powerful, but human strength is ultimately limited. Even Hashirama cannot claim to be the strongest in the world, let alone you. Perhaps you should temper your expectations. Mito's words caused a frown to slowly emerge on Ryunosuke's forehead, and he sighed in resignation. Yes, Hashirama is the strongest in the world. I am but a speck of dust. As he spoke, he brought his hand to Mito's face, illustrating a minuscule gesture with his thumb and index finger. Seeing the playful Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Mito could not help but chuckle, scolding him. Despite being nearly a century old, you remain so frivolous. When will you ever take things seriously? Mito poked Ryunosuke's forehead with her finger, while he could only accompany her laughter. Once Mito felt she had teased him enough, Ryunosuke suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Looking intently into her eyes as he spoke deliberately, though we belong to a bygone era, you will always be my sister. Regardless of what happens. Even if this world were to be destroyed, you will forever remain the radiant young girl in my eyes. You were, you are, and you shall always be. Taken aback by Ryunosuke's sudden seriousness, Mito took a moment to process his words. After a moment, seeing the sincerity etched on his face, she nodded with happiness. Ultimately, as the sun began to set, Ryunosuke escorted Mito through the entirety of Konoha. This was largely due to the fact that the Nine Tails had wreaked havoc alongside Naruto, resulting in significant damage to the village. Had Konoha remained intact, Ryunosuke would likely have needed several days to explore it thoroughly. As they walked home, Mito reflected on the state of the village she had witnessed throughout the day and became increasingly disheartened. She turned to Ryunosuke and inquired. The number of ordinary villagers left in the village is pitifully low. The remaining ones are either clan ninjas or outsiders you brought in. How do you plan to address this situation? Unexpectedly, Ryunosuke replied nonchalantly. While they may appear to be innocent villagers, caught in the crossfire due to their leader's mistakes. Who truly knows the reality? There is no absolute right or wrong in this matter, whether they are innocent or we are. Someone must bear the consequences of the errors made. I cannot consider them blameless simply because of their ignorance. Although I often tell you that ignorance absolves one of guilt. That applies only to this circumstance. Beyond this, the harm they have caused cannot be forgiven. Furthermore, it was not I who acted. I had previously informed Naruto that those guilty should be punished, but the innocent must be spared and left undisturbed. This situation was clearly instigated by your great-grandson. The victim here. Why then do you place all the blame upon his great-uncle? Ryunosuke's words resonated with Mito, who felt an instinctive sense of disagreement but could not pinpoint the exact flaw in his reasoning. In the end, under Ryunosuke's astonished gaze, she seized his ear and tugged it sharply. Have you grown bold? I say one thing, and you counter with 10. Are you plotting a rebellion? Though Mito held firmly onto Ryunosuke's ear, his body was fortified with seals that rendered her grip harmless. Nevertheless, Ryunosuke tilted his head away, pleading for mercy. Mito was well aware of her brother's remarkable recovery abilities, surpassing even those of her husband, Senju Hashirama. While Hashirama would occasionally sustain injuries during battle, Ryunosuke had seldom been harmed throughout Mito's memories. Even sharp kunai could not pierce his skin. Thus, merely tugging his ear elicited his exaggerated pleas for leniency. Contemplating this, Mito's earlier heavy heart lightened in an instant, and she released Ryunosuke's ear with a smile, looking at him with an expression of benevolent forgiveness. Amid their playful banter, Ryunosuke and Mito finally arrived at their doorstep. The house they now occupied was left behind by villagers when Ryunosuke had summoned the Shadow Army to clear Konoha. initially unaware. They later discovered that this residence had once belonged to Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Seeing his former abode transformed into someone else's property while his own son resided in a dilapidated apartment enraged Kushina to the point of madness. She was nearly driven to drag Sarutobi Hiruzen from his sanctum for a proper confrontation. Later, she learned from Minato that all the assets they had amassed for Naruto, including money, the house, and all training supplies, had been confiscated by Sarutobi, who, upon turning his back, generously distributed Kushina's legacy among his own clan members. Upon learning these details, Kushina's fury surged, her chakra violently pulsing around her as she reached a state of being akin to a tailed beast transformation. Had she not retained a fragment of rationality, knowing that Ryunosuke and Mito were coming to spend the night, she would have charged into the Sarutobi clan with her sealing techniques. Thus, when Ryunosuke and Mito arrived at the door, they found Kushina sulking alone on the sofa, while Minato wore a resigned smile. He felt powerless in this situation. After all, who would not be enraged by such treatment? Minato himself believed that had he not maintained his composure, he would have sprinted toward the Sarutobi clan wielding his Rasengan upon learning the news. After understanding the circumstances from Minato, Mito could not help but sigh, realizing that the once illustrious Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom she believed had successfully inherited Tobirama's will, had succumbed to the corrupting influence of power, leaving everything in disarray. In the end, Mito could only shake her head in resignation, and then, under Minato's guidance, she went in search of her great-grandson. Meanwhile, Kushina, Minato, and Ryunosuke remained in the living room discussing affairs, a habit Mito had developed during her time alongside Senju Hashirama. After knocking on the door adorned with Naruto's picture, Mito was greeted by a young boy with 6 whisker-like markings on his face and yellow hair. Who are you, big sister? Naruto asked, confused by the appearance of Mito at his door. Upon noticing her hair, which resembled that of his mother, he exclaimed in excitement, I understand. Could it be that you have discovered the remnants of the Uzumaki clan through your great-uncle? The cries of Uzumaki Naruto drew the attention of Uzumaki Karen from the adjacent room. Uzumaki Sueho looked at the 2 children and, filled with joy, ruffled their hair, shaking her head as she spoke. I suppose I am also a remnant of the Uzumaki clan, being the younger sister of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, your great-grandmother. The words of Uzumaki Sueho left the 2 momentarily stunned, gazing at the attractive woman before them, who did not appear significantly older than themselves, finding it hard to accept. Are you joking? You look about the same age as my mother. How could you possibly be the age of my great-uncle? Uzumaki Naruto clearly expressed disbelief, scratching the back of his head as he scrutinized Uzumaki Sueho, while Uzumaki Karen calculated the age of Uzumaki Ryunosuke to ascertain the true age of the woman before them. Come now, didn't he, your great-uncle, also look about the same age as your father? Why is it that you don't believe me? Uzumaki Sueho mimicked the method her brother Uzumaki Ryunosuke used to discipline her, forming a fist, extending her middle finger, and then playfully pinching Naruto's head under her arm, spinning him around. Ouch! Though Uzumaki Sueho's words resonated with Uzumaki Naruto, the sight of the youthful-looking Uzumaki Sueho and the thought of the actual 50-something-year-old Tsunade made him internally scoff. Isn't this just like a scam? Feeling the hostile gaze directed at her, Uzumaki Sueho playfully punched Uzumaki Naruto on the head. I can sense your malicious glare, you little rascal. As Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Uzumaki Sueho's face, he remarked, What's this? You don't resemble my great-uncle at all. He is so gentle and approachable, unlike you, who just bullies children. Naruto's words plunged Uzumaki Sueho into deep reflection. Indeed, ever since marrying Senju Hashirama, or rather, since learning of her brother Uzumaki Ryunosuke's untimely demise at the hands of unknown assailants, she had not allowed herself to act so whimsically as she did today. With that thought, Uzumaki Sueho suddenly chuckled. It appears that I remain the pampered little princess of the Uzumaki clan, even at nearly 100 years of age. How embarrassing. Uzumaki Naruto gazed in disbelief at the myriad expressions flitting across Uzumaki Sueho's face, feeling a torrent of unspoken grievances rising within him. Uzumaki Karen, too, was at a loss for words, observing the vivid expressions of Uzumaki Sueho. Ahem, enough of that. I merely came to see what my great-grandchildren are like. And you both seem quite splendid. Sensing the duo's scrutiny, Uzumaki Sueho adjusted her demeanor, returning to the image of the loving grandmother familiar to Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina. as she affectionately stroked Naruto's golden hair. Her gaze then shifted to Uzumaki Karen, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. After all, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had only informed her of Uzumaki Kushina giving birth to a boy. Who, then, was this girl before her? Noticing the puzzled expression on Uzumaki Sueho's face, Uzumaki Karen took the initiative to introduce herself. I am a villager who escaped from the land of whirlpools. Upon hearing Uzumaki Karen's introduction, Uzumaki Sueho sighed helplessly, guilt washing over her as she reached out to stroke Karen's head. I am truly sorry for the events concerning the land of whirlpools. Faced with Uzumaki Sueho's unexpected apology, Uzumaki Karen felt a wave of confusion, instinctively regarding Uzumaki Sueho with a questioning look. During the destruction of the land of whirlpools, I was still alive. Of course, my current state is due to Ryunosuke's revival of me. At that time, I was unable to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to provide timely assistance to the land of whirlpools. Ultimately, they only managed to bring back Kushina, informing me that she was the last of the Uzumaki clan. I had never taken much interest in the affairs of Konoha's higher-ups, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had concealed certain truths from me, allowing the situation to evolve into what it is now. As the younger sister of the clan's minor leader, I cannot evade this responsibility, and thus, I deeply regret the fate of the land of whirlpools. After Uzumaki Sueho had elucidated everything, Uzumaki Karen finally nodded in understanding, though she found herself at a loss for words. After all, what had occurred was in the past, and no amount of inquiry would change that. I never anticipated that the Third Hokage, who I thought was so benevolent towards me, would end up like this. Mentioning Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head in disappointment. Previously, he had aspired to become Hokage, but recent events had stirred turmoil within his heart, reshaping his thoughts. Today, he had allied with the Nine Tails to eliminate those who had tormented him, and yet he found himself questioning his desire to protect such people. Furthermore, his mother had shared stories of his mentor, Kakashi Hitaki's father, leaving Naruto in a state of inner turmoil. On the surface, he appeared unchanged, but internally, he was a tangled mess of emotions. This was the reason he had locked himself in his room earlier, contemplating for whom he was truly fighting and what his purpose was. Both Uzumaki Sueho and Uzumaki Karen, possessing keen perceptive abilities, sensed the dark chakra emanating from Uzumaki Naruto, leaving them uncertain of what to say. After all, the collapse of one's life philosophy was something only the individual could navigate. Ultimately, Uzumaki Sueho could only offer a comforting pat on Naruto's shoulder before entering Uzumaki Karen's room at her invitation, with Uzumaki Naruto trailing behind. I don't know much about either of you, and you don't know much about me either. How about we take this opportunity to get to know each other? Starting with introductions? Chapter 61. The Self-Introductions of Three Generations, a New Regulation in Konoha. Uzumaki Sueho smiled as she posed the question, while Uzumaki Karen, unfamiliar with the concept, looked at her curiously. Self-introduction? What is that? To her surprise, Uzumaki Karen's question elicited laughter from Uzumaki Naruto. You fool. You don't even know what a self-introduction is? Before Uzumaki Naruto could properly chastise his younger sister, he was silenced by a punch from Uzumaki Karen. In the end, under her threat, Uzumaki Naruto was the first to make his self-introduction. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I used to love instant noodles and Ichiraku ramen. But now I also cherish the meals made by my father and mother. What I disliked most was waiting 3 minutes for the noodles to cook. But now I have no dislikes. My current interest is to savor all the delicious foods in the world with my parents and sister. As for my dreams, I have yet to determine them. Upon hearing Naruto Uzumaki's introduction, Karui Uzumaki also understood the components of a self-introduction. After Naruto concluded, she began her own. I am Karui Uzumaki. I enjoy delicious grilled dishes and pork cutlet rice, and I am currently being treated to meals prepared by my godfather and godmother. What I detest are dumplings. My passion lies in collecting perfumes from around the world, and my current aspiration is to become a disciple of Lord Ryunosuke. Observing the two who had finished their introductions, Suigetsu Uzumaki then commenced his own. I am Suigetsu Uzumaki, but I prefer not to disclose my likes and dislikes. As for my future aspirations, they are rather mundane, and regarding my interests, I suppose studying sealing techniques could be considered one. Naruto and Karui listened to Suigetsu's introduction, their expressions marred by confusion. What? Just like Grandma and Kakashi-sensei, he ended up revealing nothing at all. We are left in the dark. Naruto, visibly displeased, shot a disgruntled glance at Suigetsu, perplexed as to why adults always seem to shroud their truths in secrecy. All right, enough with the brooding. Let us engage in some conversation. Suigetsu gently reassured the sulking Naruto, deftly shifting the focus of their discussion elsewhere. Eventually, Suigetsu found himself seated in Karui's room, reveling in the joy and satisfaction brought by the lively chatter of his great-grandchildren beside him. Grandma, Naruto, Karui, dinner is ready. As night enveloped the sky, the voice of Kushina Uzumaki calling for dinner resonated from downstairs. Finally, it's time to eat. I'm absolutely famished. Hearing Kushina's call, Naruto sprang from his chair, clutching his empty stomach as he made his way downstairs. Suigetsu and Karui exchanged glances, momentarily puzzled by Naruto's boisterous demeanor, questioning whose traits he had inherited. Upon reaching the ground floor, the trio was taken aback by the sight of Ryunosuke Uzumaki donning an apron. Their astonishment stemmed from differing reasons. While Karui and Naruto could not fathom that the young clan leader would cook, Suigetsu was astonished at the prospect of enjoying Ryunosuke's exquisite culinary creations once more. Observing the bustling Ryunosuke and Minato Namikaze in the kitchen, alongside Kushina occasionally sneaking bites at the dining table, Karui and Suigetsu finally grasped the origin of Naruto's temperament. As Kushina, with a glint of mischief in her eye, stealthily reached for the dish Ryunosuke had prepared, she muttered under her breath, "Just one more bite." At that moment, Suigetsu stepped forward, swatting her hand away with an air of authority, and, under the astonished gazes of the others, promptly claimed the dish she had intended to pilfer. Swallowing it whole. "Ah, still as delectable as ever," he declared, giving Ryunosuke a thumbs-up amidst the kitchen's scrutiny. Ultimately, the meal concluded amidst laughter and merriment. Once everything was tidied up, the group refrained from further play and settled down for the night. For the majority of Konoha's populace, this night would be one of restless sleeplessness. However, for some, it was a night of profound slumber. The dawn soon arrived, and Konoha buzzed back to life amidst the fervent repair efforts. Within the Hokage Tower, Ryunosuke and the heads of various clans, along with the elite ninjas, convened to address the issues plaguing the village. Since everyone is present, I shall be brief. I have 3 requests for each clan and the remaining ninjas. Fairness, fairness, and once more fairness, Ryunosuke stated, surveying the gathered assembly. His demands left the clan heads and elite ninjas bewildered. After a moment of mutual glances, it was Minato who took on the role of the reluctant spokesperson. Lord Ryunosuke, could you elaborate on those 3 requests? Seated at the head of the table, Ryunosuke regarded the puzzled faces before him and proceeded to clarify. The first fairness pertains to the Sound Ninja, who were once under Orochimaru's command. I require you to treat them equitably, as they will soon become the new villagers of Konoha. Naturally, should they err, they will be subject to Konoha's regulations. The second fairness concerns the former high-ranking officials of Konoha. We must swiftly uncover any injustices and unreasonable arrangements that transpired during their tenure. We shall provide reparations, akin to the case of Kakashi Hataki's father. The repercussions of erroneous decisions must be addressed, and any ninja who suffered similar fates due to wrongful accusations shall seek Orochimaru's assistance with the Impure world reincarnation, and upon their return, I shall aid in their revival. However, this support is exclusively for those loyal to Konoha. Do not bring me someone from another village, or I shall ensure you both meet your end. The final fairness involves the reclamation of properties wrongfully appropriated by the former Konoha elite, such as the Senju clan's territory, Minato's own residence, and the various positions occupied by the root organization. Asuma Sarutobi, I have learned that you are now the head of the Sarutobi clan. This task falls to you, serving as atonement for your father. I wish to emphasize that I harbor no ill will towards the innocent, provided you fulfill your responsibilities. I can overlook past grievances, but should any future transgressions arise, I must preemptively express my apologies. Asuma, upon hearing Ryunosuke's directives, nodded numbly. The inaugural meeting post-war concluded in laughter and cheer, with all eagerly anticipating the promising future awaiting Konoha. Chapter 62. The complete arrangement of the Akatsuki organization. As the attendees departed the conference room, Ryunosuke rose to stretch his weary limbs after a prolonged session. All right, let us invite Orochimaru and the Akatsuki members in. We have delayed long enough, he remarked to Minato, who instinctively exited to summon Orochimaru and his companions, remembering to close the door behind him. Is it truly necessary for the Hokage to take such initiative? Ryunosuke pondered, glancing back as the door clicked shut. bemused by Minato's departure. Meanwhile, as Minato walked to fetch Orochimaru, he began to sense something amiss. Standing still, he looked back at the path he had taken, ultimately feeling awkward as he scratched the back of his head and proceeded to go himself, without making Uzumaki Ryunosuke wait too long in the conference room. Minato Namikaze utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Orochimaru and the members of the Akatsuki organization directly to the meeting room. Is this the Flying Thunder God? Truly remarkable. Deidara was fascinated by the instantaneous teleportation, instinctively surveying his surroundings as he emerged, only to spot Uzumaki Ryunosuke standing by the window. He immediately ceased his antics and quietly returned to his original position. Lord Ryunosuke, everyone has been brought here, Minato reported, stepping forward. Observing Minato, who had now assumed a secretarial role, Ryunosuke could only mechanically nod in acknowledgement. You have done well, but in the future, such matters should be entrusted to the Umbu. Your actions undermine your identity as Hokage. Ryunosuke's words rendered Minato even more awkward, yet he could only force a smile in agreement. Now, I have summoned you to arrange your future roles. My previous suggestions remain unchanged, but if you have any requests, now is the time to voice them. Shifting his gaze from Minato, Ryunosuke focused on Orochimaru and the members of Akatsuki. I have no other demands, but I wish to be allowed to earn my own income outside. After all, it took me decades to save my money, only for some to squander it in less than 10 minutes. As he spoke, Kakuzu's hateful glare fell upon Konan. Fortunately, Konan's cool demeanor prevented any discomfort. Such a piercing stare would be intolerable for most. I can accommodate this request, but you must leave a shadow clone in Konoha to manage affairs. Additionally, I will grant you some authority over the Shadow Army. You may employ them for assistance. After contemplating briefly, Ryunosuke nodded in agreement. Kakuzu, being a shadow-level combatant, could not realistically remain confined within Konoha. It would be wiser to release him under the watchful eye of the giant shadows. Kakuzu understood that while Ryunosuke publicly granted him authority over the Shadow Army for assistance, it was undoubtedly a means of monitoring him. He bore no resentment towards this arrangement, having witnessed Ryunosuke directing the Shadow Army ninjas in various tasks. It was wise to utilize such capable subordinates. I want to accompany Kakuzu as well. Staying in the village all day is incredibly dull, and it's infuriating that no one here worships Lord Jashin. Upon hearing Ryunosuke's consent to Kakuzu's request, Haiden quickly voiced his own. He was deeply troubled by the villagers' lack of faith in his dark deity, causing his temper to flare. Had Haiden not been self-aware enough to recognize that he could not defeat Ryunosuke, and that he must not harm the remaining villagers, he would have brandished his blood-stained scythe against those who insulted Lord Jashin. Following Haiden's declaration, the remaining Akatsuki members also expressed their desires. Konan wished to accompany Yakushi Nono to care for the orphans in the Konoha orphanage. Yahiko desired to remain close to Minato to learn, while Nagato, though lacking specific requests, was prompted by Ryunosuke to assume the position of Danzo Shimura's successor, becoming the new leader of Konoha's route. Of course, most of the previous Umbu had perished in the conflict the day prior, and the route had been entirely annihilated back in the Land of Rice, with even the last survivor being resurrected as a puppet for Minato. The current Umbu were merely a temporary assemblage, and the route was beyond reach. It would be up to Nagato to develop it further. Subsequently, Deidara and Sasori had no significant demands, simply requesting a space for creating and experimenting with their art. Orochimaru's request was even simpler. He merely required a laboratory for his experiments. As for the remaining two, Kisame had become remarkably low-key and zen-like ever since being bested by Ryunosuke and realizing that the Uchiha Obito he had followed was a fake, his presence nearly matching that of the Oil Woman clan. Observing the suddenly subdued Kisame, Ryunosuke recalled the embarrassing moment of searching for the leader of the Oil Woman clan, only to unconsciously overlook him despite standing right before him. Kisame, since you have no particular needs, why not serve as a guiding jonin? Ryunosuke suggested. Though he had no better title to offer, this proposal startled even Kisame, as he hailed from the Mist Village. If the ninjas from Mist were to discover he was serving as a guiding jonin in Konoha, the repercussions could be severe. Such a request would be unthinkable for any normal person, but Kisame was not just any individual. Immediately, he agreed with a smile, eager to witness what would transpire when he encountered Mist ninjas while leading a Konoha team on missions in the future. The mere thought thrilled him, causing a slight tremor in his body. Ryunosuke and Minato exchanged glances at the oddly animated Kisame before shifting their focus to a more challenging figure, Uchiha Itachi, a man whose fate even Minato found difficult to navigate. Ultimately, they decided to reassign Itachi back to the Umbu. Thus, the positions of all individuals were arranged. Ryunosuke surveyed the assembled group and spoke slowly. Very well, I can agree to your requests. However, given that you have all been renegades from other villages, your identities as traitors can no longer be upheld. Henceforth, you will all live as Konoha ninjas. I have spoken. The subsequent arrangements are in your hands. With that, Ryunosuke patted Minato on the shoulder and strode out of the conference room, leaving a group of eager eyes fixed upon Minato. Chapter 63. The Intact Ramen Shop. The tragic life of the Nine-Tails exiting the Hokage building. Ryunosuke glanced at the sky and noted that it was nearing noon, prompting him to head towards the ramen shop named Ichiraku, which had been mentioned by Naruto. During his shopping trip with Kushina the previous day, Ryunosuke had discovered this peculiar noodle shop. It was peculiar because, while much of Konoha had sustained varying degrees of damage, Ichiraku stood virtually unscathed. Situated in a relatively bustling area, surrounded by numerous shops and residences, it was remarkable that only Ichiraku had suffered minor injuries. This damage was merely a result of villagers instinctively throwing stones at the Shadow Army during their desperate flight for survival, which further cemented Ryunosuke's memory of this unique ramen shop. Lost in thought, Ryunosuke arrived at the entrance of Ichiraku, lifting the warm curtain that shielded the entrance. What greeted his eyes was a modest little shop that appeared rather unremarkable. Ah, you must be Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke. May I inquire what you require? Upon entering, Uzumaki Ryunosuke naturally drew the attention of the owner, who initially greeted him with a light-hearted demeanor. However, upon recognizing the esteemed visitor, his demeanor shifted to one of slight apprehension as he politely inquired about his needs. Just serve me a bowl of noodles. I have no particular demands, Ryunosuke replied casually, taking a seat and gesturing dismissively after glancing at the menu, relinquishing the choice to the owner. The owner, feeling a surge of indignation at Ryunosuke's apparent indifference toward his establishment, shot a somewhat displeased glance in his direction. If that is the case, allow me to showcase my skills. With that declaration, the owner turned and began preparing a bowl of soup noodles that he believed would impress Ryunosuke. Observing the sudden shift in the owner's demeanor, Ryunosuke regarded the young woman beside him with a puzzled expression. I apologize, whenever it comes to noodles. My father becomes rather passionate, she explained, her initial embarrassment giving way to a sense of duty to clarify her father's behavior in light of Ryunosuke's confusion. It seemed that the owner was simply an ordinary noodle shop proprietor. If Ryunosuke had previously found himself intrigued by the establishment, his wariness had now dissipated. After all, he was well aware of his own instincts, which had never led him astray. To him, the father and daughter before him appeared to be nothing more than two unremarkable villagers. Here you are, the special Ippudo, Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke version. Just as Ryunosuke was lost in thought, the owner placed a steaming bowl of soup noodles before him. The enticing aroma wafting from the bowl unexpectedly sparked Ryunosuke's appetite, and he found himself feeling hungry despite not having been so before. Well then, let us begin, he said with a slight nod, picking up the chopsticks and stirring the noodles before taking his first bite under the owner's watchful gaze. Delicious, Ryunosuke exclaimed, satisfaction evident on his face, and the owner, whose heart had been in his throat, felt a wave of relief wash over him, prompting a genuine smile to spread across his features. After finishing the noodles, Ryunosuke strolled towards the deathly forest enclosed by barbed wire. Not long after entering, he was startled by a tremendous noise, causing his heart to race. Ryunosuke quickened his pace towards the source of the commotion, only to discover the two-tailed beasts engaged in a fierce battle. It was clear that the earlier noise had stemmed from their conflict. Clenched fist struck both Kurama and Shikaku squarely on the head, rendering the two massive beasts unconscious in an instant. Why did you hit me so hard, boss? Do you have any idea you gave me a concussion? After a while, bump on his head and began to complain to Ryunosuke. Well, what did you expect? You were making such a racket fighting. I thought you were in trouble, advising them for their behavior. Now, let us get down to business. I came to ask what your plans are moving forward. Will you remain in the forest, or do you have other arrangements? Before Kurama and Shikaku could respond, Ryunosuke interrupted their imminent replies, effectively silencing them. Of course, we will follow you, boss. What else is there to discuss? Kurama voiced his thoughts as Ryunosuke had broached the subject. It is worth mentioning that the Kurama had already fused with Ryunosuke during the attack led by Kurama against Konohagakure, meaning that the Nine Tails was now in its complete form. Kurama's sentiment was met with Shikaku's enthusiastic agreement. They both recognized that, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, Ryunosuke treated them better than anyone else, at least not viewing them merely as tools of war like others in the ninja world. With the three having concluded their discussion, Ryunosuke returned home, accompanied by a small orange fox and a tan raccoon. Upon entering his home, the other inhabitants could not resist the allure of the adorably transformed tailed beasts, particularly Uzumaki Kushina, who relentlessly played with Kurama until mealtime. As for Shikaku, he lay quietly in the arms of Uzumaki Mido, occasionally teasing Kurama, who was being treated like a toy by Kushina. Thus, a world where only Kurama suffered was born. Were it not for Kurama's consideration for Ryunosuke, he would have reverted to his original form to retaliate against Kushina. Damn it, Kushina, let go of me. I am not your pet. That night, upon realizing Kushina intended to cuddle with him as she fell asleep, Kurama could no longer contain himself, letting out a mournful howl that echoed throughout the entirety of Konohagakure, startling the villagers who feared the return of the Nine Tails chaos. Chapter 64. The Concerns of the Reikage and the Tsuchikage. Convening the Five Kage summit as Konohagakure began to reorganize according to Ryunosuke and Namikaze Minato's plans. News of Ryunosuke's actions against the Third Hokage gradually spread through the ninja world, leaving everyone astonished. At that moment, in any tavern or restaurant, one could overhear patrons discussing the event with fervor. Uzumaki Ryunosuke? Why does that name sound so familiar? In the land of lightning, in the village of Kumogakure, the fourth Reikage, A listened intently as his subordinate reported on the news from Konoha. Just as A pondered where he had heard that familiar name, his secretary, Mabui, interjected. Uzumaki Ryunosuke is the individual whom the first Reikage and others feared greatly. He was the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan that was exterminated. Ah, that person. I recall the records mentioning him as one of the three heroes of the Warring States period alongside Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. With Mabui's prompt, I finally recalled where he had encountered that name. But I also remember that the records indicated Uzumaki Ryunosuke was already dead, supposedly killed by an unknown assailant. How could that ancient figure from the Warring States era be alive now? I found himself puzzled by Ryunosuke's unexpected reappearance, prompting Mabui to continue providing him with information. According to the intelligence relayed by our spy planted in Konoha, it is known that Vortex Ryunosuke was initially resurrected through Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. However, it seems he possesses some means of self-resurrection, allowing him to revive himself. What? Resurrection? Upon hearing this news, AI stood up in excitement and smashed the desk before him with a powerful fist. Mabui, watching AI's fervor, remarked with a hint of exasperation, Lord Reikage, this marks the 7th desk you have broken this month. In response to Mabui's complaint, AI silently shook off the remnants of the desk that had fallen into his shoe and waved his hand dismissively. Such matters are inconsequential. What you just mentioned about his ability to resurrect himself, is that true? Is this resurrection technique a forbidden jutsu? AI, indifferent to Mabui's grievances, was profoundly intrigued by the notion of Vortex Ryunosuke's ability to resurrect himself, pondering inwardly. If I can acquire such a technique, then my father, regrettably. Our spies did not uncover much regarding this matter. After all, Ryunosuke departed from Konoha shortly after his emergence. However, our spies did note that among those who returned to Konoha with Ryunosuke was the 4th Hokage. Hence, we deduced that Ryunosuke's jutsu may indeed allow for the complete resurrection of others, likely a forbidden technique of the Vortex clan, which was once annihilated. Mabui's words initially crushed AI's hopes, but then lifted them skyward. According to her, although the specifics of how Ryunosuke resurrects others remain unclear, it is evident that his secret technique can indeed bring others back to life. This realization dissuaded AI from his earlier intention to forcibly seize Ryunosuke. Then we must devise an alternative approach. Observing AI lost in thought, Mabui guessed his contemplations, yet she did not intend to delve deeper into the matter, merely cautioning him. Lord Reikage, our relations with Konoha are not particularly amicable, and the 4th Hokage's wife is a member of the Vortex clan. You are aware of our previous actions. Under these circumstances, I doubt Ryunosuke would acquiesce to your demands. After all, Ryunosuke and Minato Namikaze are not like the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. They will not exhibit the same weakness. AI, already frazzled, became even more agitated upon hearing Mabui's words. According to the records of the first Raikage, while Ryunosuke is on par with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the level of threat he poses far exceeds that of the latter two. After all, Hashirama and Madara, no matter how formidable, are ultimately individuals. A group can always seize an opportunity against a single person. However, according to the first accounts, Ryunosuke possesses a secret technique that allows him to summon ninjas from the shadows. Moreover, these shadow ninjas are inexhaustible, even if they are slain. New ones will emerge from the shadows. In other words, Ryunosuke alone could rival an entire ninja village, or even surpass it. This was precisely why the Raikage had dispatched ninjas to the Vortex clan in the past, to obtain this one-man village technique. Shadows? AI, recalling the first Raikage descriptions, stared blankly at his own shadow on the ground. Something that usually felt inconsequential now seemed perilous in light of Ryunosuke's abilities. No, such a monster is too dangerous. Mabui conveyed. Inform them that I will lead the Five Kage summit in the Land of Iron to discuss matters concerning Vortex Ryunosuke. Understood, Lord Raikage. After receiving the Raikage orders, Mabui hastily departed to arrange the specifics, while the reporting ninja had already retreated after delivering their message. Meanwhile, in the Land of Earth, within Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was seething in his position. That bastard Deidara. First he joins the Akatsuki, and now he's gone to Konoha, becoming one of their ninjas. Is he trying to drive me to madness? Inoki glared at the information in his hand, his fury causing his beard to bristle. He slammed his palm against the desk in a show of his ire, but after a few strikes, he suddenly paused, his body sagging considerably. My back. Inoki gripped his aging waist, gasping for breath. Fortunately, his son, Kuratsuchi, was beside him, gently massaging his father's back, alleviating some of Inoki's discomfort. What the heck? Deidara looks pretty cool wearing the Konoha headband, Kuratsuchi remarked, nonchalantly observing her father's irritation. Enough, Kuratsuchi. Don't provoke your grandfather at this moment, Inoki admonished. Clearly irritated. Tsh. Evidently, Kuratsuchi was unconcerned about her father's visible anger, engrossed in a photograph sent along with the intelligence, showcasing Deidara adorned with the Konoha headband. Lord Tsuchikage. We just received news from the fourth Raikage. They mentioned a Five Kage summit will be held in the Land of Iron to discuss matters regarding Vortex Ryunosuke. At that moment, a Tsukunin entered to report the information from the Land of Lightning. Inoki, upon hearing this news, was taken aback. Vortex Ryunosuke? Initially skeptical of the name. He quickly grabbed the report from his desk, which indeed contained information about Ryunosuke. Clearly, Inoki had been too preoccupied with concerns about his disciple to notice such significant news. After thoroughly reading the report, Inoki addressed the Tsukunin who had just reported. Respond to the Raikage, informing him that I acknowledge the message and will attend the Five Kage summit punctually. Chapter 65, The Spread of Information. Acting wind and water shadows as Raikage AI and Tsuchikage Inoki received news from Konoha, the Sand and Mist villages, two of the 5 great ninja villages, also received word. Jewel has re-emerged in the ninja world? This is truly outrageous. As she examined the information on Ryunosuke, Chiyo's thoughts drifted back to her childhood, accompanied by the photograph included in the report. Back then. Yet, even then. Techniques. And one of the 3 heroes of the Warring States. These titles all referred to him. Young Chiyo was filled with curiosity about what the feared Vortex Ryunosuke looked like. However, just a few years later, she received word of his demise. For a time, Chiyo felt a sense of loss, as with Ryunosuke's passing. She would never again witness the man who instilled fear in the hearts of the adults of Sunagakure. Yet today, Vortex Ryunosuke has once again emerged in the ninja world. And this time, Chiyo finally understands what the man she had long been curious about looks like. Once again, Chiyo cast her gaze upon the formidable red-haired youth in her hand, tightly gripping the photograph with irritation. What business does a long-deceased person have returning to the ninja world? She exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Subsequently, she wearily released her grip and turned her attention to the intelligence report below. The revelation struck her like a thunderclap. That scoundrel. I must avenge myself upon him. Vortex Ryunosuke. Standing nearby, Hozuki was taken aback by his sister's sudden outburst, his eyes darting to the information in her hands. which mentioned her grandson, Sasori. Sister, please, do not let your anger overwhelm you. It is detrimental to your health. Hozuki attempted to soothe his sister's rising temper upon grasping the situation. That wretch Sasori has actually gone to Konoha with Vortex Ryunosuke. What is he thinking? Does he not comprehend that his parents were slain by Konoha's White Fang? How can he act in such a manner, disregarding the memory of his deceased parents? With each repetition of her thoughts, Chiyo's ire escalated, to the point where she struggled to catch her breath. Gasping for air, she fixed her gaze with intensity upon the report. All of this is Ryunosuke's fault. I shall not let him escape my wrath. Although the report did not specify Sasori's reasons for joining Konoha, Chiyo understood that it was inexorably linked to Ryunosuke, thus marking him as an object of her fixation. Lady Chiyo, we have received news from the Hidden Cloud Village. The Fourth Hokage, A, intends to convene a Five Kage summit in the Land of Iron regarding Vortex Ryunosuke. Before the subordinate could finish his report, Chiyo, upon hearing Ryunosuke's name, interjected loudly, affirmative. Relay our agreement. I shall attend the summit as the acting wind shadow. Yes. Lady Chiyo, the sand ninja, who had just entered to report, was startled by Chiyo's fervent response, but quickly composed himself to deliver the message. Meanwhile, across the sea, Terumi May languidly examined the intelligence in her hands. Though ostensibly reviewing the report, she was actually captivated by the photograph of Vortex Ryunosuke, surreptitiously swallowing her breath. Vortex Ryunosuke? He is quite dashing. I wonder if he is married. Witnessing their Mizuki's infatuation, Ao and Chojuro exchanged glances, both bemused. They were well aware of May's desire for companionship. But even so, her reaction to merely a photograph seemed excessive. Mizuki, please maintain your composure. Finally, Chojuro could no longer contain himself, gently reminding May as they spotted the approaching Genjutsu. Unfortunately, lost in her daydreams, Terumi May failed to heed her loyal subordinate's well-intended warning, resulting in her being caught red-handed by Genjutsu. Your behavior is utterly unbecoming of a Mizuki, Terumi May. Genjutsu's booming voice jolted May back to reality, and she hastily adjusted her attire while nervously inquiring, Genjutsu, are you here for a reason? Observing May's flustered state, Genjutsu let out a resigned sigh. We have just received news from the Fourth Hokage, A, of the Hidden Cloud Village. They plan to convene a Five Kage summit concerning Vortex Ryunosuke. You must take this matter seriously. If possible, avoid any conflict with him. Does this mean you are acquainted with Vortex Ryunosuke? May inquired, her demeanor shifting to that of a serious fifth Mizuki as she regarded Genjutsu with intensity. Indeed, I remember it well, during the waning days of the Warring States period. While the first Hokage and I were striving to establish our own ninja village in accordance with Hashirama Senju's vision, we first heard of Vortex Ryunosuke. It was a time filled with warmth. At that moment, a figure with a dumpling-like nose appeared in the time-space continuum, making a halt gesture. Greetings, I am Uchiha Shursui. Please cease your musings. Thus, Vortex Ryunosuke is indeed a perilous individual. After absorbing Genjutsu's narrative, Terumi may discern the underlying trepidation in his tone, a profound fear etched deep within. Indeed, although it appears to be a united front of the four great ninja villages against Vortex Ryunosuke, it would be prudent to avoid any direct confrontation with him. That is the most favorable outcome. Understood, Genjutsu. May looked earnestly into Genjutsu's eyes, nodding gravely. Despite Genjutsu's concerns about May's demeanor, he could only acquiesce, recognizing the limitations of his own time left to influence the village. White Lotus, please grant your blessings upon our village. As he journeyed home, Genjutsu raised his gaze to the misty sky, quietly praying, allow me to expend my final efforts for the village, and may your spirit in the heavens support me. In the end, amid Genjutsu's anxieties, Terumi May, accompanied by Chojuro and Ao, embarked on their journey to the Land of Iron. Concurrently, the other Kage of the hidden villages also set forth with their respective guards, each driven by distinct motives, yet ultimately sharing a common goal. Chapter 66. The shocking reunion of master and apprentice. Kakashi as the various hidden villages perused their intelligence reports, Vortex Ryunosuke, accompanied by Vortex Kushina and Vortex Naruto, entered the Hokage building. Ah, Lord Ryunosuke. Nara Shikaku greeted the approaching figure with polite recognition. Ah, Shikaku, what brings you here? Ryunosuke acknowledged him with a nod. Indeed, I am on my way to arrange matters concerning the new Umbu. Then, should you have tasks to attend to, please go ahead, Ryunosuke replied, gesturing for Shikaku to proceed. Then I shall take my leave. Shikaku briskly exited the Hokage building, heading towards the Umbu headquarters. Now, it is our turn, let us proceed. After watching Shikaku leave, Ryunosuke turned to Kushina and Naruto, then pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Within, the diligent Minato was drawn from his work by the sound of the door opening, and upon recognizing the visitors, a smile graced his face. Lord Ryunosuke, Kushina, and Naruto, what brings you here? While pleased to see them, Minato was also filled with curiosity, pondering what could prompt Ryunosuke to bring Kushina and Naruto along. After securely locking the door, Ryunosuke's expression grew serious as he turned to Minato. Lord Ryunosuke, is something the matter? Minato felt a chill run down his spine under Ryunosuke's piercing gaze, his voice trembling slightly. I have come today regarding a particular matter. As he spoke, Ryunosuke released Uchiha Obito from the shadows of the realm. The very sight of Obito caused Minato, who had just occupied the Hokage's seat, to rush forward in astonishment. Obito? How is this possible? What are you doing here? Bluffing Shuemin helped the figure on the ground, bewilderedly inquiring about Uchiha Obito. He distinctly remembered that Obito had heroically perished during the Third Great Ninja War, yet here he was, alive. Countless questions surged in Bluffing Shuemin's mind upon seeing Uchiha Obito, but overwhelmed by confusion and excitement, he found himself speechless, merely gazing at Obito. Oh, there was also another matter. Upon seeing Uchiha Obito, Vortex Ryunosuke recalled yet another entity he had sealed and left in the Shadow Kingdom. Yet, when he searched for it within that realm, it eluded him. Eventually, through inquiry, he learned that Black Zetsu had possessed one of the ninja soldiers and escaped, while Vortex Naruto was summoning the Shadow Army with all his might. Damn it! That cunning Black Zetsu, even sealed in the Shadow Kingdom, it managed to flee. What an absurdity! Noticing Vortex Ryunosuke's sudden anger, Vortex Kushina looked on with confusion. Uncle, what's wrong? Vortex Ryunosuke felt no need to burden others with unnecessary worries, deeming that a mere minor character, who could only engage in sneaky antics, was hardly worth the trouble. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing. Let us first deal with this brat. With that, he cast a stern glance at Uchiha Obito. At that moment, Bluffing Shuemin unexpectedly stepped in front of Uchiha Obito, his face filled with guilt as he addressed Vortex Ryunosuke. Lord Ryunosuke, I feel deeply sorry for Kushina, but I wish to understand the reasons behind Obito's actions. Please allow me to handle this matter. As he spoke, Bluffing Shuemin bowed deeply, prompting both Vortex Kushina and Vortex Naruto to look at their husband and father with pleading eyes. This left Vortex Ryunosuke utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. You three rascals. Am I to be seen as the villain here? Had I known it would be this troublesome, I should have acted directly from the start instead of leaving you in the Shadow Kingdom for so long. TCH. Vortex Ryunosuke fumed as he sank onto the nearby sofa, his expression dark. Seeing his demeanor, Bluffing Shuemin felt even more remorseful. Fortunately, at Vortex Kushina's suggestion, Vortex Naruto hurriedly prepared tea and offered a massage to Vortex Ryunosuke, which helped ease his tension considerably. Noticing Vortex Ryunosuke's demeanor had improved, Bluffing Shuemin poured several glasses of water for Uchiha Obito, who accepted them gratefully. After consuming 4 full cups, Obito finally regained some composure. Obito, what on earth is happening? Why have you become the masked man? And didn't T. Kakashi say you had perished? Faced with the anxious expressions of his former teacher and mentor, Uchiha Obito's long-dormant heart began to race once more. Fueled by old anger, resentment, and a lingering sense of guilt, he recounted the events of years past in their entirety. Upon hearing his tale, Bluffing Shuemin and the others were left in shock, while Vortex Ryunosuke wore a sly expression. So, you're telling me that the man who once mocked Hashirama for being foolish has now become foolish himself? Looking at the amused Ryunosuke, everyone except the bewildered Vortex Naruto wore expressions of exasperation. So, after Uchiha Obito's lengthy explanation, all you could remember was how Uchiha Madara was deceived by Black Zetsu and turned into a fool? Is this the mindset of an elder from the Warring States period? After momentarily processing Ryunosuke's thoughts, Bluffing Shuemin opened the door and called for the Umbu station nearby to summon Hitaki Kakashi. Before long, Kakashi, with an expression of utter disillusionment, staggered into the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he spotted Uchiha Obito standing in the center of the room and, after several failed attempts to open the door, was finally pulled inside by a frustrated vortex Kushina. Obito, is that really you? Kakashi, finally accepting the reality of the situation, gazed at his long-lost friend, who had been dead for what felt like an eternity, and began to examine him in front of everyone present. Uchiha Obito, overwhelmed by Kakashi's touch, forcefully swatted away Kakashi's hand, his face contorted with rage. Back then, when I was trapped under the rocks, what did you promise me? You swore to take care of Rin, yet just days after my death, you killed her. Kakashi, is this how you honor your promise? As he spoke, Uchiha Obito seized a kunai he had kept on him and lunged it at Kakashi, taking advantage of the distraction. Stop. The first to react was Vortex Ryunosuke, who, harboring resentment towards Uchiha Obito, swiftly snatched the kunai from his grasp and plunged it into Obito's heart. The impact caused Obito to cough up a pool of blood, while Ryunosuke, unfazed, withdrew his arm from Obito's body, prompting another spurt of blood. Obito, Kakashi rushed forward, alarmed by his friend's condition, only to be rebuffed by Obito's hand. I knew everything that happened to Rin. Black Zetsu, who monitored you, told me everything. But I never imagined you could be so weak, Kakashi. You killed Rin. Obito placed his hands on the vacant space of his heart, addressing Kakashi. You see, I've long been devoid of anything within. I can't even feel pain anymore. Once, I was filled with anguish. But I later realized all of it was in vain. Do you think I was wrong? The true error lies within this world, filled with despair. There's only a world of despair, devoid of any value. That's why I allied with Madara. I aim to create a world where only Rin exists. Obito, when you died, both Rin and I were heartbroken. We wished for your survival, but that doesn't justify your actions against Sensei's wife, and Naruto. Kakashi attempted to reason with the frenzied Uchiha Obito, but was abruptly interrupted as Obito coldly replied, whether I live or die is of no consequence. If I must provide a reason, it's your failure to save Rin. Kakashi stared in shock, his eyes wide as he processed Obito's words. So, this is why you masqueraded as the masked man and unleashed the Nine Tails upon the village? Humph, I am no one and wish to be no one. This world, filled with despair, holds no value in existence. As they witnessed Uchiha Obito's descent into madness, Kakashi, bluffing Shuemin, and Vortex Kushina were left stunned. Who could have predicted that the once idealistic child, who aspired to become Hokage and selflessly aided the village's elders, would transform into this? At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto, in a fit of annoyance, delivered a resounding slap across Uchiha Obito's face, the thunderous sound jolting the astonished onlookers back to reality. Observing Obito's defiant expression, Naruto, with a hint of boredom, remarked, So, is your so-called Moon Eye plan, with its grand illusion, truly a hopeful reality? Have you witnessed it with your own eyes? Have you lived it? Did you encounter Rin within it? Faced with this barrage of inquiries, Obito found himself momentarily speechless. After all, who would venture into a realm of illusion for mere amusement? Furthermore, as he had yet to gather the requisite elements for the Moon Eye plan, it was impossible for him to have experienced it. Noticing Obito's silence, Naruto deduced the essence of the matter, letting out a scoff. In other words, you believe blindly in Uchiha Madara's words without knowing anything for yourself? Moreover, when I pierced your heart earlier, I distinctly felt something peculiar upon it. If I am not mistaken, that is the curse mark bestowed upon you by Madara, is it not? With Naruto revealing the truth, Obito decided to cease his concealment and confronted Naruto directly. You've already deduced it. What more is there to discuss? Is this merely a ploy to extract information from me? Naruto chuckled and shook his head, then pointed to himself, inquiring, Do you know who I am? Obito, bewildered by the rapid shift in conversation, responded with uncertainty. Aren't you Uzumaki Naruto, the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan? However, he did not anticipate that Naruto would shake his right index finger, indicating that he was mistaken. You have identified only one of my identities. Since you know I am the young leader of the Uzumaki clan, you should understand what the Uzumaki clan is renowned for in the shinobi world. Sealing techniques? Obito's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. You guessed correctly. The curse mark upon your heart is one of the ninjutsu I created, to be precise, one that Madara requested my assistance in developing. I recall he was fearful that the families joining Konoha would betray it. Thus he asked me to create a sealing technique that could restrict actions without controlling one's thoughts. And thus this curse mark was born. Unfortunately, due to Hashirama's vehement opposition, Those families that joined Konoha managed to escape the calamity. Yet, ironically, this curse mark ended up being used on his own kin by Madara. How utterly ironic. Naruto clapped his hands in amusement and then poked at Obito's heart, which had returned to its original state. Do you know what effects this curse mark possesses? Seeing Obito's silence, Naruto felt a twinge of boredom, yet continued to enlighten the others. The purpose of this curse mark is to render one a puppet, should the individual wish to remove it from their body. Their actions will be suppressed. This is the nature of this curse mark. After slowly sipping the tea that Naruto had poured for him, Naruto smiled at the gathered crowd, prompting Minato to respond first. Lord Naruto, do you mean that Rin also bore such a mark? Is that why she could not reveal the truth and chose to let Kakashi end her life? Minato's response elicited a delighted clap from Naruto, who exclaimed, exactly. You possess a remarkable talent for answering questions. With this curse mark, even suicide becomes impossible. I believe you are aware of this, Obito. But someone knew even earlier and found a way to break it. Naruto glanced at the astonished Kakashi and Obito, then added, it seems you two are utterly foolish, unable to match even a young girl. Frankly, I am quite curious to meet her. I wonder what such an astute young lady looks like. As he mused, Naruto began to drift into thought, leaving the subsequent matters to others. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Obito fell into a state of shock, mirroring Kakashi's expression. Suddenly, Obito shouted in fury, so, you mean to say that Uchiha Madara is the true murderer of Rin? How is that even possible? Clutching his head tightly, Obito struggled to accept this grim reality, the fact that he was serving his enemy. This revelation was more painful than witnessing Kakashi take Rin's life before his very eyes, reigniting the flames of hatred within Obito's heart. Chapter 68. The Divergence of Opinions and the Message Received by Minato. Obito, calm down. Kakashi, alarmed by Obito's outburst, hurriedly grasped his hands with concern. Do you remember anything unusual from that time? At that moment, Minato interjected, directing his question at Obito. This inquiry momentarily left Obito speechless, still consumed by his emotional turmoil. However, after enduring so much, Obito was no longer the naive youth he once was. Minato's question prompted him to reflect carefully on the events of that fateful day. There was nothing peculiar. After pondering for a long while, Obito shook his head in resignation, unable to recall anything unusual. Yet, as Kakashi had pointed out, Obito had been trapped beneath a massive boulder at the time. How could Madara have known precisely where Obito was and rescued him despite the dire circumstances? This alone was quite strange, was it not? Noticing the group fall into silence, Naruto, who was still massaging Naruto, suddenly spoke up. But how did Madara know where Obito was? During previous wars, many members of the Uchiha clan perished. Why did he save only Obito and not others? Naruto's words struck a chord, illuminating the oddities that had been overlooked. Exactly. How did Madara know where Obito was located? The questions left Obito speechless, unable to provide any answers. Well, you all can ponder this at length later. Have you decided how to punish this little brat? Naruto gently pushed aside Naruto, rising from the sofa to stretch. He posed the question to the gathered crowd. Hearing Naruto's inquiry, Obito, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to reality, gazing expressionlessly at Naruto. Minato and Kakashi exchanged silent glances, and at that moment, Kushina spoke up to Naruto. Uncle, although I was not present at the scene, we have watched this boy grow up. We know him well, and it is clear that Uchiha Madara deceived him. Please, spare him this once. Kushina's plea ignited hope in Kakashi and Minato's eyes as they looked at Naruto with eager anticipation. However, upon hearing Kushina's words, Naruto, who had been stretching, abruptly halted. Slowly lowering his outstretched arm, he cast a dark look at Kushina. Do you truly comprehend the words you utter? Uzumaki Kushina nodded with unwavering certainty, her fists clenched against her chest, her gaze resolutely fixed upon Uzumaki Ryunosuke. I am aware that although Obito has committed grievous acts against us, such actions were not born of his true intentions. I believe that Obito has come to recognize his faults, and did you not previously assert that this matter should be entrusted to us for resolution? Is this the outcome you have orchestrated? At this moment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's voice was clearly laced with fury as he directed his attention towards Kakashi Hitaki and Minato Namikaze, both of whom evidently concurred with Kushina's stance. Do you realize that without my intervention, Naruto would still be unaware of the torment he would have endured, and you would never have had the chance to meet again, let alone stand here unscathed as you are now? I afforded you the opportunity to deliberate on this sinner, And this is the result of your discussions? As Ryunosuke's anger escalated, he vociferously rebuked Kushina. In the face of Ryunosuke's mounting ire, Kushina felt a twinge of fear. Yet, observing the individuals present, she understood that she alone could engage Ryunosuke in a rational conversation. Gathering her courage once more, she continued, "But all has been amended. Has it not? We were equally enraged by the sudden attack of the masked man, and when I realized that the masked man was Edo, my anger only intensified. However, after much discussion, the root of this incident lies with Uchiha Madara. Edo was merely manipulated by Madara in this affair. Uncle, we should be targeting Uchiha Madara, not Edo." As Ryunosuke stood speechless, overwhelmed with indignation at Kushina's fervent plea, his trembling finger pointed at her, ultimately lowering in resignation. "Humph. I shall observe how you intend to resolve this." With that, Ryunosuke forcefully swung open the door to the Hokage's office, startling those outside who had been eavesdropping. "Uncle, please do not be angry." Tsunade, taken aback by Ryunosuke's abrupt entrance, awkwardly uttered this line. To her surprise, Ryunosuke's expression darkened further upon hearing her words. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he strode away, leaving a group of individuals standing in stunned silence. Eventually, it was Kushina who broke the stillness, gazing at Edo. She intended to pat his head as she had in the past, but realized she was no longer tall enough to do so. Consequently, Kushina settled for gently touching the weathered left side of Edo's face. With a soft sigh, she reassured him, "Do not worry, after this incident. Uncle will no longer trouble you. You may remain in Konoha as you once did." After speaking, Kushina took Naruto's hand and departed, eager to return to Mido and inform her of the situation, urging her to speak with the irate uncle. As Kushina and Naruto exited, the others at the door entered. Upon seeing Tsunade, Jiraiya, Nagato, and Shikaka Nara, Minato inquired, "Teachers, Lady Tsunade, and you too, what brings you here?" After instructing Kakashi to escort Edo away, Minato sought to understand the purpose of their visit. His voice jolted those still absorbed in the earlier events back to reality. Though Jiraiya was already aware of the situation concerning Edo, he was more astonished by Kushina's audacity to confront Ryunosuke directly. "Ah, Lord Fourth. We just received word from the Cloud Village that in response to the revival of Lord Ryunosuke, their Fourth Hokage intends to convene a new Five Kage summit in the Land of Iron. Here are the details." Shikaku handed the information to Minato, who regarded him gravely before examining the intelligence closely. "I see, they are concerned about Lord Ryunosuke's shadow army, are they not?" After perusing the information, Minato exhaled deeply. However, upon further reflection, he could not shake the fear of that ability, which could emerge from one's shadow at any moment. If Ryunosuke were to become an adversary, I would indeed harbor great concerns about such a power. Chapter 69. Arrangements regarding the Rain Village. Weeping Shoju Minato, after expressing his thoughts, turned his gaze back to the remaining individuals and inquired, "Is there anything else to discuss?" Lady Tsunade, Sensei, and Nagato. The three mentioned exchanged glances before Nagato spoke first. "Although I have joined you alongside the young clan leader, I am still the leader of the Rain Village. Moreover, I must remain here to continue serving as the leader of that root organization, yet I cannot neglect my own village for too long." Nagato's concerns weighed heavily on Minato's mind. This situation had persisted for several days, and the burden of being Hokage was becoming increasingly suffocating. After much contemplation, Minato proposed a makeshift solution. "I recall that you managed the Rain Village under the guise of pain, correct?" Nagato nodded in affirmation. Consequently, Minato addressed him directly, then continued to oversee the Rain Village. "Although you are the leader of Root, it is essentially devoid of substance at present. If you have your own loyal subordinates, you may establish your own organization. However, you must ensure their absolute loyalty and cannot divulge any information pertaining to Konoha." Minato's words ignited a spark of hope in Nagato, yet the thought of returning alone to the Rain Village brought him dismay. He was reluctant to leave the warmth of Konoha for the shadows of his former life. Nevertheless, Nagato acquiesced, for at least he now understood Konoha's stance towards the Rain Village, which was a positive development. After Nagato spoke, Tsunade slammed her palm onto Minato's desk, demanding his consent to access the archives of Root to investigate past events. After all, entering Root was not a matter of mere impulse. She required the Hokage's approval. Although Shizune still accompanied Tsunade in her studies, their previous familial bond had dissolved, leaving them in a straightforward teacher-student relationship. As for the matter of Kato Dan, Tsunade was well aware, yet she was disinclined to revisit those painful memories. Her purpose for accessing the archives was to provide closure for her former clan members. Very well. You may proceed as you see fit. Minato, feeling the intensity emanating from Tsunade, shrugged in resignation. Lastly, there was Jiraiya, who, upon witnessing Minato's grave expression, assumed something significant had transpired. However, Jiraiya, seemingly awakening from a stupor, chuckled and scratched the back of his head. I came looking for Lord Ryunosuke. But seeing him so enraged, I hesitated to approach and thus remained here. Jiraiya's comment left Minato exasperated, yet recalling Ryunosuke's earlier demeanor, he found himself nodding in agreement. Amidst the clamor within the Hokage's office, Uzumaki Ryunosuke strolled leisurely along the streets of Konoha, observing the nearing completion of the repairs with a satisfied nod. As he sauntered, he unexpectedly collided with Shoju, who had ventured out to procure some goods. To Ryunosuke's surprise, upon seeing him, Shoju fled as if confronted by a ghost. Just as Ryunosuke intended to greet him, he noticed Shoju's peculiar behavior and swiftly employed a summoning technique to catch up, seizing the fleeing boy. Why do you run upon seeing me? Have you engaged in any nefarious deeds? Ryunosuke inquired. Shoju, confronted by this unfamiliar uncle, was momentarily at a loss. Tears welling in his eyes, on the brink of sobbing. Observing this, Ryunosuke furrowed his brow and admonished him. A man should not weep, especially not a boy. Why the flight upon encountering me? Wiping his tears hastily, Shoju replied, I simply wish to see grandmother. Ryunosuke, taken aback by this statement, looked at Shoju in confusion. Your grandmother has long been resurrected by me. If you wish to see her, go ahead. Why speak to me about it? I recall you sprinting away when your grandfather emerged at the village gate. However, as soon as Ryunosuke spoke, Shoju's desire to cry intensified. But I had not achieved any merits on the battlefield, and I was even killed by an enemy using an explosive talisman. I cannot bear to face them again. Upon hearing this, Ryunosuke felt exasperated. After releasing Shoju, he ruffled the boy's hair and said, For others, is but a fleeting honor. Survival is what truly matters for your loved ones. Upon reaching home, Uzumaki Kushina dashed into the embrace of Uzumaki Mizuho, lamenting Ryunosuke's alleged misdeeds. Indeed, grandmother. Uncle scolded me. Witnessing his mother's antics in the arms of his great-grandmother, Uzumaki Naruto found his worldview shattered. Mizuho, just as she had in the past, gently patted Kushina's back, comforting her. Not long after, Ryunosuke entered, hand in hand with Shoju. Appeared unchanged, her heart finally eased. Mizuho, noticing Shoju hiding behind Ryunosuke, found the situation rather amusing. Blushed deeper. Boy. You still appear as brave as ever, she remarked in a soothing tone, calming Shoju's anxious heart. Gathering his courage, Shoju finally met Mizuho's gaze. Upon seeing the youthful beauty of the woman he remembered, his tears flowed freely, and he collapsed into her embrace, sobbing, Grandmother, I was so afraid. I thought I was going to die on the battlefield. Shoju's cries caused Mizuho's voice to choke with emotion as she tenderly patted his back, soothing the frightened child. Chapter 70. The Jinchuriki gathering in Konoha and the unsealed-tailed beasts. Hey, you pesky fox. What do you suppose they're crying about? Shikaku and Kurama peered from behind Uzumaki Mizuho's vanity, secretly observing the earlier events. Hiding there to evade someone's grasp, they dared not speak loudly, whispering instead. Humph, foolish Tanuki. Such profound matters are beyond your understanding, Kurama replied, eliciting a gleam in Shikaku's small eyes as he eagerly pressed. So you know? Do tell. Unexpectedly, Kurama turned away, nonchalantly responding, I said it's a profound matter. How could I know? Realizing he had been deceived, Shikaku promptly kicked Kurama in the rear, exclaiming, You scoundrel! How dare you toy with me? At that moment, Kurama recognized the peril of their situation. Their hiding spot had been discovered. And just as Shikaku prepared to kick Kurama again, both beasts were swiftly lifted by a figure. Ah, so you two are hiding here. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Shikaku realized his grave mistake. Uzumaki Kushina had grabbed one of the tailed beasts and was leading them out of Mizuho's room. Let me go, you wretched woman. I, Lord Shikaku, will not forget this. Shikaku protested vehemently, while Kurama remained quietly resigned. In the chaos of Kushina's flowing red hair, Kurama managed to escape. But Shikaku faced a rather tumultuous fate. After Mizuho calmed Shoju's emotions, he was directed to continue his studies with Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru was currently preoccupied with research on materials acquired from the Shadow Kingdom, he may not have had the time to attend to Shoju. Meanwhile, as Kushina and Shikaku engaged in their playful antics, the tailed beasts sealed within the bodies of the Jinchuriki across the ninja world learned of Ryunosuke's return, including the seven tails hidden behind a waterfall in Takigakure. Consequently, for the first time, the tailed beasts earnestly sought assistance from their Jinchuriki, excluding Isabu, hoping they would take them to Ryunosuke. Upon hearing the words of Gyuki, Killer Bee discreetly prepared to escape from Kumogakure. Now curious about Ryunosuke, he conferred with Gyuki, and together they made their way toward Konoha. The following day, the fourth Hokage, enraged by the news of his brother's escape, shattered his 8th desk of the month and ordered the Cloud Shinobi to leave no stone unturned in their search for Killer Bee. Thus, under this arrangement, Yomurin, initially unsure of how to depart from the hidden Cloud Village, also set out for Konoha to seek the wondrous man rumored to enhance the power of the tailed beasts. Yomurin had been informed by Gyuki that Hachibi was aware of the situation and would be seeking him as well, setting him on a solitary path to Konoha. Ultimately, before he could reunite with his own Hachibi, the Nibi had vanished once more, infuriating the fourth Hokage, who promptly demolished his newly repaired 9th desk. Meanwhile, in the world of Shinobi, other Jinchuriki, under the various whims of their tailed beasts, made their way to Konohagakure. Notably independent was the Three Tails Isabu, who stealthily entered the sea and sought out Uzumaki Ryunosuke on its own. A few days later, as Minato Namikaze, accompanied by Tsunade and Jiraiya, was en route to the Land of Iron, all the Jinchuriki who had been scattered across the shinobi world gathered simultaneously at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village. The reason they were not waiting for Uzumaki Ryunosuke was that he was too indolent to waste time traveling, preferring to wait until summoned by the ninja army. Oh, all the Jinchuriki are gathered here, but none can compare to Lord Killer Bee, exclaimed Killer Bee at the gates of Konohagakure, leaving everyone present momentarily speechless. Are you an idiot? Old Purple remarked, unable to comprehend Killer Bee's exuberance. Just then, Minato Namikaze, who had been preparing to leave, arrived with a group of leaf ninja at the village gates. Moments before departure, Minato had received news from patrolling ninjas that all the Jinchuriki were gathered at the gates surrounding Konohagakure. Upon hearing this, Minato hurriedly brought his ninjas to ascertain the situation, fearing an impending declaration of war from the other ninja villages. Which of you is Uzumaki Ryunosuke? Inquired Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, stepping forward as he spotted the leaf ninjas. Upon hearing Han's question, Minato immediately called for the ninja army to relay a message to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Under the scrutiny of all present, Uzumaki Ryunosuke emerged from Han's shadow, startling the gathered Jinchuriki. It appeared the rumors were indeed true. Uzumaki Ryunosuke possessed the ability to traverse shadows. Recognizing Ryunosuke's movements, the wood ninja, aware of his abilities, contemplated how to guard against this ninjutsu. Is it you who seek me? Ryunosuke asked coolly, scrutinizing the 6 individuals before him, intrigued by their purpose. At this moment, the two-tailed beasts, who had sought refuge on Ryunosuke's shoulder to escape the wrath of Kushina, sensed a familiar aura emanating from the group. Boss, it's others, Shikaku exclaimed, prompting Ryunosuke to understand their intent, and he proceeded to cast a summoning charm upon each individual. Ultimately, the original Jinchuriki felt their bodies lighten, resulting in 6 massive tailed beasts appearing in their stead. Just then, Isabu arrived, and thus 7 colossal tailed beasts stood proudly, their roars resounding across the land. How magnificent! Is this the entirety of the tailed beasts? Exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki, standing beside Minato, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the massive creatures. The ninjas, having never witnessed such a scene, were left speechless by Ryunosuke's power, but none were more astonished than the original Jinchuriki themselves. In contrast to the relaxed demeanor of Yugao, the 6 tails Jinchuriki, and the curious expression of Fu, the 7 tails Jinchuriki, as well as the excitement of Killer Bee, the remaining 3 Jinchuriki appeared flustered and bewildered. Hey Yugao, Sun Wukong, Muwang, what is the meaning of this? This is not what you described. The Jinchuriki were not alone in their confusion. The tailed beasts shared the sentiment. Pondering internally, why were we unaware that our boss could separate Jinchuriki from their tailed beasts? They then recalled their previous encounters, realizing, right. We had never been sealed before. This was the consensus among the tailed beasts, even Kurama, which led to his prolonged astonishment when he was released from his seal. However, unlike the others, Shikaku remained composed, for he was the first to learn of Ryunosuke's ability to break seals, a thought that filled him with a sense of pride, considering he was not as naive as the others. Chapter 71. Shikaku's past and the tailed beast's plans. As Shikaku reminisced, he recalled his earlier days. Shortly after being sealed by the first Kazekage, his temper was at its most volatile, wreaking havoc on the sealing barrier daily. It was during this tumultuous time that he encountered Uzumaki Ryunosuke. It could hardly be termed a mere encounter, as Shikaku later learned that Ryunosuke had sought him out. Following the suggestion of Kurama, Shikaku vividly remembered that it was an ordinary day. He was attempting to unravel the first Kazekage seal, using the sealing techniques he had learned when he suddenly heard mocking laughter. With your meager skills, do you dare attempt to break this seal? Looking toward the source of the voice, he saw a remarkably youthful man with red hair. Despite his appearance, an elusive air of danger surrounded him, revealing his extraordinary nature. There was little left to say. Ryunosuke proceeded to create an opening in the first Kazekage seal, followed by a thorough thrashing of Shikaku that lasted several days. Eventually, Shikaku could endure no more and acknowledged Ryunosuke as his leader, concluding the matter. Following this, Shikaku experienced a period of relative tranquility until, a few years later, he received the news of Ryunosuke's demise, a piece of information that had only recently reached the Land of Wind. The Sand Ninjas, who had previously spared Shikaku due to Ryunosuke's influence, once again sealed him away. Now, at the gates of Konohagakure, a group of ninjas stood speechless before the immense seven-tailed beasts. Hey, you all, shrink down a bit. I'm too tired to talk to you while looking up. Even more astounding to the original Jinchuriki was Ryunosuke's nonchalant tone with the tailed beasts, even laced with an air of command. To their surprise, the tailed beasts, who had previously required gentle coaxing to listen, instantly complied and shrank down to the size of dolls at Ryunosuke's command. Once the tailed beasts had reduced in size, the two tails Yugao eagerly leaped into Ryunosuke's embrace, nuzzling against him. The other tailed beasts quickly followed suit, clamoring for their place in his arms. Their ruckus prompted Kurama and Shikaku, who had initially perched on Ryunosuke's shoulder, to join in the fray. Thus, amidst the astonished expressions of onlookers, the very creatures once dubbed the strongest weapons of war in the shinobi world were now playfully vying for the affection of a single man. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief, while Ryunosuke found himself overwhelmed, with 9 hefty-tailed beasts frolicking about him. Had he not possessed the power of the bull talisman to amplify his strength, bolstered by the formidable physique of the legendary Bogo, he might not have managed to endure their antics. All right, enough of this nonsense, Ryunosuke declared, loosening his embrace. The tailed beasts, deprived of support, tumbled to the ground, casting him looks of discontent. Disregarding the multitude of tailed beasts, Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned directly to converse with Namake's Minato. Observing Ryunosuke's indifference, the tailed beasts, akin to obedient puppies, trailed behind him, disregarding even the cries of the original Jinchuriki. Leave this to me. You should hasten to attend that Five Kage summit. If you arrive late, it would be quite an embarrassment for you as Hokage. Namake's Minato first cast a serious glance at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, then furtively surveyed the assembly of resentful Jinchuriki at the back, and nodded with difficulty. He then intended to depart with Tsunade and Jiraiya, but the sight of such adorable tailed beasts made Tsunade reluctant to leave. She immediately shook her head, resolutely declaring she would not go. Ultimately, Minato had no choice but to escort his mentor Jiraiya to the Land of Iron alone. After pacifying the throng of ninjas at the entrance, Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally knelt down to embrace the tailed beasts looking up at him expectantly. In the gaze of Tsunade, envious of his affection, Kurama perched atop Ryunosuke's head, claiming the dominant position, while Shikaku, unable to surpass Kurama, begrudgingly settled on his shoulder, and the other shoulder was occupied by Gyuki. Subsequently, the remaining 5-tailed beasts were cradled in Ryunosuke's arms. If you inquire why there were 5, it is because the 7 tails, Chome, flitted around Ryunosuke, wings fluttering. Witnessing the tailed beasts vying for Ryunosuke's attention, the surrounding Jinchuriki and Tsunade felt a twinge of frustration. Let us be on our way. We can discuss matters at home. Ryunosuke turned his head with effort and addressed Tsunade and the Jinchuriki. He then set off towards the direction of the Uzumaki household. ultimately pausing next to the home of Uzumaki Kushina. This was the residence that Namikaze Minato had arranged for Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Mido, as it was not suitable for two esteemed elders to dwell indefinitely with him, especially since the couple had not seen each other for over a decade. If Ryunosuke and Mido were not settled soon, even Kushina would be unable to contain herself. Upon entering, Ryunosuke found Mido teaching Uzumaki Karen the sealing techniques of the Land of Water. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld Ryunosuke entering with a throng of tailed beasts. Mido hurriedly rose to take Kurama from Ryunosuke's head, and the other tailed beasts, seeing Kurama being lifted away, obediently descended from Ryunosuke's embrace. After stretching his stiff arms and neck from prolonged stillness, Ryunosuke turned to regard the Jinchuriki, who had followed him in. Seated on the sofa, Ryunosuke scrutinized the Jinchuriki as a father-in-law would assess his son-in-law, instilling a palpable pressure upon those who considered themselves worldly. Do not glare at them so intensely. We must demonstrate our hospitality. Just as their discomfort peaked, Mido, serving tea, gently persuaded Ryunosuke to temper his gaze. As she poured the tea, she reassured the group. Do not be misled by his demeanor. He is fundamentally a good person. If you engage in earnest discussion, Ryunosuke will not make things difficult for you. Once the tea was served, Mido seized the opportunity to inquire about the earlier events, and Tsunade recounted the happenings at the Leaf Village gate in full detail. Meanwhile, feeling as though she herself had been present at the gate, Jinchuriki before him. Witchy. From her forehead protector, Ryunosuke discerned she hailed from the village hidden in the clouds. The Jinchuriki of the Four Tails was a middle-aged man sporting a full beard, appearing the eldest among the group, and he glowered at Ryunosuke. Likely due to the inexplicable separation from his tailed beast, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails was a towering figure, similar in stature to Kakashi, his face obscured, and Ryunosuke estimated he stood over 2 meters tall. He, alongside the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, belonged to the Rock Village. The Jinchuriki of the Six Tails was a languid man donned in a half-open, bathrobe-like light blue garment, holding what resembled a flute. Ryunosuke vaguely recalled him as a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, perpetually pursued by its shinobi. Next was the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, a girl with a large red pack on her back, dressed in a way that suggested coolness amidst the heat. Ryunosuke recognized her as well, recalling her connection to a village whose name eluded him. Finally, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, a hardened individual clad in sunglasses and carrying 7 swords, regarded Ryunosuke with a similarly unfriendly expression, as did the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, both from the village hidden in the clouds. Ryunosuke discreetly repositioned the Seven Tails, attempting to nestle into his embrace, a subtle action that elicited jealousy from the Jinchuriki present. He then calmly inquired, "Now? All the tailed beasts are under my care. What do you plan to do next?" As his words echoed, he observed the varied reactions from the group. Some were conflicted, others furious, while a few displayed relief. Ryunosuke's attention was drawn to the relaxed expression of the Six Tails Jinchuriki, prompting him to curiously ask, "Your demeanor differs from theirs. I see only relief on your face. Do you harbor resentment towards Saiken?" As he spoke, Ryunosuke cradled Saiken, his gaze fixed upon the Six Tails Jinchuriki, eager to witness his response. "Indeed, I feel a profound sense of relief at your ability to extract him from my being. I had long dwelled in darkness because of him, and now I can finally emerge into the light." While Ryunosuke's strength to separate the tailed beasts astonished the Jinchuriki, the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yuga, felt genuine joy at his newfound freedom, relieved from the relentless pursuit of Mist Village shinobi. However, a conflict brewed within him, recalling that his master had perished because of the Six Tails. Ultimately, upon reflecting on Ryunosuke's formidable power, he could only sigh inwardly. "Then, let Saiken remain by my side." Ryunosuke looked down at Saiken, gently stroking its head. Both Yuga and Saiken nodded in agreement to Ryunosuke's proposal. Following this, Ryunosuke turned his attention to the remaining Jinchuriki, attempting to persuade them as well. Aside from the young girl, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, who appeared somewhat bewildered and oblivious, the other Jinchuriki firmly disagreed with any proposals. Their sentiment was clear. Although the tailed beast had been extracted by him, the decision regarding its fate was not one that could be made unilaterally by a Jinchuriki. The remaining Jinchuriki nodded in agreement, stating that any decision must first receive the consent of their respective leaders. The impatient Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who had little patience for outsiders, disregarded their concerns and bellowed for them to wait in Konoha until they could attend the Five Kage summit together. He then forcefully expelled the dissenting Jinchuriki, warning them that if they dared to flee, he would take it as their tacit approval. Their opinions, he declared, were of no consequence to him. Unlike those who had been ejected, Hayataka was personally escorted by Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who instructed the Konoha representatives to take good care of him. Subsequently, Ryunosuke closed the door, returning to the living room where he continued to engage with the bewildered young Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Observing the frolicking small-tailed beasts in the living room, Ryunosuke felt an increasing sense of joy. Although his earlier quest across the shinobi world to find tailed beasts stemmed from the mission of the 8 great demons, his affections for them had genuinely blossomed. After all, who could resist such an adorable little group? Uzumaki Mido, witnessing the transformation of Ryunosuke from a furious demeanor to a more amiable one, chuckled with delight as she watched the 9-tailed beasts play on the floor. She remarked, "Your temperament has improved remarkably compared to your time during the Warring States period. In the past, you would have cast them into the depths of the earth rather than simply sending them outside." Ryunosuke, casting a sidelong glance at Mido's teasing, sighed in resignation. "I am not inherently a bloodthirsty individual. My actions during the Warring States were out of necessity. If I were to unleash my wrath simply because of a few dissenting words, it would be utterly inhumane. If I were to become that way, you would be the first to take action against me, wouldn't you?" Upon seeing Mido nod in unhesitating agreement, Ryunosuke could only shake his head as he absent-mindedly petted the cat that had nestled into his arms while he was distracted. Meanwhile, while Ryunosuke and Mido exchanged their silent banter, Tsunade was tirelessly persuading the young Jinchuriki, Fu. Ultimately, after Tsunade's relentless and persuasive discourse, Fu finally nodded in agreement. However, the young girl had her own stipulation. She wished to make friends in Konoha. Ryunosuke, gazing at Fu whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, suddenly perceived a resemblance to Uzumaki Naruto in her. It reminded him of the first time he encountered Naruto, a spirited fool, faced with her earnest request, which was more of a hopeful wish than a demanding requirement. He nodded in agreement, and Fu leapt up joyfully, as if she had discovered a treasure. She was indeed quite similar to Naruto. Uzumaki Mido, watching Fu bounce with delight, couldn't help but smile genuinely. As for the reason why Naruto remained a spirited fool despite the influence of the Terra tattoo, it was because the tattoo bestowed by Ryunosuke amplified the darkness within one's heart while granting enhanced strength. Otherwise, with Naruto's character, he would not summon particularly strong shadow ninjas, and even the number would be limited to 4 or 5. This was why Naruto seldom utilized the Shadow Army. Their abilities were insufficient, and their numbers were few, rendering them less effective than his own shadow clone technique, which allowed him to create thousands effortlessly. During their previous conversation with Fu, Ryunosuke and Mido had learned about the events surrounding the young girl. Thus, Mido took Fu's hand, leading her alongside Ryunosuke to the training grounds where Naruto and his companions were currently engaged in training. At that moment, Naruto was practicing alongside Uchiha Sasuke and another teammate, Haruno Sakura, under the guidance of Terra, who had recognized the seemingly boundless darkness within Naruto's heart and voluntarily approached Ryunosuke for instruction. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura participated out of respect for Naruto. As they entered the training area, the sounds of Naruto's training reached their ears. Upon arriving, they witnessed Terra training Naruto alongside Might Guy, who was also working with a boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, albeit with bandages wrapped around him. Concerned about Guy's reckless behavior, Ryunosuke approached to assess the situation. It turned out that this young boy, named Lee, had recently undergone surgery by Tsunade and was currently in the recovery phase. Otherwise, Naruto would have struggled to keep up. Upon hearing this, Ryunosuke placed his hand on Lee's shoulder, and with a flash of green light, Lee felt the pain from his previous injuries dissipate. Curiously, he began to move, and upon confirming his complete recovery, he excitedly embraced Guy, tears streaming down his face. "Here we go again," Ryunosuke thought, observing the exuberance of the two. Nearby, a girl with 2 buns in her hair watched the enthusiastic duo with a bemused expression, while a boy with white eyes stood beside her, gazing at Ryunosuke with a serious demeanor. Sensing the intense gaze directed at him, Ryunosuke turned curiously to find a boy with white eyes staring back. However, he soon felt another gaze and scanned the area, finally locking eyes with a girl with pink hair. As soon as Haruno Sakura noticed Ryunosuke's attention, she quickly averted her gaze, attempting to appear nonchalant while occasionally sneaking glances at him. Master. Terra and the other ghostly generals training Naruto and his companions greeted Ryunosuke with bowed heads. How is the training going? Ryunosuke waved his hand casually, then inquired about their progress. Terra glanced at the training Naruto before shaking his head. The young master is struggling. His physical condition is subpar, and he can only improve gradually. Additionally, he lacks proper nutrition, which will take time to rectify. Ryunosuke acknowledged Terra's assessment with a nod and encouraged him to proceed, also assigning Ryunosuke's sister, Karui, to Terra for training. Poor Karui, who had just returned after escorting Hayataka to the reception, never anticipated such a significant surprise awaited her. While Ryunosuke conversed with Terra, Mito was seated with Fu in a resting area of the training ground when she suddenly felt a gaze upon her. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a petite figure hiding behind a tree. Mito approached the tree, only for the figure to shyly retreat. Upon encountering such an intriguing young girl, Uzumaki Sueho gently urged, "It's all right, come out." Subsequently, the hidden figure gradually emerged from behind the tree. Upon catching sight of the white eyes belonging to the other, Uzumaki Sueho was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that this would be a member of the Hyuga clan. Taking the girl's hand, Uzumaki Sueho led her back to the place where they had been resting. Through their conversation, Uzumaki Sueho soon learned that this little girl was none other than Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan and its princess. Watching Uzumaki Sueho return with yet another young girl, Fu, seated in a chair, felt a surge of curiosity. However, due to her inherent shyness, she refrained from directly inquiring about the specifics of the situation. Upon leading Hinata Hyuga back to their seats, Uzumaki Sueho, along with the two young girls, attentively observed Naruto Uzumaki and his training. During this time, Fu became particularly fascinated with the ghostly generals, who were markedly different from ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, Hinata Hyuga was solely preoccupied with thoughts of Naruto Uzumaki, which piqued Uzumaki Sueho's interest greatly. She had not expected that in a village where everyone seemed to disdain Naruto, someone would still harbor such fond feelings for him. Thus, Uzumaki Sueho softly inquired, "Do you have a fondness for Naruto?" The moment she posed the question, Hinata Hyuga's face turned crimson, her small hands nervously fidgeting together, rendering her speechless with excitement. Under Uzumaki Sueho's inquisitive gaze, Hinata first nodded, then shook her head vigorously in a flurry of emotions. "Is that so obvious?" Uzumaki Sueho observed the blushing girl with a smile, her gaze shifting to Naruto, who was struggling to follow Uzumaki Ryuji's rigorous training regimen. "Your expression now mirrors mine from decades ago when I gazed upon Hashirama. It perfectly aligns with the sentiment of the sunflowers. In my eyes, there is only you. However, if you remain shy and merely watch from behind the trees without taking action, one day you may indeed find yourself regretting it. I doubt you wish to feel remorseful in your later years, do you? Our Naruto is quite the dense blockhead. If you do not express your feelings to him, he will remain completely oblivious." As Uzumaki Sueho spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the air. In the past, Hinata might have perceived this merely as a passing breeze. Yet now, she felt it as a divine hint directed at her, and Uzumaki Sueho noticed the transformation in Hinata. Though still incredibly shy, her eyes now brimmed with determination. Uzumaki Sueho believed that this young girl would one day become her great-granddaughter-in-law. "Oh dear, it seems I must find an opportunity to propose to the Hyuga clan," she mused to herself, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. It appeared that all the good fortunes in the world were converging upon her. Meanwhile, Fu gazed curiously at the beaming Uzumaki Sueho and the seemingly shy Hinata Hyuga. The words of Uzumaki Sueho had left her utterly perplexed, but she took note of the flower name she had mentioned. "In my eyes, there is only you." Chapter 74, Teasing Naruto. Nagato and his companions visit Ryuji as the sun dipped below the horizon. Uzumaki Ryuji and Uzumaki Sueho, accompanied by Naruto and Fu, were making their way home. Due to Fu's charming demeanor, Uzumaki Sueho had invited her to stay with them for a while. As they strolled, Uzumaki Sueho smiled at the exuberant Naruto and suddenly asked, "Hey, little Naruto, do you have a girl you like?" This unexpected question stunned both Uzumaki Ryuji and Naruto, who were unaware of the context. Upon hearing Uzumaki Sueho's inquiry, Naruto awkwardly scratched the back of his head, his formerly carefree demeanor shifting to one of bashfulness. "Well, there is someone. Did great-grandma see her today?" Uzumaki Sueho, noticing Naruto's excitement, assumed he harbored feelings for Hinata Hyuga and felt a surge of delight. Perhaps this matter could indeed come to fruition. Yes, great-grandma did see her today. She is a lovely girl with a wonderful personality. Upon hearing Uzumaki Sueho's words, Naruto appeared puzzled, thinking to himself, Sakura has a good personality? Reflecting on past encounters, he suddenly felt a wave of aversion towards Sakura's often aggressive demeanor. Sensing this shift in his mood, Naruto inhaled deeply to dispel those feelings and forced a smile. She is alright. Sakura can be nice to me sometimes. The moment Naruto mentioned another girl, Uzumaki Sueho, who had been smiling, abruptly halted, looking at him with a mixture of confusion and inquiry. What is wrong, great-grandma? Noticing her reaction, Naruto's previously cheerful expression morphed back into one of bewilderment. Who is this Sakura? Hearing Uzumaki Sueho's question, Uzumaki Ryuji and Fu, who had been listening attentively from the side, exchanged glances of astonishment, realizing that the two were completely out of sync. It seems you both are speaking on entirely different wavelengths, Uzumaki Ryuji remarked as he stepped in to separate them. Let us discuss this matter at home. If we don't hurry back, Kushina will surely be angry. Both Uzumaki Sueho and Naruto, interrupted by Uzumaki Ryuji, turned away from each other, their accelerated pace revealing just how awkward the moment had been. Sigh, Uzumaki Ryuji sighed in exasperation, then beckoned Fu to follow him as they continued on their way to the Namikaze household. Mom, we're back. As soon as they entered, Naruto's exuberant voice filled the house, echoing throughout. Ah, Naruto, you're back. Uzumaki Kushina, who had been lounging on the sofa watching a soap opera, leaped to her feet. However, upon noticing Fu standing beside Uzumaki Ryuji, she appeared somewhat perplexed. Uncle, who is this little girl? Uzumaki Kushina approached Fu, half squatting to scrutinize her delicate features. Under Fu's apprehensive gaze, she examined the girl thoroughly. Stop messing around. This little girl is the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. You should have received the news by now. Uzumaki Ryuji lightly tapped Kushina on the head with his palm, feigning annoyance. At this revelation, Uzumaki Kushina instantly understood the girl's background and rubbed the spot where Uzumaki Ryuji had tapped her, murmuring, So it's her. I didn't expect this little girl to be quite so lovely. While Uzumaki Ryuji conversed with Kushina, Naruto had already helped Uzumaki Karui set the table, now calling for Uzumaki Ryuji and the others to hurry up and eat. Who would have thought our Naruto has a girl secretly admiring him? Truly unimaginable. At the dining table, Uzumaki Sueho finally recounted all that had transpired at the training ground. To his surprise, he was immediately met with teasing remarks from Uzumaki Kushina, while Uzumaki Naruto blushed and vehemently denied them. However, the more Naruto denied, the more Kushina teased him. The entire room was filled with a warm atmosphere, and as Naruto gazed upon everything before him, he felt as though it were all a dream. Outside, the sky had darkened, and within that bright house, the daily life unfolding was a warmth he had once only dreamed of. After finishing their meal, Kushina continued to tease Naruto, but just then, an untimely ring of the doorbell interrupted them. Naruto rushed over to open the door, revealing Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, who appeared somewhat shy on the doorstep. Ah, it's you. Nagato, please come in. Upon recognizing his visitors, Naruto warmly invited them inside. Kushina also got up to prepare tea in the kitchen. Although Nagato and the others were considered part of the family, proper etiquette must still be observed. Nagato, is there something urgent that brings you here so late? Uzumaki Ryunosuke asked, noticing Nagato's hesitant demeanor. Yet, Nagato struggled to articulate his thoughts. Fortunately, Yahiko spoke up on his behalf. Well, it's like this. The fourth Hokage entrusted Nagato with managing the affairs of Amigakure and tasked him with cultivating his own roots of influence there. However, Nagato has grown accustomed to being with us and is reluctant to return alone. As he said this, Yahiko felt his words might have been inappropriate, so he hurriedly added, Of course, Nagato has no intention of refusing. We came today to inquire if there is a way to manage Amigakure while allowing Nagato to stay with us. After speaking, Yahiko grew somewhat anxious, for what he had just said was exceedingly disrespectful for a ninja who followed orders. In fact, one might even say it was downright unreasonable. Observing the three kneeling before him, Ryunosuke scrutinized them before finally speaking. If you wish to stay, then let the matter be handled by Terra. After all, they would be bored in the Kingdom of Shadows. It would be a good opportunity to keep them occupied. Upon hearing Ryunosuke not only refrain from scolding them, but also propose a solution, Nagato felt a mix of shame and gratitude, while Konan quickly reacted, urging the others to express their thanks to Ryunosuke. It's not that serious. As for the fourth Hokage wanting you to recruit new root ninjas, I believe you might be overthinking it. Hearing this, Nagato looked up at Ryunosuke, puzzled by his calm demeanor, unable to comprehend his intentions. Noticing Nagato's confusion, Ryunosuke shook his head with an air of resignation, setting down his teacup. When it comes to the tasks of surveillance, assassination, and other duties associated with the roots, I think it's safe to say no other ninja in the shinobi world is more suited than those in the Shadow Army. Chapter 75, The Five Kage Summit. An infuriated 3 days had passed since Nagato and his companions visited Ryunosuke for their discussion. During this time, Nagato first took Terra to Amigakure, where he announced the merger of Amigakure and Konohagakure to the villagers, subsequently appointing Terra as the new leader of Amigakure. Although this development seemed somewhat tumultuous to Nagato, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the villagers did not exhibit significant resistance. Rather, they were quite happy about the prospect of temporarily residing in Konoha. Furthermore, the incessant rain that plagued Amigakure ceased when Nagato revoked his Rain Tiger Freedom technique, allowing him to return to Konoha in high spirits. After Nagato's departure, Terra swiftly arranged for the soldiers of the giant demon army to monitor every movement within Amigakure. He then divided the already small territory of Amigakure into 9 sections, with each of the 9 demon generals overseeing a designated area. As for Terra, he occupied the office of the former leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, coordinating the various facets of Amigakure. While Terra diligently worked on establishing his governance in Amigakure, Ryunosuke finally received a message from Minato and, after leaving Fu to remain in Konoha, led the remaining 7 Jinchuriki into the Kingdom of Shadows. In no time, Ryunosuke and his companions emerged from the shadows in the Iron Country's conference room. Upon the arrival of their Jinchuriki, the previously tense atmosphere in the room grew even more charged. Except for Chiyo, the other 3 leaders of the hidden villages regarded Ryunosuke with displeased expressions. Lord Ryunosuke. Seeing Ryunosuke's arrival, Minato immediately stood up and vacated his seat, taking a position that had previously been that of a guard. Ryunosuke accepted the gesture without protest, settling into the seat representing the Hokage, casting a disdainful glance at the group before him. Yamurin, B, do you have anything to say? The hot-tempered Raikage could no longer contain his frustration, crashing through the table before him and approaching Yamurin and Killer B with a scrutinizing gaze. Killer B merely shook his head, while Yamurin hastily voiced their grievances. Lord Raikage, we have no issues of our own, but all the tailed beasts have been detained by Ryunosuke. Upon hearing Yamurin's words, the others fell silent for a moment before their faces contorted with fury as they glared at Ryunosuke, who sat arrogantly in the Hokage's seat. Ryunosuke, can I interpret your actions as a provocation against the ninja villages of our nations? As he glared at the indifferent Ryunosuke, the 4th Raikage, A, could no longer contain his anger and shouted at him. Simultaneously, both the Tsuchikage and the Mizukage rose from their seats, their expressions grave as they regarded Ryunosuke. If that's how you feel, then so be it. What is the matter? Do you wish to challenge me? Unfazed by Raikage's accusations, Ryunosuke maintained an air of indifference, resting his chin on his hand as he nodded in agreement with Raikage's claims. You scoundrel! Witnessing Ryunosuke's blatant disregard for him, Raikage's pent-up rage finally erupted, activating his lightning release chakra mode and charging at Ryunosuke. Lightning release, lightning slash. Seeing the Raikage launch a direct assault, the previously neutral general from the Iron Country, Mifune, suddenly sprang to his feet, shouting, Raikage, what are you doing? However, before he could finish, Raikage had already appeared before Ryunosuke, delivering a powerful lightning-infused strike. Clang! A sharp sound echoed through the room as Ryunosuke caught Raikage's attack with one hand, not even shifting from his seated position. How is this possible? Staring in disbelief at how effortlessly Ryunosuke had neutralized his assault, A's mouth hung open in astonishment. Is this the extent of your abilities? This is the strength of one of the current 5 Kage? Vortex Ryunosuke harbored some regrets regarding the strength of the Raikage. Subsequently, he seized the very hand that the Raikage had aimed at him and hurled it back towards the direction from whence it came, forcefully smashing it into the wall behind. Big brother, Lord Raikage, exclaimed the 2 guards accompanying A and Killer B, alongside the wooden puppet, their voices laced with concern as they beheld the Raikage being tossed back. At that moment, He pushed aside the debris covering him and staggered out, assuring, "Do not worry, I am unharmed." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You old fool." Terumi glared at him, having discovered Ryunosuke's true age, while Mifune, sensing the escalating tension, interjected, "Enough. Everyone, please cease hostilities. We are gathered here to resolve our issues peacefully, not to engage in combat." As the general of the neutral nation spoke, the previously aggressive Raikage, Suchikage, and Third Hokage all took deep breaths, suppressing their anger anew, and begrudgingly returned to their seats. The Raikage, having already ruined his own position, stood awkwardly, a stark contrast to the others. Observing the calm that had settled among them, Mifune exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to the still languid Ryunosuke. Speaking in a cordial tone, "Sir Ryunosuke, let us avoid any further conflict if possible." Internally, Ryunosuke was dismissive of Mifune's suggestion, yet he maintained an impassive nod. After Ryunosuke acquiesced, Mifune resumed his role in presiding over the Five Kage summit. "Now, let us address the matters at hand, but no more fighting," Mifune declared. Without delay, the Raikage pointed at Ryunosuke, stating, "As long as he returns the tailed beasts to our village, this matter will be resolved." Initially, the Raikage had also desired Ryunosuke's ability to summon shadow ninjas and resurrect others, but after witnessing the disparity in their strengths, he ultimately settled for reclaiming the tailed beasts. Both Inoki and Terumi nodded in agreement with the Raikage's demands, while Chiyo remained silent, eyes closed in contemplation. Meanwhile, the Sand Village's Jonin, Maki, and Gaara's sister, Temari, grew anxious at Chiyo's apparent indifference. "Lord Ryunosuke, look at this," Mifune urged, noticing Ryunosuke's silence. At last, Ryunosuke straightened in his seat and resolutely shook his head under the gazes of the others. "Damn it, you clearly do not wish to negotiate." The Raikage's temper flared once more at Ryunosuke's gesture. Even Mifune felt dissatisfaction rise within him, furrowing his brow at Ryunosuke. Chapter 76. Confrontation with the Three Kages. The abandoned Raikage, perceiving the collective hostility directed at them, Minato Namikaze leaned closer to Ryunosuke and whispered, "Lord Ryunosuke, being targeted by all the ninja villages is not advantageous for us." Upon hearing Minato's words, Ryunosuke cast a fleeting glance at him, causing Minato's hair to stand on end. Suddenly, a swirling black hole appeared before Ryunosuke, and several tailed beasts, resembling plush toys, emerged from within, one of which flew out. As the 9-tailed beasts landed and clambered onto Ryunosuke, even Chiyo, who had kept her eyes shut, opened them in astonishment at the sight. The once ferocious tailed beasts now appeared as adorable playthings, leaving the gathered crowd in a state of shock with mouths agape. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Ryunosuke placed the tailed beasts onto the table before him and waved his hand dramatically. "Here are the 9-tailed beasts. Choose as you wish." This scene mirrored the moment decades ago when the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, divided the tailed beasts, yet it was markedly different. Back then, the tailed beasts had been captured and utterly defenseless. This time, however, the tailed beasts not only possessed the ability to resist, but also had a formidable backing far surpassing that of Hashirama. In that instant, the Kages from every nation exchanged glances, realizing that selection was a dilemma. Choosing felt burdensome, yet not choosing felt unsatisfactory. The tailed beasts, disregarding the individuals who had confined them for what seemed like an eternity, continued to clamber back onto Ryunosuke, finding their rightful places and gazing at the assembly with indifference. How does one envision a person, adorned with 9 plush toys, seated confidently while the surrounding individuals find themselves utterly powerless? Observing the prolonged silence from the assembly, Ryunosuke, feeling disinterested, opened the gateway to the Shadow Kingdom and returned the 9-tailed beasts. "Since you have nothing to say, let us conclude this. What a waste of time," he declared, preparing to depart. At that moment, the already irate Raikage, Suchikage, and Third Hokage simultaneously launched their assaults, employing ninjutsu against Ryunosuke. Lightning release, thunderclap axe. Earth release, world dissolution technique. Lava release. This time, even Mifune refrained from interjecting. He understood that this situation was no longer easily resolvable and retreated to the back. Chiyo also withdrew with Maki and Temari, standing alongside Mifune to observe the unfolding events. Ryunosuke, unperturbed, stood up, and as he did, colossal stone walls erupted from the ground. effortlessly absorbing the attacks from the three Kages. What? He executed such a formidable earth release technique without hand signs? Spectators were in awe, their astonishment only deepening with every passing moment. Since you all wish to play, I shall indulge you in a proper game, Ryunosuke proclaimed, enveloping himself in lightning. Akin to the Reikage, and without needing a speed-enhancing talisman, charged directly towards him. How can this be? This guy has mastered the lightning release chakra mode. The Reikage was taken aback by Ryunosuke's transformation, which mirrored his own. Delight me to your heart's content, Ryunosuke bellowed, directing the lightning that clung to him towards the three Kages. How is this possible? Has his control over lightning release reached such heights? The three Kages were increasingly astounded as they engaged Ryunosuke in combat. His movements defied ordinary comprehension, revealing him as a veritable monster. As they pondered this, they employed their abilities to intercept the incoming lightning, managing to fend it off, but appearing utterly disheveled in contrast to Ryunosuke, who effortlessly countered their attacks. Damn it! Is the disparity truly this vast? Inoki gasped, glancing at the exhilarated Ryunosuke, as his previously unwavering confidence began to waver. In that moment, Ryunosuke charged forth, fists clenched, directly toward the fourth Reikage. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, AI swiftly adjusted his stance, clenching his fists in preparation to confront Uzumaki Ryunosuke head-on. He possessed unwavering confidence in his strength. However, to the astonishment of all present, the fourth Reikage, renowned for his speed and power, was unable to withstand even a single punch from Ryunosuke and was sent flying. Ryunosuke glanced at his fist, shaking his head in disappointment. Ah, how dreadfully boring. I can't even warm up with you all. I was quite eager, having not engaged in combat for a long time, yet you have left me utterly disappointed. With that, he swiftly retreated to his own camp, his expression one of utter disinterest as he surveyed the wreckage of the meeting room. It seems there is no necessity for this so-called Five Kage summit to continue. However, should you wish to engage in battle, do assess your own strength first. Following his words, he departed with Minato Namikaze and the silent Jiraiya into the shadows of the Kingdom of Darkness. After Ryunosuke's departure, Chiyo, accompanied by Maki and Temari, set forth on the path to Konoha. Though she had remained silent previously, Chiyo felt compelled to check on her ineffectual grandson. Meanwhile, a girl with raven hair stealthily made her way towards Konoha, seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted. Thus, this Five Kage summit concluded rather anticlimactically. Apart from Konoha, the leaders of the other four great ninja villages found themselves utterly defeated. Not only were their issues unresolved, but they had also lost their tailed beasts. In that moment, the three Kage, excluding Chiyo, found it difficult to breathe from the weight of their disappointment. After bidding farewell to the Land of Iron, Terumi May pondered her next steps, ultimately deciding to take a detour towards Konoha. This decision left her bodyguard, Ao, utterly terrified, as one of his eyes was an implanted Byakugan from the Hyuga clan of Konoha. He feared that accompanying her would result in dire consequences at the hands of the Hyuga. Consequently, after conferring with Terumi May, she proceeded to Konoha with Chuji, while Ao returned to Kirigakure to report to the long-waiting Mizukage. As they traveled, Inoki felt an unsettling absence beside him. After glancing around, he realized that his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, was missing. He deduced that she had likely gone to Konoha to seek out Deidara, prompting him to alter his course alongside Kuratsuchi towards Konoha as well. Thus, through a series of coincidences, the leaders of three ninja villages, aside from the fourth Reikage, were all headed towards Konoha, while the Reikage himself returned directly to his village, berating both Yagura and Killer Bee along the way. In contrast to Yagura's humble remorse, Killer Bee stubbornly refused to admit fault, which only served to further aggravate AI. Chapter 77. Return to Konoha. The prediction of Fukusaku the Sage. While others made their way to Konoha at a leisurely pace, the trio of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Jiraiya, and Minato Namikaze, utilizing the advantageous space of the Kingdom of Shadows, arrived at Ryunosuke's residence in the blink of an eye. Stretching lazily, Jiraiya surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "Ah, Lord Ryunosuke's ability is truly remarkable, far swifter than your flying thunder god technique, Minato." Upon hearing his teacher's comment regarding his signature technique, Minato could only respond with an awkward smile. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, instantly silencing the jovial trio. After exchanging glances, it was Minato who stepped forward to open the door. "Fourth Lord?" Upon seeing who had entered, the visitor paused momentarily before bowing respectfully. I sincerely apologize, Fourth Lord. I was unaware of your return. Faced with the unnerving expression of the man before him, Minato was momentarily at a loss for words. Yamato, do you seek Lord Ryunosuke for something? At that moment, Ryunosuke and Jiraiya had reached the doorway, and although Ryunosuke did not recognize the visitor, Jiraiya did. He leaned in to whisper to Ryunosuke, introducing the man with the peculiar demeanor. I see, a user of wood release obtained through experimentation. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly will stop at nothing. Ryunosuke realized that if this individual was a product of human experimentation, there were likely others who had not survived the process. I came here on the recommendation of Kakashi-senpai. I was outside on a mission when the incident in Konoha occurred and only learned of the changes upon my return. I intended to visit you first, but Kakashi-senpai informed me you were absent, so I came to pay my respects to Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke instead, only to discover your return. Yamato explained the circumstances of his visit to Minato. Observing the meticulous man before him, Minato donned his ever-present wry smile. Since becoming the new Hokage of Konoha, this grimace had become his most frequent expression, so much so that it had become second nature. Turning to Ryunosuke, who had already retreated to his room with Jiraiya, Minato addressed Yamato. Lord Ryunosuke is aware of your arrival. We are quite amicable towards the villagers of Konoha, who bear no blame. You may continue with your previous endeavors. Upon hearing Minato's words, Yamato nodded expressionlessly and, donning his umbu mask, vanished in an instant. Watching Yamato leave, Minato exhaled deeply, then pondered for a moment before returning home. Meanwhile, within the room, Jiraiya and Ryunosuke were engaged in a heated exchange. This marked the first time Ryunosuke had witnessed such assertiveness from Jiraiya. The cause of their contention was Ryunosuke's desire for Naruto to learn the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan alongside himself and Mito, asserting the importance of not forgetting one's roots. Conversely, Jiraiya adamantly insisted on taking Naruto to Mount Myaboku for sage training, which Ryunosuke vehemently opposed. Thus, the two were locked in a standoff, neither willing to yield. Jiraiya, I will reiterate, Naruto is, after all, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. It is not your place as an outsider to teach him. Mito and I can manage. Hearing Ryunosuke's increasingly agitated words, Jiraiya resolutely shook his head, igniting Ryunosuke's fury. Do you think I won't act against you? In a fit of rage, Ryunosuke smashed the table before them in half with a single punch, startling Jiraiya with the resounding crash. Yet, regarding the prophecy of the great sage Fukasaku, Jiraiya was unwavering in his stance. Thus, in a moment of genuine resolve, Jiraiya divulged the entirety of the great sage's prophecy to Ryunosuke. You mean to say that a dream from an old toad on Mount Myaboku is something to take seriously? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. After all, the impression Jiraiya had left on him was not one of supreme intelligence. However, he was certainly not someone who could be easily deceived. Moreover, the one who had previously tricked him was not even human, but merely an old toad from Myaboku Mountain. What an old toad! If you say that, Lord Ryunosuke, it is quite disrespectful to the great sage toad. Ryunosuke gazed curiously at the older man before him, whose demeanor had suddenly transformed, and he found himself increasingly intrigued by the great sage toad he mentioned. Ryunosuke was now keen to discover what manner of frog this great sage truly was. After pondering for a moment, Ryunosuke finally nodded in agreement, succumbing to Jiraiya's anxiousness, and consented to allow Jiraiya to mentor Naruto Uzumaki in his training. However, now that Ryunosuke had gleaned the true nature of Jiraiya from Tsunade, he addressed him with a fierce glare. If you lead Naruto to any unsavory places or harbor ill intentions, rest assured, not only I, but even Kushina alone will take your life. Intimidated by Ryunosuke's stern warning, Jiraiya immediately reassured him, patting his chest and promising to dedicate himself to teaching Naruto diligently. Although Ryunosuke harbored some doubts regarding Jiraiya's assurance, he had already acquiesced to the arrangement. Should Naruto, whose character had been altered by the mark of the Shadow Kingdom, become disobedient, he would not spare Jiraiya. Waving his hand to signal Jiraiya to leave, Ryunosuke fell into deep thought as he gazed at the broken table he had smashed. He realized he should have demanded compensation for the table beforehand. Ultimately, Ryunosuke could only shake his head, collecting the debris into the Shadow Kingdom while contemplating how to endure the inevitable interrogation from Mito upon her return home. Then, a sudden thought struck him regarding the wood-style ninja who had come to see him earlier, whose strength was hardly noteworthy. Although he lacked power, Ryunosuke mused that constructing a mere table should be within his capabilities. After tidying up his home, Ryunosuke immediately set off for the Hokage building to seek out Minato Namikaze. After all, he had no idea where that wood-style ninja could be, and, without locating the subordinate, he had to approach the leader. However, upon arriving at the Hokage building, Ryunosuke learned that Minato had not even come to the office. Fortunately, Nara Shikaku, who was temporarily handling Minato's duties, knew where Yamato resided and kindly offered to guide Ryunosuke to him. Chapter 78. Nara Shikamaru's Questions. The dejected Asuma, with someone leading the way. Ryunosuke felt no need to make an extra trip. Had he known when Mito would return home, he would have sent the ninja troops to search for her. Regarding those ninjas emerging from the shadows, are they a unique shadow technique of yours? Upon hearing Shikaku's sudden inquiry, Ryunosuke curiously scrutinized him. Realizing he was misunderstood, Shikaku quickly waved his hands to clarify. Technique could be learned. Of course. Appreciate your interest. I must regretfully inform you that my ability to summon my shadow army is not a conventional shadow technique. The medium through which they manifest is merely shadows. Upon hearing Ryunosuke's explanation, Shikaku's head drooped in disappointment, as he had hoped to enhance his family's abilities. However, he quickly regained his composure and began to inquire about the intelligence regarding the upcoming Five Kage summit. Upon learning that Ryunosuke had single-handedly defeated the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage, Shikaku was left speechless in astonishment. Fortunately, it was not long before they reached Yamato's home. Otherwise, Shikaku would have undoubtedly felt that his worldview was shattering with each passing moment. Hastily knocking on Yamato's door, the man clad in casual attire opened it. After understanding the purpose of Ryunosuke and Shikaku's visit, though Ryunosuke was uncertain of Yamato's thoughts, he willingly agreed to their request. After changing into appropriate attire, Yamato set off alone to Ryunosuke's home to construct the table. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke and Shikaku returned to the Hokage building to continue their duties, while the other meandered aimlessly through the streets of Konoha. As Ryunosuke observed the now vibrant Konoha, a smile graced his lips. Although many of the original residents had perished, and his initial aspiration of rebuilding the Uzumaki village had not come to fruition, the village now welcomed new inhabitants, effectively establishing a new ninja village. In light of this, aren't you the child from the Nara clan? Why do you look so dejected? As Shikaku had just guided him to Yamato, and it was only fitting to assist the son of his benefactor, covering her mouth in embarrassment. Witnessing his teammates' reaction, Nara Shikamaru, who had previously found life dull, now felt the shadows of despair encroaching. As for the chubby boy at the back, he continued munching on the chips in his hand, his round little eyes occasionally glancing at Shikamaru. Since the last incident, Asuma-sensei has been drinking heavily at home, neglecting even our routine ninja tasks. We just returned from his place, and our attempts to persuade him were utterly futile, Shikamaru lamented. Upon hearing this, Ryunosuke, who had not paid much attention to the Sarutobi clan, furrowed his brow. Although Konoha was now stronger than during Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure, one could not dismiss the possibility of underhanded schemes. Considering the animosity directed at him by the Sarutobi clan, it was evident they would be the primary instigators. Due to Ryunosuke's actions, the Sarutobi clan had significantly diminished compared to their standing during Hiruzen's reign. Even if they did resort to underhanded tactics, it might not cause severe harm, yet the annoyance of their actions was palpable, as one could never predict when they would strike. With that in mind, Ryunosuke promptly declared to Shikamaru, "Lead the way. I shall investigate what is troubling Asuma Sarutobi." With that, he set off ahead. Zhulu Dai and his companions were momentarily taken aback, but soon hastened to follow Uzumaki Ryunosuke, guiding him along the way. Upon reaching the dwelling of the Sarutobi clan, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was startled by the interior's arrangement. He had never paid much attention before, and the current state was rather desolate. However, he could discern that the Sarutobi clan had once been akin to a village within a village. In essence, anything that existed in the outside world of Konoha could be found within the Sarutobi clan. As they traversed the somewhat deserted streets of the Sarutobi clan, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's curiosity led him to observe everything around him. Before long, Nara Shikamaru and his two companions halted before a grand-looking house, where Nara Shikamaru knocked on the door. A small boy wearing goggles opened the door, and upon seeing Uzumaki Ryunosuke, he recoiled in fright and hurriedly ran into the inner room. Uzumaki Ryunosuke was puzzled by the boy's reaction, yet he followed Orochimaru and the others into the inner room. As they entered the courtyard, they could hear the boy's sobs. "Uncle, please wake up. The bad man who killed Grandpa has come. You must wake up." Upon entering the room, they found the frightened boy clinging to the inebriated Sarutobi Asuma, shaking him while weeping and repeating, "Let me see." At that moment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke unexpectedly spoke up, startling the boy who had been crying. Once he regained his composure, the boy retrieved a shuriken from Sarutobi Asuma's side, pointing it threateningly at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. "Do not come any closer. If you dare to harm Uncle Asuma, I will not let you go." With that, the boy charged at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. But Orochimaru and the others swiftly intervened, persuading him for a considerable time before he finally weakened and dropped the shuriken. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had assessed Sarutobi Asuma's condition, which was evidently due to prolonged alcoholism and an erratic lifestyle leading to a decline in his physical state. Having grasped Sarutobi Asuma's predicament, Uzumaki Ryunosuke raised his hand, levitating him from the tatami mat. The four children, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were utterly astonished by Uzumaki Ryunosuke's display. In the midst of their astonishment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke unceremoniously tossed the suspended Sarutobi Asuma into the courtyard's water pool. "Ah, Uncle Asuma." Sarutobi Kinomaru was rendered speechless by Uzumaki Ryunosuke's actions, tears streaming down his face once more. The shuriken that had been discarded on the floor was picked up again by Sarutobi Kinomaru, who, without uttering a word, charged directly at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. "Stop, Kinomaru!" Orochimaru shouted, realizing the impending danger. However, at that moment, Sarutobi Kinomaru was oblivious to the words of those around him. Thus, amidst the seemingly nonchalant expressions of Zhu Dai and his companions, Uzumaki Ryunosuke effortlessly lifted Sarutobi Kinomaru with one hand. "You monster! Let me go? You have already killed Grandpa, those uncles, aunts, and all our clansmen. Why? Why won't you spare us? Why must you also kill Uncle Asuma?" Sarutobi Kinomaru's face was filled with sorrow, and if one's gaze could kill, Uzumaki Ryunosuke would have perished countless times under the intensity of Sarutobi Kinomaru's stare. Alas, while Sarutobi Kinomaru's eyes could not kill, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's could. Seeing Sarutobi Kinomaru continue to struggle, Uzumaki Ryunosuke prepared to teach this naive boy a lesson. "Stop!" At a critical moment, a familiar voice echoed, a voice that belonged to Sarutobi Asuma, who stood drenched on the water's surface, gripping his weapon and regarding Uzumaki Ryunosuke with a stern expression. "Uzumaki Ryunosuke, I implore you to release Kinomaru." As Sarutobi Asuma's voice resonated, the intensity in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's gaze diminished, leading to Sarutobi Kinomaru being gently set down to the ground. Upon witnessing his nephew being freed, Sarutobi Asuma relaxed his posture, slowly retreating back into the house. "Uncle Asuma." Seeing that his uncle was unharmed, Sarutobi Kinomaru sprang up from the ground, rushing to embrace Sarutobi Asuma's leg, refusing to let go despite Asuma's attempts to dislodge him. Ultimately, Sarutobi Asuma had no choice but to remain seated, drenched, and engage in conversation with Uzumaki Ryunosuke. "What brings you to our abode?" Sarutobi Asuma inquired. Uncertain of how to confront the man who had personally slain his father and indirectly caused the demise of nearly the entire Sarutobi clan, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, unfazed by the lack of emotion in Sarutobi Asuma's inquiry, straightforwardly explained his purpose. "I encountered your former 3 students on my way here, and upon learning that your guiding Jonin was consumed by alcohol and indifferent to his own well-being, I decided to pay a visit." Upon hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words, Sarutobi Asuma turned his gaze toward the 3 children standing behind him, scrutinizing them deeply before letting out a faint sigh. "I understand that my arrival has disrupted your life significantly, but have you considered investigating what your father, the Third Hokage, was involved in behind everyone's back?" At this statement, Sarutobi Asuma, who had been striving to suppress his anger, erupted. "What? Do you mean to say that after my father's death, you would continue to fabricate stories about him? Is that not utterly immoral, esteemed young lord of the Uzumaki clan?" Unperturbed by Sarutobi Asuma's reaction, Uzumaki Ryunosuke rose, preparing to depart. Yet, as he reached the courtyard, he paused, turning back to address Sarutobi Asuma. "If you believe we are maligning your esteemed father, then you ought to visit the archives of Danzo's rude organization. I imagine Tsunade is currently examining the records there. Should you delay, What you suspect may very well become reality." With those words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke departed without a backward glance. The three children promptly bid farewell to Sarutobi Asuma and hurried after Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Asuma, upon hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke mention Danzo's rude organization, felt an unsettling sensation within him. He understood all too well the role Danzo had played in his father's life. This clarity made Sarutobi Asuma acutely aware that the actions attributed to his father by Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the others could indeed hold truth. Thus, after changing his clothes and reassuring Konohamaru, Sarutobi Asuma dashed towards the root's location. After changing his clothes and soothing Konohamaru, Sarutobi dashed towards the root's location. Left alone at home, Konohamaru Sarutobi, after much internal struggle, eventually ventured out. However, without knowledge of his uncle's whereabouts, the aimless Konohamaru could only meander through the streets. This marked the first time he wandered through Konoha since the significant upheaval that had occurred. Observing the familiar sights of Konoha, a sense of unease within him gradually subsided. As he strolled, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Konohamaru? Long time no see, what are you up to?" Following the sound, he spotted a dramatically transformed young man standing not far from him. "Is that you, Naruto?" Konohamaru was astonished to see Naruto Uzumaki, who bore little resemblance to the scruffy boy he once knew. "Ah, yes, it's me. What are you doing now?" Despite Naruto's changed appearance, Konohamaru recognized him as the same Naruto he had always known, which eased his apprehensions considerably. "I'm just wandering about," Naruto replied. "Have you eaten yet?" Approaching Konohamaru, Naruto resumed their casual banter. "I've already eaten." Noticing Konohamaru's hesitation, Naruto grinned widely, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Don't be so formal. Come over to my house for dinner. I assure you, my mom's cooking is exceptional." Knowing Naruto's true lineage, Konohamaru was aware of who Naruto's mother was, and the thought of encountering Kushina Uzumaki made him nervous, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. However, Naruto clung tightly to his hand, and ultimately, Konohamaru was led back to Naruto's home. Chapter 80, Naruto Uzumaki's Proud Disciple. The Seduction Technique. Welcome home, Naruto exclaimed as he pushed open the door. At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki emerged, carrying a pot of soup, and happily responded upon hearing her son's voice. "Welcome back. Dinner is almost ready. Go wash your hands." Hearing his homecoming greeted so warmly, Naruto joyfully introduced Konohamaru to Kushina. "Mom, this is Konohamaru, my little brother from back then." As Kushina noticed the somewhat shy Konohamaru, she warmly invited him to wash his hands alongside Naruto before dinner. After observing for a while and confirming that Naruto's father was not present, Konohamaru gradually relaxed and joined Naruto at the sink. Just then, the sound of the door opening again caused Konohamaru's heart to race once more. As he strained to eavesdrop on the commotion outside, a voice, unfamiliar to him, called from the entrance, "I'm back." "Is Naruto home?" Kushina enthusiastically replied, "Welcome back. Naruto has returned, and he brought a friend." Upon realizing it was not Naruto's father, Konohamaru's heart settled once more. At this point, having finished washing their hands, the two boys walked to the dining table. It was then that Konohamaru finally caught sight of the man who had just spoken. He was a warm, smiling figure with golden hair, reminiscent of Naruto. Konohamaru recognized him as the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who was known for his sunny disposition. "Ah, are you Naruto's friend? Welcome to our home." Minato greeted warmly upon noticing Konohamaru trailing behind Naruto. Caught off guard by the unexpected attention, Konohamaru fumbled through his introduction. "I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi, the grandson of the Third Hokage and Naruto's proud disciple." Hearing Konohamaru's formal introduction, Minato and Kushina exchanged astonished glances, each intrigued by different aspects of his identity. While Minato was taken aback by Konohamaru's connection to the Sarutobi lineage, Kushina was more curious about his relationship with Naruto. Minato remained silent, observing Konohamaru, while Kushina's eyes sparkled with curiosity, prompting her to ask, "So you're Naruto's proud disciple. Can you tell me what Naruto has taught you?" Though Konohamaru was not surprised by Minato's reaction, he sensed a different kind of interest from Kushina. However, being a good child of the Sarutobi clan, he promptly responded, "Naruto taught me the most powerful ninjutsu that could defeat even my grandfather." Initially, Naruto felt a swell of pride at Kushina's inquiry about Konohamaru's status as his disciple, but was suddenly alarmed by Konohamaru's words, rushing to intervene. Yet, Kushina was not to be deterred, eagerly pressing on. "Really? I didn't realize my son was so strong." Konohamaru, could you demonstrate that jutsu for us? The one capable of defeating the third Hokage. Seeing Kushina's excitement, Konohamaru's original exuberance returned, and he readily agreed, not allowing Naruto a moment to object. Thus, amidst Naruto's expression of despair and the expectant gazes of Minato and Kushina, Konohamaru began forming seals. Ninjutsu, seduction technique. With a puff of smoke, a voluptuous, unclad young woman appeared before them. The entire Namake's household was plunged into stunned silence. Coincidentally, at that moment, Naruto's father, Minato, along with his siblings, entered, their expressions mirroring the astonishment in the air. Did we arrive at a bad time? Naruto's brother, Boruto, queried uncertainly. And this question shattered the silence in the Namake's household. Kushina, furious, bellowed, Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto's sister, Himawari, glared at him, rendered speechless by her outrage. Subsequently, Minato explained the situation to Naruto's siblings. Observing Naruto, who appeared utterly flustered, and the equally awkward Konohamaru, Boruto sighed heavily and remarked, however, if used correctly, that technique certainly has its merits. After all, I would be caught off guard if I encountered such a scene on the battlefield. However, little did they know that Uzumaki Kushina and the others did not share the same sentiments. What was initially intended as a lecture for Uzumaki Naruto transformed into a public condemnation of Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Upon witnessing this scene, the usually astute Namake's Minato wisely chose to seal his lips, which had been poised to speak. Thus, when the tumultuous affair finally reached its conclusion and the time for a meal arrived, the dishes had long since grown cold. After the meal, Sarutobi Konohamaru, who had initially been terrified of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, gradually managed to shed his fear. However, he was still unable to revere Uzumaki Ryunosuke as Naruto and the others did. During this period, the circumstances of Sarutobi Konohamaru's life became somewhat clearer to the others through their conversations with him. Immediately, Namake's Minato declared it was time to convene a meeting for the villagers of Konoha regarding Uzumaki Ryunosuke. This proposal received unanimous support from both Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mido, while the opinion of Uzumaki Ryunosuke himself was deemed less significant. Subsequently, upon learning about Sarutobi Konohamaru's living conditions, Uzumaki Kushina directly suggested that he move in with Uzumaki Naruto, considering he had introduced himself as Naruto's proud disciple. Although the ninjutsu instruction may not have been entirely conventional, it was an identity that was readily accepted by Uzumaki Kushina and the others. When Sarutobi Konohamaru mentioned that he had Uncle Asuma looking after him, Uzumaki Kushina shook her head, for she found it hard to imagine that the bearded Asuma could adequately care for a child. Sarutobi Konohamaru attempted to argue his case, but he was promptly interrupted by Uzumaki Kushina, who decisively confirmed the arrangement. Thus, after his futile resistance, Sarutobi Konohamaru settled into the Namake's household. Chapter 81. Arrival of the Three Shadows and the changes among them on the second day of Sarutobi Konohamaru's stay at Uzumaki Naruto's home. The Three Shadows, coincidentally, finally appeared at the gates of Konoha. The guards, Kanzo and Kamizuki Izumi, were taken aback by the commotion and hastily activated the emergency alarm. As the resounding sound echoed through the skies above Konoha, all ninjas within the village flocked to the gates. Upon arrival, they beheld the Three Shadows standing outside, leaving them momentarily incredulous. Fortunately, at that moment, Namake's Minato employed the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the scene. Like the others, he gazed in bewilderment at the Three Shadows before him. Is this how the fourth Hokage treats friends? We've been standing out here for ages, and we cannot even enter your village? The first to speak was Chiyo from Sunagakure. Although she remained silent throughout the Five Kage summit, it did not signify weakness. Rather, she was a figure who commanded respect and fear within the ninja world. After all, Chiyo was renowned for her mastery in poison-making, and few could neutralize the toxins she created, aside from Konoha's Tsunade. Additionally, Chiyo possessed formidable strength that ranked her among the shadows. Now, without the presence of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, she was determined to assert her authority as an elder of Sunagakure, especially since she harbored a deep-seated grudge against Konoha, having lost her son and daughter-in-law to the hands of Konoha's White Fang. Indeed, our hospitality has been lacking. I implore your forgiveness. Despite Namake's Minato often playing a supporting role next to Uzumaki Ryunosuke, he was, in fact, the second in the ninja world who could forego a mission without facing repercussions from his village. His pride was not easily overshadowed by those long established in the ninja realm, and thus, he faced the three village leaders without fear. Following this, Namikaze Minato led Chiyo, Mizukage Terumi, and Tsuchikage Inoki to the conference room in the Hokage building to inquire about the purpose of their visit. What brings you all to Konoha, especially at this particular time? As the host, Namikaze Minato initiated the conversation with the visiting shadows, who wasted no time in conveying their intentions. Chiyo, evidently impatient, slammed her palm on the table and addressed Namikaze Minato. I am here to find my unworthy grandson, Sasori. I received news that Uzumaki Ryunosuke brought him back to Konoha, and I am here to retrieve him. Next to speak was the stubborn Inoki, who regarded Namikaze Minato with an unfriendly demeanor. I too am here to find my former disciple, Deidara. Lastly, Mizukage Terumi, though not yet radiating the commanding presence of Inoki, carried a confidence in her strength that shone brightly among those present. I am also here to locate our village's rogue ninja, Kisame Hashigaki. Although he is a traitor, joining Konoha under the Fourth Hokage's banner seems rather inappropriate. Terumi-me's statement received nods of agreement from both Inoki and Chiyo. Namikaze Minato was taken aback. He had initially assumed that the three shadows had come to Konoha for the tailed beasts that Uzumaki Ryunosuke possessed, but he never anticipated that their visit was solely for the rogue ninjas within the Akatsuki organization. This revelation prompted Minato to harbor a slight grievance against Uzumaki Ryunosuke for hastily arranging for Deidara, Kisame, and Sasori to join Konoha. Adhering to the principle of taking responsibility for one's own actions, he promptly summoned Deidara and the others along with Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Meanwhile, the long-absent Sasori and Deidara were currently in the laboratory provided by Namikaze Minato, diligently working on the new art that Uzumaki Ryunosuke had introduced to them. Sasori, having transformed his body into a puppet that required no rest, was progressing at a significantly faster rate than Deidara. His body, originally crafted from wood, was gradually being replaced with metal. Initially, he used wood due to its superior chakra transmission efficiency compared to ordinary metals. As for chakra metal, it was far rarer, which had compelled Sasori to rely on a wooden form to shield his true self. However, with Uzumaki Ryunosuke's suggestions and Orochimaru's assistance, Sasori had now converted a substantial portion of his body into metal. He vividly recalled the time when Uzumaki Ryunosuke proposed that he transform his body entirely into metal, looking at him as though he were a fool. Yet, when Uzumaki Ryunosuke unveiled an array of mechanical parts and presented a piece of rare chakra metal, Sasori's expression shifted from that of disbelief to one of reverence akin to a deity. After countless hours of tireless work and refinement, Sasori had undeniably transformed. Aside from the core that housed his essence, he now resembled a complete automaton. Deidara, too, had been deceived by Vortex Naruto, who had initially lured him with promises of fireworks that he had long since crafted. However, when Deidara joyfully set out to experiment with them, he discovered that aside from their aesthetic appeal, they were utterly ineffective. Their power paled in comparison to the small spiders he could conjure with ease. Discontented and aware of the deceit, Deidara sought out Vortex Naruto, who was basking in the sun, to voice his grievances. Upon witnessing Deidara's agitated state due to the trickery, Vortex Naruto mentioned something that instantly thrilled Deidara, a substance known as a nuclear bomb. Although Vortex Naruto could not recall the specifics of a nuclear bomb, he vividly remembered seeing the moment of its explosion online before his transmigration, with a colossal mushroom cloud rising into the sky, shaking the very ground beneath. As Vortex Naruto recounted the explosive moment to Deidara, the latter was initially bewildered, unable to fathom the scene described. Ultimately, Vortex Naruto resorted to casting an illusion, allowing Deidara to witness the nuclear explosion he had once seen. Overwhelmed by the grandeur of the spectacle, Deidara trembled with excitement, leading Vortex Naruto to wonder if he was unwell, only to realize that Deidara was simply exhilarated. Consequently, Deidara became completely absorbed in his laboratory, tirelessly working on the nuclear bomb that Vortex Naruto had shown him. Although he could not replicate the bizarre appearance of the explosion, he was determined to achieve at least a semblance of its destructive power. The thought of that moment kept Deidara fervently engaged, to the extent that his daily routine began to resemble that of the puppet, Sasori. In Chapter 82, titled The Distracted Chiyo, the Furious Inoki, only Kisame Hashigaki from the Mist Village remained. Currently, Kisame resided with Itachi Uchiha and his brother, Sasuke Uchiha. Initially, Sasuke was quite averse to sharing his home with the shark-faced individual. However, upon Kisame's offer to train Sasuke, he reluctantly agreed to the arrangement. Thus, Kisame utilized shadow clones outside to instruct his students, as Sasuke noted that his former mentor, Kakashi, had employed similar methods, while his real self rested at home, occasionally providing guidance to Sasuke. Although Kisame lacked much to impart to Sasuke, having a shadow-level powerhouse training alongside him greatly accelerated Sasuke's progress. As a result of these developments, the once-formed Team 7, led by Kakashi Hatake, had effectively ceased to exist. Naruto Uzumaki was now training with Jiraiya, while Kushina Uzumaki and Mito Uzumaki occasionally taught Naruto and Karen the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Sasuke was honing his skills under Orochimaru, learning to wield the cursed seal bestowed upon him. If time permitted, he would also challenge Kisame to further develop his abilities. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was preoccupied with researching the Shadow Kingdom's secrets acquired from Vortex Naruto, often sending shadow clones to instruct Sasuke. Kakashi, on the other hand, was perpetually by Obito Uchiha's side, sometimes collaborating with Might Guy to counsel him. Consequently, Team 7 had been relegated to the annals of history. In the end, only Sakura Haruno, a civilian ninja, remained from Team 7. With nowhere to fit in, she could only train alone. Eventually, unable to endure the solitude, she seized the opportunity of visiting Naruto as an excuse to seek out Vortex Naruto. Thus, when ninjas dispatched by Minato Namikaze came seeking her, Sasori could not attend personally. Instead, Deidara and Kisame sent a shadow clone in his stead, while Vortex Naruto instructed Sakura and Naruto to wait before stealthily entering the Shadow Kingdom. Vortex Naruto arrived first at the Hokage building's conference room, employing the same entrance method as during the Five Kage summit, which the three shadows had grown accustomed to. Soon after, Deidara, Kisame's shadow clone, and Sasori arrived at the conference room's entrance, and upon receiving permission from Minato, the trio entered together. As they stepped in, they were met with the sight of the three shadows seated at the conference table. Their expressions varied. Kisame appeared astonished, Deidara was impatient, and Sasori maintained his usual stoicism. Upon witnessing his grandson transformed into a being of metal, Chiyo's fury was palpable, and she directed her ire at Vortex Naruto and Minato. The exclamations of shock from Tsunade and Inoki echoed her sentiment, while the guards stood in stunned silence. Kuratsuchi, Temari, and the younger Chuji could only cover their mouths in disbelief, for Sasori's current form was unprecedented within the ninja world. You wretches! My grandson has been reduced to this grotesque state. You have gone too far, Konoha. Chiyo seethed, her eyes fixed on Vortex Naruto and Minato with unbridled rage. Minato could only manage a wry smile in response, as he had been present during the discussions with Sasori but had understood little, never anticipating such an outcome. Once, the White Fang of Konoha took my son and daughter-in-law in battle. I bore that resentment and accepted it as the cost of war. But now, my grandson has become this monstrosity in your village. Will Konoha not provide me with an explanation? Chiyo's voice was filled with anguish, her heart heavy with the weight of her family's sacrifices. Unexpectedly, just as she pressed Minato with her accusations, Sasori interjected, undermining her approach. My current form is of my own making. Konoha merely provided the venue and bears no responsibility. At Sasori's declaration, Chiyo was left speechless. Her shock stemmed not only from Sasori's appearance, but also from his stance. His words effectively absolved Konoha of blame, leaving her without leverage to threaten them, and instead compelled her to express gratitude for their assistance. After hearing Sasori's statement, Chiyo slumped helplessly into her chair, grappling with the futility of her life's dedication to Sunagakure. Her son and daughter-in-law had perished for the village, while her grandson had aligned himself with enemies and emerged as a metallic aberration. She wondered if she would even find someone to see her end. Consumed by despair, she questioned the purpose of her existence, pondering the sins that had led her to endure such unbearable sorrow in her twilight years. In stark contrast to Sasori's horrific visage, Kisame and Deidara appeared relatively normal to Tsunade and Inoki. The duo began to persuade each other to return to their village and expressed a desire to overlook past grievances. Yet, both Deidara and Kisame instinctively glanced at the languidly reclining Vortex Naruto, ultimately shaking their heads in unison. Upon witnessing the reactions of the two, Terumi Mei, filled with curiosity, inquired of Kisame the reason behind their behavior, while Inoki, in a fit of rage, slammed his hand onto the table, and unleashed a torrent of insults upon Deidara. The already irritable Deidara, having been deprived of rest for an extended period, immediately retaliated, engaging Inoki in a heated exchange within the confines of the Hokage conference room. Observing his grandfather and senior brother's familiar antics, Kuratsuchi cast an awkward glance around, noting that the Suna villagers were comforting Chiyo, while the peculiar Sasori remained silent in the background. Meanwhile, in the Mist Village, Terumi Mei was attempting to have a heartfelt conversation with Kisame, though the situation yielded little benefit. Ultimately, only Naruto Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze from Konoha remained, with Minato maintaining an awkward smile, intermittently trying to mediate the escalating conflict. In contrast, Naruto sat back with an expression of amusement, propping his head upon his hand as he observed the lively proceedings of the meeting room, occasionally chuckling to himself. Kuratsuchi, catching sight of Naruto's cheerful demeanor, blushed shyly, her cheeks turning crimson as she unconsciously smiled back at him. Eventually, Deidara could no longer endure the argument with Inoki. After hurling one final insult, he promptly dispelled his shadow clone. What? Just a shadow clone? Inoki, infuriated by Deidara's vanishing act, erupted, yelling, Deidara. In an instant, numerous Umbu ninjas appeared in the conference room, and as Inoki prepared to explain himself to Minato, he inadvertently twisted his back due to his sudden movement. A loud crack resonated in the room, and Inoki, grimacing in pain, clutched his waist, exclaiming, Damn Deidara, my back. Chapter 83. The Unpleasant Departure of the Three Shadows. Sakura Haruno's arrival. The Umbu, taken aback by the sight of the Tsuchikage in such a state, exchanged bewildered glances. Minato, witnessing Inoki's predicament, could only stifle his laughter while dismissing the bewildered Umbu. Thus, apart from the solemn-faced Kuratsuchi, who was helping Inoki with a massage, the rest of the attendees turned away, suppressing their laughter. The sight of the third Tsuchikage, who had been reduced to a state of disarray, was one that none present would soon forget. As laughter subsided, Terumi Mei suddenly realized something, looking at Kisame in astonishment. You can't possibly be just a shadow clone as well, can you? Upon receiving Kisame's confirming nod, her previously amused expression darkened. In that moment, Terumi Mei found it hard to see the humor in Inoki's situation. After enduring the customary massage from Kuratsuchi, Inoki finally managed to regain his composure. Aware that he would not be bringing his disobedient apprentice back today, he angrily announced his departure, prompting Terumi Mei and Chiyo to follow suit in bidding farewell to Minato. After all, the purpose of their visit had been clear from the outset, to retrieve their rogue ninja. Now, faced with the reluctance of all three to return, and their evident comfort in Konoha, the three shadows found themselves at a loss. To forcibly take them back was out of the question, especially with Naruto still lounging there. Moreover, even the strongest Raikage could not contend with Naruto, and Inoki certainly did not believe that merely substituting Chiyo would alter the outcome. Thus, the visit from the three shadows following the Five Kage summit ended without resolution. The profound sense of disappointment weighed heavily upon each of the shadows, and under Minato's farewell, they each returned to their respective villages. As the three shadows faded from view, Minato let out a long sigh of relief before returning to the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Naruto had already arrived home, having grown weary of the proceedings, and, in the moment the three shadows departed, he had slipped into the shadow realm. Returning home, where someone awaited him. Sipping tea brewed by Fu, Naruto focused on Sakura Haruno, the shy girl seated across from him. Let us resume our previous discussion, he said softly. Where did we leave off? Ah yes, we were discussing the role of a mentor. With our village traditionally organized into teams of 3, and given that Naruto and Sasuke now have mentors to assist them, I hesitated for quite some time before seeking your guidance. As Sakura's expression grew increasingly serious, her voice dwindled to a whisper, eventually falling silent. After a prolonged silence, Naruto looked up, puzzled by her sudden quietude. However, upon meeting his gaze, Sakura was struck by fear and stammered, If this is too presumptuous, please forgive my rudeness. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality. Goodbye. Seeing the impatience in Naruto's eyes, Sakura prepared to stand and depart. Yet, just as she was about to rise, Naruto calmly interjected. It is commendable for one to seek to enhance their own strength. Although I do not currently perceive any remarkable qualities in you, I trust that you know yourself best. How about this? I will agree to assist you this time, but I am unclear about your intentions. Do you have any specific requests? Upon hearing Naruto's willingness to help, Sakura felt a flicker of uncertainty, yet as she met Naruto's expectant gaze, she found her conviction. With a bright smile, she replied, "You can arrange everything. I have no particular demands." Seeing the mixture of surprise and responsibility on Sakura's face, Naruto chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. Ultimately, recalling her history as a former teammate of Naruto Uzumaki, he began to thoughtfully consider how to assist her. Just as he was deep in contemplation, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, interrupting his train of thought and drawing the attention of everyone in the room. In stormed Tsunade, the slug princess, her expression furious as she brandished several scrolls. She marched directly to Naruto, thrusting the scrolls into his hands before grabbing a teapot filled with tea and gulping it down. Confused, Naruto accepted the scrolls and began to unfurl them, one by one, revealing their contents. The first scroll detailed the events involving Kado Dan and Tsunade, and the information largely aligned with what Jiraiya had previously shared. Next came a scroll on Shoin, chronicling everything that transpired on the battlefield years ago. Additionally, there were records concerning the Senju clan, and even some about the Uzumaki clan. Lastly, there was a scroll regarding a man named Kakashi Hatake, detailing his life and subsequent events, which left Naruto increasingly astonished. Lastly, there is intelligence regarding a youth named Uchiha Shursui, which details the extraordinary capabilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon thoroughly examining this information, Uzumaki Ryunosuke transitioned from initial bewilderment to growing anger, eventually achieving a semblance of calm, albeit beneath which surged a tempest of emotions. However, Tsunade remained oblivious to this turmoil. Upon witnessing the tranquil expression on Ryunosuke's face, she reproachfully addressed him. "Uncle, this document thoroughly chronicles all the commendable deeds of Hashirama Danzo. Are you not inclined to express anything?" As Tsunade's agitation escalated, nearly propelling her off the ground, Ryunosuke remained unfazed, even calmly sipping his tea. "Oh dear. Do refrain from drinking. Do you have nothing to say? I clearly saw that it also records Danzo's apprehension of the remnants of the Uzumaki clan for experimentation. Did you not notice?" Ryunosuke set down his teacup, which Tsunade had nudged, spilling its contents onto the tatami mat, and countered, "I have thoroughly perused every detail recorded therein." Before he could finish his thought, Tsunade interrupted, "And then? What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Ryunosuke cast a lingering glance in her direction before turning to the patiently waiting Haruno Sakura. "You may return home for today. Once I locate your teacher, I shall send for you." Chapter 84. Tsunade takes a disciple, preparations before resurrection. At this juncture, Tsunade finally noticed the young girl who had been standing nearby for quite some time. After casting a curious glance at her pink hair, she redirected her attention to Ryunosuke. Sakura, too, had been lost in thought until Ryunosuke called her name, prompting her to snap back to reality. Upon hearing Ryunosuke's instructions, she could only nod in resignation. After casting one last look at Tsunade, who differed greatly from the tales she had heard, she left Ryunosuke's residence. As Sakura stepped outside, she glanced back at the seemingly unremarkable house, her heart still racing, before returning home. Once Ryunosuke sensed that Sakura had departed, he swiftly seized Tsunade by the ear, spinning her around before speaking. "Your actions are reckless, lacking consideration and foresight, driven purely by emotion. These are all your shortcomings." After uttering this, he released her ear. The brief moment of discomfort left Tsunade momentarily dazed, and had it not been for the lingering sting in her ear, she might have thought Ryunosuke's sudden outburst was merely a figment of her imagination. Rubbing her ear, she glared at him with indignation. Ryunosuke, undeterred by her glare, continued, "I am fully aware of these matters, but what do you expect me to do? Hashirama Danzo has long since perished, his ashes scattered who knows where. What do you propose I do about it? Summon him back, with Impure world reincarnation for your satisfaction?" Upon hearing Ryunosuke's words, Tsunade ceased rubbing her ear, her demeanor shifting to one of despondency. Yet, suddenly inspired, she leaped in front of Ryunosuke with an excited proposal. "Then why not resurrect them, uncle?" Ryunosuke, mid-sip, was so taken aback by her suggestion that he spat out his tea, discarding the cup and once again seizing her ear, twisting it firmly. "What did you just say? Do you think resurrecting others is a simple task for me? Are you aware that their revival would cost me my very life? Do you not fear that I might perish in the process?" Speaking such nonsense. Surprisingly, even while her ear was firmly grasped, Tsunade continued to mumble. but I saw you resurrect them effortlessly, just a wave of your hand, and you suffered no loss. Though her voice was barely above a whisper, Ryunosuke heard her completely. Infuriated by her words, he twisted her ear again until it turned a bright shade of red. Fortunately, at that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed, and Tsunade, as if hearing a call for salvation, peered back with all her might. Upon seeing a familiar figure, she cried out, "Grandma, help! Uncle is bullying me." Upon hearing Tsunade's plea, Uzumaki Mido looked over with curiosity. She saw Ryunosuke gripping Tsunade's ear, her face flushed, and pleading for help. Mido approached, intervening between them and Ryunosuke. Seeing Mido's approach, relinquished his hold on Tsunade's ear. "What is going on here? Look at what you've done to my precious granddaughter's ear. It's all red," Mido chided, smacking Ryunosuke's hand that had pulled Tsunade's ear. Ryunosuke did not resist, taking the opportunity to hand Mido the scroll Tsunade had brought. Mido opened the scroll and, after a brief examination, could only sigh in resignation. Seizing the moment, Ryunosuke recounted Tsunade's earlier suggestion to Mido. Instantly, Mido grasped Tsunade's other unblemished ear, scolding. "What do you mean? How can you say that resurrecting others is an easy feat for your uncle? Is that something to be said so casually?" Initially, Ryunosuke agreed with Mido's sentiment, though the last part of her statement struck him as somewhat awkward. However, he could not pinpoint what was amiss. After some playful banter, Mido offered her counsel. While Tsunade's manner of speaking was flawed, upon reflection, it does present a potential solution. If you could indeed resurrect them, it would be even better. Given his affection for his younger sister, Ryunosuke's tone softened. After sipping his tea, he fixed his gaze upon Mido and said, "You must understand the reasons behind Danzo's actions against the remnants of the Uzumaki clan. I trust you now comprehend why our clan faced annihilation. Although my previous revivals were driven by selfish motives, ultimately, this act contradicts the natural order. I remain uncertain whether reviving others without restraint is wise. For the gaze that once scrutinized me remains unknown. It is possible that even the overseers of souls might be involved, and if that were the case, excessive revivals could lead to significant chaos." Upon hearing Ryunosuke's words, Mido lowered her head, a hint of disappointment evident. Observing his sister's demeanor, Ryunosuke reluctantly conceded, "However, I believe that a limited revival should pose no grave issues. Let us consult with Minato shortly and determine whom we should resurrect." Hearing this, Mido's face lit up with joy. As the Vortex Water House expressed dissatisfaction, it playfully swatted the hand of Vortex Ryunosuke that had just grasped Tsunade. Ryunosuke did not resist. Instead, while being playfully hit, he used his other hand to pass the scroll Tsunade had brought to Vortex Water House. Upon opening it, Vortex Water House could only sigh in resignation. Seizing this opportunity, Ryunosuke recounted to Vortex Water House what Tsunade had just conveyed to him. Instantly, Vortex Water House seized Tsunade's other intact ear and rebuked her angrily. "What nonsense is this? How can you say your uncle can resurrect others so easily? Is that something you can just declare openly?" Initially, Ryunosuke agreed with Vortex Water House's sentiment, though the last statement felt oddly out of place, leaving him momentarily unable to pinpoint the flaw in her words. After a brief bout of playful banter, Vortex Water House continued to advise. Acknowledging that while Tsunade's manner of speaking was inappropriate, upon further reflection, it could be seen as a possibility. If one could indeed resurrect them, that would be splendid. Naturally, Ryunosuke would not address his younger sister with the same tone as he did with Tsunade. After sipping his tea, Ryunosuke fixed his gaze on Vortex Water House and said, "You must understand that this scroll contains records of Shimura Danzo's motives in capturing the remnants of the Vortex clan. I believe you now comprehend why the Vortex clan faced annihilation. Although my initial intention in resurrecting you was selfish, fundamentally, this act contravenes the laws of nature. I remain uncertain whether it is wise to resurrect others without reservations, especially given that I have yet to identify the source of that piercing gaze directed at me. It could very well be the Overseer of Souls, and should that be the case, resurrecting numerous individuals might lead to unforeseen chaos." Hearing Ryunosuke's words, Vortex Water House lowered his head in disappointment. Observing his sister's demeanor, Ryunosuke sighed and conceded, "However, I believe that a limited number of resurrections should not pose significant issues. How about this? We shall consult with Minato shortly to discuss whom we should resurrect." Upon hearing this, Vortex Water House smiled with delight. Tsunade too, beamed with joy upon realizing that her uncle had agreed to the matter. Noticing Tsunade's lack of decorum, Ryunosuke suddenly recalled his earlier intention to find a mentor for Haruno Sakura, prompting him to broach the subject with Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Tsunade eagerly acquiesced, as both Orochimaru and Jiraiya had taken on their own disciples, and she secretly wished to select her own protege. Coincidentally, Ryunosuke's mention of this matter aligned perfectly, as Sakura had initially been in a team with Naruto and Sasuke. Consequently, upon learning of Sakura's circumstances, Tsunade readily agreed, envisioning her future disciple triumphing over the students of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, which made her chuckle with uncontainable glee. Ryunosuke and Vortex Waterhouse exchanged puzzled glances at Tsunade's sudden laughter. Even Fu, who was tidying up the tea Ryunosuke had spilled, regarded her with bemusement. Tsunade quickly sensed the unusual atmosphere and cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment before settling down to savor the tea Fu had brewed for Ryunosuke. Chapter 85. The soon-to-be resurrected. The vanishing Vortex Ryunosuke. After dinner, Ryunosuke, accompanied by Vortex Waterhouse and Tsunade, entered Minato's residence. At this moment, Tsunade, who had been holding back for quite some time, finally unleashed her thoughts without restraint, disregarding whether Minato was even listening, pouring out her grievances against Ryunosuke. Minato, witnessing this scene, endeavored to extract the most vital information from Tsunade's rambling. After careful analysis, he discerned the reason for Tsunade and the others' visit. It turned out that while perusing the archives left by Hashirama Danzo, Tsunade had uncovered numerous unsavory deeds committed by the former higher-ups of Konoha, including secret human experiments on the remains of the fallen Senju clan and orphans, as well as the truth behind the suicide of the White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo. Following this, there were speculations regarding the death of Uchiha Shursui, a case that even the Konoha elite had been unaware of, and a series of other events, all orchestrated by Danzo. While it was not explicitly recorded whether Sarutobi Hiruzen was involved, the situation had escalated to a point where interpretations varied widely. So, this endeavor is aimed at resurrecting these individuals? Minato remarked, briefly glancing over the scroll Tsunade had presented after her speech, nodding in understanding before turning to Ryunosuke, who was sipping tea. However, Lord Ryunosuke, you have been resurrecting others consistently. Is this truly a benevolent act? When people realize that death can be reversed, and that it is no longer the end of life, I fear that some may lose their inherent fear of death. At that point, your current actions might lead to even greater complications. Furthermore, I have heard from Kushina about your intentions to rebuild the land of whirlpools. Yet, aside from resurrecting Kushina and Lord Waterhouse, you have not revived any other clan members. Is this not? Upon hearing Minato's inquiry, Tsunade, who had just finished complaining to Minato and was now lodging a complaint against Kushina, fell silent, pondering the validity of Minato's concerns. In response, Ryunosuke calmly shook his head. I have contemplated this matter, which is why I have refrained from resurrecting clan members for so long. Unless in emergencies, I will not resurrect anyone else. This will be the last instance. Moreover, since the last resurrection, I have not sensed that feeling of being watched again. Thus, I surmise that if this commotion surpasses previous occurrences, the one behind it may reveal themselves. This is the true reason I sought you. I require a secure location, at least one distant from Konoha. Minato regarded Ryunosuke, whose expression was resolute, and after much deliberation, nodded solemnly. At this juncture, the atmosphere among those present shifted, as they all sensed the gravity of the impending challenge that awaited them, a challenge that even Ryunosuke had yet to uncover. A week later, in a forest far removed from Konoha. Today, all those gathered here were formidable ninjas from Konoha, surrounding a barrier with solemn expressions, observing as Ryunosuke and Orochimaru prepared within. In the hearts of those present, a tumultuous wave surged, for this marked the first occasion they witnessed the resurrection of the deceased by Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Among the revived was a rather unremarkable man clad in a green bodysuit. Concurrently, just as Orochimaru's Edo Tensei reached its conclusion, Uzumaki Ryunosuke swiftly advanced, placing his hands upon each individual summoned from the grave. Consequently, all those reanimated began to emanate a green light. Yet before this luminescence could fully dissipate, they, including Orochimaru, were whisked away by Namikaze Minato utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. At this moment, only Uzumaki Ryunosuke remained within the barrier. A plan previously devised in collaboration with Namikaze Minato explaining the latter's abrupt appearance within the confines of the barrier. As these individuals gradually returned to life, Uzumaki Ryunosuke suddenly sensed an inexplicable force tugging at his very being, a force he was utterly powerless to resist. Under the gaze of all present, he abruptly vanished from his location. This unexpected disappearance startled those stationed outside the barrier, who were poised for confrontation with a formidable adversary. In a flurry of urgency, Uzumaki Suiryu hastily opened a passage through the barrier. Chapter 86. The Returning Souls. Joyful Konoha. A throng of individuals surged into the barrier, initiating a frantic search. However, despite upheaving layers of the ground, they could not locate Uzumaki Ryunosuke, nor could they ascertain his whereabouts. Damn it, who could it be? Namake's Minato seethed. His fists clenched as he stood at the spot where Ryunosuke had vanished. The newly resurrected individuals, still dazed, gazed around in confusion, only to gradually comprehend the situation through inquiries concerning familiar faces. Uzumaki Ryunosuke? I never imagined I would be revived by such a legendary ninja. Uchiha Shursui. After listening to Uchiha Itachi's account, felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him, his right eye, just activated, gazing towards the location where Uzumaki Ryunosuke had disappeared. Uchiha Fugaku also scrutinized the surrounding environment and the recently revived individuals, his curiosity piqued by the enigmatic figure from the Warring States period. In contrast to the men's interest in Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Uchiha Makoto was inquiring about Uchiha Sasuke's well-being from Uchiha Itachi. Truth be told, Itachi had paid little attention to Sasuke's everyday life. Initially, he had entrusted Sasuke to Konoha's care, and upon returning to Konoha, it was Kisame who had taken over Sasuke's guardianship. Thus Itachi could not effectively soothe Uchiha Makoto's anxious heart. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hitaki was also inquiring about news alongside his father, Shikaku, while expressing concern for his son's life over the years. Originally, Kakashi had prepared a multitude of words to share with his father. Yet upon seeing Shikaku standing before him, genuinely concerned, all his thoughts were condensed into a simple statement. I have been well all these years. Hearing this, Shikaku beamed with joy, affectionately ruffling his son's hair, reminiscent of their childhood. At that moment, Hinata Hayashi was recounting the events of the years gone by to his younger brother, Hinata Hizashi, who had not been present during their last encounter, including the choices Hizashi had unilaterally made on behalf of his elder brother. In response, Hizashi could only mask his discomfort with laughter. Lastly, a big boy and a little girl were present. Uchiha Obito, as before, dared not meet the gaze of Noara Rin. Conversely, Rin glared at the downcast Obito, chastising him for his past misdeeds. Whenever she reached a particularly vexing point, she would strike Obito with her fists. Initially, Obito was filled with guilt and shame. But as he grasped the situation, he began to feel something was amiss. The matters Rin spoke of were all events that transpired after her death. How could she be aware of them? With this thought, Obito abruptly raised his head, gazing directly into Rin's eyes. Sensing his confusion, Rin took his left hand, which still belonged to him, and gently spoke, because I have always been watching over you. After all, that was our promise. Rin's words instantly transported Obito back to that beautiful time, a warm twilight filled with the youthful promises exchanged between a bright girl and an innocent boy. Remembering this, Obito unconsciously called out Rin's name once more, just as he had in the past. Upon hearing the soft invocation, Rin smiled warmly at him. You've taken quite a few detours over the years. In response, Obito felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, much has transpired. However, Rin, our promise. Upon hearing Obito's words, Rin shook her head in comfort, saying, Don't say that. Obito has tried his best. I have seen it all. Gazing at Rin, who remained as she had been in the past, Obito could no longer contain his tears, which fell freely for the first time since Rin's passing. Meanwhile, Namake's Minato, after fruitlessly searching once more, had no choice but to concede and promptly announced that everyone should return to Konoha. Upon hearing Minato's directive, all began to make their way back to Konoha. During this time, Uzumaki Suiryu paused several times, glancing back at the still active barrier with concern. Lord Suiryu, I understand your worries for Lord Ryunosuke, but we must first return to Konoha and devise a plan for locating him, Minato urged, observing Suiryu's repeated stops. Suiryu, understanding the necessity, nodded and resumed his journey towards Konoha. After a while, they finally caught sight of the distant gates of Konoha, along with several anxious figures waiting at the entrance. Sasuke, Upon spotting her son, Uchiha Makoto called out joyfully. Simultaneously, Uchiha Sasuke, who had been pacing anxiously, recognized that familiar voice and turned to see his mother rushing towards him. Mother, unable to restrain himself any longer upon seeing the mother he had longed for, Sasuke dashed into Makoto's embrace. If one were to observe, they would see the typically stoic Uchiha Sasuke shedding silent tears of joy. Following closely behind, Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the embracing mother and son, overwhelmed with emotion. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui wore an expression of anger as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Itachi. Recalling the hesitance Itachi displayed when he first inquired about the clan and Konoha's situation during their journey, instantly sensing that something was amiss. As expected, upon turning, Uchiha Shisui discovered that he had learned from the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, about the events that transpired between the Uchiha clan and Konoha following his demise. Upon grasping the outcome, Uchiha Shisui felt an increasing fury, ultimately unable to contain himself as he seized Uchiha Itachi, striking him on the back while reprimanding him. I entrusted you with the protection of the entire Konoha, not the annihilation of our clan. Annihilation. Annihilation. With each strike, Uchiha Shisui's anger intensified, his remaining eye almost ablaze with fury. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku observed Shisui, who chastised Itachi like a concerned father, and although he maintained a facade of authority, inwardly he gave a silent thumbs up to Shisui's actions. The awaited figure was Hyuga Niji, who, upon seeing his father, was overwhelmed with tears that cascaded down his face like a dam bursting after years of repression. I have returned, Niji. Welcome back, father. Chapter 87. The Anxious Konoha. The Sage of Six Paths appears for the first time witnessing such a scene. Might Guy and Rock Lee embraced in tears, exclaiming, "This is youth, Lee." Indeed, Teacher Guy? Although accustomed to their antics, Tin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment during this moment of familial reunion. Teacher Guy, that's enough now. Unexpectedly, before she could finish her sentence, a powerful pair of arms landed on her shoulders. Confused, she looked up to find a man, strikingly similar to Teacher Guy, giving her a thumbs up. Young lady, youth knows no bounds. Hearing that familiar voice from her memories, even the typically boisterous Might Guy felt tears welling in his eyes. He dashed into the embrace of the unassuming middle-aged man beside Tin. Father. As Might Guy held his weeping son, he did not offer the typical comfort others might provide. Instead, he delivered a playful punch to Might Guy's head, declaring, "Guy, youth does not afford you the luxury of tears. As punishment, let us run 100 laps around Konoha together." "Yes, father." Upon this command, Might Guy and Might Guy took off running, with Rock Lee swiftly following suit. "Oh, Guy, is this little one your son?" Might Guy inquired, glancing curiously at Rock Lee, who bore some resemblance to Might Guy. Might Guy shook his head, preparing to clarify, but Rock Lee interjected loudly, "No, sir. I am merely Teacher Guy's disciple. My name is Rock Lee, and I aspire to prove that through hard work, one can surpass even the most gifted ninjas. Is that so? Young Lee, you possess great spirit. Then let us continue to sweat in the name of youth. Another 100 laps." "Yes, sir. Yes, father." After making this declaration, Might Guy gave Rock Lee the signature Might family thumbs up before leading the two on a wild sprint through the village, shedding the sweat of youth. Tin watched the trio, running and shouting about youth, with a mix of exasperation and helplessness. At that moment, she finally understood the origins of her teacher's exuberant personality. She mused that anyone with a father like that would likely develop a similar disposition. And Might Guy's exuberance was merely a mild symptom. Observing the joyful gathering, Minato Namikaze felt a genuine sense of happiness emanating from his heart. Even the previously disheartened Kushina and Naruto were somewhat uplifted by the atmosphere, their worries alleviated. However, Uchiha Itachi remained an exception, though Minato was delighted. He recognized the pressing matters that lay ahead, and thus felt compelled to disrupt the harmonious and poignant ambience. "Everyone, we must face a formidable trial ahead. So let us postpone celebrations until we locate Lord Ryunosuke." At this reminder, the crowd recollected the absence of the enigmatic Ryunosuke, prompting the ninjas who had congregated at Konoha's gates to gradually disperse, with all Jonin-level ninjas following Minato to the conference room for discussions. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke was slowly awakening from a deep slumber. As he instinctively surveyed his surroundings, he was astonished to find himself enveloped in darkness, utterly devoid of any objects. Just then, he noticed a faint light emanating from a distance. Driven by the instinct for survival, Ryunosuke cautiously approached the source of illumination. Upon stepping into the light, he was astonished to witness a dramatic transformation of his surroundings, which shifted from darkness to brightness. Curious, he gazed at the source of the light, only to realize with horror that it was not merely light, but orbs enveloping souls, radiating their glow. Ryunosuke soon discerned an inexplicable allure emanating from these orbs, as if they sought to draw him within. This phenomenon piqued his curiosity, and just as he was about to reach out to investigate, he suddenly became aware that he too was in a spiritual state. Should you ponder how Ryunosuke recognized that he and the souls within the orbs were in a spiritual form, it was due to his prior experiences with soul separation techniques. What on earth is happening? He questioned, bewildered by the inexplicable surroundings, realizing it resembled the so-called pure land of the ninja world. Recalling events following his resurrection of numerous individuals, a thought struck him. Could it be that my excessive revivals led to my own demise? He shook his head in denial, for he possessed talismans that rendered him impervious to any lethal force, save for the original system. Could it be that the nefarious system realized I had not truly perished and returned to eliminate me once more? After much contemplation, Ryunosuke concluded that this reasoning was the only plausible explanation. He began to drift, observing his surroundings while muttering curses at the ineffectual system that merely sought to eliminate its host. Simultaneously, in a vast and boundless universe, a man floated aimlessly through the cosmos when suddenly, his mind became chaotic and he lost control of his body. "System, what is happening?" he inquired urgently, and a mechanical voice responded, "This is merely the system undergoing an upgrade. It is a normal occurrence." "Hey, this normal situation seems rather perilous," the man complained, regaining control of his body but still expressing dissatisfaction as he continued toward his goal. Unbeknownst to him, a small white-haired girl observed him with a puzzled expression, scratching her head. "Strange, isn't it? I'm merely a system, so how could I possibly sneeze?" Nevertheless, after wandering through this space for quite some time, Uzumaki Ryunosuke finally spotted two familiar figures enveloped in a cocoon. Just as he was about to approach them, he abruptly realized that his soul had been ensnared by some unseen force. Who could be responsible for this? Uzumaki Ryunosuke struggled fiercely when suddenly, a somewhat aged voice echoed from behind him. "Do not struggle. This binding cannot be broken by mere force." However, as soon as the voice finished speaking, Uzumaki Ryunosuke tore apart the binding with ease and regarded the speaker with an expression of calm indifference. "My apologies, I was preoccupied. What were you saying?" Chapter 88. A Conversation with the Sage of Six Paths. The return of Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Akatsuki Kagaya gazed at the seemingly innocent Uzumaki Ryunosuke with a mix of exasperation and resignation, eventually releasing a deep sigh. With a gentle flick of her wrist, she transferred the Tao orb, which Uzumaki Ryunosuke had just clutched, back behind her. "Your strength is indeed formidable, and your body harbors enigmatic hidden abilities. No wonder." Before she could finish, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, irritated by the half-spoken words, interjected, "If you have something to say, just say it outright. I despise those who speak in riddles or leave their sentences unfinished." Rather than being offended by Uzumaki Ryunosuke's brusque demeanor, Akatsuki Kagaya continued her cryptic discourse, momentarily forgetting to introduce herself. "As you may know, I am the Sage of Six Paths, my true name being Akatsuki Kagaya." In response to her self-introduction, Uzumaki Ryunosuke waved his hand dismissively. "I can indeed surmise that you are the Sage of Six Paths, but I have no desire to delve into your name or history. While I acknowledge that interrupting others is rather impolite, I believe my circumstances do not permit me the luxury of idle chatter." Acknowledging Uzumaki Ryunosuke's concerns and interruptions, Akatsuki Kagaya nodded in understanding. "Let us get to the point then. I presume you have already deduced the reason for my visit upon seeing the souls around us." Uzumaki Ryunosuke nodded, recognizing the situation. Given the circumstances, it was evident that the Sage of Six Paths was the overseer of the souls in this pure land, and his presence here likely pertained to Ryunosuke's continuous acts of resurrection. "So, do you have any remedial measures? Or do you intend to keep me here in exchange for something?" As he spoke, Uzumaki Ryunosuke scrutinized Akatsuki Kagaya warily, ready to unleash his long-dormant demonic powers at the slightest indication of threat. While he may not be able to defeat the legendary sage, he believed he could use the strength of demons to facilitate his escape. After all, no matter how powerful the sage was, it would be impossible for her to contend with the force of 8 demons simultaneously, allowing him an opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. To his surprise, however, the Sage of Six Paths shook her head in refusal to his insinuation. "Why would I attack you? Though we have never met, I have been watching over you." Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Uzumaki Ryujin's spine. The thought of an old man observing him from the shadows made him feel nauseated. "Wait, let us address the issue directly. What exactly brought me here? Furthermore, why do you address me with such respect when you are a legendary sage?" In response to Uzumaki Ryujin's inquiries, the Sage of Six Paths adjusted her posture midair and explained, "The reason for bringing you here is quite simple. I wish for you to cease the resurrection of others. Of course, I will not demand the return of those you have already revived at this moment. Your indiscriminate resurrections violate the natural order of the cycle of life and death, so I hope you can assure me that you will refrain from such actions. As for why I address you with respect, I apologize. Given the current circumstances, I cannot disclose that information. Perhaps you will come to understand it in due time." Frustrated by the sage's continued cryptic remarks, Uzumaki Ryujin felt his patience wearing thin. "Well then, considering your current state, you are still very much alive. And prolonged exposure to the Pure Land is not beneficial for you. I simply hope you will remember our conversation today. And I must ask you not to disclose the details of our discussion to anyone." After the sage finished speaking, she ceased to regard Uzumaki Ryujin's expression and sent him away. As he departed, she sat among the souls, murmuring to herself, "Mother, I have finally met him. Just as you told us back then, he is indeed a tempestuous individual." Regrettably, Uzumaki Ryujin did not hear this final remark, for at that moment, he lay unconscious within the previous barrier. However, his soul had returned to his body. As night fell, Uzumaki Ryujin awoke once more from his slumber. Gazing at the starry sky, he found himself still pondering the Sage of Six Paths and her cryptic words. "Damn it, those who speak in riddles deserve to be cursed." In a fit of frustration, Uzumaki Ryujin dismissed the barrier that had been in operation and stealthily infiltrated the Shadow Kingdom. Upon emerging from the shadows, he discovered a gathering of individuals surrounding Namake's Minato, engaged in a meeting. Even Terra and others stationed in the Rain Village were present, all wearing expressions of deep concern. "Hey, what are you all doing out here so late?" Uzumaki Ryujin inquired curiously. Upon hearing his familiar voice, the gathered individuals instinctively turned to see him emerging from the shadows. "Master, are you all right?" As soon as Uzumaki Ryujin appeared, Terra and the others hurriedly surrounded him, anxiously checking his physical condition from head to toe. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Uzumaki Ryujin could scarcely tolerate the invasive examination of 10 peculiar, burly men, prompting him to shout in urgency. However, Terra and the others, solely focused on his well-being, chose to selectively ignore his protests, completely disregarding his words. Seeing that his attempts at communication were futile, Uzumaki Ryujin resorted to using gravitational force to hurl Terra and the others out through the window. He then straightened his rumpled clothing, which had been tousled by their frantic inspections, and curiously regarded the now silent crowd. "Have you all lost your tongues? Why is no one speaking?" With this, the group snapped back to reality, and Uzumaki Mizuhara immediately lunged forward, embracing Uzumaki Ryujin tightly. As Yuzu Dragon's son felt the continuous trembling and sobbing of Yuzumizuho in his embrace, he was momentarily taken aback, yet he gently patted her back in comfort. "Lord Dragon's son, where did you go? You vanished from the barrier, leaving us all terrified. We searched for you for ages, fearing the worst." Upon hearing the explanation from Namake's Minato, Yuzu Dragon's son finally grasped the reason behind Yuzumizuho's peculiar behavior. Simultaneously, Terra and the others, who had just been cast aside, climbed back up and curiously peered through the window at Yuzu Dragon's son, awaiting his response. Chapter 89. The Six Paths Sage Who Was Sold. A family gathering gazing at the curious circle of eyes around him, Yuzu Dragon's son nonchalantly remarked, "It's nothing significant. I was merely taken by the legendary Sage of Six Paths, who expressed hope for the stability of the ninja world by requesting that I refrain from resurrecting others." At this proclamation, not only were the onlookers astonished, but even the Sage of Six Paths, who was secretly observing from the shadows, widened his mouth in surprise. The gathered crowd was stunned that the very individual who had taken Yuzu Dragon's son was none other than the fabled founder of the ninja religion, the Sage of Six Paths. Conversely, the sage was taken aback by Yuzu Dragon's son's blatant revelation, as he had previously agreed to keep their encounter confidential. However, The sage suddenly realized that Yuzu Dragon's son had never actually consented to such an arrangement. It had merely been a one-sided assumption. What an insufferable brat you are. Even at this moment, I find you utterly insufferable. The sage of six paths sat cross-legged in the Pure Land, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yuzu Dragon's son. Really? You cannot be serious. How could the sage of six paths summon you, a figure of legend? Yuzu Mizuho, initially skeptical of Yuzu Dragon's son's claims, found the notion too surreal to accept. After all, the legendary sage of six paths was supposed to be a myth. Upon hearing Yuzu Mizuho's disbelief, Yuzu Dragon's son merely shrugged and smirked. He understood well that when a figure of folklore appears before someone, it is only natural for them to instinctively deny the existence of such an entity. If you do not believe me, then so be it. To be honest, I was also incredulous when I first encountered him, but when faced with the truth, one must accept it. With that, Yuzu Dragon's son parted the crowd and, under the watchful eyes of so many in the meeting room, confidently made his exit. After witnessing Yuzu Dragon's son leave, the attendees instinctively exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. Initially, Minato also instinctively dismissed Yuzu Dragon's son's statements. Despite his deep respect for Yuzu Dragon's son, the fantastical nature of his claims was difficult to fathom. The legendary sage of six paths. How could such a figure possibly still exist in this world? Yet, if it were not the sage of six paths, there remained no plausible explanation for Yuzu Dragon's son's earlier disappearance. It was clear that Yuzu Dragon's son possessed an extraordinary ability to resurrect others, and feat beyond that of an ordinary individual. Moreover, Minato was aware of Yuzu Dragon's son's formidable strength, although he had not exerted himself fully during the Five Kage summit. The ease with which he had dealt with the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage indicated that no one in the ninja world could stealthily abduct him from his barrier. Fourth Hokage. What should we do now? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed Minato deep in thought. Fugaku pondered that since the individual they had initially sought to rescue had returned on his own, perhaps they could disband the gathering. After all, his wife and son were waiting for him at home, preparing dinner. At Fugaku's question, all eyes in the room turned back to Minato. The sudden call from Fugaku jolted Minato from his reverie. Yes. However, I hope that everyone present will keep Lord Dragon's son's words to themselves. The notion of the Sage of Six Paths is simply too unbelievable. The attendees nodded in agreement with Minato's caution. While it was uncertain whether anyone would believe the day's events if shared, it was wise to exercise discretion. The attendees, not lacking in intelligence, understood the gravity of the situation and would refrain from spreading rumors. Seeing the consensus among the gathered individuals, Minato nodded and allowed everyone to disperse. Thus, the Hidden Leaf Village was enveloped in a joyful celebration of friends and family being resurrected, filling homes with laughter and cheer throughout the night, a commotion rivaling that of the New Year festivities, surpassing the joy of past celebrations. At the Namake's household, the atmosphere was particularly lively, with a gathering of over a dozen renowned ninjas. The indispensable trio included Namake's Minato, Yuzu Kushina, and Yuzu Naruto, followed closely by Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, as well as Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, and Hatake Kakashi. Also present were Might Guy, Might Dai, and Hatake Sakumo, alongside Yuzu Dragon's son, Yuzu Mizuho, Rope Tree, Fu, Yuzu Kagaya, and Sarutobi Kanomaru. As Minato surveyed the lively assembly before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The presence of Might Guy and Hatake Sakumo was simply due to their small families and Minato's kind invitation to join the gathering. Of course, the 9 adorable-tailed beasts were an essential part of the celebration. On a side note, the usually quiet Aisabu erupted upon seeing Noara Rin, unleashing a sudden surge of energy that startled Yuzu Dragon's son, confused by the unexpected turn of events. It was only through Noara Rin's explanation that Yuzu Dragon's son understood the situation. It turned out that Aisabu had been sealed within Noara Rin. However, she was unaware of the circumstances surrounding her body, only knowing that a monster resided within her, which prompted her to ask Kakashi to end her life. Due to the curse seal on Rin's heart, she could not explain her plight to anyone, nor could she seek assistance from her mentor, Yuzu Kushina. Ultimately, Noara Rin resorted to impaling herself on Kakashi's Chidori to end her suffering. Yet, while Rin's death was inconsequential to her, Aisabu was not willing to accept such a fate. Despite Isabu's desperate cries for survival, Rin, determined to die, ignored the pleas. Inevitably, Isabu followed Rin's tragic course to death. Furthermore, the time taken for Isabu's subsequent rebirth drastically reduced, resulting in a significant decline in his original power. This ultimately led to the fact that shortly after, Sarutobi was once again controlled by Uchiha Obito. It was not until the people of the Mist Village defeated Sarutobi that the situation began to improve. Upon hearing the tearful accusations from Ino, aside from the other eight-tailed beasts who were laughing uncontrollably, the remaining individuals felt a deep sympathy for Ino's tragic life. Revelry. From 2 to 3. Father's resurrection. Gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, Tintin was also solitary at home, pursuing her own ninja path, under Tsunade, and in the process, she mastered all of Tsunade's signature techniques. Uchiha Sasuke, although still somewhat proud, he was presently evading the pursuit of the villagers alongside Jiraiya on the streets of Konoha. Ouch, that hurts. Rubbing the back of his head as he rose from the ground, Naruto hurriedly inquired about the well-being of the child he had collided with. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. Are you all right? The boy, along with two others beside him, stared in astonishment at Naruto. Believing the boy to be dazed from the impact, Naruto quickly helped him to his feet. At that moment, the boy snapped back to reality and exclaimed loudly, "Dad?" Startled by the boy's call, Naruto instinctively covered his mouth. Are you really that foolish? Who are you calling Dad? Just then, Naruto felt a tremendous commotion behind him. Turning around, he saw Jiraiya sprinting towards him, fully aware of who was following closely behind him. Realizing the predicament, he quickly freed himself from the boy's grip and dashed away in a panic. As Naruto fled, the three onlookers sensed the upheaval behind them and turned to see a white-haired man chasing after where Naruto had run, quickly followed by a throng of Konoha villagers. What on earth is happening? One girl among them asked. The tallest of the trio responded, that white-haired man who just ran by is Jiraiya. This must be a case of him being caught peeping at the women's bath. Hearing this, the two companions beside him appeared somewhat crestfallen. They had never anticipated that one of the legendary Sannin would be such a voyeur. Come on, let us catch up with them. Naruto is over there. The tall man led the boy and girl in pursuit of the fleeing villagers. As they rounded a corner, they found Jiraiya being pinned to the ground and battered by a young man with red hair, while the villagers and Naruto stood by, looking on with righteous indignation as Jiraiya was mercilessly pummeled. Hey Sasuke, who is that red-haired guy? Why haven't I heard of him? He is strong enough to pin Jiraiya down. After observing the scene several times, the boy referred to as Sasuke suddenly turned to his companions and warned, pay attention. I've never seen that man before. It's possible we've returned to a Konoha that is not as we remember. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, the two who had initially come to enjoy the spectacle suddenly became vigilant. Sasuke, glancing at his companions, felt a surge of concern. It would be manageable if it were just him, or even the boy beside him, but the presence of the girl made him anxious. He wasn't confident in his ability to protect her should any unforeseen circumstances arise. At that moment, the red-haired young man had finished with Jiraiya and stepped aside, allowing the villagers to swarm in and continue their assault on Jiraiya. Uzumaki Ryunosuke drew Naruto away from the chaos, observing Jiraiya's pitiful pleas for mercy, then turned to Naruto and said, perhaps we should find someone else. I can't imagine what he could teach you. Naruto nodded in agreement. Having realized that since he began training with Jiraiya, it had mostly been a series of escapes, with occasional practice of the Rasengan. Yet, he felt that his parents could teach him those skills, and even Tsuno would be a better mentor than Jiraiya. Naruto had no desire to continue learning from Jiraiya for even a moment longer. Seeing Naruto's nod, Ryunosuke was about to lead him away when he suddenly noticed the peculiar trio standing nearby, who had been watching for a while. Ryunosuke had traversed Konoha numerous times, and everyone there recognized him. None had ever regarded him with such suspicion. Approaching the trio, he asked, "You all look unfamiliar. What brings you here?" The one referred to as Sasuke calmly replied, "We are performers traveling throughout the ninja world." Saying this, the man tossed a red ball into the air. With a snap of his fingers, the ball erupted, showering colorful confetti down from above. Though we may not be on par with ninjas, we possess some skills in ninjutsu, and we make our living from this. While Ryunosuke found the explanation suspicious, he felt powerless. Hey, just now he called me dad. Do you think I knocked something loose in his head? At that moment, the very concern Ryunosuke had feared had materialized, as Naruto had taken note of the boy's earlier remark. Is that so? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Ryunosuke reached out to grab the boy. The man swiftly positioned himself in front of the boy and said to Ryunosuke, I apologize. His words were entirely unintentional. Please don't take it to heart. As Ryunosuke regarded the man blocking his path with increasing suspicion, unexpectedly, two more individuals appeared. Ah, Lord Ryunosuke, what are you doing here? Everyone instinctively turned to the speaker, and upon recognizing the newcomers, the man was momentarily taken aback. Itachi Uchiha? Shursui Uchiha? How is this possible? Upon seeing the two approaching figures, the man was momentarily taken aback. However, as Uchiha Ryunosuke observed the expressions of the individuals before him, it became immediately clear that this person was well acquainted with both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, their familiarity evident in his reaction. In Chapter 91, titled Future Children, Uchiha Boruto goes to greet Hinata. Consequently, Uchiha Ryunosuke discreetly conveyed a message to his companions, instructing them to apprehend the three individuals before them, following Ryunosuke's command. Despite their confusion, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui charged towards the man and the boy. Oh no! The man realized that his actions had inadvertently exposed them upon witnessing the movements of Uchiha Shursui and Itachi. The reason they only targeted the two men and not the little girl was that she had already scurried behind Naruto Uzumaki, curling up in fear and crying out, Daddy, help me. Observing the little girl's actions and her plea, Ryunosuke raised his hand, signaling for Itachi and Shursui to halt. After glancing at the girl, he turned back to the man and stated, I shall grant you one final opportunity to clarify who you truly are. The situation had already been compromised, leaving the man no choice but to reveal his identity and that of the two children. After his explanation, Ryunosuke and the others finally understood the identities of the trio. The man before them was none other than the grown-up Uchiha Sasuke, while the boy and girl were, in fact, Naruto's children, named Uchiha Boruto and Uchiha Himawari. Naturally, this revelation surprised Naruto. He was somewhat accepting of his daughter, but felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding his son, who appeared rather foolish. Once Sasuke had finished clarifying his identity, he directed a question toward Ryunosuke, inquiring, And who might you be? To my recollection, there is no one of your standing in Konoha. Furthermore, according to that turtle's explanation, Tsunade should have only recently ascended as the fifth Hokage. Yet, I noticed that the Hokage monument only features 4 Hokage statues. Upon learning that the boy and girl were Naruto's descendants, Ryunosuke turned his attention to them, leaving the explanations to Sasuke's elder brother. Ah, Boruto and Himawari, is it? I am Naruto's granduncle, which makes me your ancestor, Ryunosuke said, cradling Himawari in one arm while ruffling Boruto's hair with the other. The two children gazed at this unfamiliar ancestor with curiosity, examining him from head to toe. As Ryunosuke engaged with Boruto and Himawari, Itachi had already elucidated the situation to Sasuke, explaining how everything had changed since Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha. This implied that they had arrived in a timeline divergent from the one they had envisioned, a parallel universe, so to speak. Of course, the concept of a parallel ninja world was not something they could easily comprehend. Thus, it fell to Ryunosuke to clarify. Afterward, Ryunosuke decided to escort Boruto and Himawari home, entrusting Sasuke to Itachi for his return. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, having been thoroughly beaten, was taken by Shursui to assist Sakura in her medical ninjutsu training, a compassionate endeavor orchestrated by Tsunade. As for the outcome of Sakura's still developing medical skills, that was not Tsunade's concern. After all, with Ryunosuke around, there was no risk of fatality. As they walked home, Naruto and Boruto engaged in conversation about their timeline. Now that they understood they were not in the past, their apprehensions regarding the future dissipated. The divergence from their original timeline rendered the differences inconsequential. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke held Himawari's hand as they strolled ahead, exchanging light-hearted banter, with Himawari asking questions and Ryunosuke responding. As they continued on their way, a familiar girl approached, accompanied by 4 others. Upon recognizing her, Boruto instinctively recoiled, while Himawari joyfully ran toward her, exclaiming, Mama! This declaration immediately unsettled the group, who turned their attention to Hinata. Hinata, what is the meaning of this? Hayashi exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he observed the little girl referring to his daughter as Mama. The other Hyuga members, Niji, Hanabi, and various onlookers looked on with astonishment. Shy as she was, Hinata had never encountered such a spectacle and promptly fainted in public. Having always perceived their mother as intimidating, Boruto and Himawari had never witnessed Hinata fainting from embarrassment, leading them to believe something was gravely wrong. They rushed to surround her, expressing their concern. Seeing the crowd swell around them, Ryunosuke called out, "Everyone, disperse. What is the commotion about?" At the sound of Ryunosuke's authoritative voice, the curious onlookers, though still intrigued, gradually departed, glancing back as they left. Upon noticing Ryunosuke, Hayashi and the others respectfully greeted him. Ryunosuke nodded in acknowledgement before gently lifting the unconscious Hinata into his arms, addressing Hayashi. "Let us return to the Namikaze residence to clarify matters. The crowd here is rather overwhelming." Hayashi instinctively surveyed the area, noting that those who had just left remained nearby. He and the others followed him back to the Namikaze household, to subside. The Namikaze residence opted to assess the situation instead. Before long, the group entered the house in succession. "I'm home," Naruto called out cheerfully from the entrance, and a warm voice resonated from the living room. "Welcome back, Naruto." Kushina emerged, but upon noticing the large gathering behind him, she paused in surprise. Gazing at the beautiful and gentle woman before him, Boruto couldn't help but exclaim in awe. This is the epitome of the intellectual beauty that a mother should possess. Subsequently, Boruto Uzumaki recalled his own mother, who was perpetually irritable, and could not help but curl his lip in disdain. Chapter 92. The Reunion of Grandparents and Grandchildren. Conversations between father and son. Greetings, clan head Hyuga. What has happened to Hinata? Boruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, had witnessed countless scenarios in her life, so the sudden influx of visitors to her home was merely a commonplace occurrence. However, what truly captured her attention was the sight of Hinata fainted in the arms of Hayashi Hyuga. Upon seeing the clan leader carrying his unconscious daughter, Boruto instinctively assumed that Naruto had caused some trouble. In an instant, her fury ignited as she glared at Naruto, her crimson hair swirling in the air, and her eyes transforming from their normal state into the Byakugan. "Naruto, have you done something wrong?" Initially marveling at his grandmother's gentle demeanor, Boruto was taken aback when he witnessed her express anger that was far more intense than his mother's. He promptly lowered his head and began to glance around nervously. "Mom, it's not me. It's clearly their fault." Seeing his mother unjustly accuse him, Naruto wasted no time in betraying Boruto and Himawari. Realizing that his father had thrown him under the bus, Boruto was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Himawari remained composed, gracefully introducing herself to Kushina. "Hello, Grandma. I am Himawari Uzumaki, and I come from the future with my brother, Boruto." The little girl, unaware of the theory of parallel universes, naturally presented herself in this manner. "What, Grandma?" Upon hearing Himawari's introduction, all of Kushina's anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by a look of bewilderment directed at Himawari and Boruto. "All right, let us head inside and discuss this further. Are you planning to make me stand here indefinitely?" At that moment, Ryunosuke Uzumaki stepped forward, playfully tapping Kushina on the head as he passed by her. Kushina, upon hearing Ryunosuke's words, hastily moved aside, rubbing her head while ushering everyone inside. Not long after settling in, Jiraiya, wrapped in bandages, along with Minato Namikaze, who had been working, Tsunade, who was likely gambling in some casino, and the ever-playful Kawaki, all hurriedly gathered at Minato's home. Additionally, Keiho Uzumaki emerged from the shadows beneath the floor, resulting in the entire family, or those connected to it, being present. The crowd encircled Boruto and Himawari, examining the siblings as if they were rare animals. All right, what are you all doing? Aren't you afraid of scaring the children?" At this critical moment, Kawaki stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the two siblings, glaring disapprovingly at the others who had crossed the line. Upon hearing Kawaki's reprimand, the crowd finally realized their behavior had been rather rude. However, it was understandable. Upon hearing that Naruto's son had arrived in Konoha, their expressions were akin to those who had seen a ghost. One could see Jiraiya dragging his injured body over, solely to meet the two children. Now, regaining their composure, the onlookers knelt at Ryunosuke's feet, pleading for him to heal them. "Ahem, let us begin with introductions. What are your identities? Who are your family members? What brings you here, and how did you arrive?" Upon realizing that these two were his future grandchildren, Kushina was positively elated, even interrupting Minato as he attempted to speak. "Kushina, Minato began to voice his complaint, but was met with a fierce glare from Kushina, prompting him to obediently sit in silence. Witnessing his grandfather's lack of authority in the household left Boruto somewhat speechless, just as he had been surprised to learn that Jiraiya was a peeping Tom. Boruto could hardly fathom that the legendary yellow flash of the shinobi world was so intimidated by his grandmother. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that his terrifying mother had once been such a shy individual in her youth. While Boruto pondered this, Himawari commenced her introduction. My name is Himawari Uzumaki. My father is the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. My mother is the Byakugan princess, Hinata Hyuga, and my brother is Boruto Uzumaki. I was abducted, but I've forgotten the specifics of how I arrived here. However, I believe my brother knows. As soon as Himawari finished speaking, all eyes turned to Boruto, who was still lost in thought. Seeing his future son zoning out in front of so many people, Naruto promptly delivered a punch to Boruto's head. It was this very action that jolted Boruto back to reality. He initially intended to chastise his father, but upon noticing that everyone was staring at him, he was suddenly filled with trepidation. Ultimately, it was his grandfather, Minato, who expressed concern for him and reiterated the previous question. This time, Boruto, fully attentive, began detailing the events from their timeline, explaining the reasons for their arrival, the people involved, and their adversaries. As the elder brother, Boruto possessed more knowledge than the younger Himawari, and through his narration and explanations, everyone was able to grasp the situation. Following this, Minato and the village leaders began discussing the extraterrestrial threat known as Kagaya Otsutsuki, as described by Boruto. Meanwhile, Kushina and Kawaki continued to embrace the siblings, and Hinata, who had awakened during Himawari's introduction, sat with a smile, watching them. Himawari, is it? What a lovely name. Even their future aunt, who was only slightly older than Himawari, sat beside her sister, observing her future niece and nephew. Oh my, our Himawari is simply adorable. Kushina, engaged in conversation with Himawari, grew more fond of her with each passing moment, ultimately enveloping her in a tight embrace. Those surrounding the grandmother and granddaughter couldn't help but feel joy, as who wouldn't adore a charming little girl. As for Boruto, he could no longer endure the situation and retreated to a room with Naruto. Closing the door, Naruto first inquired about Boruto's earlier comment regarding his ascension to the position of 7th Hokage. Boruto, unreservedly, recounted everything he knew to Naruto, and upon hearing that he was destined to become the great hero who would save the shinobi world, even the now-altered Naruto couldn't help but proudly lift his head, a bashful smile gracing his lips. However, when Boruto mentioned that in the future, he would often neglect his family due to work, the laughter that had filled the room abruptly ceased. Upon contemplating the prospect of spending every day at the Hokage's desk, Naruto Uzumaki immediately felt a sense of reluctance towards the idea of becoming Hokage. In Chapter 93, The Joyful Namake's Household, Sasuke Uchiha bids farewell to his parents. If being Hokage is as dull as this, then perhaps I should reconsider. I would rather aspire to be someone akin to my great-uncle. When Naruto spoke of his great-uncle, Ryunosuke Uzumaki, Boruto Uzumaki was filled with curiosity. In the future, Boruto had never heard of this figure, especially since Naruto had just mentioned that Ryunosuke was regarded as one of the 3 legendary figures of the Warring States period alongside Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Boruto was familiar with Hashirama and Madara, but the name Ryunosuke was entirely absent from his knowledge. Upon hearing Boruto's remarks, Naruto pondered and nodded in agreement, stating, I believe this is what my great-uncle referred to when he spoke of the differences in time and space. In our world, thanks to him, the ninja realm has evolved into what it is today. However, in your timeline, the absence of such a figure has led to a different reality. Boruto, in response to Naruto's explanation, nodded in understanding, and the father and son engaged in a lively conversation within that small room. When the topic of ninjutsu arose, Naruto demonstrated the Shadow Army to Boruto. Upon witnessing these mysterious, pitch-black ninjas who were exceptionally obedient, Boruto expressed his desire to possess such beings. However, upon learning that these ninjas could only be granted by Ryunosuke, his excitement waned. Up to that moment, Boruto remained uncertain about his ancestor's attitude toward him. He hesitated to approach him hastily for fear of rejection. Just then, the voice of Kushina Uzumaki echoed from downstairs. Naruto, Boruto, it's time for dinner, come down. Oh, we'll be right there, Naruto exclaimed, swiftly turning and rushing downstairs, with Boruto closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found a gathering already assembled around the dining table, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Honestly, having to wait for you two is rather inconsiderate. Although Kushina voiced her complaint, it was evident that she held deep affection for both her son and grandson. Before long, the atmosphere in the house grew increasingly lively, with everyone engaging in cheerful discussions, occasionally listening to Boruto and Himawari recounting tales of Naruto's future exploits. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha had already brought the future Sasuke Uchiha back home, where we shall refer to them as Elder Sasuke and Young Sasuke for clarity. Upon their return, Mikoto Uchiha warmly welcomed her son and his new companion. "Are you a friend of Itachi's? Welcome to our home." Hearing Mikoto's words, Fugaku Uchiha and Young Sasuke, who were training in the yard, turned to observe the two. Unexpectedly, Itachi's next statement left them utterly astonished. "Mother, this is not just a friend. This is Sasuke from the future." The three, who had been curiously examining Elder Sasuke, were momentarily speechless, struggling to comprehend Itachi's revelation. After confirming the truth, they surrounded Elder Sasuke with curiosity, bombarding him with questions such as, "How old are you now? Are you married? Do you have children?" Elder Sasuke, with reddened eyes, answered their inquiries, particularly those posed by Mikoto. As for Fugaku's questions, they primarily revolved around Elder Sasuke's current strength. Young Sasuke, intrigued by this, listened intently as Elder Sasuke revealed the truth. He was one of the strongest individuals in the ninja realm of a parallel timeline, with the other being Naruto Uzumaki from his own time. Upon learning he was among the strongest, young Sasuke nearly leapt for joy, though he restrained himself, aware of the others present. However, when young Sasuke discovered that his future wife was none other than the incessantly bothersome Sakura Haruno, he could only stare at Elder Sasuke in disbelief, Sasuke's hand, and inquire what had gone awry in choosing Sakura as a spouse. Sakura had a daughter. Young Sasuke would have preferred to choose Naruto's sister. Were divulging the situation. Upon hearing that they were about to face Kaguya Akatsuki, or both Elder Sasuke and Naruto combined, individuals in the ninja realm could not defeat such an opponent. In his heart, he would ensure Kaguya would see his prowess. Declaring himself the true strongest in the ninja world, there would be no one of about it. Unbeknownst to young Sasuke, his thoughts were not lost on those present. Itachi swiftly intervened, grasping young Sasuke's arm. "Even the grown-up you would struggle against him. What can you possibly do at your current age? You should focus on your training." Young Sasuke, feeling belittled by his brother's dismissal, was disheartened. After all, Naruto had long surpassed him, and if he did not showcase some accomplishments soon, his title as the top student in the Ninja Academy would be called into question. Others might speculate that he became the top student merely because Naruto chose not to compete with him. This train of thought was intolerable for young Sasuke. However, his immediate priority remained to diligently practice his ninjutsu and enhance his strength. After all, he was Sasuke Uchiha, not a fool lacking in strategy. Thus, the Uchiha family continued their lively discourse until the sun set, at which point Mikoto finally served the evening meal. As Elder Sasuke gazed upon the spread of delicious food before him, tears silently streamed down his cheeks. Ever since the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre in his timeline, he had not seen his parents, let alone tasted the dishes lovingly prepared by his mother. Now, Elder Sasuke had finally fulfilled his longing, relishing the home-cooked meal made by his mother's hand once more. Chapter 94. The convening of the meeting, the arrangements of Akatsuki Urashiki. The following day, Uchiha Sasuke, under the guidance of Uchiha Itachi, arrived at the Hokage Tower. After all, at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke held no official status within the village. His everyday life was manageable, but entering the Hokage Tower without an identity would lead to dire consequences. As Uchiha Itachi pushed open the door, Uchiha Sasuke, following closely behind, caught a glimpse through the crack of the door and saw all the high-ranking officials of Konoha awaiting him. The reason why Minato Namikaze and the others had arrived so early at the Hokage Tower was to inquire about Uchiha Sasuke's perspective on Akatsuki Urashiki. Although they had heard a description of Urashiki from Boruto Uzumaki the night before, it was widely acknowledged that Boruto, being merely a child, could not accurately assess the true strength of Urashiki compared to the mature judgment of Uchiha Sasuke. "Well, Sasuke, let us refer to you simply as Sasuke. What is your evaluation of Akatsuki Urashiki's strength? Does he possess any dangerous or troublesome abilities?" Minato Namikaze inquired, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Sasuke, who sat at the far end of the room. Upon hearing Minato's question, Uchiha Sasuke offered no concealment and directly spoke about Akatsuki Urashiki. His inherent strength is nothing extraordinary. He is not particularly formidable. To be frank, I alone could defeat him in battle. As for his troublesome ability, he wields a red fishing rod capable of siphoning away an opponent's chakra. This fishing rod's power is indeed the most problematic. Furthermore, he can recover from injuries by consuming the chakra he has caught. After Uchiha Sasuke articulated his assessment of Akatsuki Urashiki's capabilities, it was evident that a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. In their eyes, if what Uchiha Sasuke asserted was true, that Urashiki's strength did not surpass that of the current Uchiha Sasuke, then they felt confident in their ability to subdue him, provided they remained vigilant about the chakra-draining fishing rod. The individuals present were seasoned warriors, having endured numerous battles. They held no fear towards a foe who approached them directly. Their greatest concern lay with adversaries who were powerful, yet lurked in the shadows, striking stealthily. Such opponents were truly terrifying. Upon grasping the approximate strength of Akatsuki Urashiki, Uzumaki Ryunosuke found the situation rather dull and promptly rose to exit the conference room. In his view, if Urashiki truly was as lacking as described by Uchiha Sasuke, he lost interest in engaging in a confrontation. Ryunosuke mused that he would rather spend that time at home with his sister, Uzumaki Himawari. Observing Ryunosuke's swift departure, the others began to bid farewell to Minato Namikaze one by one. After all, if even Ryunosuke was unconcerned, there was no need for them to fret unnecessarily. It was better to attend to matters of personal importance. Soon, the once crowded conference room was left with only Minato, Narashikaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. Minato, with a resigned expression, watched the departing individuals and sighed softly. Uchiha Sasuke, on the other hand, found it incredulous that the others displayed such indifference. Pondering whether the emergence of Uzumaki Ryunosuke had led them to dismiss even the Akatsuki clan. Was his strength truly so formidable? As he observed Uchiha Sasuke, who was now lost in contemplation, Minato turned to Uchiha Itachi and said, "Itachi, please take Sasuke to the route to make a report. Ensure they remain vigilant. Have them deploy the Shadow Corps to constantly monitor the area surrounding Konoha, if their forces are insufficient." Upon hearing Minato's instructions, Uchiha Sasuke grew increasingly curious. The actions of Danzo, it became evident to Uchiha Sasuke that not just Ryunosuke mention of the Shadow Corps. Consequently, following his curiosity, Uchiha Itachi led Uchiha Sasuke to an unexpected encounter with the current leaders of the route, Nagato and Yahiko. Upon seeing the two, Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback, unable to fathom that Nagato and Yahiko had ascended to such positions within Konoha's route. To him, it seemed ludicrous. He could hardly believe that Nagato, who had once sought to obliterate the ninja world with the Akatsuki, could become the leader of Konoha's route. Moreover, he was astonished that Minato would entrust such a crucial position to Nagato and Yahiko. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly realized that the Uchiha Obito he had glimpsed earlier that morning was indeed genuine. He had initially thought it was someone else. After exchanging greetings, Nagato and Yahiko soon understood the reason for Uchiha Itachi bringing this familiar figure to the route. "So, you are the grown-up Sasuke. No wonder you seem so familiar," Yahiko remarked. This was Uchiha Sasuke's first experience of hearing Yahiko's voice, reminiscent of the playful demeanor of his counterpart, Naruto Uzumaki, from his own time. Subsequently, Uchiha Sasuke provided a detailed description of Akatsuki Urashiki's characteristics to Nagato and Yahiko. Following this, at Nagato's summons, Uchiha Sasuke finally encountered the Shadow Corps that Minato had previously mentioned. They were a peculiar assortment of beings that emerged from the shadows, and Uchiha Sasuke found himself bewildered as to why Minato referred to them as the Shadow Corps. Among these odd entities, the most normal appeared to be the ninja at the forefront, who bore a resemblance to an ordinary person but with a masked face and oddly colored skin. Their eyes entirely red. As Nagato arranged the reconnaissance and monitoring of Akatsuki Urashiki, these strange beings retreated back into the shadows from which they had emerged, their presence vanishing from the air entirely. Witnessing these bizarre beings possessing such convenient abilities, Uchiha Sasuke felt a surge of envy. More importantly, he envisioned the moment he would emerge from the shadows before his enemies, cloaked in an aura of mystery. And he could not help but think that he would appear undeniably impressive in that instant. Chapter 95. The daily life of grandparents and grandchildren after all the individuals present at the Hokage meeting room departed due to the sudden incident involving the Hyuga clan. Minato Namikaze found himself utterly drained as he slumped into the chair that symbolized the Hokage's authority. Reflecting on the nonchalant departure of those individuals, a thought suddenly struck him. The position of Hokage had become increasingly mundane. Perhaps he should relinquish this role and pass it on to Lady Tsunade. Especially since Boruto had proclaimed her as the 5th Hokage. This would allow him to spend quality time at home with Kushina and Naruto. With this notion in mind, Minato felt that this course of action was entirely feasible and subsequently decided to forego his duties for the day. He rose from his seat and left the Hokage building, embarking on a quest to discuss this matter with Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Mito. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Himawari, under the guidance of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito, was leisurely wandering the streets of Konoha with her grandparents. During their stroll, Himawari shared numerous stories about Naruto and other elders from her time, while Kushina and Mito reciprocated by recounting tales from their own era. Unbeknownst to them, their casual wander brought them to the territory of the Hyuga clan. Observing the evident increase in the number of Hyuga members compared to her own timeline, Himawari expressed great interest in their clan. Noticing her fascination, Kushina took her granddaughter's small hand without hesitation and led her inside, while Mito followed with an amused smile. The guards stationed at the entrance of the Hyuga clan were perceptive enough to recognize the significance of their presence. After all, it was Hyuga Hayashi who had assigned them to this post. Once inside the Hyuga territory, Himawari immediately sensed a lively atmosphere that was absent in her own timeline's version of the clan, compared to the desolate silence she had previously encountered. The bustling familial warmth of the Hyuga clan delighted her. As the trio ventured further, they attracted the attention of the surrounding Hyuga members, who began to murmur among themselves. Their discussions primarily revolved around Minato, Kushina's husband, and Ryunosuke, Mito's brother, with a burgeoning curiosity about the little girl that Kushina held by the hand. At that moment, Himawari spotted the imposing figure of Hayashi Hyuga and broke free from Kushina's grasp, dashing into Hayashi's embrace, exclaiming, "Grandpa!" The members of the Hyuga clan, who had been speculating about the girl's identity, were now taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. "Hey Hayashi, what's going on? We were unaware that you had a granddaughter. Who is her mother?" The elders, following closely behind Hayashi, expressed their discontent, shifting their accusatory gazes toward the young Himawari in his arms. Hayashi, however, had a different perspective regarding his granddaughter. While the elders often criticized his daughter, Hinata, for her demeanor, he had never found them more bothersome than in this moment. Consequently, he instinctively shielded Himawari behind him and sternly addressed the elders. "This matter does not concern you. Focus on your own responsibilities." Upon hearing Hayashi's unexpected defiance, the elders were momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury, hurling insults at both him and the young Himawari. Witnessing her granddaughter being berated, Kushina could hardly contain herself and rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront the elders. However, Mito intervened, leaving Kushina bewildered. "Grandma, what are you doing? Can't you see they're bullying Himawari?" Kushina exclaimed, her anger palpable. Mito merely pointed at the now agitated Himawari. Following her gaze, Kushina observed that the young girl's eyes were bulging, and her demeanor had shifted dramatically. Hayashi was the first to sense the change in Himawari and, with concern, called out, "Himawari, what's wrong?" Himawari? Shaking her shoulders in an attempt to rouse her, he found that she remained unresponsive, her Byakugan activated, fixated on the elders who continued to bark at them. Himawari broke free from Hayashi's embrace, raising her finger to point at the elders. "Lock on." This strange action captured the attention of the elders, who suddenly felt affronted as they realized she was using her Byakugan to scrutinize them. They began to hurl accusations at Hayashi while simultaneously berating Himawari. At this juncture, Himawari was no longer inclined to tolerate their taunts. In an instant, she appeared before the foremost elder, her finger darting forward to jab at him, causing him to faint instantly. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they witnessed such formidable power emanating from the young girl. Yet, Himawari was not finished. She raised her seemingly delicate hand once more, this time targeting another elder. "Lock on." The remaining elders, having just witnessed the power of the young girl, were now prepared to engage Hayashi in earnest conversation, but before they could utter a word, she was already poised to strike again. Hayashi, quickly tell your granddaughter to stop. We will not pursue this matter any further. The elders, now frightened, realized that Hayashi's silence was not a sign of compliance, but rather an indication of his impending wrath. Hayashi, however, was resolute, adopting a fighting stance that signaled his readiness to defend Himawari should any elder dare to retaliate. The elders were incensed, unable to fathom that not only was Hayashi refusing to assist them, but he was also prepared to confront them. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Himawari charged forward once more. The elder she had targeted was incensed, his beard bristling as he muttered, "Bring it on." But before he could finish his sentence, Himawari's finger struck again, rendering him unconscious. The remaining elders were left in a state of shock, utterly terrified by the display of strength from the young Uzumaki. Chapter 96. The Astonishing Hinata Hyuga, the Cunning Kushina. How dare a mere child display such audacity on the territory of the Hyuga clan? I shall take care of this. As the elder from the Uzumaki clan fell unconscious, once more at the hands of the swirling sunflowers, the elder standing at the center could no longer contain his fury. With a resounding shout, he assumed a stance of gentle fists, charging straight towards the swirling sunflowers. The 8 diagrams, empty palm. In a flash, the elder from the Hyuga clan unleashed a fierce attack directed at the swirling sunflowers. You old fool! How dare you! Originally, Uzumaki Kushina had been delightfully watching her granddaughter bully the usually haughty elders of the Hyuga clan. However, to her dismay, she found herself caught off guard as these elders resorted to attacking a mere child. This time, Uzumaki Sueho did not intervene. Instead, he glared at the offending elder with a face full of anger. The 8 diagrams return, having kept a close watch on the movements of these old geezers. Hinata Hizashi was already fixated on the elder's actions as he began his attack. Therefore, the elder's strike did not land on the swirling sunflowers, as it had been intercepted by Hizashi's return technique. The commotion had long attracted the attention of the entire Hyuga clan, with members rushing towards the scene. When Hinata Hayashi arrived, accompanied by Hinata Niji and the 2 sisters Hinata Hanabi and Hinata, they witnessed the elder preparing to strike the swirling sunflowers. Upon learning of the true identity of the swirling sunflowers, Hinata had developed an inexplicable affection for her. Had it not been for the strict rules of the Hyuga clan, she would have brought the swirling sunflowers home to live with her the night prior. Yet, witnessing the elder, who had always harbored dissatisfaction towards her, now preparing to strike her daughter from another timeline, even the usually gentle Hinata was filled with rage. Before Hinata Hayashi could intervene, Hinata leapt in front of the swirling sunflowers, glaring at the elders she normally would not dare to confront. Seeing his attack thwarted by Hizashi, the elder was already displeased, and the fact that Hinata was now looking at them with such defiance only fueled his anger further. Hinata Hizashi, Hinata, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to betray the Hyuga clan? At that moment, Hinata could hardly pay heed to his words. She directly assumed a gentle fist stance and charged at the elder without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Hinata Hizashi had dropped his stance, fixing a serious gaze on the elder as he spoke. Humph, you needn't cast such grave accusations upon us. Compared to certain individuals who would strike a young girl without regard, I am merely ensuring that certain errors are addressed. If word of today's events were to spread, claiming that a Hyuga elder struck a young girl, I wonder who would truly be betraying the Hyuga clan. Gentle step, dual lion, fist modification. Just as Hizashi was speaking to the elder, Hinata had already unleashed her incomplete gentle step, dual lion fist towards him. You wretched girl. The elder, noticing Hinata's advance, immediately retaliated with his own gentle fists. However, to the astonishment of all present, the usually timid Hinata, who could not even best her sister Hanabi, was now displaying a strength that momentarily overpowered the elder. Witnessing the fierce clash between the two, the onlooking members of the Hyuga clan murmured amongst themselves, and the most astonished of all was Hinata Hizashi. Although he was Hinata's biological father, he, like the others, had doubted her capability to lead the family. After all, who would believe in a girl who could not even defeat her own sister? This was why Hizashi had not paid much attention to Hinata for a long time, completely unaware that his previously weak daughter had become so formidable. Sister, you're amazing. Standing beside Hinata Niji, the still youthful Hinata Hanabi gazed in excitement at her sister, who was locked in a fierce battle with the once dominant elders. her words and expressions brimming with admiration. Meanwhile, Niji, who had previously bested Hinata in combat, now stared in grave contemplation at his sister, his heart a tumult of emotions. People often claimed that he was a prodigy for learning the return technique without formal training. But no one had considered that the true genius was the seemingly overlooked Hinata. If mere self-learning could qualify as genius, then what of Hinata, who was now capable of modifying ninjutsu? A prodigy? As Niji mused self-deprecatingly, Hinata began to show signs of fatigue against the elder, revealing a sense of impending defeat. Damn it, if only I had a bit more chakra. Withdrawing a considerable distance after an exchange with the elder, Hinata wiped the sweat from her brow, her thoughts racing. Observing her daughter's struggle, Hinata Hisashi could barely contain himself, while Uzumaki Kushina, who had been watching for some time, could no longer hold back. To her, it was intolerable that the elder first attacked her granddaughter and was now attempting to harm her daughter-in-law. With chains manifesting behind her, she charged at the remaining elders of the Hyuga clan. Kushina's sudden intervention caught the previously composed elders off guard. Among them, an irascible elder shouted angrily at Kushina. "You brat, don't think that just because the fourth Hokage is your husband, you can meddle in the affairs of the Hyuga clan. This is our family matter. What business do you have here?" In response to the elders' tirades, Kushina merely snorted, disregarding their insults, and turned to Hinata and the swirling sunflowers, asking, "Do you know what to do when faced with an opponent you cannot defeat, especially when a group is attacking you?" Kushina's unexpected question stunned both Hinata and the swirling sunflowers, who were resting at the time. Eventually, it was Hinata who regained her composure first, replying, "Fight them desperately?" Hearing Hinata's answer, Kushina smacked her lightly on the head, exclaiming in frustration, "Knowing you cannot win and still charging in is simply throwing your life away. Not understanding such a simple concept makes you all too foolish. You must learn to think." Chapter 97. The Requests of Orochimaru and Sasori. Advancing tailed beasts. Upon hearing Kushina's remarks, Hinata Hayashi curiously inquired, "If that's the case, do you have a better solution?" To his surprise, Kushina grinned and replied, "What better solution is there than to call for reinforcements? I've already sent a ninja from a brigade to notify my uncle. All we need to do now is buy some time." Uzumaki Kushina's response caused those who were originally curious to stumble in disbelief, even eliciting a sharp glare from Uzumaki Mido. How could they be so oblivious? To whisper among themselves in our presence, completely disregarding us. Witnessing Uzumaki Kushina and her companions act as though we were invisible was intolerable for the esteemed elders of the Hyuga clan, who were accustomed to commanding respect. They opened their mouths in anger, scolding Uzumaki Kushina, for even if one does not regard the monk, one should at least honor the Buddha. After all, both Minato and Uzumaki Ryunosuke were present, and a modicum of respect was due. A scolding might suffice, but should matters escalate to violence, it would ultimately be they who suffered the consequences. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was walking down the street when he was intercepted by Orochimaru and Sasori. "What do you two want by blocking my path?" he inquired, observing the two before him. Sasori had already undergone a transformation. His appearance quite different from when he had previously met Chiyo. He now resembled his former self. Orochimaru, however, remained unchanged since returning to Konoha. He had been engrossed in research with Kabuto on samples extracted from the Kingdom of Shadows. With Uzumaki Ryunosuke's presence, Orochimaru had abandoned any thoughts of seizing another's body. For even at his peak strength, he could not contend with Ryunosuke, let alone accompany him in battle where benefits abounded. Given these circumstances, it would be foolish for Orochimaru to pursue another's body. He merely needed to remain in Konoha and attend to his own affairs. When Ryunosuke inquired further, Orochimaru and Sasori exchanged glances, ultimately deferring to Orochimaru to speak. "Earlier, I overheard Sasuke mention Otsutsuki Kinshiki. After listening, I hope you can ensure to collect some of his cells or bodily tissues during your confrontation with him," Orochimaru proposed, with Sasori nodding in agreement beside him. Observing their earnestness, Uzumaki Ryunosuke acquiesced with a nod. After all, such tasks were not his responsibility. He merely needed to ensure that he did not render his opponent into a state of disarray. Contemplating this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt that initiating a confrontation without thought was quite dull. He patted Sasori and Orochimaru on the shoulder and, sensing their confusion, leaned in closer, saying, "I've reconsidered. It's merely Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and according to Sasuke, he is not excessively formidable. You two should inform the entire Akatsuki that this matter will be your undertaking. I will dispatch someone to monitor your progress, and whoever contributes the most effort will have a wish granted. I may even consent to the resurrection of the deceased. Upon hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's declaration, Orochimaru and Sasori exchanged bewildered glances, with Orochimaru eventually speaking up, "But weren't you previously threatened by the Sage of Six Paths, preventing you from resurrecting the dead?" In response to Orochimaru's remark, Uzumaki Ryunosuke swiftly tapped the back of his head, retorting, "That was merely the Sage of Six Paths' unilateral declaration. I never consented, so it holds no weight. Rest assured, as long as you can perform the reanimation jutsu, I can facilitate a resurrection. Why concern yourself with him? Now, off you go." With that, Uzumaki Ryunosuke patted Sasori and Orochimaru's shoulders once more before turning on his heel and striding away. Orochimaru and Sasori, still rooted in place, confirmed their understanding of the extraordinary conversation they'd just had. Consequently, Orochimaru hurried back to his laboratory, while Sasori made his way to the root headquarters, both eager to share the news with their respective allies, for it was an order from Uzumaki Ryunosuke, and they dared not conceal it. Afterward, Orochimaru's subordinates, along with all Akatsuki members except Konan, began preparations to surprise Otsutsuki Kinshiki upon his arrival. To facilitate this endeavor, Orochimaru sought out Tsunade at a casino, where she was engaged in charitable work, imploring her to treat the ailing Kinmaru. To keep Tsunade oblivious to the underlying circumstances, Orochimaru generously offered her a substantial sum, leading her to proudly assert that she was acting out of respect for their shared history as the legendary Three Ninjas. While Orochimaru maintained an outwardly cheerful demeanor, internally, he was elated as long as Tsunade remained unaware of his dealings with Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Returning to the matter at hand, after parting ways with Orochimaru and the others, Uzumaki Ryunosuke made his way home, only to be intercepted midway by a ninja squad sent by Uzumaki Kushina. He paused to reflect. His presence was unnecessary for what would likely be a matter of the opposing party yielding. Moreover, he had not even arrived yet, so their people might already be in negotiations. Since he could not engage in combat, merely lending his presence, Uzumaki Ryunosuke deemed it unnecessary to attend personally. After issuing instructions to the ninja, he resumed his journey home contentedly. The ninja, having received his orders, faded into the shadows, turning to lead several other ninjas to retrieve all the tailed beasts from his residence. The nine-tailed beasts, well aware that these were their master's subordinates, offered no resistance as they were escorted away. Meanwhile, the elders of the Hyuga clan continued their tirade against Uzumaki Kushina, while the surrounding clan members awkwardly observed their elders' futile efforts, limited to mere words. Fortunately, this situation did not persist for long. Uzumaki Kushina's shadow began to shimmer, and soon several ninja emerged from it. The elders of the Hyuga clan, who had been so vociferous in their complaints, initially mistook the movement of Uzumaki Kushina's shadow for the arrival of Uzumaki Ryunosuke. To their dismay, it was merely a few ordinary ninjas emerging, completely missing the presence of Ryunosuke. They exhaled in relief, but their relief was short-lived as the true nature of their predicament soon revealed itself. Although Uzumaki Ryunosuke had not arrived, the nine-tailed beasts had. These tailed beasts had been present when Uzumaki Naruto first returned home with Uzumaki Himawari and Uzumaki Boruto. Hence they recognized Uzumaki Himawari's identity. Upon learning that she had been bullied by the elders, they sprang into action, revealing their true forms. In an instant, the Hyuga clan was engulfed by the nine-tailed beasts, causing the once arrogant elders to huddle together, trembling in fear. Chapter 98. The Hyuga clan in peril. The revenge of Kurama. The emergence of the nine-tailed beasts was nothing short of spectacular. As they revealed their true forms, the entire village of Konoha bore witness. Although the tailed beasts now resided peacefully with Uzumaki Ryunosuke and posed no threat to the villagers or the village itself, they remained colossal entities in the eyes of ordinary citizens, and the chaos their actions could incite would not be insignificant. Even though it was well understood that the tailed beasts would no longer pose a threat to others, the ninjas of Konoha, including Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, promptly arose and made their way toward the Hyuga clan upon sighting the beasts. Among them was Tsunade, who found herself deeply in debt at the casino and at a loss for how to repay it. The moment she beheld the sudden appearance of the nine-tailed beasts, she immediately released the hand of the croupier who had been holding her. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the croupier had no choice but to let Tsunade go. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Hyuga clan, the Nine Tails lowered their heads, observing the clan elders encircled by them. Despite their small stature, the elders maintained an air of dignity, their expressions and postures still exuding an aura of superiority even in their fearful state. "Are you bullying the sunflower?" The irritable Shikaku spoke up first. Despite his notorious temper, he was not foolish. Having been brought here by the shadowy ninjas, he was already aware of the circumstances. In an effort to continue garnering praise from Naruto Uzumaki, Shikaku naturally took the lead in addressing the situation. The other tailed beasts, observing Shikaku's eagerness to showcase himself, shared an unspoken understanding. They were not inclined to compete with him for attention. To them, it was merely a matter of providing support. Why go to such lengths otherwise? Only Shikaku, in his simplicity, believed he was the one making significant contributions, unaware that the others were the ones truly profiting. The elders, taken aback by Shikaku's imposing presence, found themselves momentarily speechless. However, a few brave souls among them spoke out, albeit rather ungraciously. "You branch family members, why aren't you coming to our aid? Do you intend for us to resort to using the cursed seal of the caged bird?" One elder shouted angrily at the bewildered branch family ninjas. This outburst, however, caused Hayashi Hyuga to clamp his mouth shut when he had initially intended to speak. The elder's words struck a chord with the branch family ninjas, leaving them disheartened. Although they were aware of their responsibilities, being treated like mere dogs and threatened with their lives was disheartening enough to silence those who had considered intervening. Observing the lack of movement from those around him, the elder continued to berate the branch family members with an air of arrogance, this time joined by other elders. Yet amidst this chaos, one elder, possessing a clearer mind, could not help but sigh internally at the unfolding scene. "It's over. This time it's the Hyuga clan's turn. The Hyuga family is doomed. You old fool. You talk more than Shikaku himself, and you still haven't answered my question." Enraged by the elder's dismissive attitude, Shikaku seized the first elder who had spoken, controlling the sand beneath him to lift him off the ground. "What are you doing? Let me go? You wretched monster. Release me." The elder instinctively struggled against Shikaku's grip, hurling insults in return. Hearing the incessant tirade, Shikaku narrowed his eyes, prepared to crush this incessant annoyance with his sand. However, at that moment, Minato Namikaze arrived on the scene. "Shikaku, stop. What are you doing?" He instinctively intervened, halting Shikaku's actions. Minato's shout immediately drew the attention of the other tailed beasts. Faced with the man who had once split him in two, Kurama seized the moment to bully Minato without hesitation. Without explanation, he swiftly struck out at Minato. Neither Kushina Uzumaki nor Mito Uzumaki had the chance to intervene before Kurama's attack landed. "What are you doing, Kurama?" they shouted in unison. As Kurama made his move, Minato, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, managed to evade just in time, while Kushina and Mito regained their composure. Kurama, however, paid no mind to their protests until he caught sight of Hanabi Hyuga, her tear-streaked face gazing up at him. Feeling a pang of awkwardness at her sorrow, Kurama coughed lightly before reluctantly approaching her to offer comfort. The other tailed beasts, witnessing Kurama's predicament, could hardly contain their amusement. Who would have thought that the once domineering Kurama would be so easily subdued by a little girl? While the other tailed beasts chuckled, Shikaku remained quietly observant, watching Kurama console Hanabi with a keen eye, pondering his thoughts. As the tailed beasts engaged in their playful banter, the remaining Konoha ninjas gradually surrounded the Hyuga clan. They knew that their presence would not significantly deter the tailed beasts, but it was a show of unity nonetheless. In the midst of this, Minato took the opportunity to inquire about the situation from Kushina, allowing his initial displeasure toward the tailed beasts to transform into a steely gaze directed at the Hyuga elders. Standing behind Minato, Jiraiya and Tsunade shared in his indignation, particularly Tsunade, who was already in a foul mood after her losses at the casino. Initially seeking to vent her frustrations on the tailed beasts, she now found her target had shifted. Seeing that the Konoha ninjas had encircled them, the tailed beasts began to revert to their usual playful demeanor, hopping back onto the shoulders of the ninjas who had brought them. Only Kurama remained, still nestled in Hanabi's embrace, offering her comfort. As Minato prepared to speak, Naruto Uzumaki and Boruto Uzumaki arrived on the scene, with Boruto having learned from his grandmother that his sister had been bullied. "You scoundrels!" Boruto ground his teeth, glaring at the group of elders from the Hyuga clan. who were currently huddled together in a defensive posture, knowing well that his sister, Hanabi, had never been bullied in her life. Now, she was being tormented by the very elders of their clan. Meanwhile, Naruto's face darkened with anger upon hearing that Hanabi had been mistreated. The Naruto of today was no longer the naive boy he once was. With a deliberate show of power, he summoned the shadowy figures of the peculiar Black Shadow Ninja to ensnare the elders, surrounding them with their grasping tendrils. For such humiliation, the elders, accustomed to their lofty status, were unwilling to accept. Thus, they retorted with their usual haughty tone, addressing Minato, Fourth Hokage, "While you are indeed the leader of Konoha, you are currently within the territory of the Hyuga clan. Is it not a bit excessive to allow your son to behave in such a manner towards us?" Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Hyuga clan, Minato Namikaze drew forth his kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, pointing his right index finger towards the assembled elders. "My wife and grandmother came to your family to enjoy a visit, and without hesitation, you laid hands on the young girl. Do you now dare to claim that I am being unreasonable? It appears that you 7 elders of the Hyuga clan have truly lost your senses, believing yourselves to be the foremost family of Konoha." At this juncture, Hinata Hayashi also stepped forward to address the crowd. The Hyuga clan has always distinguished between the main house and the branch family. However, the actions of these 7 so-called elders of the main house today have brought shame upon our clan. Their behavior is even more contemptible than that of those from the branch family, whom they usually disdain. Thus, I have come to realize that there is no distinction between the main house and the branch family. Therefore, in my capacity as clan leader, I hereby declare that from this day forth, there shall be no more division between the main house and the branch family. Every member of the Hyuga clan shall be regarded as part of the main house. Hinata Hayashi's sudden proclamation startled everyone present. After all, his words openly contradicted the age-old traditions of the Hyuga clan. Unsurprisingly, the most vehement reaction came from the 7 trapped elders, who glared at Hinata Hayashi with indignation. "How dare you, Hinata Hayashi? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? You are openly defying the ancestral traditions of our family." One of the elders attempted to interject, but was swiftly interrupted by Hinata Hayashi. "Enough. I am the rightful leader of the Hyuga clan now. My words are not subject to judgment by someone who has brought disgrace upon our family." With a resolute expression, Hinata Hayashi left the elder speechless, his finger trembling in accusation as he struggled to find his voice, merely gasping in frustration. Meanwhile, the members of the branch family, upon realizing the truth of Hinata Hayashi's declaration, erupted in joyous celebration, believing that the immense burden they had carried for so long had finally been lifted. "Fourth Hokage, I have resolved our family's matters. How you choose to penalize these miscreants is entirely up to you," Hinata Hayashi stated as he approached Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze, observing the elders, felt a sense of worry. At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki discreetly approached him. "Minato, I must say these old geezers are utterly despicable. They have never regarded the members of the branch family as equals, and if you were to kill them, frankly, it would yield little benefit. Instead, why not confine them in a cage, like the branch family members they so despised, allowing them to experience what it feels like to be controlled?" Uzumaki's suggestion. Initially, Minato rejected her idea, but being the warm-hearted person he was, he eventually yielded to her gentle persuasion, and both he and Hinata Hayashi acquiesced to Kushina's proposal. With a triumphant air, Kushina returned to the side of her daughter. With an air of mystery, approached Hinata Hayashi, seemingly plotting something. It became evident that Tsunade had unexpectedly cleared a significant gambling debt. Meanwhile, within the hospital of Konoha, studying medical ninjutsu. With the events concluded, Hinata's friends had lost their desire to continue their outing. The clan. Hinata Hayashi encouraged Hinata to accompany Kushina, suggesting she need not return home even for the night, allowing her to stay with Kushina. This proposal brought great joy to both Kushina and Hinata, and during their farewell, aids of his disciplined restraint. Once home, Ryunosuke Uzumaki had observed the day's events clearly through the eyes of a giant shadow lurking within Kushina. Consequently, he gave a thumbs up to Kushina for her handling of the elders and expressed his delight to Hinata. "Little Hinata, tomorrow morning, inform your father that I am quite satisfied with how he handled the situation, and I intend to bestow upon him the method to lift the cage bird seal. Have him come to claim it himself." The following day, upon relaying Ryunosuke's message to Hinata Hayashi, The elder could no longer contain himself and hastily made his way to Ryunosuke's residence. Lord Ryunosuke, how did you acquire the method to lift our clan's cagebird seal? This knowledge is not even known to me, the leader of the Hyuga clan. Noticing the elder's confusion, Ryunosuke could not divulge the truth. This technique had been created during the Warring States period when various clans were momentarily at peace. He had traversed the Shadow Kingdom, collecting sealing techniques from different families, and upon encountering the so-called cagebird seal, he devised his own method to enhance his sealing prowess and, when necessary, to instigate a rebellion within the branch family. Moreover, during that time, Ryunosuke had sought sealing techniques from the Uchiha clan, but ultimately found nothing, only to stumble upon the enigmatic Black Zetsu. It was worth noting that since Black Zetsu escaped from the Shadow Kingdom, he had not been seen again, and even the shadow soldiers dispatched by Ryunosuke could not locate him, leaving him profoundly intrigued. Chapter 100. The Resignation of Minato. The fifth Hokage returning to the matter at hand, Ryunosuke had no intention of sharing such embarrassing information with others. Observing Ryunosuke's demeanor, Hinata Hayashi ceased his inquiries. Suppressing his curiosity, with satisfaction, Ryunosuke handed over the scroll containing the method to lift the cagebird seal to Hinata Hayashi. Unable to contain his eagerness, Hinata Hayashi seized the scroll and began to examine it. However, it was evident that he was not well versed in sealing techniques, and the true nature of the content could only be deciphered back within the confines of his clan. With this thought, Hinata Hayashi bid farewell to Ryunosuke and promptly returned home. He is now eager to return home and master the sealing technique inscribed on the scroll, hoping to resolve the matter of the caged bird soon. In a place where Hinata Hizashi was unaware, Uzumaki Ryunosuke shook his head in disappointment. He never expected Hinata Hizashi to possess such resolve, completely disregarding my involvement in their clan affairs. I thought I might seize the opportunity to express some familial sentiments. If Hinata Hizashi were to overhear my musings, he would undoubtedly be devastated. He is simply too excited about finally addressing his family's significant issues, not considering the implications. Should Hinata Hizashi truly grasp that Uzumaki Ryunosuke is capable of performing this sealing technique, he would surely be willing to pay a price to have me take action. Uzumaki Ryunosuke sat on the sofa, finishing the last sip of tea from his cup before rising and calling out to the kitchen, "Fu, please tidy up. We are heading to the Namikaze household for dinner." "Yes, Lord Ryunosuke, I will be done shortly," came Fu's cheerful response from the kitchen. This young girl has seamlessly taken on the role of the Uzumaki household's caretaker, managing all matters, great and small. As for Uzumaki Ryunosuke and his sister, Uzumaki Mido, they are quite pleased to see this diligent girl bustling about, bringing a lively atmosphere to their home. Before long, Fu emerged from the kitchen, expertly untying her apron as she walked, simultaneously expressing her dissatisfaction to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. "Why must we dine at Uncle Minato's again today? I have prepared so many dishes that will spoil if we don't eat them soon." In response to Fu's complaints, Uzumaki Ryunosuke gently placed his hand on her head, soothingly stroking her hair. "It's all right. If we can't finish everything, you can take it to the orphanage. Haven't you been visiting there frequently? Consider it a way to nourish those children." Although Konoha is no longer lacking in funds, it is crucial to be prudent, especially given Kakuzu's miserly nature. He treats every extra coin as if it were his life. Fu nodded in agreement, recalling vividly the excitement she felt when she learned that the legendary ninja Kakuzu from the former Takigakure was in their midst. She had eagerly sought him out, only to discover that he was never home. It was only through Uzumaki Naruto's revelation that she learned Kakuzu had been diligently guarding Konoha's finances in the village's financial department. Upon realizing this, Fu found it an entirely unexpected outcome. After finally encountering Kakuzu, he informed her that he was merely a shadow clone in the village while his true self was out hunting rogue ninjas for extra income, rarely returning to the village. Since then, Fu has refrained from seeking Kakuzu out, only catching a glimpse of him during her occasional visits to request funding for the orphanage. Those encounters left her with a clear understanding of Kakuzu's avaricious disposition. As a result, Kakuzu and the orphanage's director, Sister Yano, often found themselves in disputes with Minato Namikaze, which only compounded Minato's already busy day. This situation has led to several quarrels between Kushina Uzumaki and Minato as well. At this point, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had knocked on the door of the Namikaze residence. The door opened promptly, revealing Uzumaki Himawari, who was holding Shikaku. Upon seeing her, Uzumaki Ryunosuke immediately dropped Shikaku to the ground and picked up Himawari instead. "Himawari, are you alright today? No injuries?" he asked as he carried her into the living room, leaving Shikaku to glare at the situation in silent indignation. Fortunately, Fu kindly picked up Shikaku, alleviating his distress somewhat. Upon entering the living room, Uzumaki Ryunosuke noticed not only their family, but also Tsunade and Jiraiya had been summoned. Curiously, he turned to Uzumaki Mido and inquired, "What brings Tsunade and Jiraiya here? Is there something of great importance?" In response to Uzumaki Ryunosuke's question, even Uzumaki Mido was perplexed, merely shaking her head, realizing that no answers would be forthcoming. Uzumaki Ryunosuke chose to ignore the matter, reasoning that if there were truly something significant, Minato would not have invited them over. With that thought, Uzumaki Ryunosuke resumed playing with Himawari and Fu, dismissing the awkwardness of the two adults. Before long, Minato's voice resonated from the kitchen, "Everyone, dinner is ready." To Jiraiya and Tsunade, this announcement was akin to a divine intervention, prompting them to hurriedly rush to the dining table to mask their earlier embarrassment. As the dishes were served and the drinks poured, Minato cautiously addressed Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Mido. "Ryunosuke, Mido, I plan to resign from my position as Hokage, so I would like your thoughts on this." The sudden news left both Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Mido momentarily stunned. "Minato, why would you step down when you have been doing so well?" Uzumaki Mido asked, her curiosity piqued. The others, hearing her question, turned their attention to Minato with interest. "Though I may appear youthful, I am, after all, a man who has faced death once. Since resolving the issues surrounding the Third Hokage, I have been so occupied that I scarcely return home. This circumstance is not beneficial for me, Kushina, or Naruto. So I intend to relinquish the Hokage position to spend quality time with my family," Minato explained rationally. Uzumaki Mido nodded in agreement, saying, "Since you have gathered us here, it implies you have plans for the next fifth Hokage. May I inquire who you intend to nominate?" In response to her question, Minato directed his gaze towards Tsunade, a move that left her utterly speechless. As the eyes of the room turned to her, Tsunade quickly interjected, "Wait a moment, Minato. You can't possibly be considering me for the position of fifth Hokage." Upon witnessing the determination in Minato's nod, Tsunade's panic escalated, and she vehemently shook her head in refusal. "No way. I refuse to be Hokage. Whoever wants to take it can have it. I won't do it. Besides, Jiraiya is right here. Why not appoint him instead?" Her words successfully redirected the group's attention to Jiraiya, who was equally flustered. Even Uzumaki Himawari shook her head in disapproval, prompting Tsunade to retort, "See? Even Himawari thinks Jiraiya is unsuitable. What more can you say, little Tsunade?" As the swirling sunflower swayed its little head, Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth for the first time, persuading Tsunade. Upon hearing Naruto's words and witnessing the sunflower's actions, Jiraiya, who was initially poised to refuse, felt a sudden jolt in his heart, stirring a sense of defiance within him. However, recalling his first encounter with the sunflower, which coincided with his embarrassing discovery while peeping at the women's bath, he refrained from further comment. Yet, this time, even Tsunade could find no means of refusal. As she contemplated, she realized that aside from Kakashi Hatake and the head of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi Hyuga, there was no one else left in Konoha who could vie for the position. Kakashi was preoccupied with his family and occasionally ventured out for groceries, while also worrying about his own marriage. There were no further plans beyond that. Even when Minato Namikaze had invited him to take up the role of the Umbu captain again, the offer had been declined. As for Hisashi, he was wholly engrossed in a scroll containing a sealing technique that could liberate a caged bird. It was evident that the position of Hokage had no competitors against Tsunade. Once she nodded, Minato was prepared to relinquish his title. Noticing Tsunade's hesitation, Naruto suddenly interjected, "Lady Tsunade, you aren't contemplating using Konoha's funds to settle your past gambling debts, are you?" While others might have said such a thing without consequence, Naruto's words provoked an immediate and furious response from Tsunade. In an instant, she teleported and struck Naruto, embedding him into the ground, nonchalantly retorting, "You little brat, such a loose tongue. It was merely the title of Hokage. She would take it on without hesitation." With Tsunade's agreement, Kushina Uzumaki's face brightened with joy as she gazed at Minato. However, Minato was too preoccupied at that moment. As soon as Tsunade consented, he swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to head to the Hokage building and arrange the subsequent matters. intending to hand over the Hokage position to Tsunade within 2 days. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade realized she had been tricked by Naruto and felt a surge of irritation. After the matter was settled, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Jiraiya bid their farewells, while Tsunade stormed out in anger, not even bothering to say goodbye. The following day, Minato announced his impending resignation as the 4th Hokage, with Tsunade set to assume the role of 5th Hokage. Although the announcement came hastily, the villagers of Konoha rejoiced for their lady Tsunade. However, this news held no allure for Orochimaru and the Akatsuki, who were relentlessly searching for Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Given the current state of affairs in Konoha, the mission to protect Naruto had subtly shifted for Uchiha Sasuke and Boruto Uzumaki. Their task had transformed into one of familial companionship. Boruto and the Sunflower were inseparable from their grandmother and Naruto, while Sasuke devoted himself to spending time with Mikoto Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha, occasionally teaching young Sarada Uchiha some ninjutsu. 3 days passed, and the day Minato had mentioned finally arrived. Early in the morning, the villagers of Konoha gathered in droves beneath the Hokage building, eagerly awaiting the transfer ceremony taking place atop the building. Minato solemnly handed the Hokage hat to Tsunade, mirroring the moment when the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had entrusted it to him. From this day forth, you shall be the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Minato declared with a serious expression directed at Tsunade, who, in this significant moment, gracefully accepted the hat and donned it upon her head. With a determined stride, she moved forward, her ceremonial robe billowing behind her, and addressed the ninjas and civilians below, articulating her oath as Hokage. At that moment, an untimely voice resonated through the air, disrupting the ceremony. I didn't expect the plan to be thwarted. I'll take care of this nuisance. Everyone's attention was drawn to the voice from above, where an oddly shaped figure floated, sneering at the assembly below. Is this the Otsutsuki Kinshiki you all speak of? Asked Naruto, glancing at Boruto, who nodded gravely upon recognizing the intruder. Indeed, this is the one who brought us here. Is it really this dull creature? Naruto scoffed, stepping forward with a fierce glare directed at Kinshiki. At his command, a multitude of shadowy figures surged forth from the surrounding darkness, launching themselves towards Kinshiki. What are these things? Kinshiki exclaimed, curiosity piqued by the peculiar forms of the shadowy figures. With a swift motion, he cast a rod, dispersing several of the advancing figures. Is that all? However, soon a swarm of other shadowy figures rushed in, undeterred, attacking Kinshiki relentlessly. Although the shadow soldiers summoned by Naruto were easily scattered by Kinshiki's strikes, their sheer numbers overwhelmed him, placing him at a disadvantage. Damn it, these annoying pests. Dragon Uzumaki observed the situation with disappointment. The strength of the shadow soldiers was intrinsically linked to the power of the summoner. Only a summoner with formidable strength could conjure equally potent shadow soldiers. Otherwise, how could Dragon Uzumaki's summoned soldiers effortlessly subdue Hashirama Senju? Although it was not Hashirama at full strength, he was not someone to be easily controlled. As Naruto unleashed his shadowy figures upon Kinshiki, others attempted to intervene, but were halted by Dragon Uzumaki, just as Minato and the others were about to inquire. Orochimaru and members of the Akatsuki erupted from various locations, launching an all-out assault on Kinshiki. All right, Naruto, stand down. Let's see their performance, Dragon Uzumaki suggested, prompting Naruto to redirect his summoned figures to protect the villagers of Konoha, standing beside Dragon Uzumaki to watch the unfolding drama. You're all infuriating. Kinshiki, already vexed by the shadowy figures, prepared to unleash his fury upon the reckless ninjas charging at him, his anger intensifying. Tenku Saburo, in a fit of rage, Kinshiki swung his crimson fishing rod, unleashing a torrent of red hooks that ensnared Orochimaru and his comrades, who were caught off guard. Subsequently, Kinshiki yanked the rod, extracting a mass of chakra from those ensnared, leaving it suspended on the hooks. After Otsutsuki Kinshiki retracted his fishing hook, Orochimaru and Nagato sensed that something was amiss, their bodies weakening instantaneously. How intriguing it was to directly siphon another's chakra. Orochimaru, with eyes gleaming with excitement, observed the fishing hook in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's hand. Although he remained in a state of considerable weakness, it did not deter him from scrutinizing Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Is that all there is to it? Otsutsuki Kinshiki remarked as he consumed a small amount of chakra, instantly mending his injuries. The ability to restore one's wounds by devouring chakra? Nagato, with his Rinnegan fixated on Otsutsuki Kinshiki's actions, was equally astonished to see the latter's immediate recovery. Seeing the astonished expressions of Nagato and his companions, Otsutsuki Kinshiki felt a swell of pride, reveling in the sight of those who had fallen to their knees. However, a sudden laser blast interrupted his moment of triumph. Damn it! Who dares to disturb me? Otsutsuki Kinshiki's mood soured as he turned to see a figure clad in metal firing a second chakra laser at him. The humming chakra laser shot from Scorpion's palm towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was incensed by the persistent provocation from the metallic figure below. How dare a mere puppet challenge me? He bellowed, swinging his fishing rod towards Scorpion. The latter, not one to be caught off guard, activated his acceleration devices to evade the incoming attack. As the two battled fiercely, Naruto Uzumaki and his comrades felt an itch to join the fray and glanced toward Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Aware of their gaze, Ryunosuke understood that Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who purportedly matched Uchiha Sasuke in strength, was yet to reveal his full potential. Thus, he chose to ignore them, unwilling to send them to their doom. After a prolonged skirmish, Scorpion ultimately fell victim to Otsutsuki Kinshiki's fishing rod, sent sprawling through the air due to insufficient chakra. Well then, it's time to deal with the fox. With all assailants vanquished, Otsutsuki Kinshiki assumed the pose of a victor, gliding mockingly towards Naruto Uzumaki. Ryunosuke would not allow this, initiating an attack with a dragon break combined with a laser strike aimed at Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The latter instinctively attempted to absorb the incoming attack, only to find that Ryunosuke's technique was not derived from chakra, thus rendering it impossible for him to absorb. Stubbornly, he endured the impact of Ryunosuke's strike. How is this possible? Your technique lacks chakra? Otsutsuki Kinshiki was incredulous, as even his formidable clan relied on chakra for power. Yet Ryunosuke's technique shattered this paradigm, proving that one could wield power without chakra, rendering him even more compelling than the Nine Tails. How did you achieve this? How can you unleash techniques devoid of chakra? Otsutsuki Kinshiki questioned frantically, while Ryunosuke remained unperturbed. Curious, are we? Come forth and pay the price. With that, Ryunosuke executed a swift rabbit charm, appearing beside Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and followed up with a powerful punch using the ox charm, sending Otsutsuki Kinshiki crashing to the ground. Impressive, and devoid of chakra fluctuations. My interest in you grows, he exclaimed. Subsequently, Otsutsuki Kinshiki voraciously consumed the chakra he had previously acquired from Orochimaru and his companions, his wounds gradually healing with each mouthful. Noticing this, Ryunosuke seized the opportunity to pull Otsutsuki Kinshiki into the realm of Shadow Kingdom, following suit from the shadows beneath him. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the two, Tsunade and Jiraiya expressed concern and curiosity, unsure of how to access the Shadow Kingdom themselves, as they had always relied on Ryunosuke to lead them. Let us venture in as well. Just as Tsunade was about to inquire about Uzumaki Mido's potential solutions, Naruto Uzumaki unexpectedly spoke up. What? Naruto, do you know how to enter the Shadow Kingdom? Jiraiya exclaimed, suddenly animated as he shook Naruto excitedly. Observing her son being rattled by Jiraiya, Kushina delivered a swift punch to Jiraiya's head, leaving a sizable bump. My brother once mentioned that anyone with a tattoo can autonomously enter the Shadow Kingdom. You only need to hold our hands to join us, Uzumaki Mido explained, clarifying the situation. Thus, led by Naruto Uzumaki, Uzumaki Karen, and Uzumaki Mido, those wishing to enter clasped hands, guided into the realm. Of course, Uzumaki Himawari remained outside under Hinata's watchful care. Upon entering, the clan leaders were taken aback by the sight before them. Everything was bathed in red, with no visible boundaries, and they found themselves floating without any solid ground beneath them. Suddenly, the sounds of battle echoed from ahead. Uzumaki Mido pointed towards the source of the noise, saying, "They are over there. Let us proceed with caution to avoid becoming leverage for Otsutsuki Kinshiki against my brother." With that, Uzumaki Mido took the lead, and the group floated towards the source of the commotion. Chapter 103. The nonchalant Uzumaki Ryunosuke and the unleashed Otsutsuki Kinshiki. As they neared the sounds of conflict, Uzumaki Mido and the others witnessed Uzumaki Ryunosuke overpowering Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was far removed from the calm demeanor he had displayed upon his arrival in Konoha. Now, he was covered in wounds, his clothing tattered from the skirmish. Damn it, where is this place? Otsutsuki Kinshiki growled as he tightened his grip on the fishing rod, striking at Uzumaki Ryunosuke, who merely raised an arm to block the ferocious blow. Initially, Akatsuki Kinshiki intended to activate his Rinnegan to escape this bizarre space, but upon activation, he found it impossible to open a spatial portal. Now he was visibly agitated. "This is my domain. You are most welcome here," he spat. "You damned fool. Die." As he heard Uzumaki Ryunosuke's taunts, Akatsuki Kinshiki's fury intensified, his red fishing rod swinging faster. Yet, despite his efforts, Ryunosuke effortlessly blocked the attack with a single arm, plunging Akatsuki Kinshiki into deep uncertainty. "Pray tell, what manner of being are you, with such rigid form?" In response to Akatsuki Urashiki's inquiry, the only reply was the massive fist of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, which struck directly upon Akatsuki Urashiki's visage, sending him sprawling once more. TCH. Is this what they call an entity from beyond the heavens? Such a paltry level of prowess? Initially, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had regarded the so-called celestial being Akatsuki Urashiki with disdain, recalling how Uchiha Sasuke had boasted of his ability to defeat him. However, upon witnessing Akatsuki Urashiki effortlessly vanquish Orochimaru and the members of the Akatsuki, Ryunosuke acknowledged his earlier underestimation. Yet, after several confrontations with Akatsuki Urashiki, Ryunosuke began to feel that his initial judgment had not been entirely erroneous. The strength displayed by Akatsuki Urashiki was, at present, not particularly formidable. His previous defeat of Orochimaru and his companions was achieved merely by siphoning their chakra, rendering them weak. While such an attack did not severely harm Orochimaru and his cohorts, in a world where the ninja arts heavily relied upon chakra, Akatsuki Urashiki was, in essence, in an invulnerable position. By draining the chakra from his opponents, he not only weakened them, but, as noted by Ryunosuke, could also utilize the stolen chakra to heal his own wounds. Alas, he now faced Uzumaki Ryunosuke, a foe whose capabilities extended far beyond mere chakra, proving to be a complete counter to Akatsuki Urashiki. "Curse you. Do not underestimate me." Ryunosuke's taunting voice only served to intensify the ire simmering within Akatsuki Urashiki. The facade of nonchalance he had maintained began to crumble, and all he desired now was to eliminate this irksome individual before him. With a shift of his gaze, Akatsuki Urashiki's eyes transformed from the Byakugan to the Rinnegan, a striking blue hue enveloping them. He gripped his fishing rod tightly and charged at Ryunosuke, wielding it with a newfound vigor that was markedly different from before. Has his eye changed again? From Byakugan to Rinnegan, akin to Nagato's, albeit with only a color variation. The transformation did not escape Ryunosuke's keen observation. Just as he contemplated this shift, Akatsuki Urashiki lunged forward, forcing Ryunosuke to brace himself against the oncoming strike of the fishing rod. It was not only Ryunosuke who noted Akatsuki Urashiki's transformation. Even the onlookers concealed behind the scenes recognized the alteration in his eyes. A Rinnegan akin to Nagato's? It appears that the legendary sage of six paths shares a peculiar connection with this Akatsuki Urashiki. Jiraiya, seasoned by his extensive travels within the ninja world, swiftly drew the connection, while Nagato and Uzumaki Kushina remained awestruck by Akatsuki Urashiki's Rinnegan. With Jiraiya's insight, the assembled crowd began to ponder deeply, their gazes fixed on Akatsuki Urashiki. Ryunosuke could distinctly sense that Akatsuki Urashiki had not merely altered his ocular attributes. His overall strength had visibly escalated. The fishing rod, which he could previously block with ease using a single arm, now caused a tingling sensation upon impact, reminiscent of a single hair brushing against his skin. Though slight, it was a sensation not to be overlooked. This enhancement was a testament to Ryunosuke inheriting the formidable physical prowess of the demon he had encountered. Had a regular individual faced this blow, it would certainly not have been so trivial. "What? You remain unscathed?" In Akatsuki Urashiki's eyes, Ryunosuke appeared to effortlessly deflect his attack, seemingly unchanged from their previous encounters. Yet, only Akatsuki Urashiki understood the true extent of his newfound power. With the Rinnegan activated, he was considered formidable even among the Akatsuki clan, yet he felt utterly powerless before Ryunosuke. "Do not be so hasty. You have indeed grown a fraction stronger," Ryunosuke stated earnestly, his words dripping with sarcasm, which only fueled Akatsuki Urashiki's prideful fury. Enraged, he discarded his fishing rod and fixed his gaze intently upon Ryunosuke. "You have brought this upon yourself. I shall ensure you pay dearly." In a shocking display, Akatsuki Urashiki gouged out his right eye, stuffing it into his mouth and beginning to chew. As he swallowed, a transformation commenced within his body. A golden rinnegan sprouted upon his forehead, and a radiant white light enveloped him. When the luminescence faded, a reformed Akatsuki Urashiki stood before Ryunosuke, his visage altered dramatically, with peculiar black markings adorning his face, and two wing-like protrusions emerging from his forehead, one longer than the other. Furthermore, his azure rinnegan had now transformed into two golden orbs, and his feet had morphed into claw-like appendages. Pray tell, have you become a bird-like creature? Ryunosuke inquired, perplexed by Akatsuki Urashiki's metamorphosis. Naturally, this question was perceived by Akatsuki Urashiki as yet another taunt from Ryunosuke. I hope your tongue remains as sharp in the moments to come. With that, Akatsuki Urashiki charged at Ryunosuke, his speed so swift that even Uzumaki Kushina and her companions could scarcely perceive his movements, only catching glimpses of the unfolding scene. Chapter 104. An inconclusive clash, the enraged Uzumaki Kushina. In an instant, Akatsuki Urashiki and Uzumaki Ryunosuke collided with tremendous force. The ensuing shockwave radiated outward, sending those nearby, Uzumaki Kushina and her allies, reeling from the sheer pressure. Who would have thought that in your avian form, you would possess such commendable strength? Despite the bizarre appearance, it was evident that his power had indeed increased. Faced with Ryunosuke's scornful gaze and mocking words, Akatsuki Urashiki could no longer contain himself. He launched a frenzied assault of punches and kicks against Ryunosuke, devoid of any discernible strategy. As the saying goes, the soft fears the hard fears the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. Although Akatsuki Urashiki's strikes could not breach Ryunosuke's formidable defenses, the relentless onslaught forced Ryunosuke into a precarious position. Realizing that this impasse could not continue, Ryunosuke seized an opportunity to deliver a powerful kick that sent Akatsuki Urashiki sprawling backward. With a swift motion, he tore away the ragged remnants of his garments, revealing a physique honed by rigorous training as he regarded Akatsuki Urashiki from across the battlefield. Who would have imagined that a few words could provoke such fury in you? It appears that even this so-called being from beyond possesses emotions akin to our own. Suddenly, the two azure rinnegan of Akatsuki Pushur transformed into golden eyes, and his feet morphed into claws resembling those of a bird. Have you turned into a birdman? Uzumaki Ryunosuke inquired, gazing at the drastically altered Akatsuki Pushur with curiosity. Naturally, this remark was perceived by Akatsuki Pushur as a jest from Uzumaki Ryunosuke. I hope your mouth remains as foul as it is now, Akatsuki Pushur declared, immediately charging at Uzumaki Ryunosuke with such swiftness that even Uzumaki Mizuhito and the others nearby could barely discern the movement, only catching a vague glimpse. Chapter 104. A tumultuous confrontation, the furious Uzumaki Mizuhito. Subsequently, Akatsuki Pushur and Uzumaki Ryunosuke collided forcefully. In an instant, a tremendous wave of wind pressure emanated from the point of impact, sending Uzumaki Mizuhito and the others staggering in disarray. Who would have thought that your transformation into a birdman would yield such results? Your appearance may be bizarre, but your strength has indeed improved. Observing the disdainful gaze and mocking words of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Akatsuki Pushur could no longer contain himself and launched a flurry of haphazard punches and kicks at him. As the saying goes, the soft fears the hard fears the reckless, and the reckless fears the desperate. Uzumaki Ryunosuke, somewhat disheveled, at him. Ripping apart his tattered clothing to reveal his muscular physique, Uzumaki Ryunosuke stared at Akatsuki Pushur from a distance. Even this so-called celestial being possesses emotions like the rest of us. In response to Uzumaki Ryunosuke's teasing, Akatsuki Pushur attempted to suppress his inner fury. He silently vowed to tear Uzumaki Ryunosuke's mouth apart. When the time came, he would relish the sight of his opponent rendered speechless. Having resolved this in his mind, Akatsuki Pushur raised his hand once more and charged at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Tensu no kamikaze. As he propelled himself forward, various purple waves of light shot from the center of his palm, all aimed at Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Unyielding, Uzumaki Ryunosuke waved his hands gently, and the invisible air around him obediently shielded him from the incoming purple waves. Having assessed your abilities, it appears this is where your prowess ends. After successfully deflecting Akatsuki Pushur's attack, Uzumaki Ryunosuke regarded him with an impassive expression. The earlier playful demeanor had vanished, replaced by an aura that warned others to stay away. Noticing the shift in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's presence, Akatsuki sure felt a tremor in his heart. Yet, he maintained a facade of disdain as he continued to observe his opponent. Now that I have gauged your level, you are no longer necessary. Farewell. Akatsuki sure initially failed to comprehend the meaning behind Uzumaki Ryunosuke's words. However, as he was about to inquire further, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed, losing consciousness. Upon witnessing Akatsuki sure's fall, Uzumaki Ryunosuke waved his hand towards the space behind him. The hidden Uzumaki Mizuhito and the others, witnessing his gesture, boldly emerged from their concealment. A group swiftly surrounded Akatsuki sure, their curiosity piqued by his sudden collapse. Lord Ryunosuke, how did you manage that? Akatsuki sure was unable to retaliate and fell straight to the ground. In response to their inquiries, Uzumaki Ryunosuke simply gestured towards the ground, and a diminutive figure appeared in the palm of his hand. Is that the Shadow Devourer? The familiar little creature standing in Uzumaki Ryunosuke's grasp astonished Uzumaki Kushina and Orochimaru, who had anticipated its presence. Who would have imagined that even the formidable Akatsuki sure would fall into unconsciousness after having his shadow absorbed by this tiny being? While others expressed admiration for Uzumaki Ryunosuke's impressive feat, Uzumaki Mizuhito, upon learning the details, stormed off in anger from the Shadow Kingdom. Noticing something amiss with his sister, Uzumaki Ryunosuke casually waved his hand at Orochimaru and Sasori, stating, "You may handle Akatsuki sure as you see fit," before pursuing Uzumaki Mizuhito. Upon entering the outside world, Uzumaki Ryunosuke spotted Uzumaki Mizuhito, silently standing at the edge of the rooftop, staring calmly into the distance. "Mizuhito, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" Unaware of the situation, Uzumaki Ryunosuke approached her with his usual brazen demeanor. Observing the still smiling Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Uzumaki Mizuhito's anger intensified. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, her voice thick with emotion. In that moment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt no joy from his previous victory over Akatsuki sure. Instead, he became somber as he looked at his sister, still crying, unsure of how to console her. What on earth is wrong? Finally, having exhausted all options, Uzumaki Ryunosuke directly asked Uzumaki Mizuhito the reason for her tears. "How can you even ask? You could have easily subdued Akatsuki sure without any risk. Yet you chose to engage in a prolonged battle. Do you have any idea how worried I was while watching you from behind? And you, with your carefree attitude. Even just moments ago, you were still grinning like a fool. Do you understand what it means to be responsible? We are nearly 100 years old. Could you not act like a child and consider your family before taking such risks?" As Uzumaki Mizuhito continued her tirade, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt not irritation but rather excitement at her scolding. It was fortunate that the rooftop was empty, otherwise, anyone witnessing this scene would surely question whether the usually solemn Uzumaki Ryunosuke had an unusual penchant for being reprimanded. "You're still smiling. You truly are incomprehensible." The more Uzumaki Mizuhito spoke, the angrier she became, while Uzumaki Ryunosuke, on the other hand, found himself increasingly amused, to the point where his smile nearly reached his ears. "My brother is no longer with us. I am now a girl devoid of a brother's affection." The whirlpool of emotions enveloped Uzumaki Naruto as he wept bitterly in the embrace of Senju Hashirama. In that moment, even the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, found himself powerless, merely offering solace by gently stroking Naruto's back. Accompanying them were Senju Tobarama and the head of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's father, Uzumaki Erashure. It was after that fateful day that Senju Tobarama commenced his research on the so-called Impure world reincarnation technique. Following the same day, the Uzumaki clan began to delve into the art of controlling the Shinigami. Eventually, Senju Tobarama's ninjutsu allowed Uzumaki Ryunosuke to be resurrected once more. However, the consequences of the Uzumaki clan's pursuit of controlling the Shinigami proved disastrous, becoming one of the fundamental reasons for their eventual annihilation. If one were to inquire why the former Uzumaki Ryunosuke was able to control the Shinigami, it would simply be due to his immunity to death from any external force. Moreover, the Shinigami, while capable of inflicting harm upon the souls of the practitioners, encountered an unfortunate predicament. Ryunosuke's soul was fortified with a protective seal, rendering it impervious. In essence, the Shinigami was utterly powerless against Uzumaki Ryunosuke, not because Ryunosuke wielded control over the Shinigami, but rather due to the latter's inability to affect him. Returning to the matter at hand, Uzumaki Ryunosuke silently regarded Uzumaki Naruto, who had brought up the past. This reaction led Naruto to believe she was correct, and she spoke to Ryunosuke. "See, I told you so. You were already dead then. We are still unaware of the strange and peculiar things that exist in this world. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Promise me, do not engage in reckless pursuits again. It is better to resolve matters directly rather than risk your life due to negligence." Observing Naruto's deep concern, Ryunosuke let out a soft sigh. He gently stroked her head and spoke reassuringly. "That incident was an accident, but the threat has been dealt with. I assure you, there is no longer any force in this world that can threaten me. Do not boast. Take care of yourself. I do not wish to attend your funeral a second time." Seeing that Ryunosuke did not heed her counsel, Naruto felt helpless. Yet she was still eager to believe in her brother's invincibility. After one last plea, she turned and headed home. The emotional turmoil had left her eyes slightly swollen. A poor image for someone of high esteem. Thus she needed to return home to remedy her appearance. As for Ryunosuke, witnessing his sister's disbelief in him, he felt a sense of helplessness. After all, the peculiarities he harbored were too numerous to divulge to Naruto. It was entirely impractical to reveal everything. Not long after the quarrel between Ryunosuke and Naruto, Minato and Orochimaru, along with their companions, emerged from the Shadow Kingdom, bearing the body of Akatsuki Kagaya. For Orochimaru and Sasori, who had long coveted Kagaya's body, once they obtained it, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their research in the laboratory. After confirming that the threat posed by Kagaya had been neutralized, Uzumaki Kushina announced loudly that she was organizing a celebration, urging Uchiha Sasuke to invite Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, among others. Meanwhile, she took Uzumaki Boruto and Uzumaki Naruto to visit the Hyuga clan and seek out Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi, while leaving the dinner preparations to Minato. Faced with this situation, Minato could only smile wryly in acquiescence. However, Ryunosuke found it peculiar. He patted Minato on the shoulder and asked, "Has Kushina been under some sort of stress? She has already held several gatherings recently. What is going on with her?" In response to Ryunosuke's inquiry, Minato shrugged. "Kushina said that we are all individuals who have once faced death, and we must cherish our present lives. She believes that gatherings are the epitome of joy. Hence she has been concocting excuses to celebrate." Upon hearing Minato's explanation, Ryunosuke felt a sense of resignation. Yet what could he do? After all, she was his child, and he could only indulge her. After offering a comforting pat on Minato's shoulder, Ryunosuke rose to seek out Naruto. He did not wish to create a rift with his sister. As Kushina had said, having already faced death once, they should embrace joy wholeheartedly. As for the sorrowful matters, they could be addressed later, after the happiness had been savored. Subsequently, after Ryunosuke's persistent persuasion and a plethora of assurances given to Naruto, she finally reconciled with him. Meanwhile, at Minato's residence, the Uchiha Fugaku family and the Hyuga Hizashi family had already arrived, bringing along Kakashi and his father, Uchiha Obito, and Noara Rin. Ultimately, the former Team Minato, now comprised of Might Guy's team, Yuhi Kurinai's team, Kakashi's team, along with Sarutobi Asuma, Sarutobi Kinomaru, Might Dewey, and Hyuga Hayashi, gathered for the celebration. The presence of many influential figures from the Hidden Leaf Village filled the event, and most attendees had the opportunity to meet Uzumaki Boruto and Uzumaki Himawari, as well as a grown-up Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 106. The Three Soon Depart. Ryunosuke's Solutiono. "You must be Himawari, how adorable," exclaimed Uchiha Mikoto, alongside Uzumaki Kushina, as they surrounded Uzumaki Himawari, who appeared as a rosy-cheeked little girl. As for Himawari, the attendees were evidently more captivated by the now-grown Uchiha Sasuke. In particular, Haruno Sakura trailed closely behind Sasuke. Originally, Yamanaka Ino intended to join them, but upon Boruto's initial encounter with Sakura, the truth was inadvertently revealed. Under the persistent questioning of Sakura and Ino, Boruto had no choice but to disclose that in their timeline, Sakura was Sasuke's wife. This revelation filled Sakura with pride, casting a smug glance at her longtime rival, Ino. The remaining guests clustered around Minato, listening intently as he recounted the tale of Ryunosuke's confrontation with Akatsuki Kagaya. "I never expected this. Beings from other realms? I thought the ninja world was vast enough, yet there are other worlds beyond it," pondered Hatake Tsukumo, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Based on Minato's account, it appeared that not only did the future Uchiha Sasuke's timeline include members of the Akatsuki clan, but their current world also harbored Akatsuki descendants. Though for reasons unknown, they had yet to reveal themselves. In the midst of conversation and merriment, time passes the swiftest. The guests at the gathering began to bid their farewells one by one, leaving behind a scene of disarray. Naturally, the task of tidying up had already been delegated to the ninjas of the Shadow Corps by Uzumaki Kushina. After all, there was no need for her to intervene with the enemies, so she often regarded these ninjas merely as caretakers. When the Uchiha Fugaku family took their leave, Uchiha Sasuke explicitly informed Uzumaki Boruto and Uzumaki Himawari that they would soon return to their own world. Thus, although the gathering was filled with joy, its conclusion brought a touch of sadness. Upon receiving the news, Uzumaki Himawari clung tightly to Uzumaki Kushina, unwilling to let go, and Kushina, fond of her granddaughter, was equally reluctant to see them depart. After all, according to Uchiha Sasuke, they would not be returning after this visit. The two worlds were, after all, unrelated, merely connected temporarily due to the presence of Akatsuki Kinshiki. Now that Kinshiki had been dealt with, it was naturally time to bid farewell. Indeed, it was not only Uzumaki Kushina who felt sorrow. Even Namikaze Minato was heartbroken. He cherished his granddaughter so deeply that he wished to hold her close to his heart. This was one of the reasons he had discussed relinquishing his duties with Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Uzumaki Mido. However, who could have anticipated that just as they were about to spend precious time with their granddaughter, the moment of parting would arrive? Thus, although the joyous gathering had come to an end, the Namikaze family found it impossible to sleep, while Uzumaki Kushina held on to Uzumaki Himawari, refusing to let go. Observing this, Uzumaki Ryunosuke recalled a power he had possessed but never utilized since acquiring it, a power that could indeed allow Uzumaki Kushina to meet Uzumaki Himawari again in the future. That power was magic, the enchanting magic inherited from Jackie-chan adventures, which bestowed wondrous abilities. Uzumaki Ryunosuke distinctly remembered witnessing time-traveling magic when he first obtained this power. At that time, he had thought it to be of little use, believing that ninjutsu was far more practical. After all, on the battlefield, enemies would not grant you the opportunity to cast spells. This was not a heartwarming anime where opponents stood idly by, waiting for you to unleash your abilities. Finally, the moment arrived for Uzumaki Ryunosuke to let his magic shine. After the gathering concluded, he vanished, leaving even Uzumaki Mido perplexed as to his whereabouts. It was truly frustrating. With only a few days left before Himawari and the others departed, their uncle had disappeared without a trace. Why were all elders so enigmatic? Back at the Namikaze household, Uzumaki Kushina cradled Uzumaki Himawari in one arm, while furiously pounding on the cushions of the nearby sofa with her other hand, treating the cushions as if they were Uzumaki Ryunosuke, expressing her dissatisfaction at his sudden disappearance. Kushina, have you tried contacting Lord Ryunosuke through the Shadow Corps? Watching his furious wife, Namikaze Minato could only offer gentle words of consolation. However, to his surprise, when he asked, Uzumaki Kushina shot him a deadly glare. Do you think I am a fool? I have already tried, but the ninjas of the Shadow Corps are utterly mute on this matter, not a word to say. Upon hearing this from Uzumaki Kushina, Minato felt utterly defeated. All he could do was avoid making mistakes during this period, ensuring that he did not provide Kushina with any reason to vent her frustrations. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Himawari, held tightly in Kushina's embrace, appeared dejected. With a soft voice, she tugged at Kushina's clothing and asked, Grandma, does Lord Ryunosuke not like us? Why does he keep avoiding us? Her tender, plaintive tone extinguished the flames of anger within Uzumaki Kushina. She smiled gently, stroking Himawari's back, and said softly, Of course not. Lord Ryunosuke is simply busy with other matters. And when he is busy, we cannot find him. It is not that he dislikes you. He is just unable to meet us. After receiving Kushina's comforting words, Himawari's spirits began to lift, but she was still clearly unprepared for the impending farewell. In contrast, Uzumaki Boruto remained carefree, training alongside his father, Uzumaki Naruto. It was during this time that Boruto truly grasped the extent of his father's extraordinary abilities. The forbidden technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu was used as if it were the most basic form of cloning. Boruto believed he had already achieved a commendable level of skill, yet upon witnessing his father conjure over 1,000 shadow clones during training, Boruto's worldview shattered. Moreover, after every training session, Naruto dispelled the clones with an unfazed demeanor, as if the repercussions of the multiple shadow clone technique were non-existent. Days passed, and the time came for Uzumaki Boruto and the others to depart. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, a group of people gazed upon the three standing before them. With Uzumaki Kushina's eyes swollen from tears as she looked at Uzumaki Himawari with profound reluctance. Uzumaki Ryunosuke had already returned 2 days prior, but faced with Kushina's ire, he remained silent, quietly instructing the soldiers of the Shadow Corps to gather the items he required. As the moment drew near, Uchiha Sasuke began to infuse chakra into a small turtle in his hands. As the chakra flowed, the turtle's shell gradually opened, revealing a swirling portal of wondrous light. With the appearance of the portal, Uzumaki Ryunosuke produced the items he had long prepared. To everyone's astonishment, he revealed 4 yellow sheets of paper inscribed with intricate symbols, along with a desiccated gecko from his pocket. "Lord Ryunosuke, what are you planning to do?" Minato inquired, perplexed by Ryunosuke's unusual actions. However, at that moment, Uzumaki Ryunosuke had no time to respond, choosing to disregard Minato's question. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he tossed the 4 yellow sheets of paper into the portal from which Uchiha Sasuke and the others had vanished. To everyone's amazement, the yellow sheets did not fall to the ground but instead anchored the portal in place, preventing it from dissipating. Subsequently, Uzumaki Ryunosuke began to shake the desiccated gecko in his hand, chanting, "Evil spirits, begone! Evil spirits, begone! Evil spirits, begone! Begone, demons and spirits! Begone, demons and spirits! Begone, demons and spirits!" As they observed the eccentric antics of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, the onlookers were filled with a desire to laugh, yet they restrained themselves, nearly suffering from internal injuries in the process. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. Under Ryunosuke's seemingly mystical performance, the vanishing portal began to expand gradually, eventually forming a vortex large enough for a person to traverse. Ryunosuke gazed upon the stabilized entrance leading to the world of Hinata and the others. A heavy burden finally lifted from his heart. However, this entrance remained temporary. Should the energy of the 4 talismans wane, the portal would inevitably disappear. Thus, Ryunosuke retrieved a peculiar box from his robe. Those familiar with Ryunosuke's original world would recognize it as the legendary Panko box that had once imprisoned the 8 great demons. As Ryunosuke brandished this unusual artifact, the crowd was enveloped in an aura of curiosity. Yet, witnessing Ryunosuke's serious demeanor, their myriad questions were momentarily set aside. They then observed as Ryunosuke twisted the box in his hands, and to their astonishment, it levitated into the air, guided by the lizard-like creature in Ryunosuke's grasp. The box absorbed the open portal. Once the entrance from which Uchiha Sasuke and the others had vanished was swallowed by the box, it appeared to lose its potency, plummeting to the ground. While the spectators gazed on with a mix of curiosity, wonder, and disbelief, Ryunosuke exhaled a long sigh of relief and solemnly picked up the fallen Panko box. Holding the box aloft, Ryunosuke could no longer contain his excitement. "I have finally succeeded," he proclaimed, raising the Panko box triumphantly towards the sky. Following this declaration, he approached Mito and the others, eager to showcase his accomplishment. "Impressive, isn't it? Absolutely magnificent. I am a genius, am I not?" Noticing the peculiar situation, Minato swiftly grasped Ryunosuke's arm and inquired, "Ryunosuke-sama, we have been eager to ask you since earlier, what were you doing just now? What purpose does this box serve?" Confronted by the eager gazes filled with curiosity, Ryunosuke proudly elevated the Panko box. This box is a treasure known as the Panko box. Originally, it was designed to seal demons. However, with their extinction, it has remained idle. A few days ago, upon learning that Hinata and the others were about to depart, I sought a means to connect our worlds, which led me to this, the Panko box. While the others found Ryunosuke's talk of demons somewhat absurd, Minato, ever the diligent supporter, dutifully asked, "Then, what exactly were you doing just now, Ryunosuke-sama?" Pleased with Minato's sincere curiosity, Ryunosuke felt a sense of pride regarding his earlier actions. To utilize the Panko box is no simple task. During the days of my absence, I tirelessly studied every aspect of magic that resided in my mind. Finally, 2 days before Hinata's departure, I completed my studies. In the subsequent days, I dispatched the Shadow Legion to gather the essential materials for casting spells, which enabled me to perform the actions you just witnessed. Upon hearing Minato's earnest question, Ryunosuke chose to be forthright, revealing the entire process. I used the talismans I crafted myself to stabilize the time-space portal from which Hinata and the others vanished. Merely stabilizing it was insufficient. Once the energy of my talismans is fully expended, the portal will still erode. Therefore, I modified the Panka box's settings to absorb the portal, effectively storing it within. This way, when we wish to reach Hinata's world, we can use the Panka box to open that passage. Moreover, since I fixed the space from which Hinata and the others entered and exited, we need not worry about being transported elsewhere. It is now akin to returning home. The route is secured. However, as we are not residents of that world, we cannot remain there indefinitely. Based on my calculations, we may visit only once a month and stay for a maximum of 7 days. What? Ryunosuke's lengthy explanation left the assembled crowd utterly astounded. The notion of connecting two worlds, a seemingly impossible feat, had been accomplished with such ease by Ryunosuke. No wonder he had reacted so exuberantly earlier, claiming to be a genius. In Chapter 108, the commencement of their journey, Ryunosuke's astonishing capabilities were truly beyond belief. Unlike the others who were eager to visit Hinata's world, Orochimaru was in awe of Ryunosuke himself. After all, the operations Ryunosuke executed were beyond even the legendary sage of 6 paths. The allure of traversing time and space was undeniably captivating. So, Uncle, are you implying that we can now venture into Hinata's world? Kushina gazed at the Panka box in Ryunosuke's hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Were it not for the fear of unforeseen consequences, she would have snatched it away already. Observing the ecstatic faces before him, Ryunosuke, despite nearing a century of life, could not suppress the pride swelling within him. Indeed, all I need to do now is activate the Panka box to open the gateway to their world. After receiving confirmation from Ryunosuke, Kushina eagerly wrapped her arm around his, adopting a pleading tone. Then, Uncle, let us go now. I wish to see what kind of world Hinata and the others inhabit. Although Kushina's childlike demeanor was somewhat endearing, it encapsulated the sentiments of those present. They, too, yearned to glimpse the state of that alternate realm. In truth, regardless of whether Kushina voiced her thoughts, Ryunosuke had already intended to journey to Hinata's world. Thus, under Kushina's hopeful gaze, Ryunosuke nodded in agreement to her request. Let our inaugural journey commence with myself, Mito, Minato, Kushina, Fugaku, Mikoto, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. It is our first foray into another world, and since we remain unaware of what lies beyond, it would be prudent for us to ascertain the safety of the other side. Upon hearing the words of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, the originally eager Tsunade's expression instantly soured, her face clearly betraying her displeasure. The characters "I am unhappy" were emblazoned across her visage. Humph, Uncle Grandpa is indeed biased. Before Ryunosuke could respond to Tsunade's complaints, Uzumaki Mito interjected. You are now the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Could you perhaps exhibit a bit more maturity? Moreover, you just assumed your position yesterday. How can you contemplate vanishing for 7 days? Tsunade's mood darkened further at Mito's remarks. She had not even begun her duties yet, and was already contemplating whether to abandon her role as Hokage. However, thinking of the consequences her grandmother would face upon hearing such news, Tsunade could only sigh in resignation and nod in acquiescence. Very well, everyone prepare yourselves. Let us gather here promptly at 9 tomorrow morning. Ignoring Tsunade's dissatisfied demeanor, Ryunosuke shifted his focus to organizing the others, and after issuing his directives, he and Mito vanished from sight. The individuals Ryunosuke had called upon, after offering some words of comfort to Tsunade, joyfully began to gather their belongings. The remaining attendees, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, departed without delay, leaving Tsunade alone atop the Hokage building, standing solitary in the wind. Meanwhile, on another front, Uchiha Sasuke had long since returned to his world with Uzumaki Boruto and Uzumaki Himawari. At this moment, Sasuke was reporting to Uzumaki Naruto about the happenings in another realm. Is that so? A timeline where events unfolded differently than ours. Upon hearing Sasuke's account, Naruto expressed an overwhelming yearning for the world described by Sasuke. Had there truly been such a figure as my great-uncle during our first Chunin exam, perhaps my world would have been transformed as well. After Sasuke's departure, Naruto stood alone on the rooftop, gazing absent-mindedly at the stars twinkling in the night sky. Back in the home of Uzumaki Naruto, Himawari proudly showcased the 9 loyal soldiers of the Shadow Corps she had received from Ryunosuke to her mother, Hinata, a now mother. Hinata was initially rendered speechless by the sight of the fervent soldiers summoned by her daughter. However, after a series of probing questions from Hinata, Himawari recounted all the events that occurred in Ryunosuke's timeline. Upon learning that Himawari had been attacked by the elders of the Hyuga clan in that world, Hinata's anger caused the veins around her eyes to bulge. Had those elders been from our world, they would have long since turned to dust. Passed, and the scene shifted to the following morning at 8:30. The exuberant Kushina had dragged Minato early in the morning, clutching the items she had purchased for Himawari. She found someone else already there. "Sister Tsunade, you're here so early?" She startled both Kushina and Minato. Tsunade's eyes were bloodshot, and had she possessed the Uchiha bloodline, they might have feared she had activated her Sharingan. "It's you, Kushina. Why are you all here so early?" Tsunade, recognizing her visitors, greeted them wearily. Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" Minato asked, concern evident in his voice as he noticed Tsunade's red-rimmed eyes and dark circles. "Don't mind me. I'm a medical ninja, and I know myself well. I'm perfectly alert." Minato, skeptical of her claims, continued to observe her as she stifled yawns. Fortunately, at that moment, the others began to arrive, and Minato ceased his inquiries. The attention of everyone present was soon captivated by the Panka treasure box in Ryunosuke's hands. With one hand grasping the Panka treasure box and the other addressing the gathered crowd, Ryunosuke announced, "Now, we are embarking on our first journey through time. However, before we proceed, there is something I must clarify. Once the 7 days have elapsed, the Panka treasure box will automatically open and draw me back. Regardless of what you are doing at that time, or how much you struggle, it will be futile. Even if you attempt to hide in another ninja village, the Panka treasure box will still return you. I urge you all not to engage in any futile endeavors. When the 7 days are up, stay by my side, and we shall return safely. We are merely setting out to explore. Should you find something to pursue in that realm, there will be ample opportunity in the future. There is no rush, but should I discover anyone acting overly clever, do not blame me for being harsh upon your return." Ryunosuke's lengthy address was met with understanding and solemnity from those present. None were foolish enough to oppose him, except for Hashirama Danzo, who had already transformed into the wind and was lost to time. Observing the resolute and serious expressions of his companions, Ryunosuke began to manipulate the Panka treasure box. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the box levitated as it had the previous day. This time, however, it emitted a massive, luminous door filled with strange light. After casting one last glance at the crowd, Ryunosuke leaped into the doorway, followed eagerly by Kushina, who pulled Minato along with her, followed by Fugaku and Mikoto, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Finally, Uzumaki Mido solemnly patted Tsunade on the shoulder, saying, "While we are away, protect Konoha. I will ensure my brother brings you along next time." Without waiting for Tsunade's response, Mido jumped into the portal. With her entry, the radiant door closed and vanished from sight. Tsunade, still in disbelief, turned around to survey the area where the door had appeared, and after confirming its disappearance, she shrugged in resignation and headed home to sleep. As for the duties of Hokage, she unceremoniously passed them on to Shizune and Narashikaku. After all, Tsunade was not one to engage in mundane tasks herself. Simply avoiding the temptation to pilfer village funds for personal debts was already a significant feat. Meanwhile, after Ryunosuke and the others leaped through the portal, they found themselves sliding through a verdant passageway for an indeterminate duration, until they were finally ejected into a brightly illuminated space. We are merely embarking on an exploration. If you truly have something to pursue over there, opportunities will abound in the future. There is no need to rush at this moment. However, should I discover anyone attempting to be clever, do not blame me for my lack of compassion upon our return. Uzumaki Ryunosuke spoke at length, yet none present were fools. Furthermore, no one would be foolish enough to oppose Uzumaki Ryunosuke, except perhaps Hashirama Danzo, who had already transformed into the wind and remained untraceable. Observing the solemn and approving expressions of those around him, Uzumaki Ryunosuke began to manipulate the Panku treasure box. Subsequently, under the gaze of all present, the Panku treasure box ascended into the air, just as it had the previous day. However, this time was different. The box emitted a colossal door filled with strange luminescence. Afterward, Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned to glance at the crowd once more before leaping through the portal. Uzumaki Kushina, unable to contain her excitement, promptly pulled Minato Namikaze along and jumped through the door, followed closely by Fugaku Uchiha and his wife, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Finally, Uzumaki Mido solemnly patted Tsunade on the shoulder and said, "Take good care of Konoha while we are away. I will ensure my brother brings you along next time." Without waiting for Tsunade's response, Uzumaki Mido leaped through the door. As she entered, the radiant door closed behind her, vanishing into thin air. Tsunade, in disbelief, turned around at the spot where the door had appeared, confirming its disappearance multiple times before shrugging her shoulders in resignation and heading home to rest. As for the duties of Hokage, she unceremoniously delegated them to Shizune and Narashikaku. After all, who was she, Tsunade Senju? Did she seem the type to personally attend to bureaucratic matters? It was already a miracle she hadn't taken the opportunity to abscond with village funds to pay off debts while Kakuzu was absent from the village. Meanwhile, after Uzumaki Ryunosuke and his companions leaped through the portal, they found themselves gliding through a verdant passage for an indeterminate amount of time before finally being ejected into a brightly lit area. Once the journey through the portal concluded, Uzumaki Ryunosuke rose to survey his surroundings, mindful of the fact that he was in an unfamiliar world. Just as he began his investigation, the last of their group, Uzumaki Mido, emerged from the passage as well. Like Uzumaki Ryunosuke, she stood and scrutinized the environment. They found themselves in a vast forest, and due to the dense foliage, it was impossible for them to ascertain their precise location. "Uncle, have we succeeded?" Uzumaki Kushina, feeling nervous in the strange surroundings, grasped Minato's arm and cautiously inquired of Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Upon hearing her question, Uzumaki Ryunosuke closed his eyes and activated his Shadow Kingdom abilities to probe their surroundings. "Not bad. We have succeeded," he discerned, detecting a faint presence imbued with the essence of the Shadow Kingdom not far away. Among those with the Shadow Kingdom abilities, the weakest was none other than Uzumaki Boruto. In this regard, even Uzumaki Himawari surpassed Boruto considerably, though Uzumaki Ryunosuke would not disclose this bias to the others. He granted Uzumaki Himawari the effortless capability to summon soldiers from the Shadow Kingdom, unlike Boruto and the others, who needed to draw from their inner darkness. This ability was something Uzumaki Ryunosuke had comprehended while studying magic and fortuitously applied it to Uzumaki Himawari. Upon hearing Uzumaki Ryunosuke's affirmation, Uzumaki Kushina joyfully leaped up, her fear dissipating, and ran towards his indicated direction. Seeing his wife rush forward, Minato naturally followed suit. "What are they doing? Do they not realize I can directly reach our destination?" Uzumaki Ryunosuke thought, somewhat exasperated by the couple's impulsive actions. Observing this, Uzumaki Mido chuckled softly and approached to counsel the visibly displeased Uzumaki Ryunosuke. "Enough. This is not our world. It would be unwise to use the Shadow Kingdom abilities recklessly. Let us proceed with caution for now." Hearing Mido's advice, Uzumaki Ryunosuke, not one to be unreasonable, nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly caught up with Minato and Kushina. Fortunately, Uzumaki Ryunosuke sensed that Boruto was not far from their current location. After running for several minutes, the group arrived at a scene where Uzumaki Boruto and a noticeably matured Uzumaki Naruto stood together before a rock, engaged in cheerful conversation. "Who?" As soon as Uzumaki Ryunosuke's group spotted Naruto and Boruto, Naruto sensed their approach. The area they occupied was not one where ordinary individuals could roam freely. And since Uzumaki Ryunosuke's chakra was unfamiliar to him, his response was instinctive. With a shout, Naruto drew Boruto's attention to the figures standing in the trees. "Ryunosuke Dano?" Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Uzumaki Ryunosuke, Boruto was momentarily astounded, his face a canvas of disbelief. He was indeed the great uncle Ryunosuke from the alternate timeline that you had mentioned, wasn't he? Gazing at the unfamiliar yet quietly imposing figure in the trees, Naruto, filled with astonishment, began to prepare for an encounter. Yet, what Naruto could not have anticipated was that several longed-for figures materialized around Uzumaki Ryunosuke. "Ah, it's Boruto." Recognizing the individual below, Uzumaki Kushina excitedly leaped down from the tree and rushed to embrace Boruto, affectionately tousling his hair. On the other hand, Minato and Jiraiya regarded the now mature Naruto, their hearts swelling with pride as they exchanged a series of reassuring pats on his shoulder. Minato and Jiraiya repeatedly patted Naruto's arms, their hearts brimming with unspoken pride as they gazed at the familiar young man before them. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto stood frozen in disbelief, taking in the surreal scene, the authenticity of the moment overwhelming him. He felt as though expressing his feelings would render him a fool in the eyes of others. Yet the sensation of his father and mentor's hands upon him was achingly real, and in an instant, tears streamed down Naruto's face like a torrent breaking through a dam. Dad Sensei. Chapter 110. Family Reunion. Excluded Individuals. Ah, Naruto, you truly are my disciple. I have heard everything from Boruto, the great seventh Hokage. Upon hearing his father's words, Naruto Uzumaki finally found an excuse to extricate himself from the loving embrace of Kushina Uzumaki. He hastily beckoned the others to follow him back to the village. As they returned to the village streets, the surrounding villagers pointed and whispered about Ryunosuke Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, occasionally exchanging comments with those beside them. Observing this situation, Naruto quickly realized he had made a significant mistake. He had not allowed Jiraiya and the others to disguise themselves before leading them back to Konoha. As expected, just as Naruto finished this thought, Shikamaru Nara, now grown, approached with a group of ninjas, accompanied by a cohort of freshly graduated genin. Although Shikamaru led the group, it was still the youthful-looking Tsunade and Sakura Haruno who walked at the forefront. Naruto, what are you doing? Who are they? Tsunade questioned, her gaze fixed on the familiar faces behind Naruto. While she did not recognize Ryunosuke, she was furious that someone had assumed the appearance of her grandmother. The audacity of Naruto bringing these individuals back to Konoha only intensified her anger. Sensing Tsunade's rising ire, Naruto rushed to her side, chattering away to explain the circumstances. Initially, Tsunade found everything Naruto said hard to believe. However, after he insisted that Sasuke Uchiha and his children, Boruto and Himawari, could corroborate his story, she reluctantly accepted his words. With an impassive expression, Tsunade approached Ryunosuke and the others, addressing them. I have heard Naruto's account of your situation. Truthfully, I remain skeptical about the concept of time travel. Therefore, you will have to stay in the Konoha Inn until we complete our investigation before you can freely roam the village. Naturally, Minato and the others had no objections to Tsunade's arrangements, understanding her caution. However, Ryunosuke was not inclined to wait for long. He preferred to return to his own time rather than remain confined indoors for several days. At least there he would have some freedom. With this thought in mind, Ryunosuke approached Naruto and shared his intentions. Naruto, I came along to stabilize the passage for time travel. Otherwise, the next time they come, name a specific location. In the future, if our people come through, considering which part of Konoha would satisfy Ryunosuke's requirements. As for the oversight, hearing Tsunade's words, gradually began to comprehend the situation. Although they did not fully grasp the concept of time travel, they recognized that the individuals before them were undeniably real and not mere imposters. After addressing the immediate concerns, Naruto led Ryunosuke and the others to the Hokage building. Along the way, the Umbu and other ninjas were taken aback upon seeing the unusual group following Naruto, and the news of Ryunosuke's arrival spread like wildfire. No sooner had Naruto ushered Ryunosuke into the Hokage building than Orochimaru, clad in white and bearing a benevolent expression, knocked on the office door. Upon entering, the Orochimaru from this timeline immediately set his gaze upon the version of himself standing before Ryunosuke. To his surprise, he greeted this alternate self with a gentle smile. In contrast, Ryunosuke's Orochimaru appeared excited, licking his lips. Witnessing the stark differences between the two, Jiraiya, who had previously found Orochimaru's demeanor normal, now felt a sense of discomfort. He cautiously tugged at the sleeve of his companion, urging, "Can you not be like him? Act normal. Learn from him. Be refined, and stop licking your tongue about like that. Just look at him, cleanly dressed and exuding elegance. How splendid." Chapter 111. A proposal from Orochimaru. Kushina Uzumaki's thoughts. Orochimaru, observing Jiraiya's incessant comparisons, remained silent, while Jiraiya soon realized the room's occupants were all staring at him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he straightened up and cleared his throat, attempting to disguise his awkwardness. In response, Orochimaru merely scoffed, showing little interest in engaging with Jiraiya. Even Tsunade, who had been watching from the back of the crowd, shook her head in disapproval of Jiraiya's thoughts. Seeing the other versions of himself and Jiraiya from a different timeline frolicking as they once did, the Orochimaru of this timeline could only manage a bittersweet smile. He then turned to Naruto and stated, "Naruto, regarding the request made by Lord Ryunosuke Uzumaki, I have a perfect proposal." As Orochimaru shifted to discuss business, Naruto redirected his attention from Jiraiya to Orochimaru, adopting a serious demeanor. "What is your proposal, Orochimaru?" Before Naruto could finish his question, Shikamaru Nara, standing beside him, interjected, "Hey, Naruto, can you really trust this guy with such an important matter?" At this remark, the Orochimaru of this timeline remained unfazed, while Ryunosuke's Orochimaru could hardly contain himself. How could the esteemed Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, be spoken to in such a manner? He was ready to retaliate. However, before he could act, a swifter serpent ensnared him, causing him to fall to the ground. It took a moment for everyone to grasp the situation, particularly Ryunosuke, who had not anticipated such a sudden reaction from Orochimaru by his side. Nor did anyone expect the Orochimaru of this timeline to intervene. "Why did you stop me? That brat was disrespectful to you just now," Orochimaru exclaimed, struggling to accept this outcome. After Orochimaru of this world concluded his statement, he once again fixed his gaze upon Naruto Uzumaki and continued to express his intentions. "I hope to place the portal of this esteemed Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke within my laboratory. This way, I can safeguard against unforeseen circumstances while also conducting my research." Naruto Uzumaki found Orochimaru's proposal to be the most suitable course of action at present. After considerable deliberation, he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru, who had remained silent, continued to harbor a sense of vigilance towards Orochimaru. He understood all too well the terrifying nature of this androgynous individual. For the experiments he conducted could easily incite considerable trouble. However, Nara Shikamaru found himself at a loss for better alternatives. Moreover, to counter Naruto's statement would be utterly irrational for a subordinate. Observing that both Naruto and this world's Orochimaru had nodded in agreement, Uzumaki Ryunosuke ceased his hesitation and promptly called for this world's Orochimaru to lead the way. This way, Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke, as the master of the laboratory. Orochimaru gestured invitingly and followed closely behind Ryunosuke. Simultaneously, everyone in the office began to move, trailing after Ryunosuke. "Orochimaru here." "Yes, Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke," Ryunosuke casually shouted, prompting two identical voices to respond from behind. He instinctively turned to regard the two Orochimarus. The two Orochimarus also sensed something amiss, unsure if Ryunosuke was indeed addressing them, resulting in an awkward silence among the trio. "Ahem, it seems that more individuals may join us in the future. The deceased from your world is one matter. But if the living were to arrive, it would certainly lead to some awkwardness." Recognizing the discomfort among the three, Jiraiya instinctively stepped forward to alleviate the tension. The others, drawn in by Jiraiya's inquiry, shifted their focus away from Ryunosuke and the two Orochimarus, pondering the question Jiraiya had posed. It was evident that the timeline of Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke differed significantly from their own world. Presently, there was only Orochimaru. But it was conceivable that Tsunade or their counterparts from that world might arrive, which would undoubtedly create a rather awkward situation regarding how to address them. It was imperative to establish a distinction, ideally one that would clarify whom they were addressing. After Jiraiya's remarks, Nara Shikamaru, who had been by Naruto's side, concurred, although he too struggled to devise a method to differentiate these two disparate timelines. Calling me simply Orochimaru, yet referring to Tsunade as Lady Tsunade, such blatant discrimination. While others contemplated potential solutions, Orochimaru from Ryunosuke's timeline sulked. He was deeply offended by Shikamaru's apparent bias, questioning when he had become someone unworthy of respect. "Enough, Orochimaru. Don't dwell on it. Perhaps it is due to something reprehensible that this version of you has done, which has led them to speak this way." Observing Orochimaru's continued irritation, Jiraiya approached him, offering a comforting pat on the shoulder. However, before the sulking Orochimaru could respond, the other Orochimaru had already approached Jiraiya and remarked, "You could certainly avoid speaking ill of me when I'm right here, Jiraiya." The sudden voice transformed Jiraiya from a seemingly composed figure back into that of a flustered dog, leaving him awkwardly smiling at the other Orochimaru, at a loss for words. "I have it. When individuals from our timeline arrive in this realm, they can prepend old to their names, provided both timelines are represented. If one of the individuals from a timeline has passed away, simply using their name will suffice." At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina, who had been holding on to Boruto for some time, interjected with her suggestion. The crowd turned their attention to her, somewhat puzzled by her input. "I understand the reasoning, but why should we have to add old to our names?" Jiraiya expressed his confusion regarding Kushina's proposal, unable to grasp her rationale. This is because individuals from our timeline are regarded as remnants of the past in relation to those from this timeline. Hence, we would be considered old to them, which is why I suggested it, Kushina explained to the gathered individuals. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke had successfully secured the door on this side. Alright, henceforth, those from our world will emerge through this grand portal. With this statement, Ryunosuke captured the attention of the individuals present in this timeline. Naruto and the others gazed in astonishment at the imposing, enigmatic door. I never imagined such formidable power existed in this realm. As the crowd marveled. Before Naruto could express his thoughts to Ryunosuke, he had already taken his leave. With a final word, Ryunosuke stepped into the portal, and as his figure vanished, the door gradually closed, ultimately disappearing from sight. Impressive, this Lord Uzumaki Ryunosuke. I never expected him to possess such extraordinary strength. As the surroundings returned to a tranquil state, Orochimaru couldn't help but express his genuine admiration for the spot where Ryunosuke had vanished. At that moment, the old Orochimaru excitedly approached to exchange technological insights with Orochimaru. Of course, the old Orochimaru offered samples collected from the Shadow Kingdom as a trade, along with some Akatsuki cells. Observing the two Orochimarus engrossed in research, Naruto and the others discreetly exited the laboratory. With all matters resolved, everyone returned to their respective homes. It is worth mentioning that Jiraiya, without a place to stay, was escorted back by Tsunade. As those from that timeline reunited with their loved ones or embarked on their next endeavors, Ryunosuke had already emerged from the portal. Returning home alone, Lord Ryunosuke, did you not go to the world of Himawari and the others? Upon opening the door, Fu, who greeted Ryunosuke, was momentarily taken aback by his presence. However, as a seasoned maid, she quickly ushered him inside. After Ryunosuke settled in and sat down, Fu poured him some tea. Her curiosity piqued. I have made the necessary arrangements over there. There was no pressing matter, so I returned, Ryunosuke replied, deliberately keeping details about his contingency plan in the world of Uzumaki Himawari to himself, choosing instead to engage in trivial conversation before dismissing Fu. In the days that followed, Uzumaki Ryunosuke found himself ensnared in a state of idleness. Thus, from that day forth, he embarked on a life of leisurely retirement, occasionally offering guidance to Uzumaki Naruto, who was learning under the tutelage of Namikaze Minato and Kushina whenever he was in a good mood. The Naruto in question was, of course, the one from Ryunosuke's own world, and nearly 3 months had elapsed since his arrival in this realm. Ryunosuke would occasionally revisit that time-space, primarily to see Uzumaki Himawari and to attend to the contingency plans he had left behind. Unbeknownst to others, soldiers from the Shadow Corps, which Ryunosuke had dispatched, remained active in that time-space, gathering intelligence and technological advancements for him. In Ryunosuke's original world, Konoha, under Tsunade's leadership, began to flourish increasingly. Many of its inhabitants underwent notable transformations, particularly the former members of the Akatsuki organization. The original leader, Nagato, had stealthily dispatched all the soldiers of the Shadow Corps under his command. The concerns previously held by the 4th Raikage, A, and the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, had come to fruition under Nagato's orchestration. Following this, Yahiko, who had been learning alongside Tsunade since Minato's resignation, had risen to become her foremost subordinate, eclipsing even Shizune. There were times when Tsunade, seizing the opportunity to gamble while her grandmother ventured into another time-space, would delegate all her responsibilities to Yahiko and Shizune, who, through their prolonged collaboration, had solidified their relationship into that of a couple. Next were Kakuzu and Haiden. Kakuzu continued diligently with his work in the exchange market, rarely returning. However, Haiden surprised everyone by finding followers among the villagers of Konoha who were willing to embrace his faith in the malevolent deity. This revelation astonished Ryunosuke and his companions immensely. Following this, Deidara and Sasori had seemingly transformed into second iterations of Orochimaru. Deidara, under Ryunosuke's guidance, was persistently enhancing the potency of his explosives, while Sasori, after another visit to Uzumaki Himawari's world, began to upgrade his own body. Initially, Sasori struggled to unleash ninjutsu with his iron body, but after encountering scientific ninja tools in Himawari's realm, he abandoned his previous explosive techniques in favor of a more elite approach. As the number of puppets under his control dwindled, his own strength grew exponentially. Ultimately, only he and the 3rd Hokage remained, and at this point, Sasori's prowess rivaled that of Pain, if not surpassing him. As for the remaining members, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, and Konan had little to discuss. Itachi was wholly dedicated to his duties in the Umbu alongside Shursui Uchiha, while Kisame had become a seasoned jonin leading teams in Konoha. Meanwhile, Konan had become widely known as the true angelic head of the Konoha hospital under the mentorship of Yakushi Nono, capturing the hearts of countless single men in the village. Yet, when those brave souls mustered the courage to express their affections to Konan, they would invariably be surrounded and soundly beaten by a cadre of Shadow Corps soldiers. The current Konoha, under the leadership of Tsunade, was undeniably more formidable than during the tenure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, especially in comparison to Naruto's reign in Himawari's world. Konoha truly stood as the foremost ninja village in the world of shinobi. Initially, Ryunosuke believed his future would be filled with monotonous days. However, this changed when Tsunade, accompanied by Yahiko, sought him out. Regarding the matter of the Dragon Vein, this is all the information we currently possess. Unfortunately, with my grandmother in another time-space, we have no choice but to come to you. Chapter 113. Mission Details. The Sealed Dragon Vein. Upon finishing her statement, Tsunade cast a somewhat anxious glance at Ryunosuke, who remained silent, sipping his tea. Yahiko, standing beside her, appeared even more apprehensive, fidgeting restlessly as he observed Ryunosuke. Do not be so tense. I am not a monster here to devour you. Ryunosuke finally spoke, breaking the tension as Tsunade and Yahiko hesitated, considering alternative solutions. Although I have never led a team or undertaken any missions, I am indeed intrigued by the Dragon Vein you mentioned. As luck would have it, I am thoroughly bored, so I shall accompany Naruto and the others this time. At Ryunosuke's affirmative response, a wave of joy washed over Tsunade, her smile widening uncontrollably. However, just as she prepared to rise, Ryunosuke's voice drew her attention once more. You must wholeheartedly fulfill every responsibility of your role as Hokage before my return. From this moment until we come back, you are prohibited from visiting the gambling den. When you exit this door, Yahiko and Shizun may take their leave. And aside from essential security personnel, no one else is to assist you. I will arrange for soldiers from the Shadow Corps to monitor you. Be cautious, Tsunade. With that, Tsunade's smile vanished, while Yahiko's expression radiated excitement. Understood, Lord Ryunosuke, Yahiko replied eagerly. After acknowledging his response, Ryunosuke waved them off, signaling that they could depart. Once they had left, he rose, pretending to dust off non-existent dirt from his clothing, and called out to the interior of the house, Fu, I am heading out. Please refrain from preparing my meals for the time being, and keep an eye on the house. Immediately, Fu's voice echoed from the backyard. Understood, Lord Ryunosuke. Travel safely. With Fu's reply, Ryunosuke's form flickered and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before the gates of Konoha. Glancing around and noting that the team Tsunade had arranged had yet to arrive, he boldly claimed the chair typically occupied by Kamizuki Izumo, awaiting the arrival of his teammates amidst Izumo's exasperated gaze. Fortunately, Tsunade's efficiency shone through, as neither Ryunosuke nor Izumo had to wait long. Naruto, Uzumaki Karen, and Uchiha Sasuke soon appeared before Ryunosuke, with Karen presenting the village exit permit given by Tsunade, much to Izumo's chagrin. I can't believe Tsunade arranged for you three to accompany me. I recall that the last member of your team was Haruno Sakura, not Karen. As they exited the village, Ryunosuke walked ahead with a carefree demeanor, engaging Naruto and the others in conversation. This is the arrangement made by Brother Yahiko. He mentioned that Sakura's specific role is not particularly significant. If we bring along my sister, she can substitute for Sakura, and her collaboration with me in performing the sealing technique would yield satisfactory results. Thus, we have been organized into a small team for this mission. After hearing Naruto Uzumaki's response, Ryunosuke Uzumaki nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, as they struggled to find a topic for conversation, Ryunosuke led them in silence along their journey. Remarkably, what was initially a 5-day trek was completed in merely 2.5 days, effectively having the time required. Upon their arrival, there were no signs of intrusion at the Dragon Vein site. What exactly is this Dragon Vein? Observing the location of the seal, Naruto felt a sense of confusion. To be honest, even Ryunosuke was taken aback to discover that Tsunade's so-called Dragon Rest had already been sealed. What, then, was the purpose of summoning them here? Just as Ryunosuke and the others were at a loss about their next steps, a man abruptly entered the scene. The intruder, equally surprised to find them there, was momentarily startled by their presence. "Who are you?" he demanded, brandishing a kunai, his expression menacing as he regarded Ryunosuke and his companions. "We are here on the commission of Tsunegakure to inspect the dragon vein. And you are?" As a rather taciturn team, the responsibility of communication fell upon Kari Uzumaki. "Oh, splendid. I am a ninja from Tsunegakure. Earlier, we were ambushed by individuals with ill intentions towards the dragon vein, which caused my teammates and me to scatter. I had no choice but to wait here for them, making the most of the situation." Ryunosuke observed the man explaining himself to Karui, narrowing his eyes slightly, sensing something amiss about the stranger. Meanwhile, as the man engaged in conversation with Karui, he inched closer towards them. Initially, the three companions conversed jovially with him, but as he drew nearer, they began to realize something was off. Just as the man was about to touch the kunai embedded in the seal, Ryunosuke swiftly seized his hand and hurled him violently against the nearby wall. The impact produced a deafening crash and a cloud of dust, leaving a substantial dent where the man had been thrown. "Kid, your act is far too contrived." With that, Ryunosuke lunged at him again. But the man quickly recognized that Ryunosuke was not an easy opponent. He promptly unleashed several puppets to charge at him. Such childish toys should remain unused. Even without employing the rabbit talisman, Ryunosuke's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he collided with the puppets, his immense strength shattering them into pieces. The man, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, stood frozen in shock upon witnessing Ryunosuke's display of power. "It's over, kid." Observing the man's surrender, Ryunosuke raised his fist to deliver a final blow. To his astonishment, the man suddenly switched places with a fragment of one of the puppets on the ground. "Space-time ninjutsu." "No, it's merely a substitution technique." Ryunosuke's punch struck nothing but air. When he turned to locate the man again, he found him already at the site of the sealing technique. "Oh, I didn't expect you to switch places with the puppet fragment closest to the seal." At that moment, Naruto and the others also grasped the situation and began to unleash their own ninjutsu to confront the man. Just when Ryunosuke thought the ordeal was concluded, he realized that the man had absorbed the once impenetrable sealing technique. What? Is it truly possible for someone to absorb a sealing technique directly? As the meteor approached ever closer, Uzumaki Ryunosuke was startled into leaping from the ground. In a moment of desperation, he dove into the shadows. Observing the events that were about to unfold, a deafening crash echoed through the air, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind that scattered debris all around, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that dispersed in all directions. In an instant, the once beautiful forest was reduced to mere ruins. Concealed within the Shadow Kingdom, Ryunosuke quietly watched, soon witnessing a scene that left him utterly astonished. From the site of the explosion emerged a man and a woman, their skin a peculiar shade. A ghostly pallor reminiscent of the Akatsuki clan, which Ryunosuke had encountered not long ago. This stark pallor was so extreme that Ryunosuke thought even corpses lacked such a hue. Is this planet truly their destination? How dreadfully tedious. He thought it best to swiftly gather the chakra fruits and return home, for he had no desire to squander time in such a wretched place. "Kagaya." The man stepping out of the crater spoke first, his tone dripping with condescension as he evaluated the planet beneath his feet. "I see. Ishiki." The woman responded quickly, yet the name she uttered rekindled unsettling memories for Ryunosuke. Although anger surged within him, he refrained from recklessly charging. Ryunosuke was not foolish enough to rush out without knowledge of their capabilities. If they possessed some bizarre power, the heavens would not grant a second chance to the foolhardy. Ryunosuke stealthily followed behind the two, observing as they planted a seed that would swiftly grow into a towering tree, and watched them guard it with unrelenting. As time passed, Ryunosuke's fury deepened, yet he recalled a mantra uttered by a woman. "Only the patient make good hunters." A saying echoed in his mind, a reminder from a girl long ago. A patient hunter is a good hunter, otherwise, one becomes a dead hunter. If he were not utilizing the soldiers of the Great Shadow Army to monitor their movement, if Ryunosuke were not monitoring them through the soldiers of the Giant Shadow Army, while comfortably enjoying roasted meat prepared by his ninja, this saying might have held more weight. It was then that Ryunosuke witnessed through the eyes of the Great Shadow Army that Ishiki was issuing commands to Kagaya. Ryunosuke then witnessed through the surveillance provided by the Giant Shadow Army how Akatsuki Ishiki spoke to Kagaya in a commanding tone. Judging by Kagaya's expression, Ryunosuke sensed that something significant was about to transpire. true to his instincts, as Ryunosuke hurriedly made his way to the scene. Kagaya. The shock was mutual. Not only Ryunosuke, but Ishiki himself found it hard to accept the unfolding events, staring in horror at Kagaya. But even Otsutsuki Ishiki struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos, his gaze filled with terror as he stared at Kagaya, whose face radiated murderous intent. Ishiki, who had previously assumed this endeavor would be as secure as ever, found himself disinterested in searching for the body he sought on this inconsequential planet. It had been Kagaya alone who ventured to find it, and now, fully aware of Ishiki's arrogance, she seized the opportunity to strike. You dare to attack me? Kagaya. I would be powerless against you. In that instant, under Kagaya's watchful gaze, Ishiki unleashed an attack against her. Though the blow was a mere act of desperation, it landed. As this strike was merely a desperate blow from a weakened Ishiki, although it caused Kagaya considerable harm, it was not enough to claim her life. Chapter 115, New Grudges. Old Hatreds. The life-threatening crisis of Otsutsuki Ishiki seeing that his attack had not inflicted significant damage on Kagaya, Ishiki's eyes filled with reluctance. Yet he understood that if he did not escape now, he might truly perish here. With that thought, he cast a glance at Kagaya, who was clutching her injury, before steeling his resolve to flee. Is that not the legendary Ishiki? Just as he dashed away, a powerful force propelled Ishiki back to the ground. Damn it! Who are you? I don't know you. Don't stir up trouble. Ishiki's fury flared as he glared at the suddenly emerging Ryunosuke, unable to suppress his ire. The commotion captured Kagaya's attention, stirring her from her daze as she observed the unfolding confrontation between Ryunosuke and the beleaguered Ishiki. Bewildered, she watched as Ryunosuke approached the despairing Ishiki step by step. Indeed, Ishiki had considered fleeing. Although Ishiki had lost half of his body, he remained confident in his strength. Moreover, he had personally scouted this planet and found no formidable adversaries. Ishiki remained confident in his strength. Moreover, he had personally scouted this planet prior to arrival, discovering no formidable opponents present. You may not recognize me, but I remember you well. You caused my demise once. Now I shall have retribution. With that declaration, mercilessly pounding the remnants of Ishiki's body into the ground. This time, against the architect of his previous demise. Ryunosuke unleashed the combined might of two seals, the power of the bull seal augmented by the speed of the rabbit seal. His fists became a blur, striking Ishiki with such force that the questions he intended to ask were obliterated alongside him. By the time Ryunosuke ceased his onslaught, Ishiki was nearly reduced to a pulp. Is he not dead yet? Ryunosuke gazed in astonishment at the barely breathing Ishiki beneath his feet. In terms of resilience, this Ishiki surpassed the previous Otsutsuki, Urashiki, by a significant margin. Stop. He still holds value. Just as Ryunosuke prepared to, halting his fist midair. Following the sound, he turned to see Kagaya standing beside him, her piercing gaze fixed intently upon him, gazing at the woman before him. Uzumaki Ryunosuke had no intention of striking her, considering it a gesture of gratitude for her earlier intervention on behalf of Otsutsuki. You ought to tend to your wounds, he advised. You are losing blood incessantly. If this continues, you will perish. Having spoken, Uzumaki Ryunosuke turned to resume his confrontation with Otsutsuki Ishiki. However, to his astonishment, Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly launched an attack against him. Fortunately, Uzumaki Ryunosuke remained vigilant and evaded her strike just in time. What are you attempting to do? Do not presume that I will refrain from action merely because you are a woman. If you seek solace, then be on your way. After uttering these words, Uzumaki Ryunosuke noticed that Otsutsuki Kagaya was still positioned beside Otsutsuki Ishiki. Confusion washed over him. How could she protect the very person she had just attempted to eliminate? Not fully comprehending Otsutsuki Kagaya's motives, he stood there, puzzled, observing her. Otsutsuki Kagaya, not one to provide explanations, remained silent, and thus, the two found themselves locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was on the verge of becoming unrecognizable, seized the opportunity to act. While Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Otsutsuki Kagaya were distracted, he shrank his body and darted into Uzumaki Ryunosuke's ear. This unexpected turn of events jolted both Uzumaki Ryunosuke and Otsutsuki Kagaya into a state of shock. Neither had anticipated that Otsutsuki Ishiki possessed such an ability. Uzumaki Ryunosuke assumed that Akatsuki Ishiki was merely hiding within him to siphon his energy for healing. However, Akatsuki Kagaya quickly grasped the implications of Akatsuki Ishiki's power and urgently explained it to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. What? This is perilous. It's all your fault. I fail to understand why you stopped me from eliminating him. After hearing Akatsuki Kagaya's explanation, Uzumaki Ryunosuke shouted at her before hastily sitting down to meditate, seeking the hidden Akatsuki Ishiki within his body. Watching Uzumaki Ryunosuke close his eyes in deep concentration, Akatsuki Kagaya, filled with concern, sat beside him. As she awaited his awakening, she attempted to tend to her own wounds, but after several futile attempts, she realized that the bleeding would not cease. Ultimately, Akatsuki Kagaya resolved to use the wedge she had planted in a young girl upon arriving on this planet to revive herself. However, she needed to ensure that upon awakening, it would be the peculiar individual beside her, rather than Akatsuki Ishiki. Should Akatsuki Ishiki awaken instead? Akatsuki Kagaya was prepared to pay the steep price of her own revival to subdue or eliminate him once more. While Akatsuki Kagaya sat quietly beside Uzumaki Ryunosuke, he delved into his mind and the depths of his soul, where he discovered two manifestations of Akatsuki Ishiki. Within his mind, he found a lifeless corpse, but more importantly, the soul of Akatsuki Ishiki had infiltrated the deepest recesses of his spirit. Upon locating Akatsuki Ishiki's essence, Uzumaki Ryunosuke's heart finally found solace. Had Akatsuki Ishiki targeted elsewhere, he would have faced a significant challenge. However, if the intent were to harm his soul, Uzumaki Ryunosuke felt assured of his position, ready to counter any attempts by Akatsuki Ishiki. In the ensuing chapter, Akatsuki Ishiki was unable to destabilize Uzumaki Ryunosuke's spirit and was ultimately crushed by the power of the sheep talisman invoked by Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Upon awakening, he conversed with Akatsuki Kagaya, who was then convinced that Akatsuki Ishiki had been vanquished. Subsequently, Akatsuki Kagaya began to offer the remnants of Akatsuki Ishiki's body, along with her own dying form, to the still juvenile divine tree. Before her demise, she entrusted Uzumaki Ryunosuke with the temporary guardianship of the divine tree. Thereafter, he resided alone in the vicinity of the divine tree, examining a seed extracted from Akatsuki Ishiki's corpse while awaiting Akatsuki Kagaya's resurrection. Months later, a celestial phenomenon akin to a meteor graced the earth. Uzumaki Ryunosuke recognized that Akatsuki Kagaya had returned. However, upon seeking her out, he witnessed the people of the land of ancestors abducting her. Confronted by armed civilians advancing menacingly, Uzumaki Ryunosuke summoned an array of shadowy soldiers, obliterating them entirely. From Akatsuki Kagaya, he learned that the seed from Akatsuki Ishiki's body was, in fact, a seed of the divine tree. Since he had carried this seed, nourished by the potent vitality of the dog talisman, it had blossomed into its complete form. Having endured numerous trials, the naive Akatsuki Kagaya had quietly developed feelings for Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Following a series of intimate moments, she persuaded him to consume the chakra fruit born from Akatsuki Ishiki's seed, while divulging her lineage and the history of the Akatsuki clan. Upon hearing her account, Uzumaki Ryunosuke willingly ingested the chakra fruit, and during this period, he and Kagaya lived together for several years. During their time together, Akatsuki Kagaya bore him 2 children. Uzumaki Ryunosuke immediately recognized his eldest son as the Sage of 6 Paths, Akatsuki Hagoromo, who, at this time, should be referred to as Uzumaki Hagoromo. However, their idyllic life was short-lived. One fateful night, Uzumaki Ryunosuke vanished before Akatsuki Kagaya, aware that his time to return to his own era had come. Akatsuki Kagaya accepted this reality. The subsequent ninja world unfolded as depicted in the original narrative. Uzumaki Hagoromo and his brother, Uzumaki Hamura, enraged by Akatsuki Kagaya's actions against the villagers, sealed their mother away. The creation of the White Zetsu was a direct result of Akatsuki Kagaya's previous encounter with Uzumaki Ryunosuke's shadow army. The White Zetsu served as a mere imitation. Naturally, the prowess of the White Zetsu paled in comparison to Uzumaki Ryunosuke's shadow soldiers. As Akatsuki Kagaya faced her ceiling, she expended her remaining strength to create a being resembling the Shadow Army, which she named Black Zetsu. This entity was intended to convey her message of imprisonment to Uzumaki Ryunosuke. However, Black Zetsu's maternal fixation led it to disregard the mission Akatsuki Kagaya had assigned to it. Heijiwa yearned solely to rescue his mother, who was ensnared, which elucidates his unfamiliarity with Uzumaki Ryunosuke. However, it is pertinent to note that Ryunosuke's own strength and aspirations have undergone a transformation. Upon escorting Naruto and his companions back to Konoha, he promptly sought out Uzumaki Yui in the Pure Land. Subsequently, under the long-awaited paternal affection that had eluded him for millennia, Ryunosuke discovered that Kagaya Akatsuki was currently sealed on the moon, just as he found himself at an impasse. Heijiwa had already discerned that Ryunosuke had departed from the shinobi world. Seizing this opportunity, Heijiwa stealthily infiltrated Konoha, possessing the body of Kabuto, who was alone in the laboratory, and resurrected Uchiha Madara using the Impure world reincarnation technique. At this juncture, all-tailed beasts were congregated within the village of Konoha, with Nagato also present. Madara effortlessly gathered the Rinnegan and the Tin Tails, and while awaiting the resurrection of the Tin Tails, he wreaked havoc throughout Konoha. With Heijiwa's assistance, he possessed Nagato's body and utilized the Rinnegan's abilities to resurrect himself. Upon Ryunosuke's return to the shinobi world, he beheld Madara frolicking with the Konoha ninjas. Infuriated by this sight, Ryunosuke engaged Madara in battle, during which the aura of the Tin Tails emanating from him inadvertently leaked. This revelation led Heijiwa to realize that Ryunosuke was indeed the father he had been searching for. While it was a battle, Ryunosuke had evolved into an unstoppable force, having become the Jinchuriki of the Tin Tails, allowing him to easily overpower Madara with a single hand. In desperation, Madara resorted to absorbing the still incomplete God Tree, transforming into another Tin Tails Jinchuriki. The prolonged struggle drew the attention of the other ninja villages, who, adhering to the principle of mutual survival, set aside their grievances to assist Konoha. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the awkward spectacle of Ryunosuke dominating Madara. Shortly after Madara became the new Tin Tails Jinchuriki and engaged Ryunosuke in combat, Heijiwa, who had been waiting for millennia, could no longer bide his time. Manipulating Nagato's corpse, he executed a fatal strike against Madara. To the astonishment of all present, the legendary goddess of the moon, revered as the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Akatsuki, made her grand entrance. Just as the onlookers braced themselves for an impending catastrophic battle, Kagaya unexpectedly leaped into Ryunosuke's embrace, shattering their preconceived notions. As Kagaya recounted her centuries of longing to Ryunosuke, Uzumaki Yui, leveraging Madara's still-living remnants, manifested in the shinobi world to elucidate the events of millennia past. Seizing this moment, Ryunosuke and Kagaya explained the rationale behind the creation of Heijiwa and the new adversaries they were set to confront. Out of guilt for his mother, certainly not due to any threat from Ryunosuke, Yui took the initiative to resurrect those who had perished in the conflict, thereby bringing an end to the farce. Furthermore, Ryunosuke liberated all tailed beasts, who were irate at having been inexplicably seized by the Akatsuki's statue. Henceforth, Heijiwa became the de facto caretaker of the tailed beasts, even surpassing the status of Fu. Fortunately, Heijiwa considered his role as Ryunosuke's steward to be a means of aiding his mother, and thus harbored no grievances, finding joy in his newfound position. After a period of respite, Ryunosuke took the initiative to introduce Kagaya to Uzumaki Himawari and the others, allowing her to meet her direct descendants. When Kagaya suddenly appeared in Orochimaru's laboratory, he was taken aback and instinctively triggered the alarm, summoning powerful figures like Sasuke and Naruto from Konoha. The ninjas of Konoha were understandably tense, fearing that Kagaya might inadvertently annihilate their village. Thankfully, Ryunosuke stepped forward to clarify the situation, while Minato and others assuredly recounted the events that had transpired, alleviating the villagers' concerns. Meanwhile, while Kagaya and the others were absent from their realm, Ryunosuke and a few companions ventured to the ancestral homeland of the Akatsuki clan in the cosmos, with Ryunosuke's immense power now exceeding that of the Akatsuki ancestors. His companions had also far surpassed the abilities of Akatsuki Urashiki and Ishiki. The reason Ryunosuke was aware of the Akatsuki clan's domain was, of course, due to Kagaya's revelations. When Ryunosuke unleashed his full might, he surpassed the so-called ancestors of the Akatsuki clan entirely. The Akatsuki clan could not withstand the onslaught from Ryunosuke's summoned shadow army and his companions for long. Shortly after Ryunosuke vanquished the ancestors of the Akatsuki clan, The last remaining member of their lineage met his demise at the hands of Terra. Consequently, the Akatsuki clan, which had long terrorized the cosmos, was declared extinct. After careful consideration, Ryunosuke decided to eradicate all the seeds of chakra fruits that had been left in the Akatsuki clan's territory, to prevent any nefarious individuals from rising to become a new Akatsuki clan. Thereafter, Ryunosuke embarked on a new chapter in life alongside Kaguya. Not long after, Kaguya blessed Yui and the Uzumaki brothers with several new siblings. As for Yui, now an elder, and the resurrected Uzumaki village, they could only smile wryly, expressing their profound happiness.